was him just say, "Oh, now I'm at this different location. You know, here's a different looking bench, and here's the different measurement." It could easily be fake. I'm not saying it's fake. I'm not saying that like it doesn't happen in reality. I was just saying it's not the greatest example. I was hoping for more.
I'm gonna add you. What's her name? Anti-globalist, right?
Add me to what?
I'm gonna add you on my friends list so that I can send you the video when I do this myself. I'm gonna do this 2 days apart, right? So that and I'm a fat ass, so I don't exercise, right? I'm gonna do this 2 days apart, right? On a mountain, and I'm gonna show it to you, right? I'm gonna show it to you. I'm gonna show you the mountain, and I'm gonna show you sea level.
So I would think that there would be many videos of that already existing.
I'll send you a first-hand one, bro.
Right. But
okay, I mean, appeal to the future.
Yeah.
Appeal the future. I sent him a video. The guy said that, oh, he must be lying. So I don't know what you want me to do.
Don't put words in my mouth, dumbass. Did I say he was lying?
Okay, so what do you believe right now? Do you believe that the video is fake or not?
I said it doesn't have enough details for me to say, oh yeah, well there's proof of that.
What do you think
location.
What are your feelings right now?
I would just have to have blind faith. You know, blind faith might be good enough for you, but I don't have blind faith in whoever is on this anti-flat Earth debunking website. Right? You're asking me to have blind faith.
Completely agree.
I'm waiting for
you.
So
when I send you the video, then
you can be the first person.
Say...
You can be the first person to video it and the video online where it's actually verifiable where you are.
Okay, I'll send it to you. But once I do send it to you, what are you going to say then? The weighing machine, how before we do this, I need to control for all of these things, right? That's these excuses, right? So excuse number one, the weighing machine. How do we fix that?
No, man, just do your thing and then I'll have a look at it and we'll go over it.
Fuck no. I'm not going to waste my... Look, if I do this myself, you're going to say, oh, this is what you...
Do what they did. Do what .ws did. You posted it.
Oh, you think this one's fine? As long as... hold on, I'm talking to this guy. I'm global. So as long as I do what this guy did and I show you the elevation, that's fine? Is that fine for you?
Yeah,
get busy, bro. Yeah, you're the one who was bragging about, I do things. Do it. Do your thing.
Validation,
bro. You guys don't even do anything.
Some validation that
you have never seen it. You're retards.
Don't just throw insults around like.
Fuck this guy, bro. He's never seen the dome, and he believes it exists. Talking about, oh, we should believe what we see. None of you have seen the dome.
Dome.
Right. You guys believe in the second law of thermodynamics, right? Of course, gas needs a container.
Claimed,
that's stupid.
Yeah, but who claimed the dome?
Do you guys not believe that pressure needs a container? Do you guys not believe in the second law of thermodynamics? What the fuck?
Container equals dome?
Whatever the shape is, it must meet the ground, right?
Why are you using the term dome instead of container? Trying to be a smart
ass. I'm sorry, container. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be offensive.
Now you're roboting, huge ass. Your mic's had enough of your bullshit, I think. So get that sorted.
Fine to me.
Well, cut out mid-last sentence.
It's your Wi-Fi, buddy. Anyway, whatever the shape of the container is, it must meet the ground, right? Somewhere, right? Because it has to contain all this gas pressure.
I guess the other guy roboting.
Yeah, old horse, you're roboting, man.
I got a quick question for you, JS. What is so important that adds value to your life about the globe that motivates you to come in here and troll like this? What's so important about the globe?
I'm not trolling. I'm really trying to understand, right? You guys say, trust your eyes. Where have you seen the dome meet the earth, bro?
You're just
Trust
putting
your
words in
eyes,
our
except
mouth,
when it
bro.
comes to the dome and when it comes to the plasma moon. Trust your eyes, except for those things.
Once again, you're just making up things that we never claimed.
Do you think that there's a container?
To have gas pressure, as far as we can tell, you need a container, right?
Right,
Especially
right.
adjacent
And
to
so
a
there must be a
vacuum.
container.
What?
Right,
Why?
right. Exactly.
Really?
Exactly. Is the second law. Exactly. Duh, right? So where does the container meet the earth, and have you seen that?
No, we didn't claim to have physically seen a container. We don't even know what the container may or may not be. We're just claiming that in any practical demonstration, right? According to gas laws and according to the second law of thermodynamics, then you need a container of some kind. That we don't know anything more than that.
But how can you believe it exists if you haven't seen it? That's your epistemology. You have to see
Wow.
to believe it.
Wow.
We don't believe. Who said in here, I believe it exists?
You don't think it
that?
exists?
No. I just explained myself. I said, according to gas law and any practical demonstration that we're able to, to reproduce here on Earth, the second law of thermodynamics would need to have a container of some kind. Full stop.
Yeah, and you said
No,
right, huge ass.
That there is a huge container. Do you believe that there is a huge container containing all of the air in our Earth right now? Do you think that exists?
Coping hard, bro.
You already got your answer, bro. Maybe you want to move on to something else.
Yep, that's the question. Bye.
You already agreed, huge ass, when you said right.
Of course I agree,
So
man.
where is it?
I just want to know where it meets
So
the
where
Earth.
is it?
I just
So
want to know
where
where
is
it
it?
meets the Earth.
Where's the container, huge ass?
Tell me.
Where is it?
I'm asking
You
you guys.
agreed.
You guys have been talking about this for years, right? You must
No,
have
I'm asking
confidence
you.
as to where it meets the Earth, right? Come on, what's your best guess? Where does it meet the Earth? Come on.
Yeah,
We don't just play
maybe you'll
guessing
find
games.
it when you're toting your kitchen scale around.
Don't believe things you don't see, guys. Don't go against your own
Do
epistemology.
you realize how you're coming across? Like you're being
Hey, you're
recorded,
coping
and
hard,
you
huge
just
ass.
sound like an arrogant douchebag.
Of course I'm going to be an arrogant douchebag. You guys are the biggest douchebags on Earth. You guys think you're smarter than Einstein. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Einstein was a moron.
Einstein was dumb.
Exactly. You see? You guys are the biggest
Bro,
douchebags.
Einstein thought that
though-
you could bend time, bro. This metaphysical thing, this construct of man, right? He thought you could bend it and warp it and stuff like that. He thought that he's a retard, man. He's retarded.
Dude married his first
we-
cousin.
1 second.
Even though you don't say that directly, your position requires you to be 100% more douchebag than him. Because from definition, you think you know more than all of the professionals.
The Einstein fanboy
It's more than anyone that says that time space is a continuum that can be bended.
That basically means that that the events happen slower or faster depending on the gravitational field that's observed.
Embo,
So
just
it's
saying
movement.
no
It's
more.
not time then. Time doesn't bend, right?
So yeah, I don't want to hear you guys call me a
It goes faster
douchebag.
or slower depending on the observer. And this is what we call bending. It obviously
Yes, it's
isn't
not
like
time though.
it is time. This is what we call time, a sequence of events happening one after another.
No, sequence of events is just like, you could say they're events passing, or you could say it's like things moving, but the quantification of that is what we call time. We developed a system. That's why you have
I
different
agree.
clocks, different cycles that you rely upon. It's all a construct of man. It doesn't exist in actuality. What actually exists is the sun moving, the moon moving, the stars moving.
And the motion is happening over time.
No, it doesn't happen over time.
It does happen over time.
No,
You
it just
literally sound
happens.
crazy right now. Yes,
Listen.
it happens over time. As time passes, the motion happens.
Time doesn't pass. That's the thing, man. You're getting confused. You can't have time as a metaphysical construct that we create, and also something that's physically passing. You have to choose one.
Time wasn't created; it was
No,
discovered.
but
Fundamental
Einstein
laws of
proved
physics happen regardless if they are
Einstein
observed
proved
or
that
not.
time. No, but what Einstein did prove was that time moves differently for people who are moving at different speeds.
Time
That
doesn't
was the
move. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys. You can't put physical properties on a metaphysical thing. You understand?
It's
So
not
if
a
time is a
metaphysical
construct
thing.
that we created. Listen,
think about it this way, right?
before we developed the system of time that we have, right? Before we decided that one rotation of the sun, one movement of the sun, one cycle of the sun, right? Before we decided that, we'll split that into arbitrarily 24 hours. It could have been 30 hours, could have been 26 hours, could have been 20 hours, whatever. We arbitrarily decided 24 hours, right? Before that, we didn't have this concept of seconds, minutes, hours. We just had qualitative assessments. We could say that, the squirrel reached the acorn before the gray squirrel reached the acorn before the black squirrel, right? Or it got there
You're going
quicker.
off the tangent. That's a red herring.
But
No, it's
that's
not red
the
herring. My point
It is
is
because the units
we can make
don't matter. It's not the
qualifications. Hold
units
on, we
that
can
matter.
make
You can measure
qualitative
it in whatever
statements.
you like. You can measure
Listen,
it in whatever you like. It doesn't matter.
No, but let me finish. Let me finish my point, man.
Matter.
My point is, before we developed the system of time, we could make qualitative
wasn't a
assessments
system of time. That was
things.
a system
Parmesan,
of
please don't jump in.
measuring
I'm almost done. I'm almost done, if you'll allow. So before we made this construction of time, this construct, before we agreed on these
It
units of
exists. measurement,
we could make qualitative assessments, qualitative statements, but we couldn't quantify it. Time is the quantification of these moments, these
No,
movements.
you can
You
quantify
understand?
in any way you want. You can
Yes,
put
of course.
two
We could have
rocks
made
on the ground
we
and
could have made a
watch the
water
shadow
clock. We could have
move, and
made
you
we could
quantify
have
it that way.
developed the Chinese torture. They have like this water dropping constantly. You could use that as a clock if we want
But
to.
There you go.
But the
So
sun
you
was more
quantify it.
easily accessible and more convenient, so that's what we decided to use. The point is, it's the quantification of movement. That's what it is. What's actually
No.
happening is the sun is moving. If everything
But the-
stopped, would there be time? No, there wouldn't.
Yes,
it's
there
movement.
would be time.
You're
But
wrong.
the units is something different than the actual quantity. You could arbitrarily decide these units, but this doesn't mean the actual phenomenon exists. You could also prescribe a meter or a mile or whatever to distance, but because of that, this doesn't mean that distance is a human construct.
No, it is actually. The distance is a construct. Absolutely, it is.
So distance doesn't exist
It isn't.
without humans.
It's not. It's the material between things. exists.
Dinosaurs.
It's not
so
a
before we
material, it's
came-
an abstract entity.
Nothing. Hold up. Here's a question. In nothingness, does distance exist?
It doesn't, but
There's no
nothing
nothing.
Exactly.
doesn't
So
exist.
distance is the
There is,
metaphysical innate property of that which is physical.
Okay.
It's
Yeah,
you're
but it doesn't
literally
have to be
disproving
human.
yourself.
It's metaphysical. Something that's
is the
metaphysical isn't
opposite
real. You
of
understand? Something
physical.
metaphysical isn't actually real, right? There's no physical
You-
Not metaphysical
perceivable
though.
thing.
Distance
You
is
just
not
proved
metaphysical.
that the
Thomason,
distance and time depend
stop
on
interrupting,
physical,
man.
which is literally the exact opposite of metaphysical.
No, the point is, time is this metaphysical manifestation of physical movement. Time itself is
Incorrect.
what metaphysical means that there's no physical sensation, no physical phenomena that we can see to see
You are wrong.
actually
You're
existing.
incorrect.
Right? We suppose it exists because we've created it metaphysically. It's the metaphysical innate property of that which is physical. It doesn't exist unto itself. That's what I'm saying. It's not real. It has to have something real, that you're talking about. You have to talk about something moving to get this grasp of time. Just like you have to talk about material to get this grasp of dimensionality, space. Space doesn't exist either. You understand? Space is metaphysical. It's the metaphysical nature or representation of physical material, or physical volume, or air, or whatever the medium you want to use. It doesn't exist unto itself. That's why time and space, both conventions, both metaphysical things, can't possibly have physical properties like bending, warping, whatever, dilating. You can't have an inch jump. You understand? These units of measurement are made up. They can't do physical shit.
The units of measurement are not the ones that are bending, okay? It's the actual fabric
Oh
of
my goodness.
space-time that's bending, not the units.
don't understand.
It doesn't matter what the units are.
It was quite eloquent when he said an inch can't jump. You can jump an inch, but an inch can't jump an inch.
And in time, you'll understand that not only does this apply to time and space, but energy as well. Energy is another convention, construct that we made up. It doesn't actually exist.
So do you think if there were no humans to observe the physical reality, the fundamental properties of reality wouldn't exist?
No, fundamental properties of reality definitely exist. But if there were no humans, there'd be no time.
That's absolutely retarded.
No, you're retarded.
The
If you
most
think
ridiculous thing I've ever
if
heard.
there was no humans, we wouldn't have this We wouldn't develop this construct, this system of timekeeping, which is the quantification of movement. There'd still be movement. There'd be moments passing, right? But there would be no there's no convention of time. There would just be
Hold on. Are
qualitative
you
assessments
religious?
only.
Are you religious?
And
Absolutely.
the moments passing is literally what we call time. You can apply
No,
different
that's what
units
I'm
of
saying.
time.
You have two definitions. One is the quantification of movement, and the other one is the movement unto itself. One is physical, one is metaphysical. Time is the metaphysical thing. Movement actually exists. If everything stopped, you would have no time.
Do you believe God created the world?
Absolutely.
Okay, so what did he do first?
First, he created. I believe it was
Was it light, right?
light.
Was it light first? I don't know.
No, I don't know what
Tell
that.
me.
I think it's heaven with its waters, and then
Okay,
I'm not sure
that
exactly.
was the first day, right?
No, at that point they didn't have days, man.
Yeah, the
Well, what
first
does it
thing.
say? First day.
created
On what day did God create?
What
that
word does it say in the Quran?
Right.
Do you know?
Like
I don't
third
know.
or fourth day, I'm pretty sure.
Fourth day. Okay, so how did time exist before humans came to exist?
How would a day exist before the sun existed?
It would
That's
exist.
why the Bible doesn't make
Time
sense.
would still
Doesn't
exist.
exi-
You just have a different.
No, this is why you have to
length of
understand
it.
that just because it says yom, like you don't understand the actual definition of it. You know,
No, the
it's
unit
a
might
matter of
not exist. You might not have that specific unit, but you still have time. You just measure it in a different unit.
time is sorry, day is not a unit. Day is a physical thing.
A day is a unit
the
of time.
physical movement of the sun. It's not a unit that we
No,
made up
it's
like
a
hour,
unit of time.
minute, and second. No, it's not. It's really not. The unit of times are the ones that we agreed on, that are arbitrary, that are part of the convention. A day is the physical, rotation of the sun, which happens in actuality. Seconds don't happen in actuality. Minutes don't happen in actuality. Hours don't happen in actuality. Those are all defined and made up by man. But a day is not made up.
Yeah, but in order to define
so,
something, you have to reference it to something physical. If not, then it wouldn't have any literal meaning.
Exactly.
So in terms of the scripture, a yom, I don't know exactly what the definition of it was before he created the sun, for instance. So
So I have a
no,
question.
absolutely,
So
I
you
wouldn't say
don't
that.
think that time dilation exists?
What'd you say?
He was asking if you believe time dilation exists.
No, that's the whole point. You can't dilate something. You can't physically.
Yeah, we have evidence of it.
Yeah.
Do you think the same sequence of events could happen faster or slower depending on the observer?
Absolutely.
This is literally time dilation.
No, so see, that's the word. It's not time dilation. It's maybe things moving faster or slower, just like you said. Things can move faster or slower.
Yeah, and that is time dilation. Because
It's
this
not.
is what time
Just
is a
things moving
sequence
faster or
of
slower.
events. Yeah, if that happens for all of the phenomena, not just like one thing moving, then this is time dilation because time is just sequence of all events passing. So if all of the events passing, one observer perceives that slower and another perceives faster, then the
I
most
understand
simple way
exactly
to
what you're
describe
saying,
it
but as soon as
with
you
words
frame
would
it,
be a time dilation.
I hear you, man. Absolutely, I hear you. But as soon as you frame it as time dilation, you're committing a reification fallacy. That's the issue. Just say what actually happens, which is things are moving slower now. That's it. Keep it simple.
That we define that as time dilation.
I know, and it's a bad definition because time is a metaphysical
You're
thing.
gonna
I
ask
can't
about
have physical
definitions
properties.
now.
So it actually fails the first order premises, man. It's a failure by
Not
any
failure. It's
angle.
a commonly
It's
accepted
a failure.
definition.
No, it's a reification fallacy. Anyone with half a brain can tell you time and space are metaphysical things. They can't do physical things.
I mean, I don't know what you want us to say. things moving slower or faster is the definition, right? So I don't know. I guess I don't know. We just disagree, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, it isn't the same thing
Is it
as
possible for you guys to
something.
frame? Is it possible for you guys to frame this whole like time space bending, Einsteinian stuff, without using the word time? If for any physical properties, just say the stuff that actually happens. Things move faster or slower. You have an observer that goes here, and for whatever reason, his perception of things moving is not what it was. Can you frame it in such a way, or is it beyond you?
But
Well,
this
well, it's
phenomenon
not.
that you describe is
It's not just
simply what we
perception.
define as time. You can do that with any phenomenon. There is simply a word, one single word that we use to mean some concept, and then there's a concept that you could describe using different words. Like, for example, you could just use the word color to describe a color, but you could also describe what the color is. It's like a frequency of an electromagnetic wave or whatever. So you can also do that with time. You can just use the word time because this is what the word time means in English language, and you
It's
could
not what the
describe
word time means in
with
English
words.
language.
It
Well,
is.
It's what they've hijacked time to mean. Time is the quantification of movement, bro. Without movement, there is no time. Like you can.
Post the
without
citation
the
for that
construct.
definition.
So
Okay,
another thing you said it was just perception, but it's not just perception. If you increase the speed enough, and if you send someone with a stopwatch, right? Let's say they're in a bullet train, right? And if you send someone walking, right, with a stopwatch, more time will have passed. In the stopwatch on the guy in the bullet train. That's what it is.
No,
Or
the
I don't
time
know exactly
on the
which it is,
stopwatch
but
would
it's
be
not
the
just.
same. More things would move quicker, like to the one that's like on the train or whatever. But the time on the stopwatch, the amount of seconds that pass is the same. It's just that more things happen in 1 second than for the other guy. Just things are moving quicker. That's it.
But a second is defined relative to something physical, like for example a clock, and that physical clock that observer will physically perceive it moving slower or faster, and the clock is the reference of second for that observer. So the second itself will also dilate because a second is also defined using something physical. You
Yes,
cannot
everything was.
separate.
Hold up, it was all defined using something physical. It was all defined based off of the sun's movement for the solar cycle, or the moon's movement for the lunar cycle, the stars for the sidereal cycle. It all was based off something physical and real, right? But it was made up. Thereafter, it was decided that it would be 24 hours, and it was divided that in each hour would be 60 minutes, and in each minute it would be 60 seconds. They could have easily said 100 minutes, 100 seconds. They could have made it like metric easily, but they decided not to. Right?
It wouldn't change what it
they
is.
agreed on this.
It would change
It's all
the unit.
it's
but not
all
what it is.
defined. It's none of it is real. It was based on something real, but it's not real itself.
It is real.
Okay.
It's just you're changing the unit. If I
You're
measure,
making up the unit.
if I measure
You're
something
you
in
made up the
inches
unit, really.
versus centimeters, it's not that it's not real. The thing is still real, and it still has a length, and the length is real. It's just how I'm
No,
measuring it.
an inch does not have a length.
Inch does not have a length.
No, it's a definition of a length. It's it's not a length like it doesn't have a length itself.
Okay,
Wood,
I
for
measure
instance,
the length.
a piece of
the
wood
length
has a
of
length.
my smartphone. Okay, I measure the length of my smartphone. Does it matter which unit I use? It doesn't. It still has a length, without even deciding what unit I'm going to use.
Yeah, and without the
has a
human existing to even think about it, it will still have objectively that length.
I
Same
absolutely.
with time. I
Listen,
don't have to
I agree
make
with
up
you
a
guys.
time
There's
or
material.
divide it or anything like that for time to pass.
I don't know if you guys are understanding me, man. Your phone has, it has dimensionality to it. Absolutely. Your phone is taking up volume, right? And volume, we say cubic centimeters. Volume is length, width, and height, right? But the definition of those dimensionalities, the 3D space, to say it's an inch or a meter or a centimeter or whatever, those were all made up, So the thing physically existing, that the material phone physically taking up, like existing wherever it is on your counter or on your table or whatever.
Your argument. Are you trying to say that
it's
the
part of the
units we
volume.
use are made up?
Yes, the units are made up, and the
Okay.
actual the concept of space is a made
The
up thing.
concept is not made up. Only the units we use to measure
No,
it is
space.
So this
The
is the
concept
distinction
of
that you keep
space is made
conflating.
up. volume, physical volume, material things existing in the medium, the air, the table, the phone. These are all things that actually exist. But this concept
Volume
of
is
space.
also a concept.
No, I mean that's what I'm saying. Like physical volume, like things like the medium. I was very clear with what I'm saying. But the concept of space is made up. In nothingness, is there space?
Yes.
Really, in nothingness, nothing. There's space.
Well, nothingness doesn't exist. So in our reality, there is
In
space.
hypothetical,
Well,
nothing.
depends what you mean.
Space exists.
Nothingness, as in no space. Maybe there isn't. We don't know. But
Hypothetical
in
nothingness.
reality,
No material. No material. Does space
Yeah.
exist in a hypothetical nothingness with no material, no nothing?
No material. Yes, you can have space. Well,
Really?
there's no material between, like, in some parts in space, there's nothing in there.
No, I'm saying
It
absolute
exists.
nothingness. Does space exist?
Depends what you mean by absolute nothingness.
Oh, bro, it's not hard to understand. There's nothing. If you just imagine nothing, a privation of
No
all things.
molecules.
Does space
No,
exist?
the
No
molecules,
molecules. No nothing, bro. Does space exist?
We don't know.
Yeah, you can't even get a straight answer because they don't know whether space is physical or not.
We don't know.
These guys are
But
clueless.
space is physical.
No, it's not, bro. That's the whole point. In nothingness, physical things have physical properties. What's the physical property of nothingness?
You're talking about nothingness or space? What are you talking? Which one?
Well,
Which
you're
one?
saying space exists in nothingness. You're saying space is
No,
physical.
You're saying does nothingness exist?
No, I said that's
No,
hypothetical.
then you're
Man,
jumping
keep up.
to space.
Parmesan,
Does
please,
space
man.
exist?
Please keep up. Okay, we said hypothetically, if nothingness existed,
Well, don't
does
jump
space
around
exist?
then. Don't jump
And
around.
I can't get a straight answer from you because you don't know your ass from your elbow.
Because you're jumping around from one thing to another and trying to conflate the two.
Yo, Ambo, do you want to try? In a hypothetical
I-
nothingness, does space exist?
Yeah, I don't think the concept of space would make sense in absolute nothingness.
That's not what
same
I
as
asked. I
time.
didn't say if it was sensible or reasonable or anything. I asked, would it exist in nothingness?
No, it wouldn't.
There you go, man.
It wouldn't because there would be nothing to quantify.
Nothing is an absurd concept. You can't even conceptualize it.
I mean, you could make a thought experiment with it. I don't have anything against it, but applying it to reality, which isn't nothingness, is false analogy.
No, it's just to show you that space, it doesn't have any physical properties. So
See,
you
they
can't say
conflating
nothingness, which has no physical
space,
properties,
yeah.
has space.
Space
If
is
you say
not-
that nothingness has space, that means that you're saying that you're admitting space doesn't have physical properties. Now, if you're saying that, if you're saying it's physical, then I would press you, what is the physical property of space? And you guys can't give me a single one.
Again, you're conflating nothingness and space. You ask, does nothingness exist? Does space exist in nothingness? And then you move on to, therefore space doesn't have properties. That's not the way it works.
Okay, fine.
Space
So you have
and
empty
nothingness.
space between particles, right?
Right.
Okay, so what's the physical property of this empty space?
Dimension, length,
A physical property.
volume. Physical properties. It has a length, it has a distance, it has a volume.
No, that's not a physical property, bro.
What?
Of emptiness. This is why I said nothingness, bro.
Not
You guys,
emptiness, it's
you guys
space.
got hung up on the word nothingness, and you guys emptiness is just a synonym, and you're
It's not just a
putting
synonym.
physical property.
See, this is why I didn't want to answer your question, because you're trying to conflate the two and say nothingness is space. That's not what it is.
But okay, emptiness is nothingness isn't, but emptiness is, right?
Emptiness. No, you could say space.
Come
is
on,
empty.
man.
Some parts of space are empty.
You can't make this up, man. You can't make this up.
What's
Yeah.
between your face
Your
and
games are not
body?
working. Huh? Your tricks are not
Empty.
working.
Fine. The emptiness between particles has a volume. That's what you said.
It has properties, physical properties. Yes.
What's the physical property of the emptiness?
What? Three dimensions.
That's not a physical property of
That is
emptiness.
physical properties. A
That's
volume.
physical property of things that physically exist, but not
has a
emptiness.
length, a volume, height, depth, and length.
Yeah, you're
That's it.
confused, man.
Your tricks are not
Anyway,
working.
to
Now you
the,
try to say I'm confused. Okay.
Anyway, for the gas pressure causes downward acceleration guy, please watch this video that Parmesan posted. This is great. This guy weighs things in a vacuum chamber and sees if they change weight.
My prediction would be that they would become heavier. Is that true?
Yeah, they do become heavy.
Why is that?
Are you having a stroke or something?
Yeah, a little bit. No, I mean, how is this possible, guys? Was the was the guy with the vacuum chamber a Roman Catholic?
You have buoyancy exerted on the object by the air, so when you take the air away, then you have no buoyancy countering gravity. So the only force acting is gravity. So
No. Don't use that word, bro. Don't use that word. We're not Roman Catholic.
Yeah,
There's
exactly.
nothing
They
wrong
are
with the
not
word
religious.
gravity, downward acceleration. There's nothing wrong with that. So when you
Except
guys
gravity
start
doesn't.
talking about the presupposed cause of, time-space bending or whatever nonsense, that's when you have an issue. But just the effect, everyone is agreeing.
But the effect is we don't even agree on the effect, because the effect of gravity in reality is mass attracting mass, and you don't
That's the
agree with
cause.
that.
No, the effect of it is
No,
what
that-
you observe, which is things falling or things rising, depending on the medium.
Things falling is just one specific instance of mass attracting mass.
That's your claim to the cause, right? But you can't actually, we're talking about what we observe. The physically observed phenomenon is that, depending on the medium, things will fall.
Yeah, and why do they fall faster in a
Yeah, but
vacuum?
we'll say why, you're going to the cause again. Why is cause, right? Gravity just talks about the effect. So gravity is the what. What is happening, not why is it happening. And we agree on the what, but we don't agree on the why.
You could describe it in both ways at the same time.
Objects also move sideways by gravity. Not just
Prove it.
Yes, exactly. And they also move stronger vertically or weaker vertically if you add additional mass under them or over them.
Prove that things move sideways by gravity. Your Cavendish, it's not it, bro.
It is it.
Right.
Why is it not it? That's
Because
exactly
you haven't adequately eliminated all of the variables. How can you get rid of
you guys
intrinsic
please watch the video that
electromagnetism?
Parmesan posted.
What's that?
Parmesan posted a video. Just watch it, everyone, guys, please.
Yeah, what about it? We just went over that.
Yeah.
What's
Maybe he
your
was on
point?
deafening watching it. Who knows?
Wasn't it?
Well, I was just saying to the people who think that the gas causes the downward force, just for those people.
Gas causes the downward force? What?
That's what you guys are saying, right? That's why things weigh more when you're at sea level. It's because there's more gas pressure. That's what I was told.
Here you go. Just posted. Mass moving sideways due to gravity.
Oh my god! I'm gonna say
validate its gravity, man. That's the problem. Like, you're just assuming the cause of the effect. Wow! You're assuming the cause of the effect. Wow.
Yeah, let us know the next time you catch this happening outside of one of these contraptions.
Yeah, exactly. Great point.
I mean, what in the world? They don't see that?
A very long period of time, dude. Like,
and now they start,
but
you have to understand it. Yeah, you guys are just...
It takes a long time, dude. The gravitational effect
No,
of Earth
dream
is
on, bro. Dream on.
effect of something like that's falling next
Dream
to
on. Well, people tell us all the time to jump or drop something. There's no pause there. Yeah, show what you guys are showing in these contraption setups. Show that out in nature, please.
It happens over a very long period
for
of time.
years for that. It happens every day, sir. Okay, well, you guys have no problem showing these contraption setups. Let's see it.
They can't do it. They
Understand the time frame and what happens during time frame.
Eons, indeed, sir. Eons and eons.
So the rebuttal is just called spiraling.
Yeah, exactly.
Why do we weigh more when we're at sea level compared to when we're on top? Why?
Gosh, you guys are just all over the place.
Because relative density, the density of up top is less dense than the density of down there, so it's relative density. Thank
you. Well, so then, why do we weigh more in a vacuum chamber? Why?
Relative density. Yeah.
You fucking idiot! If you remove the air, then there is no pressure, right? You should weigh less, according to your logic. You dumb fuck.
Wrong. It's relative density. So things will, in less dense environment, will fall faster. Will weigh more.
So you should weigh more on a mountain.
Why do they weigh less?
Weigh more on a mountain, right?
High altitude.
So you should weigh more on a mountain, right? Because there's less dense air around you, right?
Yes, and you do.
Okay, good. Perfect.
The less pressure, the more you'll things will fall because there's going to be less drag, and so you have a higher, more acceleration. Maybe think about it.
Percentage. You're very wrong.
I'm not wrong.
Weight at altitude is lower than weight at ground level.
That's BS. That's crap that they lie about you. They lie to you guys. They say, "Oh, because of gravity, the gravitational pull, the higher you go, the less you weigh." It's bullshit, man.
Well, it makes sense.
Yeah, I'm asking for a practical demonstration of this, and only one was provided, which doesn't. Don't talk over me. Hugh.
And actually, even your own model disagrees with you. They say you have to achieve orbital, orbital velocity, and you have to go at an angle to escape velocity. If you go straight up, you're gonna fall straight down quick because there's gonna be no drag. So you're gonna. That's why you accelerate and then you achieve your terminal velocity, right? And you slow down.
But you can still accelerate just with smaller acceleration. This is what we claim. That you still have downward acceleration, its value is simply smaller, so it wouldn't be like 9.81, it would be like maybe 9.79 or 9.78.
Yeah, whatever. The point is, the higher you go, the less dense the medium is, the faster, the more you'll accelerate until a point where you get to a medium where there's like more density, more drag, and your acceleration will decrease and reach the terminal.
But in reality, it's the opposite. The higher you go, the smaller is acceleration, and the smaller is weight, not greater.
No, that's not true. That's what I'm saying, man. This gravitational thing that they tell you about, falling straight down, it's a lie that as you go out, you'll fall slower. It's a lie.
The proof that you're asking for, percent, the proof that you're asking for, I just sent it. You can watch the video. If you want to say that this guy's lying like the other guy, then you're free to go ahead. I'm going to record a video of this myself pretty soon. So you guys will be satisfied.
It's funny that
I'm sure your video agrees with absolutely everything I said. And I guarantee you have no demonstration of things falling super, super high and being slower than things falling lower down. I guarantee you have no demonstration.
We're talking about weight, okay? Not things falling. We're talking about weight.
Yeah, the experiment in his video
weight is things falling in the medium. It's the same thing.
No,
that's why
weight is the pressure you apply to the scales.
Yeah, how do you think? What do you think what's called the pressure on the scales is?
The weight.
That's a force. Yeah, that acceleration downwards is a force.
Right.
It's weight.
Nothing is falling. The weight.
F equals mg. W equals ma.
Yes, it's not falling.
Accounting for drag, A equals g. Downward acceleration is the acceleration.
Right, let me ask you. While you're
gravity
in free fall, what's your weight while you're in free fall? Let me see if you actually.
Free fall doesn't actually exist because it requires a perfect vacuum, which doesn't actually.
Right, you jump, whatever. You throw a ball off a building while it's falling. What's its weight?
It would depend on the density of the air and the density of the ball.
Normal atmosphere pressure. Let's say the ball is 1 kilogram. Go on. In free fall, while it's while it's falling, before it
you understand that that G is an agreed upon average. It's 9.80 times.
Right. So what's the weight of the ball?
It's agreed upon. It's not actually the acceleration that it'll have.
I know. What's the weight of the ball while it's falling?
It's traversing for a medium Parmesan. The rate.
No, it's 0. Because in free fall, you have no weight.
Really relevant.
It's not in free fall though. That's the point.
If it's falling down, that's called free fall.
No, it's not.
Holding it.
Free fall is without drag, which requires a perfect vacuum.
Fine. I'll just play your game. You have you've seen the feather and the bowling ball in a vacuum chamber, right? What's their weight while they are in the middle? like while they're still falling. There's
It's
no
not the
air.
same. There is air.
No, it's a vacuum chamber.
Yes, but it's not a perfect vacuum. There's still air.
Fine.
It's a low.
Yeah, but
Do you know what a vacuum is?
I know what a vacuum is, but it's very close to a. There's almost none. Okay, let's say that there's negligible.
There is some, right? So if you increase the scale, they're going to be falling at different rates, right? So what's the weight between
a bowling ball and a feather? What's their weight while they are
Oh
falling?
my God! So do you?
you know
What
you
is
don't
the
understand?
gradient in the
You're
vacuum,
just
Parmesan?
dodging the
What is the
question
pressure
because you know
gradient? What is
it's.
the gradient, Parmesan, in the vacuum? What is the gradient?
There's almost none.
What is the measurement?
Measurement of what?
The gradient.
There's almost none.
10 to
There's
the
al-
minus 17 torr? No.
that's not gradient. That's the vacuum measurement. I don't
Precisely.
remember in that experiment. I don't remember, but yeah, something like that.
You learned something.
Parmesan. Actually, it's a very interesting thing. Between what do you think falls quicker, the bowling ball or the?
In a vacuum chamber, both fall at the same time.
No, that's not true actually, because again, it's not a perfect vacuum, right? So there's some drag. But so what do you think
And
would fall
yet
quicker?
they do.
The feather or the bowling?
And yet they do.
They
Oh,
don't.
send
That's
the
what I'm
Brian
saying.
Cox video. Send it.
Bro, that video, Brian Cox video, it's small scale, man. If they increase the scale, you'd see that one falls quicker than the other, and it has to because it's not a perfect
And
vacuum.
yet at
There's
that
drag.
scale, the difference is so small.
Yeah, that scale, it's
negligible.
negligible. You can't see. Absolutely. That doesn't mean that they
Fine.
fall at the same rates.
Well,
in actuality,
they are
in truth.
fall at almost the same rate. So small. The difference is so small. It's not detectable.
Okay,
Do we
all
agree
right,
on that?
but yes, absolutely.
Fine,
In that,
great. Let's move on
in that
to
scale,
let's move on to my
at that
actual
scale,
question.
it's negligible. I absolutely agree. But if you were to increase, like, if we're making a truth claim as to things falling at the same, same speed, we have to concede that there's no perfect vacuum. There's always going to be an element of drag. It's always going to be a low pressure air environment, meaning that one will fall, sooner or faster than the other.
So moving back to my original question, while the bowling ball,
Can I just get a quick answer?
other thing, while the bowling ball is falling, it's halfway to the ground. What is its weight?
It's not going to be zero because it's still falling and it's facing some drag. F equals mg minus the force of drag, right?
No, I don't think that's relevant. The formula you just gave.
It is. You're asking what is its weight? Weight W equals
Yes.
ma. Weight
the
equals
force
mass
you
times
gave me
acceleration.
is the force of gravity, not the weight.
Yes, weight equals mass times acceleration, right? So in order to tell you weight, first I would need its mass, which you didn't provide. Secondly, the acceleration is something that you have to account for drag for. In a perfect vacuum, it would just be W equals ma. But it's not a perfect vacuum, so you have to define the force of drag, the drag coefficient. We don't have that. So there's a lot of things that you're asking, but you still haven't answered the one thing that I asked, which is what would actually fall quicker if you increase the scales. In actuality, what falls quicker?
In reality, it's probably going to be they probably fall at the same rate. You'd have to increase the scale by I don't know astronomical amounts, and still they would probably be depending on how good of a vacuum is. They'll still probably be such a small effect of the drag, pretty much non-existent
You're making an argument from ignorance.
that you wouldn't even be able to measure it.
You're making an argument from ignorance. You're saying that it's going to be this without any sort of evidence.
I'm giving you the practical reality of what it would be.
No, the practical reality is to know that there's no perfect vacuum. Hold up. The practical reality is to know that the pressure is not zero. It's 1 times 10 to the negative 6 whatever torr, right? And so there is drag, and so if you increase the scale, then there will be a perceivable difference if you increase the scale enough. That's the truth. So, and my question is, if we did increase the scale enough, can you please stop diverting from the question? It's a very simple question. If we did increase the scale enough, and we noticed that they fell at different rates, which one would fall?
The one that has less drag on it.
You sure about
which one would fall first? The one that has less drag on it would fall first.
They have the same amount of drag, right? Actually, if anything, you could say that the feather has more drag because it has more surface area.
So the one that has more drag will fall last, will touch the ground last.
This is an interesting thing that you're actually wrong. The feather would fall quick. You know, because even though it has more drag, it'll be more dense.
More dense than the bowling ball.
More dense than the bowling ball, yeah.
Oh, sure. Okay, right.
Because as you
someone clip that.
suck out the air, hold up, as you suck out the air with this vacuum,
says that feather is denser than the bowling ball.
Yep, absolutely.
Are you?
Is it just like a relatively intuitive thing?
Are you gonna allow this guy to be on your side?
No, hold on. I'm gonna explain why. It'll make sense in a second.
If somebody
it'll make sense in a second. Hold up.
If somebody said a feather is more dense than a bowling
If you want to put your foot in your mouth right now before I explain it, go ahead. I'll give you. Yeah, absolutely. Beg on it as much as. Go ahead. Put your foot in your. Okay, smart decision. Now, the reason why the feather is more dense and will fall quicker than the bowling ball is because as you're pumping out this air, trying to achieve this vacuum, right? You're pumping out the air. The bowling ball is not. It's not hollow. It doesn't have any kind of like the whatever's inside is stuck inside. You can't suck that air out. But with the feather is hollow and it has air trapped inside of it. But when you start pumping it out, that air comes out. So you're reducing the actual volume of the feather. And density is mass per unit volume, right? You reduce the volume, you increase them, and so that's why the feather will fall quicker, because you've actually reduced the volume of it. You've sucked that air out, and now it's just nothing.
No, because the bowling ball is made of denser material, even without the air.
Even so, because no, it's not actually. The denser material is the beta keratin of the feather. The feather is made of beta keratin, which is very dense, fine, like packed material. And
I'm not talking to you.
The reason why it's lightweight and kind of like Levis before is because there's air trapped inside, but you suck it out just like a piece of wood. If you put a piece of wood in the, it's porous, right? You put it in a vacuum chamber, you suck out the air, the wood will be more dense, it'll be heavier. Same thing with feather, it's porous.
Just because it's porous doesn't mean the actual material it's made out of, not the porous, not the air inside, just the material it's made out of is more dense than a bowling ball or a piece of metal.
No, the material is more dense regardless of its
which is very idiotic.
Hold up, the material is more dense regardless of it being porous. The material is just beta keratin. That's a dense material, right? But in totality, with the volume of the air trapped inside, it's not that dense. But when you take the air trapped inside out, because it is porous, you're sucking it out, then it's just the beta keratin left, and it's really dense. You could research this. It's a kind of intuitive thing. It's an aside.
Can I ask a question? Can anyone hear me? Or some audio issue? Why would the density impact the rate of acceleration of the object?
Because the density affects the drag. It's called the drag to weight ratio. That's why things that are like, more dense, heavier, they'll actually move faster than things that aren't.
Doesn't the drag depend on the surface area?
Yeah,
connected
absolutely.
with the air? So not the density, unless there's some multiple variables. I don't know if it depends on multiple variables.
So for instance, if you have two bottles, right? Same exact, let's say I have two water bottles, same type of bottle, and in one I have steel ball bearings, and the other one I just have like steel bearings in water, and the other one just water. Right? They have different densities, same surface area, same drag, but the one that's like more dense is going to fall faster.
But why? This was my entire question.
Because it has because of the drag to weight ratio. That's what I'm saying. It has more mass to it, and so it's going to fall quicker because it's
Doesn't
going
have more mass.
to it's
It has
going to
less
be
mass.
it's going to be less affected by drag, basically.
But it has less mass.
Okay, but what causes the drag and what causes the weight?
What do you mean? What causes
What is
drag? Is a result
the
of having a medium. It's it's a result of having a medium, and the weight is just like the difference in material, right? It has more heavier material. It has the ball bearings inside of it, so that's why it's going to be heavier, and that's why it's going to move faster because of the drag to weight ratio.
Okay, but what causes this weight? What causes the fact that the more material makes it move faster?
This is the law of relative density, the law of gravity.
So,
It's downward acceleration. This acceleration, heavier things in the same medium will fall faster.
do you know what you're doing right now?
Heavier or denser?
You're just
Heaviness is denseness.
You're just giving material properties to an abstract concept, which is exactly what you accused me of. Density is a concept that is quantified using units just as length or as time. And you're giving a causal power to it right now.
No,
Isn't
density
he
is not
just
concept.
saying? He's
Density is
just saying the
packing
elements.
of material. How closely packed material.
The elements in which an object is comprised of will determine the density of the object, right? And relative density
not just
will
that.
suit
Actually.
Saying density is mass.
Also, how finely packed it is. For instance, a solid is more dense than a liquid, which is more dense than a gas, because of it might be all the same material, right? But one is going to be more.
You just said density is
compact.
mass, right?
No, I said density mathematically is a mass per unit.
Okay, so an abstract construct determines physical relationship.
No, and this is why I said G is an agreed upon average 9.8. But if we actually were to measure the acceleration, it would be a little bit different. It's an agreed upon average. That's the convention. G, like little g, of being 9.8 meters per second, times 10 to negative whatever, is that's the.
I wasn't asking about the acceleration rate. I was asking about the fact why does it depend on the density, and density obviously by itself isn't any physical object. It's just a property of matter that we quantify as humans. It has no differentiated properties that would differentiate it, for example, from time. And you had an objection that we cannot use time in fundamental physical laws. So now you would have to apply the same standard to buoyancy unless you want to be logically inconsistent.
I get the point you're trying to make, but I don't know if it might be a little bit dishonest. But basically, density is something that you can feel. You like something being more dense, being heavier. Like if I have a ping pong ball and I have a steel ball of equal surface area, an equal volume, right? I could feel which one is heavier, which one's denser, right? It's not like density. You could, in terms of math, sure, it's a concept. This mass per unit volume, but in actuality, there are things that are more dense and less dense. It's just more compact, less compact, more heavy, less heavy. These are adjectives of physical phenomenon that we can perceive with our physical senses. They are physical.
Yeah, and same as that, we have phenomena that are happening faster or slower, so there is a difference in the unit of time, just as there's a difference in the value of density. But in both of the cases, the concept itself, time or density, is not an object, it's a property of an object.
No, see, we're seeing things happen faster or slower. That's movement. That's the physical thing, right? But when you frame it in seconds, just like if I was to say, the density, I don't know how they even define, they measure density in terms of, is it a force? I don't know. But anyways,
it's mass per volume.
It's rho. But yeah, I don't know if they have any units in accordance to what units that they would use. But in any case, if we were to say
it's
Newton's
units
force.
of mass, which is kilogram per units of volume, which would be like cubic meters, for example. You just combine the units.
I mean, sure, or it could just be like in a Newton force or whatever. But the point is that unit that you use, that is a convention. The unit isn't true, this, Newton force or ground force or whatever, you're you're framing it as. That's the convention. That's the system that we made up just to be on the same page, to be able to share ideas freely. It has usability, absolutely, but it's not, in essence, it's not real, right? But the weight of the thing in your hand, that's actually real. The qualification, that's why I said, the qualitative assessment is based off of the physical existence of the thing, but the quantifiable, the quantitative assessment, the quantitative measurement is based off of this convention that we made up. You understand? If I say that the sun is, the moon moves faster than the sun, that's a qualitative assessment. But if I say that the moon is moving at 2,500 kilometers per second, and the sun moves at 2,300 kilometers per second, that's the convention. That's not actually real. You understand?
If in both of the cases, the words that you use to describe this motion is just a concept, you could even argue that the concepts of faster and slower are still just human terms that are used to describe physical reality.
The motion is not the concept. The concept was the 2,500 kilometers.
Yeah, and faster and slower is still a concept. It's not a physical object. It's a human saw something happening faster and something slower, and called one faster and called another one slower.
Are you talking about the word itself? Sure, yeah, the word itself. Every word is a concept. Absolutely, every word is a concept.
Exactly. So saying that because we observe something and then we give a word for it, that means that we cannot use that to describe physical laws because we use a word, and word is a human construct. This doesn't make any logical sense.
If you observe it, it's real. I don't care what you call it. A rose is a rose by any other name, right? If you observe it, it's real. If you don't observe it, we don't observe seconds. We don't observe hours. We don't observe kilometers. We don't observe these things. These are things we made up. They are invented by man. They are constructs of man. If man did not exist, they would not exist. These units of measurement. That is what's not real.
But we observe the thing itself, regardless of the units, which would.
You don't observe a second.
But we observe time. You can quantify time using different units.
You don't observe time. You observe movement. You already agreed with me. You observe things moving faster, things moving slower. You don't observe time. You observe movement. You observe motion.
And time is how fast the motion is happening.
I think we're going circles, man. Time is the units of measurement. You don't observe seconds passing. You observe things moving. You don't observe inches, traveling, or inches stretching. You see things moving. This construct, this convention that you are supposed to attack.
But I'm not even arguing I'm not arguing that you observe this concept, these conceptual units. I'm trying to argue for the fact that time isn't just the units. Time is a concept that doesn't even require units. It's something that just happens. Then you can add units to it, just as density. Density is a concept. You can then quantify it to give exact numbers for it, but density itself can intuitively exist without the actual numbers. You can see that, whoa, this one thing is denser than another, just as you said. You can physically observe that one will feel heavier in your hand. Just as you can see that one event is happening faster than another, you don't even need a system for how much number you have for one to another, but you can still compare it.
I don't think it's a convention, a concept at that point. When you say this thing is more dense than this other thing, right? You haven't kind of quantified it whatsoever. I think that's physical. I don't think you can give me an example where time exists as a concept without being quantified or without being quantifiable. I don't think you can give me an example of that. It's just what you'd really be giving me is an example of something in actuality, which things moving faster, slower, or whatever. It's movement. That's what you'll give me.
For example, you make a race when in one place, in one lab, you will have a rabbit, and in another you will have a snail, and then you observe which one will reach the end faster, and you see, whoa, it took intuitively, without even any device like a clock, you will notice that a rabbit went there faster, and then the snail will go there slower. So without even giving the actual numbers to quantify it, you can say, haha, more time passed until the snail reached the end than when the rabbit reached the end.
Yeah, and then someone asks you what's time.
time is the sequence of events happening one after another.
So you're going back to time as being moved. Time is the sequence of events that happened while the snail was moving. The movement that happened while the snail.
It doesn't even have to be a movement. Something could, for example, let's say you have a light bulb, and a light bulb becomes bright at a given moment in time. It can be any event that changes some property in the physical reality. It didn't cause any movement, but you see a visual change in that light bulb when it becomes bright. So you're.
Well, I mean, that's. Hold up. Like you're denying that light moves, then, which is kind of.
Well, that's actually a good point. Yeah, I guess it would. I guess it would be a measurement of the light moving.
I think we found some.
The intuition failed me there.
There's some people that believe the light doesn't move. Actually, some people believe that light is like it's just induction of the medium, and it's just ever present. It just gets turned on.
Yeah, I've heard about it. But then basic devices like the ones that measure the distance directly using lasers wouldn't work, because it's just basic math where you shine a laser, then the device measures how long it takes for the laser to come back. It's just simply solving for the time in the equation of motion. You have speed, you have the distance, and then it's all... it's also distance, yeah, it's also distance. You have time, and you have the speed, and then it gives you the distance. Now I'm wondering if there's any event that would be no motion, that would be just some change in property that could be quantified using time.
If there's no motion, I mean, unless you're relying on motion of other means. But if there was no motion, period, there'd be no time. That's why they say, like, you'll hear the figure of speech, time froze. Time doesn't actually. What freezes is the movement, and if there's no movement, there's no. Because time is the metaphysical, property. That it's a derivative to the physical.
Yes, but back to the point, because we kind of diverged. Based on this example with a rabbit and a snake, would you agree that even without using numbers that would quantify it, intuitively time could exist as a concept? Same as density. You can both quantify it or not quantify it, but the human would still understand what is happening.
I don't think it would be intuitive. I think it would be confusing and kind of nonsensical to you'd have to define what time. Hold on.
I mean, it has to be inventable without units, because there was moments in time, ironically in time, when the units didn't exist yet, and yet people had to have some starting point from which they invented these units. So there had to be some time in which people already understood time, because you firstly have to understand the concept itself before you quantify it, and then invented units for it. If humans never understood time without units, then they would never invent units for it. Because first you have to just understand the concept before you even understand the numbers. So they had to notice that it takes longer
I think
time.
You're committing a reification. I think when you say it took more time for the snail to reach the finish line than it did the hare, without defining what time is, without having this construct already in place, it commits reification fallacy.
I already said it's a sequence of
events. You're just putting the word time in when you could have said it took longer, right?
But longer is just
the hare got the snail got there slow. But when you inject the word, it's like a reification.
But longer is literally just a word that describes more time, just as denser is a word that describes more density, or longer is a word that describes more length. It's just literally a quantification of time.
I hear you, but I wouldn't say it's quantification of time. It's a quantification of the relative motion of all things, right? So basically, other things moved for a longer, basically for a longer amount than the amount that this snail took to go to the relative.
But you're doing this
more
again.
Things moved in between.
But you're doing this again. You're just replacing what we understand as time, what we collectively as a society decided to call time, with a definition of time. So it's like saying that instead of saying the word table, I will say an item made of wood that is flat and rectangular and that has 4 legs on which it's standing. You could say, and it would make logical sense, every time you try to use a word table in a sentence, you replace it with a rectangular object made of wood that is made of 4 legs, that stands on 4 legs.
Yeah, I don't think that's what I'm doing, though. I'm trying to segregate between the physical and the metaphysical, because this perception, this heliocentric and Einsteinian gravity, relies on the metaphysical having physical properties, right? And that's the issue. That's the key to it. It's just like the Big Bang relies on this this metaphysical having physical properties of being energy exploding. Energy, give me one physical property of energy unto itself, and you wouldn't be able to, right? And yet it has this physical property of being able to explode and become the Big Bang. It's retarded, and that's why they're getting away. They're getting away with this brainwashing of these societies based off of all retarded, nonsensical stuff. And when we actually hold it to the light and separate between the two, we'll see, this actually is failing on the first order premise, and so we shouldn't be listening to this mumbo.
But this is just how physical concepts work. From definition, by itself, they aren't items, but they have to mean something in reality. They have to have some relation to reality, or else they wouldn't have any meaning. People wouldn't.
Yeah, they have to be physical. You tried to equate it a second ago. Physical concepts. No, it's either physical or it's a concept.
Exactly.
You can have physical concepts in the meaning that they aren't object, but rather relate to a condition of an object, or
you didn't hear what I said.
property
Yes,
of it.
I said that. You said physical concept. Yes, I corrected you, and now you're agreeing with me. Yes, you'll rather speak than listen. Yeah, I understand.
I don't know if that's called for. He seems.
No, but there are concepts that are relating to a physical world, and there are concepts that aren't relating completely. Like, for example, I don't know, how do you call it?
We just went over it for you, Embo. There's no need to go over the semantics again. The bottom line was the bottom line, not the.
Yeah, but we still observe what we call physical concepts influencing as variables something happening in
So
reality.
you're back to physical concepts. You're not listening. I get it.
Yeah, there are physical concepts that are concepts by themselves, but describe something physically happening, like, I don't know, mass or density or whatever.
And this is why we identify the issue and not speak to people like Embo.
How is that an issue?
Because you aren't listening, Embo. You aren't listening.
Are categorized to do with physical things.
We see these concepts that aren't object by themselves influencing what is physically happening. For example, if you're hit by something that has very little mass, like, for example, let's say...
Yeah, you're saying it right now, but earlier...
let me finish. You're getting triggered immediately when I start speaking. That means I'm speaking truth.
Yes, you're agreeing with us now when you were wrong earlier. That's the point.
No, Flat Earth Ranger, I think you're misunderstanding him. And to be fair, he's using very poor terminology. He's saying physical concepts as in physically describing concepts. Concepts which just describe physical reality.
That's what I'm doing. I'm trying
to have concepts that describe physical things like mass and weight and and time and these things. And then you can have concepts that describe other things,
just
things that don't have to do with physics, like love and honor and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's no need. Just identify that he would rather argue the semantics of the argument, not the argument itself. Yes.
But the semantics is the type of argument that started the entire conversation in the first place. The argument that I made for relativity was about physical observations, and then he countered that using a semantic argument. An argument at times is a
No,
concept, so
because
you
I'm
cannot
sure
give
you
it
tried to
physical
equate.
properties.
Yes. I'm sure you tried to equate your physical observations to nonsense. I'm sure that's what happened. Yes.
But it isn't nonsense, it's describing what is happening.
I mean, I don't know. I wasn't here.
So hold
We
up,
see.
Embo, if you agree then that when they say time space bending, they're just talking about things according to the observer happening quicker. Then you agree that there aren't these lines of time space that gravitational lines and lensing and stuff like that, wherein these bodies of matter are like falling into orbit or what have you.
But the bending of photons by the sun has been observed and proven.
Yeah, the lines themselves, they don't exist, they just map what is happening, just as, for example, the magnetic field lines as themselves, they don't exist, but you can use them to trace in what direction an object would move if it was moving in that magnetic field. And that would happen physically, even though the line itself doesn't exist.
So you don't see
Right.
what you don't see what the
A great
issue
way
is,
to
Embo? You just said magnetic fields, and then you said you can test these things. You can test these things. It's the concepts that you can't test, Embo. Yes.
But you can observe the gravitational lensing. The lines of the spacetime wouldn't exist, but the phenomenon itself would.
Right. In the same way, if you place a rectangular magnet, right, a diamagnet on a white sheet of paper, and then you just sprinkle some iron fillings, they're gonna arrange themselves in the magnetic lines, right? Now those lines, again, we're just seeing the effect, right? The same thing when Einstein pictured the stars, right? He predicted how much they would deviate, and it was measured by other astronomers. Same thing.
Yeah, these lines were never meant to be something physically happening. They were just a descriptor of what we observe.
Yeah, the claim is that they saw like Venus like warped around the sun or something.
Yep.
It's BS.
Yeah.
It's BS. It's not.
The photo that Einstein took, they published in the newspapers. The astronomers, they checked the positions of the stars the next day. They were different.
It wasn't.
Really?
It
Bro,
wasn't taken
they
by
saw
Einstein, actually.
Venus beside the sun. They didn't. They couldn't possibly say that the sun warped Venus's location unless they had a parallel universe where the sun.
It wasn't Venus.
It was some stars.
It was a star.
I think it was Mercury, wasn't it?
No, it was not Mercury or Venus. It was a star.
At least someone knows what actually happened.
And it was in South America when the picture was taken. And the star was shifted over away from where it typically is. Away from where it should have been in the night sky at that exact time it was taken. And they're able to reference
and was
it
the
with
deviation
of,
and was the deviation and position of the star predicted by Einstein before he took the picture?
Yes.
Yep.
Well, they
It
used
was
his math.
predicted before Einstein, correct? Yes.
They used his
Before
math.
Einstein, yes, correct.
They used the math.
No, Einstein made the prediction, dummy.
No, they used
No,
Einstein's
you did not
math.
make predictions for the movement of the celestial bodies. You are wrong.
So no, again, Einstein predicted what the shift would be, or sorry, his math predicted what the shifts would be. Right? They applied his math to where the sun and the moon would shift the position of that star, or I guess the apparent position, you would say. And lo and behold, Einstein's math held up and was a great predictor of where that star ended up appearing to be.
This is absolutely malarkey, bro.
Now, if you equate that to the Egyptians with their pyramids,
now we're at the now we're at the part of the discussion.
Yeah. No. This is the part right here. Light is massless, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So how is gravity affecting massless stuff?
It affects space and time, thus creating a lensing effect of space and time.
So the theory, so someone's theory. Yeah, we got it.
Yeah, the theory
All right.
goes, right?
Okay, so let's say
So
that space
light
and time
just-
has no mass. It's
Yeah.
nothingness, right? It has no mass, and yet gravity is affecting nothing. We go back to nothingness. It's retarded.
What?
Logical thinking. People go back to
Gravity,
the
how is the
and
sun's gravity bending nothingness?
In a sense, it's not nothingness. Like, or
Then
it's
what's the physical
reality
property of it?
itself.
What's the physical property?
It's reality
You're
itself.
saying
It's
there's no mass.
warping
The
plane
light
of
has no
existence.
mass, right? We're clear that the light has no mass. It's not
Yes.
material. There's no material.
Yes.
So what is it actually bending then?
What is it? Okay, it's not bending the path of light per se. The light is traveling straight in its own reference frame. Space is a thing that is bending. Light just follows that path.
Okay, but what's you have space now. You take the light out. What's actually being bended in the space?
Being bended in the space. Space is what is bending.
Okay, so space physically exists and can be bent.
Space.
What's one
is
physical property of space?
Well, space is its plane of existence.
Space time
we have
is not
calculations.
time.
You understand what I'm getting at? You're saying space is
So
physically bent.
space-time-
What is one
okay,
physical
I think this
property
is
of
where we're
space?
getting I think this is where we're getting confused. When I'm referencing space in this regards, I'm referring to space-time. Okay.
Sure.
Which is its
Space-time.
plane of
What is one
existence.
physical property of space-time?
What is one physical property
that
of
it can-
space-time? It's its plane of existence that we live in. All things exist within space-time.
So someone's concept that hasn't been
That's what they're
observed
talking
in
about.
reality. Yeah, we got it.
Well, we see that it's been observed. We see
Everyone could, someone could say all
we
things
see
exist in
the
the ether.
bending
You don't
effect
have
of
any
light
physical
existing.
evidence.
What? Okay, now we're bringing
People
in
say
the
that
ether.
everything. Hold up. People say that all existence, like there's an ether, right? But there's no physical, evidence of it. What's the physical evidence of space-time?
Yeah, the bending light. I guess.
Is it in the room with you
Yeah, we
right
got
now?
it.
Yeah, it is in the room with us right now. It's everywhere
Okay.
We
with
have
us.
refraction.
Get
We
that
have
on the record.
refraction. We have bending light without consulting, having to relegate to space-time. We have bending light. We have refraction. So why couldn't it just be
Okay.
refraction?
Because refraction in this regards does not exist, right? When you
No,
have
it doesn't.
something directly above your head.
No,
Yeah, when
no.
you have your,
because you
okay,
can't
okay,
apply
yeah,
that
please,
to
please don't allow me
No,
to speak.
yes, I'm gonna
Please don't
correct
allow me to speak.
Yes, I'm gonna
So
correct.
okay,
Yes, I'm going to correct you. It's because the space time you're referring to doesn't apply to reality, whereas refraction is observed and applies to reality. Yes.
so whenever they took the measurements or they took the predictions, right? Were they incorporating some sort of refraction method as far as atmosphere is concerned, or no?
Because that's
The
the only
problem
one we
is
have.
your
No,
understanding
so
of it.
because here's the thing, right? Whenever I have the sun in the way of something, all right, refraction isn't going to make that one object appear from behind it.
Do
Okay?
you understand? Hold up. Do you understand what refraction is? Like what affects refraction?
Yes. Atmospheric conditions affect refraction.
Yeah, what atmospheric?
Oh, there's temperature and pressure, and like different
There you
like
go. No, those are the
existences
right
within the
answers. That's,
medium.
that's all I need. The temperature and
Yeah.
pressure, right? Does the
Temperature,
sun have?
pressure.
Yes. Does the sun's existence there in that part of this, sky? Does that have a temperature and pressure associated?
Sure.
Okay.
Yo,
So would it be reasonable to expect? Would it be reasonable to expect that the sun's temperature and pressure would
Sorry to
affect?
Hugh, you're causing audio chaos during that conversation. Please mute.
Yeah, you understand my question? Is it
No.
reasonable to expect that the sun's temperature and pressure would cause refraction?
Oh yeah, it would cause refraction in the wrong direction. So yeah, it definitely would cause refraction, just not in the direction that's needed to be done in order to make the thing appear in the way that it should. But thank you, percentage.
So you're saying that the gravity overpowered the sun's refraction and caused it to bend in the opposite direction.
I would say that there is no refraction way up there because there's no medium, as far as like physical medium, to be warped for refraction to occur. And by that
What
I
do you
mean
the star is farther than the sun, so the star's light is passing beside the sun, and it's going to be subject to the sun's refraction.
So hold
The
on,
sun's
what
temperature and
refraction are we talking about? Because again, what like
We're talking
what
about
matter?
atmospheric-
Yeah,
we're talking about, like,
what
atmospheric
atmosphere is
optical
by the
refraction.
sun? Yeah, what atmosphere is around the sun?
I don't know, but it's going to be hot, right?
Yeah, so it'd be bending the opposite way if it's hot.
Before we continue, I feel like it'll be helpful if we define refraction. Percent, what's refraction?
We agreed on that already. We defined it. We said temperature
Don't
and
want to
pressure.
argue semantics, Hugh, as you interrupt the conversation.
Look, from what I remember in my 11th grade physics, refraction is when light enters into one medium from another medium and it bends. And from what I can tell, in space, at least from what the Roman Catholics think, right, in space, there is no change in medium, so there is no refraction. Go ahead.
Hold up, bro. You're getting ahead of yourself.
He just
Yes,
wanted to
it's
interrupt
when
the
it
conversation.
enters one medium to another and it bends. But why does it bend? Because that medium has a different temperature or pressure than the medium before. Okay?
Or
If it's
not just temperature or pressure, but it's. I also said like whatchamacallit, the material that it is.
Yeah,
Because you can
humidity, air.
Yeah, different
Yeah, the material determines the density, which determines the pressure of it.
Yeah, because here's what happens here. We know sun very hot, steaming hot. Light. Oh, sorry. It would take something cold in order for light to wrap around an object. 'Cause that's how refraction works. And just like with this GIF, okay? If sun hot, steaming hot, right? Light would bend in the other direction. It would appear more behind the sun, but it appeared less behind the sun. So we know it's not refraction being caused by the heat being put out by the sun. It's got to be something else. And that's why the math didn't incorporate like the mathematics for refraction in that regards, because it's not a good predictor. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, every single time you're gonna hear refraction in any context, you have to explain it works the opposite direction.
Yeah, let's just at least be logically consistent. In the GIF, I showed cold, very cold liquid poured on a tank. Light bends around the tank in order for that thing to come into view, because light go through cold air, bend around. But if light go through hot air, light go opposite direction. Light go
absolutely.
Up here more behind.
Yet they say, okay, but this is disagreeing. You're disagreeing with your own model, because your own model says that I think it's the corona of the sun is the hottest part of the sun. The outside, like the outer rim, is hotter than the inside.
Okay, light isn't shining through the sun to see us.
It would get more. It would get more cold, more pressure towards the inside of the sun. So that the closer it moves towards the sun, this light, the more it'll be refracted towards the sun and not away from.
What? The light isn't shining. The light from the star isn't shining through the sun to reach us.
You're saying that the light. You're saying that the star would normally be behind the sun, but it's being warped so that we could see it. It's being warped around.
Yeah,
exactly.
Much like with the tank, right? The light, the object is behind the tank there.
Thank you for.
But my point is, you're not understanding what I'm saying, man. I don't know.
Look, I don't even think
you understand what I'm saying. I'm saying this light, as the star moves behind the sun, as it gets behind the sun in the same kind of line of sight for us, the observer, behind the sun, is going to be moving towards the colder, more dense part of the sun, and there's going to be less refraction to the other way. So relatively speaking, when it's farther, it's going to be farther away, and when it moves closer, it's going to wrap around more, according to atmospheric refraction. So there's no need for this gravitational refraction.
Yeah, he heard you the first time, %. He just wasn't listening. Yeah, he just needed his dick tugged by Hugh as he constantly interrupted you guys' conversation. Yes.
Another thing about this
if we could unmute
bending of space-time stuff is the distances. I don't think you guys understand, right? When the star is behind the sun, there's a long distance between them. They're not that close, right? And the curvature that the light takes, it's not that close to the sun to be affected by the temperature or anything like that, right?
What are you talking about? The light is taking the same path. You're confused.
Or are you listening?
No, dude, the sun bends space-time around it, and the light takes the part the path of the bend.
How it works. Yes.
Well, look, the important part is Einstein made equations, right? These were called the field equations, and he predicted where you would see the stars, right? And the math checks out, right? So
we've been over it, Hugh. Yes, we've been over it. He wasn't the first one to do this. He made up some concepts and some math. Yeah, I've been over it. But there have been people like in Egypt with the pyramids, Peru with their pyramids. Yeah, they've been doing this with the stars. They've been had the equations and calculations. Einstein wasn't the first one, and it proves nothing. Yes, you can base concepts and explanations for your gravitational forces that aren't forces. Yes, but it's wrong.
Send me the ancient Egypt relativity equations, please.
So you're just gonna ignore the point. I get it. Yes, they understood the rotation of the heavenly bodies. Yes, all around the world before Einstein. That's the point.
No, you made a very specific claim. You said that the Egyptians had been predicting the bending of the lights from the
So
stars.
I said bending and light in my sentence once ever, or are you putting words in my mouth, or are you a liar?
You said, okay. I paraphrase you. You said that what the ancient Egypt predicted.
No, I
is
said
the same
it
thing that
myself.
Einstein
They
is talking about.
predicted the rotation of the heavenly bodies before Einstein. That's what I said.
But that's got nothing to do with the bending of the lights of the stars.
Yeah, you weren't listening. It was the apologetics for the gravity. That isn't gravity. Yes, you aren't listening. I get it.
Hugh, I have a question for you. Why couldn't what Einstein Einstein observed? Why can it not be explained by atmospheric refraction?
Because atmosphere, right?
Try to respond without laughing. This nervous laughter that you're doing. That's weird.
That's why I interrupted.
Because atmos means air. There is no air around the sun.
Yes, there is.
What is it?
Isn't there hydrogen, helium, gas? It's not breathable air, but it's air, right? It's a low pressure air environment. There's no perfect vacuum anywhere in the universe. There's all air around everywhere.
I think we've been over this already. I don't think refraction helps you. Refraction will go the opposite direction.
Why can't it be? You haven't answered my question, bro. Yeah, the question is why can't it be explained by refraction? What about refraction is failing to explain?
Look, what you're saying is right. Just to get it right, you're saying that the star is behind the sun, and the star rises up over the sun because of refraction, right? That's what you're saying, right?
That's well, we're not disagreeing on the observation. Isn't that what Einstein's saying? Except instead of refraction, he's saying it's because of gravity.
Right, but we both agree that this star is elevated above what it actually is, right?
So I'm taking it for granted right now. I haven't seen any evidence of it, but I'll take it for granted.
Look, the point is
they have. Hold on. No, I'll take it for granted that they have a snapshot of these stars relative to each other and their distances relative to each other, and that is different from when they had the sun was in play, when the sun was in the path. That now this star is farther away from one star on the left and closer to a star on the right. You know.
Yep, and look, so what you would need, right, for that upward refraction, is if the air was going from a hotter, denser medium. A hotter, less dense medium to a colder, more dense medium. That's what would cause the light to bend downwards and the object to appear upwards.
And that's what happens, doesn't it? According to your model? According to your model, hold up. According to the model, the center of the sun. 1 second, bro. According to your model, the center of the sun is less hot, colder, more dense than the corona, which is the hottest part. So as this star moves behind the sun, it's going to get bended more, according to your own model.
Do you think it's close? It's colder to the sun as you get closer to it.
He just ignored you.
That's
completely.
what they say.
He had a new question.
Yeah, you don't know what the sun is according to your own model, bro. Search up the corona of the sun.
Okay, I'll search it up, bro. This is the first time I'm hearing that if you get closer to the sun, it gets colder. So I guess I'll have to look this up.
Yeah, keep that mirror in front of him. Make him answer your question.
But listen, just to help you out, refraction does not help your case here.
No, it perfectly explains the phenomenon. I haven't heard an adequate response as to why it doesn't explain. That is supposing this thing happened in the first place, which I have my doubts. I have my doubts that you have, that this observation was made where they.
It was published in it was published in the newspaper. This is when Albert Einstein instantly became popular. This is what blew him up. This was published in the newspaper. I'll send you the newspaper. I'll look it up. This was published in the newspaper, and astronomers looked at it, right? And they were like, "Shit, this is right." And the thing is, dude, the person who makes the prediction right? Whatever he says causes it, that's the theory. That's because
even if it's wrong.
Yes, because the observation is confirmation for the hypothesis. That's just how it works.
Yeah, but if that's affirming the consequent though, right? If I theorize that, hold up. If I theorize that there's going to be light because the light bulb is going to be turned on, right? And there's light, and that doesn't mean that I'm right that the light bulb was turned on. It could have been that the light is this from a fire. You understand?
I mean, it's not that simple though. He details.
That was a simple example. The point is, he was wrong about his presupposed thing. Like if I said, listen, if I said, there's light from a pyramid of this stack of fireflies all upon one another, dancing around, lighting up the room, right? And then it turns out that there's light, but it's actually from a fire. Are we going to take the more simple explanation, the things that we know works, which is like the refraction in this analogy, the fire, or are we going to take this presupposed idea of these fireflies dancing around, this stuff that doesn't make sense at all, in the shape of a fire? But yeah, if you could provide the photos of the light, the stars. Actually,
yeah, I'm looking for the front page of this newspaper. It was actually pretty cool. I found it. I saved it on my photos. I'm just gonna look for it.
I'm skeptical, man. I'm skeptical. Ideally, it would be a video wherein before, was showing that these stars, according to their star trails, were all in the same position, like relative to each other. And then as the sun came, you could see that one star in particular that was close to the sun was changing its position relative to the other stars that is beside it. And then when the sun moved away again, it returned back to its regular position. I guarantee you that doesn't. In fact, how do they see the star with the sun in the sky in the first place?
That's the thing. They shouldn't. That's the thing. They shouldn't be able to. Right?
No, it was a solar. Don't say they shouldn't be able to.
Oh no! Don't send diagrams. You need to send photos. I'm trying to look for the newspaper article. Diagrams are fake. Matt says Roman Catholic.
Nice segue from acquiring that information earlier.
I got you, bro. All I've been doing today is giving you information.
There's good intel and bad intel. You know what would be interesting if they had 3 separate pieces of evidence. One, which is this during the solar eclipse, showing the stars' position relative to each other, right? Another one showing if it was just the moon only in the night sky, stars' position relative to each other. And then one, just the stars alone with no moon, no sun, stars' position relative to each other. And they should be proportional relative, it should actually check out in terms of the mass of the moon as well. The moon's mass and distance, it should all check out as well. But
well, the moons will probably be negligible, so it wouldn't make any practical difference. the sun itself is claimed in the heliocentric model to be alone like 99% of the mass of the solar system, and then the rest is the most of it is Jupiter.
How much of that was tested?
How much what?
How much of that mass you claim the 90% of was tested?
Was tested?
Yes. How was it proven to be fact?
Probably using the law of gravitation and solving for the force.
Probably. I'm sure. Probably more.
I mean, for the mass.
Yeah, probably more concepts. I got it.
I mean, we already agreed that concepts can describe what is physically happening. For example, the downward acceleration, which is definitely what is physically happening. It depends on density, and that's just a concept.
Because it's definitely not what's happening in reality. We can describe it using these concepts and such, yes, but it's not what's happening in reality, yes.
It is, though.
Prove it. Where's the test for the 90% mass that you just claimed? Not the probably did some concepts and calculations. Where's the actual test in reality, repeatable by people like you and me? It's close.
You would need to if you wanted to do it yourself, you'd need to create a ladder of like data collected one after another. You first would need the gravitational constant.
I know we would need concepts. I've been over it. Yes, I'm aware.
No, yeah, you would need the gravitational constant. You would need the radius of the Earth. Then you would need the mass of the Earth from that, and then based on that, you would calculate the mass of the sun.
Based in reality, correct, and concepts on paper with calculations. Yes, I get it. Where are these things based in reality completely? Yes, that's my question.
Yeah. The gravitational constant is based on the Cavendish experiment. The radius of the Earth is based on the surveying measurements.
Yeah,
and,
I said, yeah, minus the concepts and calculations. When can we do this in reality? Minus the word salad and calculation.
All of what I described is reality, and what corresponds basically just scope and incredulity.
So the gravitational concept, is that reality?
Yeah, gravitational constant is a number describing a force in reality.
Oh, not reality.
It is reality.
With no cause.
But you're arguing about semantics.
You aren't listening and you don't understand what science is. I get it.
I do. It's describing reality using testable explanations.
Using concepts in paper and math, and guy with coat said so. Yeah, I get it.
No, using testable explanations.
He's just not listening.
That's how
gravitational constant has been determined experimentally in the Cavendish experiment.
I've been over it. You aren't listening.
Yeah, you're just coping by saying it is not reality, but that isn't a rebuttal. This isn't a valid rebuttal to actual experiment and measurement.
In reality, we can't equate the two and claim it to be facts. Yes, you aren't listening. I get it. Yes, we have to segue away from points back to other points in circled jerk conversations. Yes, I know. It's typical.
But we can. You can create this experiment, the Cavendish experiment. You can manipulate masses, give different distances between the masses, and every time you do that, you will find out that the ratio between them will be constant, and this constant is what's called the gravitational constant.
We use our imagination and pieces of paper, we can prove stuff. Yes, you are wrong, and you aren't listening. I get it. Yes, we've been over it.
Yeah. Gravitational constant, the gravitational experiments, the Cavendish experiment isn't done on paper. It's done with masses that are physical.
We've been over the words.
Gravitational constant comes from actually trying to find out what's happening. It's based on observations.
Testing.
It literally was physically determined.
Yes, with concepts and pieces of paper and lab coat guys said so.
With observations and data, and a conclusion based on evidence.
Yeah, just because you use different words, it doesn't. Still not reality, guy.
No, that's what makes it reality. It's contrived from evidence, like real physical experiments.
Why? What's your physical experiment? What's your scientific evidence?
Whoever
testable,
drops a
repeatable,
bowling ball in
provable,
a February,
testable, repeatable, provable, not gravitational concepts and pieces of paper and because he said so.
gravitational
Yeah, yeah, I
constant,
got it. That's all you have. I'm
not
aware.
concept.
Yeah, I'm aware. That's all you have.
Yeah, they got the papers.
Well, they think gravity is an Cavendish is an experiment. So I obviously don't know what science is.
Yeah,
Well,
it's called an
It's not
experiment.
an
Tried to stay
experiment.
away from it, but he
It's a
brought it up
parlor
3
trick.
times. You're absolutely right, Dad. He brought it up
And
3
you're
times.
parroting Quantum Eraser. While you called it a parallel trick.
Oh,
It's
he
a
parroted
copy
facts.
from Quantum
Parroted
Eraser.
facts.
He just called it out, and we actually agree with him because, again, these experiments aren't observations, right? Understand the difference between an observation and experiment.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
wasn't listening between reality and pieces of paper and concepts. Yeah, we got it.
an experiment is just a type of observation when you manipulate some variable.
Well, let's come up with the experiment in order to try to prove our presupposed curve with presupposed forces. Although when we observe things just sitting natural in nature, they seem to show a completely different story at rest.
Yeah, that's how science works. You presuppose it, or else that's called a hypothesis.
Right, which is proceeding upon a false presupposition that is yet to be effectively proven, like your fictitious force called gravity, which buoyancy seems to rule your claim of gravity. Go ahead, because, oh wait, let me say Newton, he unfortunately forgot to realize that the seed becomes the apple versus the apple just hitting him in his big-ass head. Sorry, go ahead.
How exactly does buoyancy disprove gravity? Can you explain?
Bro, what does a tree become after it's buried in the ground? Oh, sorry, what
tree?
I apologize profusely for that. What does a seed become after you bury a seed in the ground?
It becomes a tree or a plant.
Right.
A tree is a type of plant.
Now, if we take an apple seed and we plant that in the ground, I think it's fair to see that apple seed will become an apple tree, will it not?
It would.
Right. Now, if that tree eventually yields the apple through the branches and the leaves that it grows, would the stem of that apple not decay to a point where that apple would be released from the tree?
It would.
Right. Buoyancy. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Buoyancy?
I love it. I love
What
it.
What does it have to do with buoyancy?
Because if you took the time to realize that this claim of things being dropped is your claim of gravity, well, I'd like to know, how did that thing come to the place of gaining altitude in order for you to drop it? Right? You picking up your experiment to say that the tree or that the apple falling is proof of gravity is the failure to realize that the seed becomes the apple eventually will hit Newton in the head. Right? This is the false realization that you all that base your claim of this design on this fictitious force that, again, has yet to be effectively proven. All you've done is dressed it up with calculations, mathematics, and tried to make it look pretty, but unfortunately it's a model that's way past its due course and probably should not be strutting up and down the catwalk.
But Killian,
the apple
you
seeds
said
are
the stem
usually
decays. As the stem decays, the apple will release. Why does it release when the stem decays?
What?
I just want.
Why does the apple release when the stem decays? Why doesn't it just stay?
Because last time I checked, that is the second law of thermodynamics, I believe, being entropy, where things decay at a rate. Shelf life?
No, I'm saying, sure. Let the stem decay. Why does it get released, though? Why does it fall?
Because
the apple's heavier than the air.
Fall and buoyancy is being observed. If you understand what hydrostatics are, if you understand what fluid dynamics are, you understand that the apple is heavier than the uncondensed medium that is actually immersed within. Therefore, it's going to fall until it finds its next rest point, whether it be land, perhaps the land that Newton was sitting on, and maybe if he had the advantage of a body of water close to him down the hill, he would see that the apple would have hit him in the head, rolled down the hill, and then sat proudly on top of said body of water as it floated, and we continued to observe buoyancy. Go ahead.
Absolutely. The apple falling is gravity, though. It's the downward, like this idea, this observation, I should say, of things falling in a less dense medium, or things float like the
Negative.
that's
You can't explain that as
that's not
gravity when you
hold
have
up. That's
motion
that's
and
gravity.
distance.
That off effect, that observation is gravity, and it's no problem for them to call it gravity in so much of like that realm. But when they start talking about why it's falling, mass attracting mass, blah blah blah, that's when we get things.
Just going to keep waffling on with it, right? You just said the apple falls because it's heavier than the medium that it is immersed within, which is a byproduct of fluid dynamics, right? Your gravity is a a secondary force, if you will, that you guys attempt to prove shows up, but unfortunately, with you were able to take gravity right off the table.
No, the point here is that
Dude,
little
go
g
to a
is
vacuum
agreed
and drop
upon.
a bowling ball and a feather, and they drop at the same rate.
They don't
So
actually.
what
But
does
anyways,
that
the
tell
point
you?
is little g is agreed upon. There's no issues. We have all this. We share it in common. That little g is downward acceleration, right? The reason why, the cause of it, is what's in dispute. But the effect, the observation of this heavier thing falling in the medium that it's in, there's no dispute there.
How many forces?
Like, you know, for Einstein to call it gravity is not. There's nothing wrong with it, because you're assuming that what you're finding issue because you're assuming the wrong definition for gravity. You're assuming he's talking about the cause, right?
How many forces are you? If you're going to say,
Once
else going to
you have buoyancy and density, there's no need to explain gravity as the cause of anything.
Do you know what they had before buoyancy and before they called it buoyancy and density?
We have the little
Flat Earth Ranger. You know what they called it before buoyancy and density? They called it gravity and levity.
Right.
You can even search this yourself.
Right. That's the definition, correct. But the little g is still a thing. You were correct, but we can't describe that as gravity and explain it as a cause for a cause or an effect.
Absolutely, yeah. When they get into the cause, that's when we disagree. But
100%.
my point is just saying gravity is real. There's nothing wrong with that, as long as we
No.
are, you know,
You
and
still can't use
saying
the
the apple
word.
fell because of gravity, you know, because it's more heavy. There's nothing wrong.
There's still no gravity. Gravity is itself. It doesn't have a cause. It doesn't have an effect. You have these things explained using buoyancy and density. There's no need for gravity. Yes, we have a little g in the mathematics, the downward acceleration, but we have no gravity. There is no gravity. There's buoyancy and density.
Well, you need another
Hold on.
Well, look,
If
density
hang
doesn't
on,
do. Look,
please.
hold on. Density
If the tree
doesn't
is
describe
grown
what you
at the
see completely, though. Hold on, just give me a second.
if the
Density
tree
doesn't describe what you see, though, completely, because a density is just how much mass there is, you know, per volume of an object, right?
No,
it doesn't tell you what is
No,
density.
you're right. You're right. And logically, we can apply that mass to these
and
concepts.
then the
of things
valley
falling.
was filled with water because the dam broke. As soon as the tree branch let go of the apple fall or float away.
Yeah. So look, what it doesn't do, density. It
Float
doesn't tell
away,
you.
wouldn't it? Because the tree would then be underwater, correct? So then the medium around the apple would have changed, and when the stem broke, the apple would have floated away.
Right. Our explanation for buoyancy and density negate the need for gravity altogether. Yes.
What is your definition of density?
Okay, but in a vacuum, dude, in a vacuum, you drop a bowling ball and a feather at the same time, it falls at the same rate.
Right. The thing
How do
is,
you
we have
explain
to
that
switch
with buoyancy and
right.
density?
Right. You have to switch to the vacuum, which is a different pressure vector, a different gradient. Yes, you have to do that too. Yes, I understand. While in reality,
I mean, I guess
have pressure gradient.
there's like this quantum technology, dude, where they take a cesium atom and they drop it in a cold chamber in a vacuum, and they literally like eliminate all electrostatic forces to be able to detect the gravitational constant. And they literally are like watching this thing oscillate as it falls in a chamber.
Right.
And
You can
it is
do
literally the smallest known particle to man is a
right. You can
cesium
do
atom.
these things under these conditions, but
How do you
it's not
explain that?
reality. Yes, I get it.
They literally do everything to eliminate all other variables, and they
Yeah,
still
while you
observe
ignore
gravity.
some and imply some, we get it. We have pressure gradients, we have buoyancy and density. No need for the concepts. We get it. Yes, we've been over it.
let's create the circumstance so we can collect the circumstantial evidence in order to prove.
100%. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
But
But when
Evidence
you're
does not.
blindly defending something like this, I understand.
No, but you guys say it's circumstantial evidence or whatever. But it's so crazy.
You can't even get a well constructed sentence out of your mouth because you're tripping over the blasphemous lie that's been revealed to you. Hold on a
It's
second.
part of the downward spiral. Yeah.
Ranger, if I may.
Look, let me ask you guys this, right? When you put oil and water in a bottle, why does the water go down? Why does the dense droplet go
You've
down?
just created a circumstance in order to ask your question. We're asking about real life. We're not immersing anything in water or oil to create density gradients in order to prove gravity, buoyancy, all these different things. We're asking you to observe things in its natural state at rest, right? And in order for you to prove your force of gravity, you have to pick it up. You have to release it, and you have to observe it dropping. And if you were being intellectually honest within the confines of your claimed experiment, you would be noting actively that you have to pick up the object in order to observe your force acting upon it. That.
So.
Oh, you're
Okay,
going to hand wave.
You're saying that. So you're saying that I.
come in with
hold
your
on.
question.
No, he ignored you. He has another question right now. He ignored you completely. He has another question right now.
Hold on. So if I'm understanding what you're saying that I went through all of this effort to pick up the rock and the energy.
For the audience, this is called lily padding. Go ahead.
Yeah. So you're saying that when I pick up the rock, right, I'm transferring energy to the rock. That's what you're saying, right?
Exactly it. Objects at rest. At rest.
Great. Perfect.
Perfect. Energy upon them.
Perfect. Now imagine you're on a cliff, right?
Now imagine. Oh my God.
Imagine you're on a cliff, right? And you see a little pebble on the edge of the cliff, right? You're not picking it up. You're not doing a lot of things to it. You just flick it a little bit. Why does it go down at such a rapid pace?
Oh, you just flicked it a little bit. You just answered yourself.
That you can't take on the fact that you just said you flick it a little bit. I don't care if you breathe on it. I don't care if the wind.
Like what's happening?
In Florida right now, 110 miles per hour pushes a tree off of that cliff, and the tree falls into the body of water. The bottom line is, we are literally seeing 100 mile per hour winds striking the coast of Florida a couple of days ago, right? And you guys are claiming that this Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. These are the things where we're asking you: are these things actually showing up in real life as you claim them to be?
Yes, they are. You can use a laser gyroscope.
You can use a thing. Yeah, he didn't hear you the first time. You can use a box in an experiment in certain conditions. Yeah, he wasn't listening 100%.
I literally answered your
I get it, man. I get it. Things falling in a vacuum chamber destroys our worldview. I get it. It's fine.
There's a downward spiral right there.
You're framing a scenario about flicking a pebble off the side. Why does it go down? I just said to you, because you flicked it. You imparted.
Yeah, which direction did I flick it in?
In order to observe it falling. Now, any other questions you'd like to ask?
Yeah. The question I'd like to ask is, when I flicked it off the cliff, which direction did I flick it in?
Okay, no need to talk to this guy because he's obviously experiencing some mental issues related to the subject.
Yeah,
and he doesn't
Trent
know how to cope with this information.
Reisner would be proud of this downward spiral for real.
He doesn't know how to cope with this information, so he's
And I
asking
had another question.
for explanations that he
I'll ask
knows.
you.
Yeah, you're talking over me right now.
It seems like you're in at least semi-good faith, right?
Talking over me right now.
When things are
Moderation, please, for clean audio coming through. Huge ass, obviously. His ass is obviously too big to be able to shut up. So active moderation be appreciated, even for me, because I've been over talking left, right, and center. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're literally talking over me.
The question to you would be, and I don't want to ask that.
Thank you. I don't have anything to say. I just wanted to point out the downward spiral and the need for him to continue to ask us questions after it's been explained to him. Yes, reality is different from concepts. You can do certain things in certain mediums under certain conditions.
He's not listening. It's the downward spiral. I identify the mental issues of these people who blindly defend what they don't
You
understand.
want to talk about the cause, but we're talking about the effect.
As you
The
interrupt me,
effect
yes.
is observed and measured, right? We know that the cause for things falling is not the density alone. You drop a bowling ball in a vacuum along with a feather, they have the same rate.
Yeah, we've
It's
been
not because
over
of the
it.
density of the
Reality and
object
your
that
vacuum
causes the rate of the
are two
fall.
different things. As you interrupt me, I interrupt you now. Yes, we've been over it. Your
Because all
conditions
you were
are different
doing
from
was
reality.
personally
Yes,
attacking
it's your mental
it.
ability to
But
grasp the
stick to the
concept
subject.
presented to you. Yes,
He's
it's your
not
downward
personally
spiral
attacking
also.
anybody. What the hell? Earth Ranger's doing an amazing job keeping all you guys accountable to your claims.
For real, bro.
No, his argument is extremely poor. I don't even know what he
No,
Yeah,
thinks he's
unfortunately,
yeah,
getting
all
at.
you
you
have
just
are
said he's
insults and
making
fallacies. I
personal
don't know for it.
attacks, and the thing about it is that
Focus,
listen to
focus. What's your argument,
hasn't
Flat
made
Earth Ranger?
attacks
Yes,
at
you have a
all. He's
question
just
Focus.
for me as you
make
yeah,
your
you ignoring it. You're ignoring what's being put to you, Jesse. You're
What's
blindly
your
defending what
argument?
you don't understand.
The spiral is turning into a whirlpool that's sucking other like-minded simple.
No, insert insults and logical fallacies. I'm ready.
I don't understand what you're in contention with. Can you explain your
I've been over it.
position?
I've been over it.
20 minutes later, I
What
still
is
don't understand.
It's a complete big circle. It's a great circle of equal altitude that just happened with the conversation. Yes.
what's a circle of equal altitude? What do you think that means?
I love it.
Maybe we could just reset it and select a new topic, like can you prove a flat Earth or the globe Earth?
Spot on, Imbo. Spot on. I explain why I'm
Well,
here. I want to keep the mirror in front of
keep
people who
timing.
blindly defend what they don't understand. I can explain it to you. Yes, we could have a
Didn't
conversation
even address the
about
rebuttal to your
without
claim that
interrupting
density
you.
causes
Yes,
things
that
to
would be
fall.
nice to have a logical, reasonable conversation. That would be nice. But I'm here to keep the mirror in front of people who blindly defend what they don't understand. Yes, I've been over it.
That's what you're doing. You're blindly defending
Yes,
the claim
insults
that
and logical
density causes
fallacies.
things to
Insert,
fall, while ignoring the
insult, logical
rebuttal that
insult.
when you drop a bowling ball in a feather in a vacuum, they fall at the same. Density
Yeah,
is
you
not the
aren't
cause.
listening. Insert logical fallacies and insults. Yes, it's your downward spiral being presented
Insert
to
logical
everyone
fallacy. That's not an
live
argument.
in real time. You're very reasonable.
I've already heard like the answer to
Hey,
your vacuum situation
rejecting,
like 4 times.
denying is not an actual rebuttal to an argument.
Yeah, you heard it because you weren't listening.
Dude, you didn't make an argument.
I'm glad you identified that part. I love it.
Okay. Okay. So then I'm right.
Spiral.
No, what it is like 3 or 4 other people already stomped you on your vacuum hypothetical. Now it's moved on to the psychology of globy disingenuous tactics, which you're perpetuating right now.
100%, Tiger. 100%. In real time, live.
Okay, can you explain to me
Another
why
question
what I
for
said
us.
is
He's
incorrect?
not listening at all. It's hilarious.
Tiger, how did you stomp on the vacuum argument?
Oh, I didn't say I did. I've been listening intently for like 20 minutes, and I heard multiple other people rebut you pretty well, and you shifted over into this derail about psychology because you got offended.
How? What did they rebut? Tell me what got rebutted. How? I don't understand.
You see how he's trying to focus on the understudy now instead of dealing with the professors who
Nobody
already
can
wrecked him.
tell me what the
100%.
argument
It's
is
very
against
typical.
it.
It's very typical of the downward spiral. Yes.
Why can't anybody tell me the argument that
Because they
rebutted
don't have an answer.
what I said? Can anybody tell me what it was?
What'd you say?
You can't. Nobody wants to reiterate it or put it in their own words. They just claim there was an argument against it, but they can't tell me what it was.
What'd you say?
We've been over it. We'd rather keep the mirror in front of you and
No, you
your
didn't go
disingenuous
over it.
arguments and your
Nobody
logical fallacies
rebutted
and
my
your
argument.
insults when presented with our information as you ignore it actively. Yes, we've been over it.
You know, here, just to
This is why
just to bite. No,
this is why
Jesse, just
no
to
one
bite.
in the world
Jesse, just to bite the bait. Where
guys this shit.
just to bite the bait, where we're at is that everybody was telling you that you keep on bringing up scenarios that require specialized technology, circumstances, outside forces, or all these things to produce your desired end result. Whereas the premise that was being laid is that the only way to accurately and truly understand these mechanics is to understand them at rest, at normalcy, not under these particular scenarios that you can pull out of your ass to create the result you want. That was the summation. That was the summary of what I got from it.
You're
It's not the
100%
result I
correct.
want. It's just the result, dude.
Also, on
Hey.
top of that, a 3-year-old watching this conversation from the outside would easily identify who's being disingenuous and unreasonable. 100%. You're right, Tiger. Yes, 100%
Yeah,
correct.
99%
I don't think
of
it'd be
the
that
world
easy
thinks
since you don't watch
you guys
conversations.
are.
You hear.
Yeah, that's fine. Quick question: who just gave that awesome summation about things being said? Was that Tiger?
Yes, that was Tiger.
Yeah,
That was Tiger. What's up?
Ooh, I was halfway across the room and had to come back to my phone to unmute just to say I really appreciate what you had to say on that, brother. Well stated from the audience. Actively listening,
You can't tell me the rebuttal to my argument.
keeping the Glober
Nobody can say what it was.
to their claim and their fictitious foundation builds about this fallacious model. Go ahead.
Based killing. Appreciate it, bro.
Yeah, fake victory lap. You guys haven't really done anything yet. You
Yeah,
don't have a model. You can't explain.
We've been over that too. Yes, we have.
The sad thing is that
How
we're
you
delving
explain
more.
objects falling at the same rate in vacuum? How do you?
We've been over it. Are you listening? Can you listen? Are you okay? Do you need help?
Flaw.
Like, do we need some medical psychedelic intervention in order to you to gain some self-awareness as to the psychology focus that we're stuck on now? You literally cannot grasp that these things have gone over. We've gone over. Listen, I know we've gone over this. You have gotten these rebuttals, and you still aren't saying anything except repeating the initial premise.
What is the rebuttal?
The rebuttal was that these are particular hypothetical scenarios that require special. I'm not going to repeat myself again, dude. You're fucking dullard, or you're disingenuous. I can't tell.
What's wrong with dropping a bowling ball and a feather in a vacuum?
Yeah, we've been over it multiple
Technology is
times.
making the result that I want.
You would rather talk.
It's just an
when you're not
observation,
listening.
and then
You would rather talk.
Where do those types of vacuums exist in reality in nature without all this technology and particular scenarios that you're trying to set up?
There's air resistance in nature. That's
where on earth does this?
Just mute him. He's not listening.
Yeah, I've actually been trying to engage with you in good faith for the last 10 minutes, and you're being completely obstinate. I think it's a waste of time.
You said that the technology is gonna give me the result I want. I'm creating a scenario with technology to make the result that I want. All you're doing is eliminating air resistance. That's all it is. It's not complicated.
So you're segueing from the point that he was trying to make in the first place. Yeah, we get it. It's typical. You can't keep track. Keep up, little guy. Keep up, little IQ. Keep up, little IQ. Keep up, little IQ. Keep up.
Causes. I can't the effect is. Okay? The effect is observed, measurable. Okay? We can conclude things based off this experiment. Okay? We know that density alone is not the reason things fall to the earth.
Yeah, we heard you the first time. We've been
But
over it
nobody
after
wants
I
to address that.
clarified. Yes, you're circle jerking the conversation. We've been over it. Yes.
I know you're doing some multiple man from X-Men shit, like making 20 of yourselves and just jacking off your own argument.
Yeah, you're not addressing what I'm saying. You just
Because you aren't listening to what we're putting to you. You're actively ignoring it in real time. And
I've been asking you what exactly
you're asking us
that
the same
rebuts my
question again.
argument.
Yes,
and
you're not listening.
You just keep talking about me instead of the conversation. Pathetic.
You know, the video doesn't actually show them falling, right? It just shows a very tight shot in slow motion of a bowling ball and a feather hitting the ground at the same time. So it shows them in a very tight shot hitting the ground in slow motion for some reason.
Uh-oh,
But it doesn't show them falling. It doesn't show that in the video. So it doesn't show that, bro.
Oh, some Hollywood movie magic. What a surprise. Some camera angles. Hold on, you're telling me that you're telling me that Elijah Wood wasn't really 4 foot tall like a hobbit in Lord of the Rings? Wow, I'm stunned.
Identify the reasoning 100%. I love it.
I guess you guys just really don't get it.
Yeah.
Oh no! You were chomping at the bit for a real rebuttal, and he just gave you a logical contention. What if this is just angular perspective of this fucking doctored video that has an agenda behind it and was paid for producing a certain end result, and you just clutch your pearls in indignation? Oh, I can't believe this! Like you had no fucking response.
Do you have evidence? Do you have evidence of your said claim right there?
No, the evidence.
He's ignoring the point. He's segueing to a new point. No. What he's doing is ignoring the point.
I know it is. I know it is. The evidence would be if what he said was this angle was small and seemed doctored. The obvious counter to that would be a larger angle, a larger camera view, a complete fucking transparent observation of the entire experience, rather than it being clipped and cut for the desired end result.
You're claiming that the video is deceptive because he's using the angle of the lens to make it appear that things are hitting the ground at the same rate? If that's not fucking
I don't listen. I'm not a videographer, so I don't the angle, slow motion, whatever.
So
that's why I elaborate. That's why I reducted it to Hollywood movie magic. There's a range of different techniques that could be at play there, and I don't have to be an expert. I don't have to be an expert.
Yeah, no, he just wanted to change the point so he can get you on a gotcha moment specifically. That's all that was.
Yeah, for sure.
I know. Hollywood movie magic. You don't want to actually rebut what's happening in the experiment.
Hold on. A whole new actor moved in and gave you a response, and you said nothing to it. You clutched your pearls and guffawed, and now that I tried to jump back up and reiterate it, you really are obsessed with me as like the vulnerable understudy. It's really adorable how much you're clutching at pearls here.
Okay. You're claiming that it's manipulated, there's deception, that we don't actually know that this happens in reality, yet you could do the experiment yourself. You could get the same results as everybody else that ever did it.
Have you done
then you have to draw a conclusion why things fall at the same rate, and claiming that when it does happen, it's movie magic. That doesn't explain how this happens on a flat Earth. Okay, you didn't actually explain anything.
Have you done this experiment?
You're just
have you done this experiment? Have you done this experiment? Have you done this experiment?
I didn't ever create a vacuum chamber to
Just say no. Then no need for the extra words.
No, I never tried to eliminate air resistance. Never.
Is this the best the ball lickers have to offer today? Pretty disappointing for speculations.
It's 100%. This
is supposed to be the best. This is supposed to be the best day of the week, and you're making it so lame.
It's all they have. It's all they have.
So what causes gravity on a flat Earth?
Now he has another question for us. He's actively ignoring. He's Agent Smith in real time.
He's definitely Agent Smith.
You're just sniveling, crying.
The question just came out: what causes gravity? So just
on a flat Earth,
because we have the burden of proof,
what causes gravity on a flat Earth?
Was
whole sentence.
So buoyancy was being presented as the answer, and now we're gonna go back in time 25 minutes ago or 20 minutes ago. So
exactly. I know there's some Groundhog's Day shit.
Buoyancy. The cause for buoyancy is due to gravity, is due to mass attracting mass or space-time bending. So why don't you tell me what the cause would be otherwise?
Talk about a piece of wood, Jesse. We're going to take a piece of wood out the side of a building. We're going to drop it 50 feet. Do you think that piece of wood's going to go down or is it going to go up?
That's a dumb question.
I asked you the question. If you want to answer it, go ahead. Or you can be intellectually dishonest and
fall towards the earth.
Pardon me?
Did you not know that? Why are you asking me that? Things fall towards the earth.
Because
do you not know how to answer a Socratic line of reasoning? You fucking dope.
Exactly. And just
we have to be disingenuous. It's very typical. It's very typical. Very typical for these people. It's very typical.
Why don't you come up with an actual response
around
things falling at the same rate in the vacuum.
right? And you just change your arguments every time. So I only want to ask you about this piece of wood to see if we can come to some kind of common understanding about what we're dealing with. So again, I'm going to ask
Well, you presume a flat Earth before you actually make
how
sense
does
of anything we
No
observe.
need
So
for
that's the
insults or
problem.
logical fallacies. Just listen
can I
to
get
a spoken
can I
and
get
answer it.
some on this question?
Does he not presume a flat Earth before he figures out anything else?
Can
Just
you
listen
stop
to the
interrupting
question and
constantly?
answer it.
Can you answer my question about a piece of wood,
Just
Jesse?
listen.
It's too base for you.
The piece of wood example is completely useless. I don't know what you think you're
No,
getting at.
Just answer his question. It's
He's
simple.
scared. He's scared already.
That's not
He's
answering my
already
You have a
question.
scared.
reasonable conversation like a
Question
normal human being or not?
He's already scared
Answer
because
my
he knows
question first.
he's already scared because he knows he's being led down a logic trap and he's gonna get fucking caught.
100%. Very typical. When we
There's
point it
nothing
out,
to
this
be
is what
scared of.
happens.
You guys are all fluff.
Yeah, this is what
Okay.
happens when we point it
Jesse,
out.
You guys
We're
are
going
like
to interrupt
muffins.
everyone who starts speaking.
I'm
Yeah, this is really easy. So if Callie, if you think someone's afraid of your question, would they answer it or not answer it?
Nobody answered my question.
I asked
Okay.
you a question.
Yo, hold on, Killian, hold on. We try the troubleshooting right now.
Appreciate
Because he won't answer any questions until you answer his question. But the problem is
Thank
he's
you,
in
Craig.
a complete
How someone-
free for all because he also thinks you can't answer. You literally can't answer because you're scared to answer.
Yeah, but
So now to troubleshoot him and said, why are you down this logical path?
Well,
You
okay.
refuse to engage because other people can't answer your question that you know they can't answer.
Right, and the reason why I'm taking it to such a base place is I've known Jesse for 2.5 years, and in that time that I've known him, I've witnessed him flip-flop from flat to sphere, right? So right now, I'm taking it to a base observation, not an experiment, an observation, in order to see if we can actually draw out some truthfulness so we can build a solid observation and proceed upon a solid conversation so that the audience can actually see for the witness who is actually a viable witness for what we're dealing with right now, because the witnesses are all on trial. Every single one of us are all on trial for the type of evidence that we surrender for us to, or for everybody to consider in their observations. Go ahead.
Now, I 100% agree with what you just said, Killian. But the thing is, once you identify the ingenuity in these people or the dishonesty of the conversation that you identify, you also deduce that there's no need to continue speaking to these type of people. Like, you know, for 2 years, you know, he flip flopped. You know that there is something specific. Identify that specific thing. Me, being a professional, I would say it was his feelings. I don't want to be the guy left out or the weird one believing in this while everyone believes in that. No, that's what happened with him, from my perspective. I'm just saying.
Can't disagree. So, piece of wood out the side of a building. We're going to drop it. Goes down 50 feet. Back to this observation. And I'm at this point, I'll open it up to the audience, maybe even hopefully a spheroid observer that could answer that question. Piece of wood dropped off the side of a building. Is it going to go up or down?
Yeah, see, in Einstein, they tell you that the piece of wood is stationary. The whole world is moving up.
Yep, old house, we're going to go, or old house, we're going to go to get some concessions at the concession stand, baby. Because we got them concessions. I'm just waiting. Coffee, that's a concession. I could get some popcorn, that'd be a concession. Yeah, but that piece of wood, just waiting for it. It's gonna go down, gonna go up. Hell, I got a basketball in my piece of wood in my right hand. I'm actually gonna drop them both off the side of a building. Forget about the feather. You think I'm confused, brother Jesse? You're the one on mute. So apparently the mods think you're confused because you can't even answer the questions, unfortunately.
Truth hurts.
I'd love an answer because the silence is deafening, and my voice apparently is. What did somebody say last night? Not fun to listen to.
Well, I think it's quite sultry and informative. Don't put yourself down.
Oh, trust me, I'm me, and I have no plans on keeping or putting myself down. In fact, I'm riding high, baby.
Hey, the word used was insufferable.
Let's see what Hugh's got to say. He's got something juicy.
Yeah, that's it. Insufferable. That's it. Yeah, so I'm gonna keep talking with my insufferable voice because I can't do anything about it. But you can. You can damn well leave if you want, or you can come bring your truths in about your spheroid observation claims, and let's unpack it. Let's talk about it. Oh, Jesse, with your bowling ball and feather. Go sit on your bowling ball. Let's talk about a piece of wood. Drop me off the side of a building. It's real. We don't have to create a gravity chain or create some kind of a vacuum chain in order to make this observation. We can base an entire universe of. We can observe a piece of wood going off the side of a building, but you won't answer the question, so that's cool.
Yeah, he wasn't listening when I put it to him. When you put it to him, when Tiger put it to him, yeah, he's actively ignoring that and will rather bring it back to the thing we're refuting. Yes, actively in real time. Yes.
Yeah, and I don't want to derail when we're on this, but maybe Sunday about the general mental illness, psychology, social elements of the whole flat Earth thing. We talk about the facts, the lines, the data, the angular horizon so much, but at some point, like, you can't convince a mentally ill, absolutely genuinely mentally ill person of basic human reason. It's just going to go into their emotions, their insecurities, their ego, and all these other weird things, which there's some methodologies and some conversational tactics to try to bring it back down to that good faith. And I appreciate when we can do that and find some common ground enough with the Globies to at least have a productive conversation. But I don't think we should also at the same time expect every single champion of the globe to be able to do that, or even very many of them.
Yeah, but that's a sad state of affairs, right? Because we're here, and I'm relatively sure that anybody that believes or observes it to be a stationary topographical plane can, in fact, effectively steelman their model claim. So if you come into a room now where you have everybody who understands your claim, and you can't even back up your own claim with the numbers that we need to figure it out, then we have a problem. If you continue
Absolutely.
Evidence and always circumstantial, meaning the circumstance has to exist, claim set evidence that you're presenting, then again, that is fallacious. You have built everything upon a presupposition, which is yet, again, as I said earlier, to be effectively proven. Go ahead.
Can we get an unmute on Jesse? He's probably the only one pissing again.
Hugh said he had something to say.
Maybe Hugh, because Jesse's having some psychological issues.
Yeah,
Right?
Jesse's spiraling out of control. He's not going to take
Hey,
any
guys.
questions, you guys. You know, he will only answer a question once you've answered his question. And inside his worldview, you can't answer because you're a coward.
Right. So
Okay, so that until you're no longer a coward, he won't talk to you.
Right, and to put a label on that, right, that's what's called a narcissistic personality disorder, and now I'll make it a personal attack that if we're engaged in a line of questioning and you refuse to answer questions, right, and you just want to lily pad and jump to other places and then try to flip the burden, you suffer from something called narcissistic personality disorder, and I suggest you get that checked.
Very common among.
That's what it's identified as.
Yeah, very common amongst Globies because narcissists crave authority. So since they appeal to this big authority, it gives them a vicarious power.
Would you say that a narcissist?
What's happening? You're 100% spot on.
If someone was a narcissist, now again, I'm not a psychologist. My understanding is not as good as you guys, But if I was to meet a narcissist before meeting him, if I was to make some predictions, I would predict that the narcissist would think that the person who has the authority doesn't know what he's talking about. That's what the narcissist would say, because the narcissist would think that he's better than the person who is in the position of authority. That's what I would think. Maybe I have a flaw.
I think you might be a little off base there. Do you know how many narcissists like being a police officer, a politician, a CEO, 99% of them, buddy.
Yeah, and does the police officer think he's above the law?
Do what?
I'll apply that to anyone.
Does the police officer think he's above the law?
He thinks he is the law.
Exactly. He's not the law. He's a narcissist.
Well, duh.
So look, this is the juicy stuff I want to show you guys. Are you guys into like NASCAR? Are you guys into that?
Yeah, it's all right.
Do you guys? I want like a hardcore person, like someone who watches Daytona.
Maybe not. Just go ahead.
So when they were building this Daytona International Speedway, right? If you're looking at my stream, right? I'm just looking through how they made it, right? This PDF, right? You can ask any of these people. The numbers are right here, right? So look, the first page, challenge. Construction and installation were also challenging due to the sheer size and design of the venue. The new stadium is nearly 1 mile long, and Daytona Rising designs and solutions had to compensate for 7 inches of the Earth's curvature. Let's go on how they did that. Solution. Belden bridged the gap between old and new, providing multi-channel audio speaker. No, this is about the speaker system. Hold on.
Hugh, may I interrupt for a second and ask you a question?
Please go ahead.
So, this mile-long construction of NASCAR, yes, it says they can say that they accounted for the curvature. Then you have the calculations, 8 inches per mile square. And then you have things like I forget what it's called in China, 100-mile long bridge, where in their article they say they don't account for curvature. I could look for it and post it now if you want, but your 1 mile and my 100 miles, yeah.
Okay. Please send that. I would love to see that. How
I
about this
posted it
one?
before. I'll look for it right now. Right now.
Please do. But before you do that, look at this one.
And just to say,
This one is about Crossrail. Hold on. This one is about Crossrails in London, right? And these Crossrails are way longer than a mile, right?
Now-
So let's go through this.
Hugh, no, hold on a minute before you move upon going through your next presentation. That's a 100-mile distance that we were talking about for a second, right?
Yeah, there's no need to discuss your mile. I just posted it. There's your information. I could go for the
Right, I'm gonna open it right now on
go
screen.
for the engineering article where the architects and all of those guys say they don't account for curvature, but there's the 100-mile long bridge right there. You can look for the underlying information for yourself. I'm just saying you have a mile, NASCAR stadium. I understand. I have a 100-mile long bridge. You can deduce whatever you want for yourself. No need to ask me any questions.
Right, but I also just want to point out that based on that 100-mile distance, in order for a sphere to be true, there would have to be a 6,600-foot drop over that 100-mile spread. Again, in order for
100%, and there's no account for that, and there's no drop in that bridge. It is straight all the way across.
Yeah, I'd love to see that.
Yeah, I
and
posted
also,
the bridge in the chat. You could deduce everything else for yourself.
Right, I'll read on that right now. This app sucks, by the way. I stopped the stream and it put me out of the VC. Anyway,
Oh, that's cool. Maybe you can read up on it right now.
Yeah, this China stuff is interesting. I'm reading it right now. I'm gonna look at the Wikipedia that you sent me.
Oh, wait.
Another example.
But huge. Hold on.
Another example that comes to my mind is isn't the famous one the Manhattan Bridge?
But
right? Doesn't it curve also?
But
I mean, no, this 100-mile bridge doesn't, and that's longer than the Manhattan.
Right, I'm reading right now.
I mean,
Hold on.
I don't know why we have to bring that up. Yeah.
But I have a question. Can I ask Huge a question?
Please go ahead.
Huge, that bridge that was just shared in the side chat, is that a pier? What kind of a bridge is that? A pier bridge?
I don't know. I don't know anything about this. I'm gonna read this right now.
Faculties. So can you do me a favor and look at those foundations that the bridge is actually laid upon? Do you see those foundations? Those legs?
Yeah.
Those are called piers. That means that this is a pier bridge. So my question to you is, do you know how those piers would have been installed?
No, I don't know.
So those piers would have been installed observing level, and which happens to be 90 degrees to plumb, right? This is to make sure that the foundations go in straight and that they have their maximum compact tensile strength, if you'd like to call it that, of the concrete so that the roadway doesn't collapse. So my question to you is, if all those points, I don't even know how many points there are, because it seems as though they occur every maybe 20 to 30 feet along that bridge, they're all installed plumb and level. How does your curve start to show up if we're expecting to see a 6,600 foot drop over that 100-mile sample set that was just presented? You can go
You're right.
102 mile.
You're right. It
I
should.
love it.
You're right. You're right about that. It should. If all of those lines are perpendicular to the horizontal, then it should curve. And I'm gonna read about this right now.
Yeah, please do, because
Right.
it doesn't.
I have no
said it
idea. Listen,
doesn't. You
I
can
have
look
no
it up.
problem. I have no problem accepting the logical conclusions to my beliefs, right? And
Now you
it
can say
should
that. Now
curve.
you
So
can
I
say
should.
that. Hugh, I'm sorry to interrupt. You can say that 100%. I agree with you. But the point is what you do with this information after it's been presented to you. It's already there, plain and simple. 100 miles, straight bridge. Now it's up to you to be intellectually honest with yourself.
Right now, the audience on a globe standpoint is calling me the disabled one. Got it. I will, however, post a picture that actually is me sitting in my wheelchair observing a flat and level horizon in the side chat right now. And yeah, that's me in the bottom right hand side observing a crispy horizon line, 27 degrees Celsius, 55% humidity. And wow, that to me is an amazing, magnificent panorama of the Florida coast. Thanks.
I love it, and it's beautiful. No insult for personal attacks necessary.
Yeah, it's a gorgeous shot.
I have no problem people posting up wheelchair emojis beside my name, because again, if you want to point out the real life, it is what it is. Yeah, that is what it is, because unfortunately a dude in a wheelchair for what it is showing you up.
Yeah, he kicked your ass.
You got Professor got Professor Xavier in here mind raping you.
Yo, that's who's using that emoji, man? That's fucked up, bro.
That's Jesse, bro.
Exactly, and this is what we're doing. Again, we're live on YouTube, right? We're showing how shallow of a personality, how shallow depth of character you guys actually are, and that you would go to these depths and attack people for their observations, and you can't even stand behind what you're saying. Publicly aired, recorded on YouTube, and this is how you act. You should be ashamed of yourself, brother, honestly.
100%. That's why when I heard that NASCAR 1 mile bridge, I knew to post that 100-mile long bridge, which people should be looking into right now.
Yeah, I'll bag on the mental faculties of Globies all day long, but I don't think I've ever made a personal insult about their physical abilities.
Maybe you should. It's kind of fun.
Brothers, it's been a slice. I gotta dip out. Y'all have an amazing afternoon. Got a debate in half an hour and a community to lead myself.
You too, bro. Love.
Yeah.
Hey,
GG, we'll play it, bro.
Ranger, it's been a slice, brother. I'll send you a friend request shortly. Talk soon. Peace.
All right, bro. No problem.
So, physical match, we should have a May do it. That's the way to prove it. Everybody's so vapid and bred in circus. Maybe that's one of the only ways to get some traction going.
Oh, that's pretty funny. Jesse talked himself into a ban. Just triggered hardcore in VC or TC.
Oh yeah, insulting a guy in a wheelchair is pretty much the spot.
Yeah, I mean that it just shows you like the mindset of the globalist. It's like, are you able to at least recognize someone's humanity when you're talking about a topic you supposedly disagree with? You disagree with flat
So,
Earth. Will you at least recognize flat earthers as human? What I think is
Yeah.
hilarious is they'll tell you they disagree with flat Earth. You're like, well, what is that? And they don't even know. They're just being disagreeable. And it kind of shows you they go down. Don't take what they say seriously. Their insults, their vulgarity, they're basically like just complete lack of any social decorum. They're just upset. They're very upset that you think the Earth is flat, and that's what they're talking from. They're talking from a point of being
ego,
triggered.
ego, and insecure anger for sure.
Yeah, and that so don't
and mental
take them.
issues, 100%.
Yeah, so don't take them seriously. Like sometimes
Don't
it'd be like,
don't get bull baited by him. Yeah, for sure.
yeah, because it's just making word sounds. There's no truth behind what they're saying.
For
So Craig, just to respond to you, like for me personally, the reason why I get on this VC or any other one of these VCs is because I want to know why people believe what they believe. And a huge part of that is to look at them as people. And especially on this VC specifically, right? Because some of you guys are actually pretty smart. And that makes things even more interesting, right? Because why is it that we have such radically different conclusions, right? So that's just for me personally. Now,
Yeah, I get it. It can be same. I did the same thing too. I was like, flat Earth? Are you kidding me? When I first heard about it, I'm like, what are they talking about? And I was like, yeah, I hate to admit it, and then for a long time I didn't. I was quite toxic towards flat earthers too, for no reason. Like the reason, I mean, no reason that's defensible. My reason was it was jingoism. I was very jingoistic.
So just to respond when it comes to this Chinese bridge, right? So I've been trying to find a wide photo of a bridge from the side, but there are no such photos, right? So I don't know. There's no photos from the side for me to see the curve on this. But
I mean, there's a couple of
answer
them.
you about the if they needed to take the curve into consideration when building this. Now I'm not an engineer. Physics is not my subject. But if I were to imagine, um, I would think that the distance between the pillars is important here, right? If now from what I can see on this Chinese bridge, all of these piers are really close to each other. So I would think that the curvature need not play as much of a part in this construction as opposed to, let's say, the Manhattan Bridge where the pillars were far away,
I
right?
would
So
identify that as 100% apologetics and vertical proof reversal. We have the 100-mile bridge. We have it in front of us. There's no need to bring up the Manhattan Bridge at all, number one. Number two, we have the 100-mile long bridge. The distance between the pillars, irrelevant. 100-mile long bridge, still straight, still no change. That's what's relevant.
well, look, I'll try to find a photo from some elevation that looks at the bridge from the side,
Right.
right?
There are
I think that's what we
pictures
need.
from the side. Yes, I've been over it. There are pictures from the side. Yes, correct. You can look for them, but at the same time, we still have 100-mile long measured bridge that doesn't account for curvature. Those are all the tools you need, young grasshopper. There's no need to question
Well,
anything of facts. Yes, I get it.
well, the thing is, though, there's so many other things that do account for curvature, though. Like I just sent you like four things.
Yeah, I'll break it down again. You came in with your NASCAR proofsies, right? A mile long bridge. That's a long distance, 1 mile. I rebutted you with 100-mile long bridge where these engineers and architects state themselves we don't account for curvature. That's what makes it easy. Yes, you can look it up, you can find it, which is irrelevant. We
It doesn't
have
need
a
to.
100-mile long bridge traveled every day. It's straight. That's the
Right,
fact.
and I think
Proof
and I
in the
think that
measurement. The proof is in the measurement.
I think that if the piers are at the same height, it has to curve. I think so.
Yeah,
I'll
and it's
have to find a
still
photo.
irrelevant. You're arguing something irrelevant. We have the 100-mile long bridge. They say they don't account for curvature. You travel the bridge
They
yourself,
don't need
take a
to
plane,
account for.
get there. You won't feel yourself going up or downhill because it's straight. Yes, it's
That's not how it works.
100 mile long.
Yeah, if I could just say something real quick.
Necessary.
A funny thing about that too is when you look at any photos from that side view of a bridge, even if the bridge was built with camber, or was built, to go up and over, the one thing that is completely horizontal is the water. As long as you see, as long as you can see it, the way you could capture it in your photo, from left to right, the water's never going to be way ever. You'll always see it straight. So it's interesting that they think they have to account for curvature over, let's say, like if you could see like something stretching out like 7 miles from really, really far distance, it's 7 miles across, but
Yeah,
yet completely straight across.
see, I made
Very
sure I just sent the picture and not the actual article, so he can just click that little button at the bottom where you can read more, and they say it's parallel to sea level. I didn't want to bring it up. I gave him the tools. 100%, Apocryphon, you're correct.
Well, yeah, but the sea level is also curving, right? But look, the important thing is,
Oh my
so
God.
to respond to what you said earlier about, fuck, what were you saying?
No, you can't just say that
So
and
the
then
sea
skip
level
past
is
it.
curving, but the bridge is parallel to flat. Okay, I get it.
Oh, parallel
But
to
it's
the
not
water.
flat though. I have to.
Let's not get into
I like
that
to try to find a
discussion
photo. Hold on.
again.
I'll try to find a photo.
They would rather argue the semantics rather than the facts. 100%. We've been
No,
over
I'll
that.
show you the. I'll
Not
show
here
you the
Don't
photo.
hours ago.
understand
Not
all
here
the
hours ago.
parts of the
Brought that up.
concept.
Yes.
Here's what's going to happen. He's going to see a photo that shows it flat, and then he's going to keep searching until he finds something that shows it, where it's going to look.
100%. That's why I did it the way
Going to
he did
help
it.
you
He started
understand.
history. Hold on, I'm talking.
Right.
He started history talking about his NASCAR 1 mile construction. Yeah, I posted my 100-mile long bridge, and now he's asking us about the 100-mile long bridge. When the mile long bridge had to account for curvature. Yes, he's ignoring it completely.
Well, it's not. No, that's not a bridge. They made like a stadium, like a.
Yeah,
It's a
you're
way more
ignoring
complex
the
structure.
point. That's not the point. You're ignoring it. Yes, I just said it.
So look, I'm gonna try to find this photo. In the meanwhile, I just remember what I was gonna say, right? So you said something about if you take a photo of a bridge, the water will be level, right? Here's something I think the next time you go on the beach, you should do. If you go on a beach with the wrong
I live
shoreline,
on the beach. No
so
need to ask us to do
that's
anything.
great.
I live on the beach. No need. No need. You're
Can,
ignoring the
can
point
you
and
see?
bringing up
Can
a
you
new
see the
point. Yes.
horizon? Can you see the wide horizon unobstructed?
Yeah, you're ignoring the point and trying to change, subjects. Yeah,
Well, I'm
we're not.
trying to look for the photo. I'm looking for the photo.
You can
So
find one.
if you
You can find one. I live on the beach though, and I observe on the daily. Yes.
Yeah, so if you go on an elevation of like 30 to 50 meters, right, and you see the horizon unobstructed, right, and for control, you can get like a pull-up bar, put it on the beach. That's horizontal, of course, just for control, right? Um, get a P1000 rectilinear lens, take a photo, and then compress it left to right, and tell me what you see.
There's
Hey,
something for me to do. There's no need. I can get on. I live in West Palm Beach, Florida. I can get on the Ritz-Carlton Hotel and take a picture of the Bahamas 100 miles away. You're ignoring the point constantly. I get it. Yes.
Oh, that's
huge ass.
perfect. Take a photo and
Huge ass.
compress it
Hold
left to
on,
right.
huge. Wait, Jazz. Let me ask you something and be honest. Where did you hear about that? You can do that. Be honest. Who did you see or hear say that? And now you're telling us that very same thing. Because I'm going to post something for you right now, but I got to find out where did you get this information from that you can take a
I saw
photo.
it on a YouTube. I saw it on a
Okay.
YouTube. The
Yes.
reason why I
Yes.
get on this VC is because I watch a lot of
Okay.
these debates. I got very interested in these because
Okay.
these debates, it's very interesting because, but if you get into this debate, right,
Yeah.
you're
No,
kind
you
of going
answered
down
him.
this.
Let him go. You answered him. That's enough.
Okay. So check this out. I'm going to show you some screenshots of this guy who was, I forgot his name to be honest, but he came in here,
Yeah, I don't
or
know any of their
I
names.
forgot what server it was, but he showed how he took a photo and he took 3 different positions with his camera, okay? And then he has like the horizon in the middle, the horizon like higher in the frame and then lower in the frame. And what he did is with his computer, he then like took that image as a screenshot and then he compressed it, and he shows that when the horizon is in the middle, you can see it looks a little slanted, right? And the edges look a little curved. When you go really from the high position, they actually go concave. The photo, when you compress it, it bends the line that way, and then when it's really low, it bends the line convex, or vice versa. I forgot which ones, but I have the video
Yeah,
here.
that's a great point. I was
Is
literally
this
just about to say the same thing. Hold on a second. Yeah, I literally saw Jeranism doing the same thing. He was taking photos in his house of like his like straight lines, like his kitchen bench and tiles, things like that. And depending on what part of the frame it's located on, once you compress it, you're going to get that slight amount of curvature, and that's just due to barrel distortion, because even rectilinear lenses still have that slight amount, but you're not going to notice it until you compress.
So you're
Right.
saying that if the horizon was above, it would be concave, is what you're saying.
No. So what I'm saying is, okay, maybe I should share my screen so you could watch, because
Yeah, I want to see these photos.
I'll see if I. Okay, let me see if I can load this here. Give me a second. If I could load the video, I'd rather just load it so you could send, so you could play. Yeah, it's too large of a file. I think I'm gonna have to share my screen. Hold on, give me a second.
Anyone can test this at their own house, in their kitchen or anything. If you have a straight line, you can take the picture center frame, and then if you put the horizon located in the bottom of the frame, it's going to look convex. And if you take it with the at the top of the frame, it's going to be a little bit.
Okay, I'm on the screen.
All right, so pay attention, okay? This is the horizon mid frame, okay? And then he has it mid frame, low frame, and then high frame. Do you understand what we're saying by this point?
And this is the P1000?
Actually, there's a part where he actually he goes into find out what camera he used. Give me a second. Hold on, but see, okay. Well, let me do this. We'll get to that part. I'm gonna press play. It's about 4 minutes long, 5 minutes long. So hold on, give me a second.
Yeah, this is interesting.
Okay, so it's playing right now. He's saying the horizon's low frame, horizon high frame, and when you look at it, look what happens. So it's the way the camera bends that horizon up, down, makes it concave, makes it convex. And right here, he grabs a screenshot and he squishes it. And he's going to show, and this is tantamount to you saying you can get a pole and set up on the horizon and take a picture and then compress it. This is what you're going to see. You can actually do this test yourself. Put the horizon like at the higher part of your camera, put it in the middle, and then put it at the bottom, like where it's lower. So see how it's already slanted? It's already a little off. You see that? It's not straight across. It's not horizontal, if you will.
Well, you need to. This is I think, or to be honest, I think this is a shitty photo because you need to be at some elevation, and you need to be your camera needs to be like.
Okay, look. How about before you go into your glow bias, rebuts already, just watch the video and all the way through. Let that swish around your head for a little. Huh?
Is he on the ground?
He's see how drastically it's arcing up now, because it's the photo again. He's just compressing it. That's all he's doing, and that's when the horizon was at the lower, and it gets exaggerated. The more you compress it, the more exaggerated that barrel distortion is shown. That's why he's compressing it so much, to show you that optically. See that? See the way it looks when you compress it? It's because it's the distortion, like magnified, if you will. And then he has a high frame. This is where a lot of people try to say, "Oh, look at curved Earth." So you see how curved it is, though. See how drastically it got curved, because the angle The horizon's at the top, it's at the high frame. I think this is where he shows what kind of camera it is, or he gets the info of the camera.
Does he have some photos from some elevation? Oh yeah, this is what I need. This level.
Yeah, like from high, right? Yeah, it's
Yeah.
That doesn't make a difference either.
Look. He has a level. He has actual has a level. Okay, we
Yeah,
know
this
that
is
the
prototype.
level. We know that the level's not bending, right? Because you could say the Earth is curving, but we know that a level's not bending. But look he does that same demonstration with an actual level, high, low, medium. Okay, now look, watch what happens when he compresses.
Wait, what's the dude?
You're not listening. You're talking while he's talking, Hugh.
Look what
Hold on,
happens
hold
when
on,
he
hold on.
compresses an actual. Fuck. I'm trying to.
The horizon is out of focus.
What? Hold
In
on.
that
Let me
level
find
photo, go to
the part we
go
were
to
at.
the bubble.
Hold on.
What's it called? The bubble.
Hold on. Let me get
Whatever.
there. Is out of focus? No, you're missing, dude. You're missing the forest of the tree. He's showing a level. Don't worry about the sky. He's showing something that we know is straight across, right? Level is level.
Okay.
They're not curved, okay? And he's going to show you the same optical effect. Here's the level at a low frame, okay? We know that doesn't curve. Okay, you want to say the Earth is curving? Okay, fine. Just deal with that. But we're showing that a level, we know that level is not curved. Get it? We know it's not curved.
He doesn't get it. That's the complete depth of his going to the beach and doing something for me. Yes,
Okay,
that's 100% what it is. He's ignoring it actively.
So Jazz, pay attention. See that level? We know it's flat, okay? Straight across. Now look what happens when he zooms in, okay? This is showing you what happens when you compress. You see it's kind of curving? You see it's a little curvy there? Even though he made a level that's horizontally flat, curved, because the compression, it's going to take that image, because even through the lens of a camera, there's still going to be some type of distortion that's going to happen on any straight line. So when you take a horizon,
would you say
like
that
the
that's
level,
curving upwards?
Bro, why you keep arguing for nonsense? Are you ignoring the
this is
point on
curving.
purpose? Is it
This
purpose?
is actually
You're doing this on
convex.
purpose?
This is convex. Do you not
Parmesan,
see
do you
it?
think that do you think that the level is curving upwards when it's compressed here?
Well, that's convex. That's not curving upwards. That was convex. But hold on, he puts it high. Hold on, we're
It
gonna
was
get there.
curving. Wait, it was curving downwards.
Yeah, you didn't see it.
So you're not listening. Why are you asking
No, that's no.
nonsense?
Look,
Just
look, look. I
observe.
can't.
Hold
Look,
on,
look. Stop.
hold
No,
on.
no, no,
We're gonna do it.
wait. Stop.
No. Wait. This is the part of the recording. Hold on, settle down. This is part of the recording. It's still.
Oh, I
It's
see.
ended. That's the end of the recording. Sorry. So
No,
I'm gonna go back.
to the level. Yeah,
Okay,
here.
look.
So
I'm
which
gonna
way is
zoom
bend?
in. I'm gonna zoom in. Look at. See it? I'm gonna put in the middle. It made a curve, like a convex curve. Do you understand that?
Right.
No, he was speaking while you were speaking. He doesn't
We're on the
understand.
same page. Hold on. Just so we're on the same page. The center of the level, to me, looks higher, right, than the edges.
Yes.
Okay. Now go back to the horizon photos.
Okay.
And this is when it's low frame,
Actively
right?
trying to circle jerk you, bro, to keep you from making your point, bro. Please identify it. He's actively doing this on purpose. He's trying to keep you from making your point.
My point is, it does the opposite when he does the horizon example. The low frame
You don't
horizon bends.
understand that it's optical? Why are you arguing that? You know it's optical. Why are you talking about it? Let him make the point.
Because it's more drastic.
You see that?
It's more drastic. Do you understand what drastic means?
But the level one was curving upwards in the low frame.
Yeah, because in the frame, that the way he took the photo, it gave it that, for whatever reason, it gave it that viewing for whatever reason. It's the way it's when it's compressed at that point. There's times where you can take. It just depends. For whatever reason, we don't know. We don't know why. He's just showing that it does happen. Okay, look at right here.
And then I guess I'll stop bringing this up then.
Thank you.
If it's like Aaron distortion. But so the
Did
lens
you absorb the information? Do you understand it actually, or are you going to talk over everybody? Do you understand what was put to you? Did you actually absorb it, or do you just not? I don't want to talk about it anymore.
Yeah, I got it, bro. So the lens he used.
Thank you.
It wasn't Nikon P1000.
Let me see if I can zoom in. I forgot. There's a part where he did a lot actually. I couldn't find the other video, but there's a part where he goes into the camera. I think it's right here somewhere, and he clicks on like what type of camera setting it was or whatever, with exposure and. But I guess he didn't do it at this part. It might be the other video.
Okay, that's fine. Look,
but it was.
Can I just?
Maybe you
just wanted to
understand
add
how
one
it
thing
destroys
in.
your going to the beach and observing something argument, which was the
I just
point
wanted
of him
to.
bringing this up.
Sorry, Ranger. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Sorry, go ahead.
I just wanted to add one thing in. I did product photography for many years. I used to sell lenses for a living and collect lenses. And when I used to do product photography, I used a rectilinear lens. And when I would photograph paintings, like framed pictures and things like that, I would have heaps of trouble with the top and the bottom. Like the frame would always look like it was slightly warped, which would make it look like it was damaged. I would have to take pictures from right over the other edge of my house using different focal lengths to try to get it so it didn't look like it was warped a little bit. And that was just due to the barrel distortion. So yeah, even a rectilinear lens has that effect.
And which way was it distorting?
Just exactly like if it's at the top of the frame, it will be concave, convex, and at the bottom of the frame,
is it bending
the other way
upwards?
around. Yeah, if it's in the center of the frame, it's going to be straight, and if it's up towards the top of the frame, right, it's going to be convex, and if it's at the bottom of the frame, it's going to be convex. Exactly
Okay.
what he showed in the first example.
Right. But the second example then confused me a little bit.
The level.
There's also different types of barrel distortion. So if you have a look up barrel distortion at the moment, you can see different types, different lenses will have slightly different barrel distortions.
Yeah, it might have been also the
like
lens that he had, because that level that or the photo he took the level, he might have had maybe even a different setting on that. I don't know.
Right.
But that's not the argument. See, don't miss the forest of the trees. The argument here is that straight lines look curved when you take a photo of them. Do you understand that?
Okay,
Especially when you compress them. And remember, your own eyes do this. So I'll say this 1,000 more times because I've already said it 1,000 times. If you ever go into the middle of the ocean and you have water all around you, okay? And when you look out as far as you can see to the left and to the right in your peripheral, it looks like, dude, like it's curving. Like, oh, wow, check it out. Like I'm like in a circle, okay? But the right in your peripheral, if you just turn a little bit right, that part that was once upon a time, a second ago, curving is now perfectly flat and horizontal, because it's your eyes that create the straightness, the horizon that's all around you, but your eyes make it look like a circle because that's the way our lens, like, it bends it in our peripherals. Dude, this is such it's not science. Literally, a child could do it. You can go experience that. I literally just want you, next time you go in the ocean, just look out and put your hands up to your eyes like a horse with blinders and look straight. And you won't have that curving part because now you cut off your peripheral. Okay? You only have direct target. And then if you turn a little right, also straight. Little right, also straight. Little right, also straight. But then if you take if you remove your hands from your face, you're gonna see it's bare like circle at the end. And then you turn a little right, and then you have two new placings of the circles of the circle effect. And that's, again, now you look like that's a circle there and a circle there. But like I said, put your blinders on and you'll see it's horizontal all around you. So I don't know, bro. Like, you just maybe have to go get outside and touch grass. Try it out.
Well, I go out and do a lot of these things, but this is the one thing that I will say no to because I don't do the ocean.
No
I will
worries.
ask my friend though.
Yeah, no worries. You might even, I don't know, you might want to try it even like in just like if you have like a desert setting, I don't know. No, what I'm trying to get at is when you have something that's flat in a far distance from you, if it's like all the way through unobstructed, that's why you have to be in the middle of the ocean because there's nothing obstructing it. That's why it's kind of hard to do it on land. But if you were able to, like, just like you're in the middle, like the desert, like you might get the same effect because straight lines into our eyes they will curve the edges because of the shape of our eye and the way we see, and it's also the peripheral that will get that will make that effect. I mean, then all you do is just turn a little left or turn a little right, and that curve is no longer there because now it's perfectly straight across, horizontal. But now you have two new positions of what's curving. Go ahead.
Are you saying that if I was to have a big enough horizontal steel bar, right? It's really long and wide, and if I was to move it away from you, right? You're saying that it would appear to be curved eventually?
Wait. Say that again. You kind of lost me. What?
If let's say, right, that I asked three of my friends to hold up a perfectly straight metal bar, right? It's like hold on, give me a second. Yeah, sorry. Imagine you have like 50 people and they're holding up like a very wide steel bar that's perfectly straight. Are you saying that if they were to keep going away from me, that it would appear to be curving eventually?
No, because you're not. Eventually, it's going to be in your view, like as you're looking towards it. It has to be literally something that's like from one side of your peripheral to the other. It has to be all the way across and in the distance. Like you can't put your face up to like a straight line and be like, "Oh, I see a curve." Yeah, you got to be like a distance away from it to see this effect. But you also like, for instance, if you go out to a beach, like let's say you're like on an island, right? And you're like, "Oh, cool,"
Like the
like it has a
Earth,
little
for example.
and it has a cove. Then you can't see that effect because the cove is where it would be quote unquote curving, but the cove is now it's obstructing that horizontal because it's in the view. It's like you put blinders on. When you put your blinders on with your hands, the cove is doing the same thing. It's cutting off the part which would be the peripheral of your vision, which would make it start to curve. You understand what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying, but something interesting I just thought about with your ocean example, right? Um,
Mm-hmm.
if I was to imagine myself in I'm on a lifeboat, like a little rubber ducky in the middle of the ocean, right? Nothing's obstructing my view. No boats. Let's say I'm on a raft. I'm on a raft,
Uh
right?
huh.
No, nothing's obstructing. Yeah, a raft. Nothing's obstructing my view, right?
Uh huh.
Um, why can't I see a mountain? On a flat Earth. That's the first thing I'm thinking about.
Oh, the
But the
same
second thing,
reason. I'll tell you why. It's the same reason why if you were to walk up on a vertical building, okay, that just goes straight up, when you walk up to it and when you put your eyeball against the surface of it, you can't see the roof because it disappears. Because remember, the surface rises up to the lens. So it literally blocks itself out. You get what I'm saying?
mm,
So
What
the
about the
water
top of the
blocks.
mountain though? The mountain isn't flat. Why can't you see the top of it? If something's
Yeah, so
sticking out of the
I guess
building,
I
you'd be
guess
able
you're
to
not
see that.
understanding. You're not grasping what's saying, but it's okay though. So I'm gonna post a little video here that I saw
I
Jedi
know the
post a
video.
while back,
If
and I
something was
saved.
sticking out of the building, you'd still be able to see
And
it.
so here's the point though. Here's the point. Uh, when you do this test, and I hope you do this by the way. I want you to just put your camera on the floor and be like, hey, why can't I see that that car that's 2 miles away from me that I can see with my binoculars when I'm standing up? But if you were to get that car or capture that car when it first goes past you, as it gets to the distance, a certain distance, it's going to disappear. And you know that there's no mountains on that, right? You're smart, right? You're not an idiot like some of these globers that are like, why is it not disappearing? Okay, so
but
when that goes to a certain,
it does
when that
disappear, but if you zoom in on it, it'll reappear. And
Exactly.
if you
Right. Okay. Yeah. That does happen. That does happen. Right. When you have, because we could do that. Like, look at the black swan. Right. Imagine if he didn't have that camera, he would have never been
no, no,
able to
no,
see what he
no,
saw.
now I don't know what that is, but just in my ocean example, right? Let's just stick to the ocean example. Now the mountain thing was just
Mhm.
a side thought. Right? My biggest problem would be if I was in the middle of the ocean on a rubber ducky. My biggest problem would be at nighttime, right, for the flat Earth, because if presuming my knowledge, I've never been on the ocean and I never want to. Presumably, I would see stars in all directions, right? Directly in front of me, above me, behind me, right, left, everywhere, right? Now,
Yeah.
presumably, if the Earth was a plane, then the stars in front of me, right, around me, except for over me, would be obstructed by other things.
Actually, I'm glad you said that. You know, there's a rule of thumb in celestial navigation to where they say don't even use stars at a degree above from the horizon because it's so distorted, or it can give you such a bad error, margin of error. I mean, because of the refraction of them, because the density that you are looking through towards the surface of the Earth. So you're going to make out a star position. You won't even be able to see stars at a certain elevation above above the horizon sometimes, because for whatever reason, the conditions of the sky can't even see them. So it makes sense that you're saying, well, I can only see the ones above me. Well, yeah, because you're not looking through a million, plates of glass that are in a row. That's going to make it harder to see something in a distance, as opposed to just looking through like 2 plates of glass, 200
No,
plates of glass.
I'm not sure you're getting what I'm saying.
I get what you're saying. You're saying that when you're on the ocean, you're saying that you can see stars in all directions, but you can't. There's a certain angle off of the horizon up into the sky that you can't see stars. Like, for instance, this is why they say, oh, you can't see shooting stars that come up. You never see a shooting star coming up from the ground, right? You never see that. But if you're on a ball and a shooting star crosses Africa, well, then that means for America, we should see it shooting out from the ground. Because if we're a ball and it's shooting across their sky that way, that means we should see it shooting up.
I think
and then over there on the other side, like China, they would see that shooting down, like it'd be going down, Africa would be going across, and then America would be seeing it up in your paradigm, in the way you believe that the globe is. So, but the point though is that you can't see things coming from a certain angle. You can't see anything that would be considered in the sky at a certain distance because you're looking through the thickest part of our air. It's the most dense. It's the most dense medium is at the surface of the ground. Would you agree to that? Yes or no?
I'm not sure exactly what you mean, but look.
Okay. Okay. Would you agree that it's dense on the
just
surface?
respond here. Look, hold on. I was thinking about the claim you made, right? So you were talking about comets or like shooting stars and which directions they would go to. Now, I could be wrong here, okay? But I'm pretty sure I've seen this super viral video on Twitter. I'm sure you guys have seen it as well, right? There's this girl who's on video, right? And she sees a shooting star shooting upwards, like she sees it and it's in frame, right? People were calling her the main character and all that, right? It went super viral, right? I'm sure one of you has seen it, right?
Are you talking about the one that it was a meteorite?
Was it a meteorite? I don't know.
It wasn't. Hold on. You're talking about where she's like set up and they back it turns blue, like, and she just like, oh whoa, like you're talking about that one, right? That went super viral.
Yeah.
That was okay. That was supposedly like a meteor crashing or whatever, and then she caught it though. Like she caught it on film, and then like there's like
and it's going upwards.
no, no, it's just going across her. But yeah, I'm so glad
it is going across her, right?
Hold on, I'm so glad you said that because that's actually a learning lesson from you. When things are in the sky, just going across from one position, it looks like it's going up. But if you turn over your shoulder, it looks like it's going down. But in reality, it's just going laterally. It's just like a plane, like a plane. It's not curving around the earth. It's just flying straight across, parallel to the surface of the earth. But when you first see a plane coming to you, it looks like it's going up, like it's coming up, like going up higher and higher, like it's climbing, but it's not climbing. It's just flying straight at you. And then when you turn around, when it passes over your shoulder, then it looks like it's going downward. But it's on again. It's not going downwards. It's just flying horizontally. So I'm glad you brought that up because that's another teachable moment for Globers that think they're.
But if that's the case, then we can never tell whether a comet is going upwards or downwards.
Hold on, I can't hear you because Fig Nuttin wants to get banned. So hold on, give me a second.
Is that a Glober in distress? Is that a Glober in distress?
Yeah, I think it's a Glober's
Is that
distress
what
call.
elevation? Is that what elevation angles do to Globers?
Yeah, it ruins their head. All right, now that he got it all out, go ahead, Jess.
Yeah, I don't even know what the fuck I don't know.
He jumped in spewing the N word, so he's going to get a ban in a little bit. But hold on, go ahead.
I lost my train of thought. I'll bring it up later. Talk somewhere else.
Okay.
Yeah, it's only like in celestial navigation as well. You don't like usually shoot a star. I think it's below 20 degrees, because you're not going to get a true fix at that point with elevation angle. So they do recommend when you're doing a fix on the flat Earth to get a shoot above 20 degrees.
Yeah, it's because it's the too dense.
Yeah, it's too dense. Yeah, the air is thick, and you're not going to get a true position. It's to account for real refraction.
Correct.
Not terrestrial fucking 7/6 bullshit refraction. Proper refraction. So you might shoot that star below 20, and you're not going to get you're not going to get a true angle. Yeah, because it could be like a bit off. So they recommend you don't do it below 20 degrees.
Right.
The elevation angle from the horizontal baseline, which is the sea level, flat Earth. Elevation angles prove the flat Earth. There's no proof of a globe, and we all know that.
Yeah, we were talking about, just to kind of refresh Jazz's. We're talking about planes going over your head, looking like they're going up, and then looking like they're going down. But all they're doing is just flying parallel to the ground, to the surface of the Earth. It's just an optical thing.
Yeah, but that's like your celestial sphere, isn't it? It's like a protractor. And you look at that's where this dome thing comes into the fucking thing.
Exactly.
People say there's a dome. It looks like a dome. No one's saying it's a dome. Well, some people do. I don't. But when you're viewing the stars, it looks like it's a celestial dome.
Right. It's because the angle
Yeah. It's an angular perception. Yeah.
Exactly. You create that dome around you, but it's speculation Sunday. So let me say this: it does say in the scriptures that he's going to roll up the firmament like a scroll. That means that it's not a dome. It's like a scroll would be like a paper, right? And if you roll up a paper, well, then that makes sense. That it's just same way he says I stretched it out like a tent. Maybe it was just a tent that's just like horizontal above you, not necessarily like a teepee or like one that you go camping with. But there are maybe just I don't know. Speculation.
Yeah, I mean, you could have. I'm not saying this. I'm not claiming anything. But even if the lights in the sky, what we call the stars, and all that, if say there was a height to them, and they was all at the same horizontal altitude, all of them, even though some of them appear to look bigger and brighter. Say they was all on a horizontal plane, and it was horizontal level lights of the stars. They would still appear to curve in a dome way, the further away you move from them. So it's nothing to do with, it's just your perspective. And I don't understand why people can't understand perspective, especially Globers. This perspective. Why doesn't an aeroplane stay the same size in the sky when you're watching it fly away? It's not the globe getting away, is it? It's perspective. The further it gets away, the smaller it gets. Shit shrinks. The plane seems smaller in the sky. It's fucking child's play, mate.
Yeah.
Child's play.
And if you think about it, when it's, like so many miles away from you and it's really, really small, and you're like, oh, look at it, it's gone around the globe, they might think. But in reality, like, person on the other side.
Yeah, but they come out with this bullshit, Paul. They come out with this bullshit. Oh, it's because of the globe, there's no perspective on the globe, but then, that's why the boats are disappearing and all that. And then they say, why you should be able to see across the world if it was flat. And then you look at a plane in the sky. Why doesn't the plane look the same size as it does on the airport runway before it takes off when it's up in the sky. I mean, this is like children's talk.
Right. I'm gonna
because
post
it's
a
getting
photo right
further
here.
away. It's
I'm gonna
going
post-
away from the airport.
I'm gonna
I
post.
don't know.
I'm gonna post a photo of exactly what I was trying to say earlier. The surface raises to your eye, so that's what would block out the rest of the world behind it. From there, it's because all of that surface has been raised to your eye, and you can't see farther to see that mountain simply because the angle to it is so small. It's in the vanishing point.
Can you stop talking about angles, please? That's got nothing to do with curvature.
Very true. Every time you use angles, you're no longer talking about the. So Hugh, I hope you. Yes, you're on. You're muted, but I hope you look into it and figure out you're watching too many YouTube videos, same debunked arguments that have been years now. This is why we just, I guess it's still out there. So I guess we still got to break them down, though.
I mean, the thing
No,
is,
man,
though,
it's,
I mean,
it's
I
not
missed
about
the
these.
beginning.
It's not about these little. Hold on. It's not about these little arguments, man. I don't know how to explain it, but it's just I've just been to school, man. I just know. I've done the maths. I've done the experiments, right? I kind of have this, mechanical understanding of things, right? You get what I'm saying, though, right? And I can calculate
What you
an
saying,
object
mate?
center of
I
mass.
haven't got a
I
clue.
can I can calculate an object center of mass. I can calculate an object center of gravity. And you see these things play out in real life. You see people balancing, in weird ways, contorting their bodies to make their center of gravity outside of their bodies, right? We can make physical descriptions of all of these things. We can map it out and calculate the
Hey,
forces
mate.
involved, right?
Hey, mate. Is math reality?
Maths describes reality, yes.
Yeah. So if I said to you, I've got a mathematical equation for how long it takes Father Christmas to drop all these presents off in 24 hours, does that make Father Christmas real?
Well, if I could observe Father Christmas doing everything that you said he would in your equations, then yes.
Yeah, that's not what he asked.
So,
He asked
yeah.
if the of the.
It's okay, mate.
Yeah.
All right. Don't jump into the conversation just like that. Just wait your turn. So yeah. So if you could observe something that you're talking about with mathematics, so where do we observe space time in the fourth dimension?
We observed it from the light bending. I thought we went through this. I sent the
No,
Einstein.
that's just light. No, the space time in a fourth dimension. Where do you observe that for your math? That you need to observe first of all. You've just admitted that.
I'm sorry, what?
You've just admitted you need to observe something first to confirm it with your mathematics. Now, where do you observe space-time in the fourth dimension? Please tell me.
Well, you observe the effects.
No, where's the fourth dimension? Where can I see that?
No.
You don't know because you can't see it, can you? So it's not observable. So you've got no math for it, have you?
No, you do have math for it.
So where did you observe it? The fourth dimension. Where is it? Give me the latitude measurements of the fourth dimension.
Don't have them.
So you don't know where it is. You've never observed it.
You're asking for a spatial reference of something that isn't spatial.
I'm asking. You said math. You need to observe it for your mathematical equations. I'm asking you for the observation, and you're struggling.
Right. Anyway, to answer your question, Apocryphon, back to what I was talking about.
Yeah, just dodge mine, mate. Just dodge mine because it's a bit difficult.
Yep. So we have numbers for center of masses and center of gravities for things. And it just makes sense, If something has enough mass, it'll just become spherical. It just makes sense. Because, and I know that it makes sense because we've made predictions about how things behave under gravity in all sorts of circumstances.
Yeah. So where have you observed gravity? What is gravity, mate? Where have you observed it?
Man,
What's gravity?
I've been talking for a long time. He just asked me a personal question about my beliefs. I don't want to defend it right now.
So you've never seen gravity, have you?
I've seen things fall in a vacuum chamber.
That's not gravity, is it?
What is it, man?
It's something falling in a vacuum chamber.
Yeah, why is it falling?
Because it's falling in a vacuum chamber. You tell me why it's falling.
Well, we start with the presupposition that when things move, to induce motion in an object, a force is required. Would you agree with that assumption?
It's a presupposition, you said, so no.
Do you think that objects do not require force to start to gain motion?
No.
So you agree with the presupposition? So it's irrelevant.
No, I'm saying what's gravity? You said it's something falling in a vacuum chamber. That's not gravity. That's something
Right. The
falling in a vacuum
reasoning,
chamber.
right. The reasoning starts with the presupposition. I presuppose that to induce motion in an object that is at rest, I presume that a force must act on it. Do you agree with that assumption?
Okay, so when you put gas in a vacuum chamber, does it fall down?
Yes, there's a downward pressure gradient.
So the gas doesn't fill the absolute vacuum chamber and expand out in all directions.
It expands in all directions, but it goes down more than it goes up.
No, it fills the available space, doesn't it?
It forms the pressure gradient, downward pressure gradient.
Yeah, it will fill the available space. It doesn't go down, does it?
It's less dense up than it's down.
You're not talking about density, are you? You're talking about gravity pulling things down. Gas doesn't go down, does it?
He answered your question several times, but you're just refusing to believe it.
You can jump in like a white knight, but I'm not even listening to you.
Yeah, so you're right. Gas does go in all directions, but more of the gas goes down. Hold on, I'm not done. I'm not done, bro. You're asking me questions, okay? So,
no, it doesn't go, I'm pointing out. I'm pointing out your explanation of gravity is incorrect because gas doesn't go down. You're incorrect.
It does. It does.
No,
it forms a pressure gradient.
So in a vacuum chamber, you let some gas. Does it drop to the floor, or does it expand out and fill the available space?
Some of it expands out. Most of it goes down.
No, it doesn't. It'll fill the available space. You're incorrect.
Citation.
Just look at gas pressure. Gas pressure. What's gas pressure?
Show me where they've done this, bro. Come on, man.
Say it again, sorry, mate.
Show me where they've measured the pressure on top of a box.
I'm not about measuring. I'm saying gas fills available space. It's called entropy.
Right.
It's a gas law.
Right. And right. And you know what's really funny is you can do this in your room right now. You can shut off the phone. You can shut off the fan in your room right now. You can install a barometer in your phone, and you can check the gas pressure near the ceiling and near the ground. You can do that yourself.
Yeah. So what? You got pressure then? So it's contained, is it? The pressure?
Yeah, the pressure is contained, and it's more pressure downwards than upwards. Why is that?
Pressure gradient.
Yep. Why is that?
Yeah. And what? Because pressure has different gradients at different altitudes.
Why?
Because it's a dynamic system we live in, and there's all sorts of temperatures and things going on. So you've got pressure gradients at different altitudes. Do you know altitudes measured?
So you're saying it's pressure. So sorry, you're saying it's temperature.
I'm saying we live in a dynamic system. We've got pressure, and that requires containment, doesn't it?
Well, right, it does. So you're saying that.
Where's the containment for the atmosphere in your globe model? Where's the containment?
The containment is the downward force, but in your model, let me ask you. You've been asking me a lot of questions.
I'm trying to follow you.
You've been asking me a lot of questions, and I was talking to the other guy. You've been asking me a lot of questions. Let me ask you one, right?
I'm not asking you questions. I'm putting you right. I'm not asking questions. I'm telling you where you're incorrect. I'm not asking you anything.
That's
You're
fine. I'm incorrect. That's fine. There must be a container, right? Tell me where the container meets the ground. Go ahead.
Yeah, but you don't have a container on the globe model, so you're incorrect.
Yeah,
You haven't got. You haven't got a.
I don't. I'm incorrect. I've been said right by you. Now, where does the container meet the ground? Tell me. Go ahead. Quick.
Say that again. Sorry.
Where does the container meet the ground? Quick. Quick.
I don't know.
Okay. Have a nice day. Don't talk to me.
Yeah. Okay. I'll have a nice day. But you have got containment. You admitted it. That isn't in reference to the globe model. So you're diminishing the globe model. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Your whole worldview is seeing is believing, but you've never seen the dome meet the earth, but you believe in it.
I've not mentioned the dome. You have.
You believe in it.
I don't. I know Earth is flat. It's measured that way.
Yeah, and you know it as a container, but you've never seen it, but you believe in it.
That's correct. I don't believe in it. I know it must have containment because that you can't have pressure without containment. It's gas law. Silence is golden.
I was gonna make mention. The funny thing is that when you turn on this vacuum chamber, get it to a vacuum state, if there is no gradient anymore, because all the gas molecules have rushed out of the chamber. To I guess for you to understand, Jazz, to your demise, because then it negates your theory that all the gases are going to go down and then stay there because of a gradient. Like there's no pressure gradient within a vacuum chamber. Once you turn it on, it's going to exit all the gas.
You know, I wish you actually took the time to turn something else on because I don't know how you're gonna get any girls when you're always talking about the Earth being flat. It's not.
Stop whining.
Yeah.
We got
So
Luna. We got you. You're here.
On the outside panel.
Just to respond to that, hold on. Just to respond to that vacuum chamber statement, I'm not even going to respond to that. That was I don't even know what point you were trying to make. The examples we were talking about were, let's say you're in your room right now, right? You're in your room right now, right? And you're not farting, right, or anything. Or you can hold your breath, right, and not fart while you take these measurements, right? Turn your fan off, right? Take your barometer measurement near the ground and near the ceiling, right?
Yeah,
That's what I was talking about.
Do you understand that in the room that I'm in, it's not a vacuum chamber? You get what we're talking about now?
Bro, if you're talking about a gas pressure gradient, it can't possibly be in a vacuum chamber. What the fuck are you talking about?
Okay. Let me rewind the tape for you because you don't even know out of your own mouth. You told him that gas goes down, okay? And then he said, "Oh, is that going to happen in a vacuum?" And you said, "Yes." And he goes, "Oh, so it's not going to fill the space."
APOC, no. Hold on. He said, the other guy said, if you fill the vacuum chamber with gas, what will happen? It was a hypothetical that they were responding to, right? That's it.
Yeah. And which at that point is not a vacuum anymore. And what will happen eventually, if you give it some time, is most of the more than 50%. I don't know the percentage actually. I'll have to do the calculations. But more of the gas will be downwards than upwards. There will be a downward pressure gradient. I don't know if the mathematics is linear or exponential.
Jazz. I'll give you a clue. It follows the inverse square law, just like the atmosphere. What I'm not sure what else around follows the inverse square law, but that's
so then you're admitting the density of the gas molecule, right? Right?
What?
So you're admitting that it's just because the density of the gas molecules, right? I mean, you could say it. Come on, dude. Just be honest with yourself. I know it's hard for Globers to admit things that go against their paradigm, but that's logical. That would be honest. You would be honest with yourself right now if you conceded to that fact that what you're representing there or demonstrating is just a gradient of the pressure due to what is dense, less dense, and then they're going to fall in suit accordingly.
No. You don't get what I'm saying. Imagine. Okay. I get what you're saying. Let me change the wording. Right. We're not talking about air anymore. Imagine we're just talking about oxygen, O2. Right. The same mass. Right. No other gas. Right.
Luna left.
That oxygen will show a downward pressure gradient.
Did you ask me a question or you made a statement?
No, I just made a statement because you said something about density, and I'm saying that you can fill it up with a gas of the same density, right? Just one molecule of, like, you can put in helium, oxygen, whatever. You're gonna see a downward pressure gradient.
Is oxygen created?
I don't know. Yeah,
on the surface.
It's created at ground level and it releases itself from the ground and it expands out in all directions. It doesn't go down.
No, it does not. It does not.
Yes, it does.
Okay, so Mark, you're saying that gases don't fill the space?
I'm saying it does not get created at ground level. That's a preposterous explanation for pressure gradient.
Wait,
where does oxygen get? Sorry, mate. Where does oxygen?
Where's the gas made in the sky?
Has it got a gas factory up in the sky somewhere? Yeah.
Very little oxygen. Hold on. Very little oxygen is created or destroyed on a daily basis on the planet.
Where's it created from? What level? What altitude?
It's not created or destroyed at any altitude. Would you like me to explain?
Hold on.
It's created at sea level. Sea level. It's created at.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Nope. Would you please explain how it's created, and I'll tell you how you're wrong.
Where
vegetation, water, sea level. It expands out from the ground and the sea.
I suppose you went to school and learned about photosynthesis, right?
What
is photosynthesis?
What do you mean by that? I'm not talking about photosynthesis.
Oh, really? How is it created then?
It's created at ground level and it spans out in all directions.
By what is? How is it created? What is the chemical or process?
Hang on, Mark. Let me chime in. Okay. Now you're being all pedantic about the use of the term created. Okay, whether you use the term created or converted, right? I think he's referring to the same thing. Like, come on, bro.
What is he referring to? I want to know.
Come on. Either or, they're synonymous in this sense. And you know that, you're just being a jackass. Come on.
No, I'm not. I'm seriously. If he's not saying photosynthesis, what is he saying? And what is he saying? How is it created?
No, but
what he's being referred to. I think that's what he's referring to by use of the term created. I could be wrong, but I think you have enough intuition to say, okay, yeah, that's what he's probably referring to. Does anyone want to second that?
He's not trying
to. Am I out of line on that?
No. He's genuinely asking what other methods are there for O2 to be released from the ground other than photosynthesis. He's genuinely asking.
Yeah, so I mean, if you look into it, the half of the oxygen production on Earth comes from the ocean, sea level. Yeah, the majority of this production is from ocean plankton, drifting plants, algae, and other bacteria, all created at sea level.
That's photosynthesis.
Yes, photosynthesis, exactly.
Yeah, so it's created at sea level. It's created at sea level, and it expands out up in all directions. Fills the space.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I'm going to get to so let me explain to you how that's just silly, right? So
what? No, it's not silly.
Hold on.
It's not silly.
I'm going to explain to you. How it's just really dumb to think that. Here's why, right? What is photosynthesis? Photosynthesis is removing a carbon molecule carbon atom from CO2. So it is CO2. It is a carbon with an oxygen molecule, right? So once what photosynthesis does is strips off the carbon molecule and leaves just the oxygen behind, right? So it's converting carbon to CO2 to pure oxygen, right? And the net size difference is almost negligible, right? So while it does take CO2 and convert to oxygen, right? The net pressure is 0 on that conversion. So it does not create a pressure gradient. And even if it did, it's only about, carbon dioxide is only about 2% of the atmosphere. Would not explain it, right? Furthermore, even if it did create a pressure gradient, it's not what you observe on global pressures. For example, you would see pressure rushing out from habitable zones to uninhabitable zones, right? But the pressure is actually higher over the poles. All in there.
Yeah. So you're begging the question a few times there. What you're talking about is irrelevant. Gas pressure, oxygen is created at sea level, ground level.
Okay. Are you fucking dumb?
Stay there.
I just explained to you how it's not created. Oxygen is there. You're just removing a carbon molecule.
Oh my god, bro. Okay, this is ridiculous, Mark. Everybody here knows that when we say it being created is obviously you're explaining the process of which would be then how it was been created, quote unquote, as it's a byproduct of this system that we have in place, right?
Dude,
so
the oxygen is not created.
Mark, literally, you said it yourself. You literally said it yourself. You said that it takes the carbon, right, and the water to produce the glucose and the oxygen. What does produce mean to you, Mark? What is it? What is it?
There's oxygen in a carbon dioxide, carbon and oxygen together combined. What the plant does is remove the carbon and leave the oxygen, right? There's no net production of anything.
So,
what are you talking about?
So when it's creating something breathable for you, is that a better way for it? Is that better? Okay, for instance, if I put you in a room filled with carbon dioxide and water, are you gonna survive, Mark? Are you gonna be okay there? If I put you in a room filled with carbon dioxide, are you gonna live, Mark? You fucking idiot.
You want to change the topic? We can change the topic.
Oh,
but
no. You're missing the fucking point because you're so fucking your head's so far up your ass. You're not getting it. Listen to us, okay? When we say that it's being created on the surface, yes, you're right. There is a process, all right? Where fucking the sunlight fucking hits it and takes the fucking these gases, and it has a byproduct, then thus releasing them back into the system. So that way, Mark, it's not filled with fucking carbon dioxide in the fucking sky where we would die. You fucking moron.
Awesome.
It has to be changed to oxygen, meaning it's going to do a process and then it's going to release the oxygen and put it back into the sky. So when we say it's oxygen's made on the surface, yes, very fucking much so. Through a process that's taking this dirty oxygen, if you want to call it that, and then it's making it clean again for us to breathe. Because without that process, Mark, we wouldn't be here. You understand now?
Explain to me how removing a carbon atom from oxygen increases the pressure.
Okay, let me ask you something. Do you think that it's the cold in the places in the environment that you're talking about? Because you're trying to say, oh, it has a higher. Do you think it's maybe has to do with the temperature? Because cold temperature creates that pressure. Would you agree to that? Yes or no?
Explain to me how removing a carbon atom increases the pressure.
Increases the pressure?
Answer my question.
Increases the pressure?
Yeah, that was the argument. Is that oxygen?
So wait.
The photosynthesis, which removes carbon atoms from oxygen, from a dirty. I like that dirty oxygen. Removes the carbon atoms. What pressure?
Okay, what gas is heavier, oxygen or carbon dioxide?
Carbon dioxide is heavier.
Okay, so then when you release that oxygen and it goes up into the sky, or is it going to go down? Just naturally, as the element it is, Mark, is the oxygen going to go up? Whether it's gravity or density, however you want to think about it, does oxygen go up or does oxygen go down, Mark?
You're claiming a net pressure gradient, a net pressure gain from photosynthesis. How do you achieve that? You can't.
Okay, so once again, we're gonna ask this slowly, okay? When photosynthesis happens, okay, and the carbon dioxide in the water then becomes a glucose and a oxygen, then when that process happens, Mark, does it go up or does it go fall on the ground and go boom?
Well, your total volume actually goes down, so you'd be losing pressure.
Okay, so you're saying that the oxygen goes down to the ground; it doesn't go up into the sky.
I'm talking about total volume. The claim was
Wait,
no,
hold on. We're taking
no. You're trying to evade. You're just dancing past.
No, I'm not dancing. I'm trying
because you've been caught.
Baby steps.
You've been caught
Mark,
trying to defend
baby
something
steps.
which is
You're avoiding it. Mark, you're avoiding it. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why you're avoiding it. Because you know that answer. You know that answer is that it goes up, and you can't say that because you're trying to defend a position that it goes down, and you know that
it does not. It doesn't go up or down. It just enters the atmosphere. Correct. Pressure is created.
Right. It goes in all directions, right? That's what we're saying.
It enters the atmosphere it enters the atmosphere at the gradient in which it was produced. Right? But
does it go above sea level or below sea level? Does it go above sea level or below sea level?
Do you see why we take the baby steps, Mark? Because we got to get you to. You're a baby, so we got to get you the steps. But eventually,
your understanding of this is really infantile. But I'll try and talk down to you.
Baby, globe zealot, same thing. Hold on. Here's the point, though, Mark.
How can a net pressure loss be responsible for increased pressure at the surface? It can't. Explain that. How can a net pressure loss from the photosynthesis cause pressure at the surface?
What do you think? Why do you think it does that? Let me hear your answer. Why do you think it does that?
I don't think photosynthesis has anything to do with the pressure.
Why don't you just explain the water cycle and tell us how gravity is working in that process?
Well, you want to change the topic to something you can try and pretend you could defend. That's fine, but you admit that you're wrong.
No, Mark. No, we're
pressure gradient.
No. Where you're at, okay? We want to say
awesome.
Your question.
Thank you for
your question. Hold on.
That you cannot explain the pressure gradient with photosynthesis.
Hold on. Your question is that there's a net pressure loss in the sky when there's a low pressure system, right?
What? No, wait. Again, what are you talking about? I'm talking about photosynthesis is a very small net pressure loss near the surface where it's done. You guys said sea level, that's fine. Cyanobacteria and all that in the ocean, great, fine.
Okay. So then, what's your point? So what's your point?
This cannot be used to explain the pressure gradient, so don't do it.
Yeah, you need containment for the pressure.
Wait, hold on. I'm trying to figure out your line of logic here. What don't you understand about how photosynthesis works and where it goes? It's taking this gas from the sky and then having a byproduct of almost like a washer, right? You put your car in dirty, comes out clean, right? What exactly? What are you trying to get at in your stupidity right now? Go ahead.
Okay, so the question was about pressure gradients, right? And the idea was used that oxygen, or the idea was presented that oxygen production near the surface is one explanation for the pressure gradient, right? There's more oxygen being produced at the pressure surface. There's a release of this oxygen, which causes higher pressure near the surface, right? And I said, if you look at photosynthesis, that's just a ridiculous explanation because it actually removes pressure by taking out the heavy carbon dioxide and replacing it with lighter oxygen. So there's actually very small net pressure loss near the surface from photosynthesis.
But hold on though. Mark, the reason why though is because I think what it is you have maybe a misunderstanding. Do you think that there is the oxygen like in that form in its purity? Do you think that that's in the carbon dioxide or do you not understand that that's a byproduct of carbon dioxide?
What is carbon dioxide?
Well, I know it's CO2, but it's not in its form, though. So, in other words, if you take carbon dioxide and it does photosynthesis, do you realize that there will be more oxygen than what it started with because it's a byproduct of pure O2. So it's actually more like you don't. It's not like maybe using a car to get water. Bad analogy because that's to say that you took a car in there and then you had a full car at the end. But in this case, you would have like we would have to use a different analogy because in reality, this system, carbon dioxide isn't full oxygen. So the byproduct, it will have more oxygen than what the plant was actually taking in. So that's what creates that heavy, that low pressure, if you will, because it's
Apocryphon. So I don't usually get into this the specifics in these conversations because this is not my topic. I know about photosynthesis, and I can tell you that as much oxygen is going in is as much oxygen that goes out.
That's completely false.
Increase in oxygen.
No, that's completely false, bro. Because it's a
What's your reference? Please post a citation.
Okay, let me go look for it. But I know for a fact, dude. You think that we haven't heard all these conversations before, bro? We haven't heard. We've talked about this years ago when somebody's trying to say that carbon dioxide is oxygen pretty much being clean, so it should be the same levels. Bro. No, you're wrong. Carbon dioxide by itself, CO2, right? With the byproduct of O2, it's more than the original form. That's why it gives off more oxygen than it.
This is how much is not a globe.
Dude, this is so simple. You don't even have to look up the specifics of photosynthesis, right? It's the law of conservation of mass, right? If you've done middle school chemistry, you would know that the number of atoms of anything to the left of the equation will be on the right side of the equation. You can't just create oxygen out of nothing, right?
Isn't carbon dioxide one carbon atom and two oxygen atoms?
Yes, and that molecule, carbon dioxide, is more heavy than a molecule of oxygen, so it will have more pressure, right?
Yeah, carbon is more heavier than oxygen.
So when photosynthesis
the byproduct
pressure should increase.
No. You're not getting it, bro, and you're probably not. I mean, I don't know how to. I don't know how to help you here.
Apocryphon, this is how much it's not a globe, bro. They're like dying to tell you about atoms and fucking oxygen and shit. Like, what's the point? What's the point? Why are we talking about this?
It's middle school chemistry, bro. The number of oxygen
we don't care. This is flat Earth. Stupid.
Out.
Oh, you don't care? Nah, not really. And this is how much it's not a globe. Otherwise, you guys would be like, no, but here's the facts of how it's a globe. Instead, you're like, but oxygen has 45 molecules or whatever. Like, as if we care, bro. The fuck?
We're just responding to your dumb arguments. That's all.
You're dumb. I just got here. The fuck?
Can I ask an unrelated question?
You guys have everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome. We could say 2 + 2 is 4, and you'll try to find a way to try to prove us wrong. And this has happened many times.
Most things you say are wrong, but not everything.
Oh, 2 + 2 is 4, by the way. You know, I can think of ways that's not true. You guys have literally done this. You guys have a syndrome where it doesn't matter what we say, we're just wrong to you.
Isn't that what you do? Is that your position?
Oh, here we go. What? He asked you
literally your position.
Discord. You'll be like, well, I don't know. We could be in a simulation. Like this.
But that's the thing. We are the ones that say 2 + 2 = 4. You're the one that's like, no, it's 5.
No. It's literally the other way around. I just made that point. The fuck?
Are you young Earth creationist?
What? See what I mean? Like, what does that have to do with anything? Who said anything about that?
I'm just curious.
This is how much it's not a globe, guys. This is how much it's not a globe. Again,
your name is Creation Bear.
It's just a name. It's just a name.
It's just a question.
This is how much it's not a globe. You want to hone and focus on my Discord name instead of being like, so this is why I think it's a globe, and here are some facts about that. Yeah, but your name says this, as if that has anything to do with anything.
So are you saying that everything that has to be said in this VC? Are you saying that everything that has to be said in this VC is either just direct fucking measurements of the curve or nothing else?
So we can go home, dude. That's the whole point of this whole flat Earth stuff. What do you mean?
Okay. If you just scroll up, I send a method for you to do it yourself. Picard did it in the 15th century. Oh, it's deleted. Let me send it again.
Okay.
Let me send it again.
Classic.
You know, it's crazy when I think about it. There's these somebody even mentioned it the other day. I saw an article how they're saying like there's these companies that they order like these carbon dioxide like little like how would I say it? This little like tool, not tool or instrument, like these little like air conditioning type units. They're units. There you go, carbon dioxide units. And what they do is when they're growing in their greenhouse, they purposely spray or pump, fill the greenhouse with carbon dioxide because because the process that the plants have, the more carbon dioxide that they get, the more oxygen they can create, and which helps them grow larger within the greenhouse. So like there's this company that sells big old CO2. They look like big cylinder fans, and all they do is just generate and pump out carbon dioxide. But it just goes back to my point. They're like, show me where it makes more. Dude, there's literally a science to why they're saying we need carbon dioxide in the sky, because it helps generate more oxygen, and the plants, like the crops, even get bigger, and you reduce the carbon, you reduce the growth of the plants, believe it or not.
Yeah. No, carbon is used as a fuel, right? Absolutely. That's why it takes it out and leaves the oxygen. Oxygen is poisonous.
Here's what I want you to do. Just simply go Google it. I found an article in Britannica. I found one on Wiley. There's all kinds of sources here. You have the USDA.gov, National Geographic Society. But if you just want to Google for yourself, right? Is there more oxygen after it photosynthesizes from carbon dioxide? Literally, it's going to tell you yes. When carbon dioxide is used in photosynthesis, the process produces oxygen as a byproduct, meaning there is more oxygen present after photosynthesis occurs compared to before. So I don't know why we've been through so many arguments about science, by the way. I probably learned more about science in Discord over the past 6 years now than I ever learned while I was in school, because we hear a dumb argument. So like this argument probably took place like 4 years ago, 5 years ago. But then I went and researched it, and I'm like, oh shit, here's the answer. Now we know. This is why we're talking about it today. That's why I'm even giving you an objection, because I'm like, no, you're fucking utterly false. I've looked into this. And I don't know why you guys are saying it, because I don't think you've looked into it. Because if you did, you know the right answer. Anyways, I've learned more about science in Discord than all my fucking years of schooling. Believe it or not. Which makes sense, though. Because all we do is talk about science in here. And
I believe you.
And it pushes us to go look into what we're talking about. It pushes us what we're talking about. Hey, they can make cracks like that. That's fine. But here's the funny part. They are here with the wrong answer. So what the fuck? Maybe they need to go look into it. Oh, wait. Or is it because they learned it in school and they memorized it? They don't have to look any further, even though they just remember shit badly and wrong. Just like this guy thought that oxygen isn't greater after the process through photosynthesis. So shit like that, bro, it just makes Glober look more stupid, to be honest. I don't know. I don't know how to help.
Well, what do you mean oxygen is greater after photosynthesis?
The amount of it. So like for instance, if
the amount of what?
The amount of oxygen. So okay.
So you're saying that there's extra oxygen atoms?
No. Okay. In the byproduct. Okay. Let's say you fill the room with carbon dioxide. Okay. And then the amount. Let's say you could give a measurement to the amount you put in. Okay. And then once it goes through the process, there will be more oxygen than what you initially introduced into the room, because when there's a bite, dude, go look it up. It's in Britannica. I again, go look instead of laughing and stuff. Just go look it up, bro. You'll learn for yourself. That you're an idiot.
Are you aware the carbon gives weight to the molecule, and then when you break up the molecule, you get 2 oxygen atoms and 1 carbon atom separate. That you will have 2 atoms of oxygen freed and the carbon will be, of course, heavier. Are you aware of that?
Yes, totally aware of that.
Okay, so when you say that the room will have double the oxygen, you're just simply saying, well, when you
I
split
didn't
the
say
oxygen
double. No, I didn't
molecule,
say double. No, I didn't say double. Go ahead.
Hang on. Guys, there's one thing that I think is being discounted in this, right? When the process of photosynthesis occurs, right, the CO2 is broken up into 2 oxygen and 1 carbon, but the oxygen is then released as a gas, but the carbon remains in solid form within the plant, right? It's used as part of the creation of glucose. Right, so it's not that the gases just go back out into the air, but they're just broken apart. It's not like that, right? So factor that into the equation because I don't think that was mentioned before.
Yeah, so then you're gonna have when the process is done, you're gonna have a room with oxygen, which is now breathable, right? Like you could die if you're in a room with carbon dioxide. So it's going to produce it's obviously because it's separated. You're going to have more oxygen than what has been, like he said. Actually, I'm glad you pointed that out because and you even mentioned glucose because that's also another byproduct of this process. But go ahead.
If the room is only filled with oxygen, you'll get oxygen poisoning.
True.
Because
that's why.
It's so not a globe.
You can't. Matter of fact, that's why a lot of people die that go get oxygen in the hospital because they die because it kills them. Well, some people do.
No.
Firstly,
that oxygen is mixed.
Hold on. I just need to be clear in what you're saying, right? So I just need this concrete example. It's going to be a bit, nerdy. Now, imagine you had a plant in a room, and you put in, let's say you put in 100 molecules of CO2 inside the room, right? So 100 molecules of CO2 will have 100 atoms of carbon and 200 atoms of oxygen, right? So 200 atoms of oxygen and 100 atoms of carbon together, they form what? 100 molecules of CO2. And these 100 molecules of CO2 will together weigh more than 100 molecules of O2, right? Now, you have all the other ingredients for photosynthesis to make the glucose, right? Now, are you telling me that if I put in 100 molecules of CO2 inside, you're telling me that you're going to get more than 200 atoms of oxygen outside? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm sorry. I was getting the mail. No. It's saying that it produces. Why are you laughing? Because I got the mail.
That's not what he's saying, Carl. Okay.
Huh?
That's not what's being said. Come on.
Yeah, they're just twisting it. It's really weird, bro. But go ahead. Hold on. I'm doing something here at home.
I just posted a simple. I just posted a simple graphic in the side chat. It's explaining the inputs and outputs of photosynthesis, right? So you take in CO2, you take in water, it produces a glucose, and then it produces oxygen as the output, right? So that's the entire thing simplified. And the oxygen,
right, and you can see, in that equation, right, and you can see in that equation, each molecule of CO2 gives rise to only one molecule of O2. So if you were to put in 100 molecules of CO2 in that room, you would get 100 molecules of O2 outside. And
dude, no, but what don't you get, bro? Crazy, dude. You're not understanding what's even being spoken here, and I'm frustrated, but I'm busy doing something here too. But the fact that you're not getting it is crazy to me. It's asinine. When you have a room of carbon, when you have a room full of carbon dioxide, okay, and if you just put a bunch of plants in there, as it goes through its process, you're going to have more oxygen than because remember, just like you said, I'm glad he brought it up. In the process, that carbon, as it's eating away at it or whatever it's doing, as it's taking and separating them and then converting it into this energy, there's going to be more oxygen than the carbon dioxide that was in there. You understand that?
Okay, Downey,
because it's separated. Because once it. Oh yeah, go ahead, Mick. Go ahead.
Let me clear something up, right? Apocryphon, when you're saying there's going to be more O2, more oxygen, Okay, what I think you're meaning to say is there's going to be more oxygen in pure form, because they're taking your statement as there's going to be more oxygen molecules present, and that is not. That's why they're breaking. That's why I know, and that's why they're breaking down the things in numbers, because that's not what's being said. We understand that there's the same number of oxygen molecules bonded, right?
O2, yeah.
Right? But in pure form, quote unquote, pure form, pure O2, there's more of that than there was before. There was supposedly zero before because everything was bonded with carbon, but now there's more that are not bonded with carbon. Same number of atoms, different form, but more of it in this new form. Go ahead.
Right. And that's why they'll introduce like CO2 into these greenhouses, because they know they could get more from doing so as that process happens. And again, it's because it's a way that oxygen can help the plants grow bigger and stronger and brighter.
Confused. Absolutely. How does that explain a pressure gradient?
Okay, so again, what you're not getting here is that once this system happens, right? Photosynthesis happens, okay? Then that oxygen is released. Would you say it goes in all directions, or does it just go down, or does it just go up?
Oxygen is replacing existing carbon dioxide molecules. How is there a net pressure gain?
No, hold on. You're not. Again, baby steps. Is it when it first happens, when photosynthesis?
Explain how you replace.
I'm going
you
to.
take
I'm going
carbon
to.
out of the air and it gains pressure.
Look at. I'm going to, but you have to follow along. Okay, you got to listen. When this photosynthesis first happens, okay, does the oxygen go up, or does it go down, or does it go in all directions?
It goes all directions with a bias towards down, just like the carbon dioxide.
Okay, what bias? Okay, if there's a bias to go down, then what makes it go up?
The kinetic energy that's resisting the downward force.
Okay, so you're saying that gases, they go down, but it's kinetic energy that makes them go up.
They exhibit Brownian. Most gases exhibit Brownian. They all actually exhibit Brownian motion, right? Which is a stochastic process with a slightly downward bias in the atmosphere, anyway.
Okay. So using NASA's own definition, because I know you guys love them so much. Using NASA's own definition of this process, would you think that when they say that gas will fill the available space in all directions, sometimes even as they say violently, would you say that is saying with the downwards pressure, even though they don't ever say with the downwards? I'm sorry, not downward pressure. With the downwards, whatever. I forgot what you said, to be honest.
That's fine. But look, you're taking out basically at the plant level. It's at sea level.
There you go. Yeah, removing downward bias.
You're removing carbon dioxide. You're taking and you're replacing it with oxygen. So you're taking one and you're giving one. It's like leave a penny, take a penny. You're not adding anything. How do you get pressure gradient?
But the carbon is being used up for the plant to have energy, right? So it's almost like if I gave you an apple and then it's in your body and you ate it, then it's no longer an apple. What was that?
You're not increasing the pressure. If it's ingesting the carbon is still inside the plant. It's not gone anywhere.
Yeah, like an apple.
Right, but what you're saying, because CO2 has a weight, and CO2 is usually a heavy gas because of that one carbon atom.
No, it doesn't.
And when you
doesn't.
Yes, it does. In fact, if
CO2
you fill a room with,
does not have weight.
If you fill a room with two different gases, let's say hydrogen, and you fill it with carbon dioxide, hydrogen will go upwards, carbon dioxide will be on the bottom because it's heavy. And when you separate the molecules, you're not, as the other people said, you're not adding more pressure to the room. You're just removing one carbon atom from the molecule and releasing it back to the room. The pressure is the same.
Yeah. So here's the thing. I would ask you, not Mark, because obviously you sound a little bit more, intelligent than Mark, unfortunately for him. But would you say that low pressure that's being calculated has to do more
That's
with?
not nice, by the way.
What does that have to do with? I know I'm not a cool guy for that. I admit it. My apologies to you. But here's the point.
Because can I honestly tell you something? Because you're the one who sounds confused here.
Well, hold on though. He's saying that the pressure system is based upon the gases on the surface. Would you agree to that?
But can you repeat that? What?
He has
no
been
such thing.
he's been insisting. He's been insisting. Hold on. Actually, you said the question. How is there a low pressure system when this happens, when photosynthesis happens? Because his argument is that. Let me go back a little bit.
What do you mean low pressure system? What system?
He's off
What
in
are you
the
on about?
weeds. I never said anything about that. I was
He's talking
hold
about
on.
the
Let me
gradient
clear the
system.
record. I was responding. So the question came up. The question came up a few minutes ago about explaining the pressure gradient that we observed. Just from sea level to higher altitudes, right? And the solution to this, or the explanation for the pressure gradient proposed, was photosynthesis, and that's how this whole thing got started. I said that's a silly explanation because it just doesn't make sense, and that's how the conversation started.
Okay, so he was asked where he was asked
Do
where
you know why there's a pressure gradient?
Yeah,
Do you know
because there's
why?
a container. Yeah, because there's a container.
No, because there's heavy gases and there's lighter gases. Simple as that.
Yeah, and the only way you can have that gradient is if there is a pressure system to begin with. Yeah, we know that already. So, for instance, let me give you.
What do you mean by system? It's not a system. It's just how things work. There's heavy stuff and lighter stuff.
It's a dynamic system, right? It's called density and buoyancy and all these other cool, awesome understandings. But what we do know is that to have this dynamic system have a gradient to where none of it is filling a void to equalize itself in a pressure system, we know that it has to be contained. That's why we know that there's a container of some sort. We don't know what it's made out of or where it is, why it is.
Container?
But we definitely have to have a container. Yes.
Why do we have to have a container?
Because if you were to go into grade school, your science teacher, and say, hey, how does gas pressure work? The first thing they're going to do is draw a box on the whiteboard, and they're going to show you how gas is measured by it being excited and bouncing off in walls of that container. And they're going to show you could add temperature, and it would excite them. And then you can even increase the temperature or the pressure by adding temperature or decreasing it. You can just change the temperature is what I'm trying to get at.
Well, how is this related to? But why is this? I'm assuming you're talking about when you talk about pressure gradient, you're talking about the atmosphere, right?
Correct.
And if you're right, and if we're talking about the atmosphere, I don't know about flat Earth, but on a spherical Earth, because this gravity just keeps all the gases on Earth on the surface.
I know. We know the non-story that has us believing we were all once globers. We believe the lies that gravity is so powerful it can hold all the ocean waters to the spinning rock, but gas
what is
also
water?
goes up. Gas goes up. It's a liquid.
Well, let me ask you, what is
water's
water?
a liquid. Water's a liquid. Is water
What's a
heavier
liquid,
than air? Is water heavier than air? Yes or no? A gas?
Of course it is.
Okay, so gravity can hold all that water to the ball, right, to the core of this round Earth, yet gases can escape its grip as gases go up.
Okay, then can I ask you something regarding water? Why is it that water pressure on the surface is null, zero, whereas when you go deeper it gets heavier and heavier, and then things like if you had a submarine, it can implode. Why does that happen?
We know because it's the weight pressing upon by itself. It's its own weight, if you will.
So if you know that, and if it's the weight pressing upon water molecules, because the heavier and more and more molecules you have, the heavier it gets, and then therefore pressure is more. Then why wouldn't it Why is it any different for the atmosphere?
Hold on. Yeah, maybe, yeah, that too.
What?
No, yeah. Here's the point.
Yeah, why is it so difficult to wrap your head around? I mean, if water gets heavier, the deeper you go.
Why can't you wrap your head around the fact that you're using gravity as a reason for holding all this water down, but then you're just going to turn a blind eye like a man not seeing his wife cheat on him because all of a sudden gases go up? They negate your gravity. How do you not see that?
We're talking about the pressure gradient, right? And you just admitted, you just agreed that sea has a pressure gradient as well. The deeper you go, the heavier the water is,
from the
more
weight
the
itself.
pressure is.
Right.
Right, from the weight itself. And you know that water
Nothing
is
to do with
heavy.
gravity. Nothing to do with gravity, right? Would you agree to that?
Sure. You can deny gravity all you want, but it literally makes it's no different regarding the atmosphere. The heavier gases stay on the the lowest part. The lighter gases on the highest part. That's not so difficult to wrap your head around.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. Just like heavy gases on the bottom.
Yeah, but you say that there has to be a container.
Yes, because guess what happens if you wouldn't have a gradient because all the gases, light, heavy, any density of any kind, is going to fill that empty space void of a vacuum. This is what you're not getting. If you cannot live, you cannot live where you are breathing right now as we talk, you and I. Okay, we are breathing because there is something containing these gases, heavy or light, doesn't matter at this point. Where we're at doesn't matter at this point. The fact is,
what if I said
it's contained?
What if I said it's pardon me. What if I told you that just if you wouldn't think of gases as gases, just imagine them as water, but just transparent, right? And very, very light. This is basically like water. You're inside an ocean, and you're breathing it, right? Yeah, that's gas. Basically, you have heavy gas and you have lighter gas. I don't understand why. I still don't get it. What's your point?
So here's the difference. Here's the difference. Water is finding itself level in any container, and it'll stay there. Gases, if you set up a vacuum chamber in a classroom setting and you turn it on, all the gases inside that container is going to exit outside the container to fill the available space that chamber has given it a way out. If you don't, hold on.
Yeah, you're using
the reason why I'm saying this. The reason why I'm saying this is because the only reason why we have gases with their weights, like you're saying, they're like the ocean, more and more weight. I get that density. We get it. We understand density and buoyancy. We understand that. But what we're saying is that pressure system, that pressure gradient, only exists because it's a closed area. Like if you put a vacuum chamber,
that is not how it works.
No, it is how it works. See, this is what we're.
Yes, it is, sir.
Yeah, well,
this is what we're trying to tell you.
There's really no reason.
You've been
There's no reason. Okay, if I may speak, right?
Go ahead.
I see no reason you need a container to contain a bunch of molecules on Earth because there is gravity. Well, you deny there's gravity, but I believe there's gravity. And what you're referring to is turbidity of gases. And when they move around, like wind moves around gases, your assumption is that because of wind, the gases should therefore be so turbid that they would go out into the void, which you think would happen.
No, there's no void. No, there's no void.
Yeah, but like the gas is just because there's stupidity, there's wind. It should go out into the void. You're assuming that there's a container that contains all of it.
That's not what being said, sir. Nobody's saying because there's wind that it should escape. What's being said is the very nature of the gas itself expands into the available volume. Right?
Yeah, but the gas isn't expanding outwards into space, right?
So that's the thing. That's the problem. That's what's in contention. So if there's available volume, directly adjacent to the limits of gas in a certain spatial volume, why is it not expanding? So the claim is, oh well, gravity's pulling it down.
Gravity.
So what's often being asked in this room is, okay, very interesting claim. Can there be a demonstration of just gravity in and of itself, so-called gravity, whether it's mass attract mass or bendy warpy spacetime, be demonstrated to affect gas at all?
Sure. Yeah, it does. Yes, there is.
Okay, can you actually provide a citation for that, please?
Do I have to provide a citation? Sure. I mean, we know carbon is a heavier gas. We know hydrogen is a lighter gas.
That's
And
not.
if
That's
you
not
were to contain it,
gravity.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. What's not in dispute in this room is that gases form like a layered, sort of like a layered pancake, if you will, based on their density. More dense things go up. More dense things go down, and less dense things go up. That's not in dispute. But when there's a claim on the table that it's that result is a consequence of a certain thing, i.e., a certain force, well, then that needs to be demonstrated to even be the case, right? People theorize about mass attracting mass, and they theorize about bendy warpy spacetime, and they formulate mathematical models that make postdictions or predictions based off of what they expect to see given certain variables, and then the results are actually accurate. However, what that demonstrates is that the phenomena can be mapped out, but the cause not necessarily so, unless that supposed cause is varied within the experiment to demonstrate itself to actually be participant. Now, if you don't have a mechanism to actually vary this so-called force, then all we know is that the mapping of the mathematics works out, but we don't know the reason. So that's where the contention arises. Go ahead.
So you're not in dispute that gases layer out because they're heavier and lighter, which you said yourself, because they're more dense and less dense. More density equals more weight. Less density equals less weight. So you've said it yourself. You agree that these gases are heavier and lighter, and then therefore eventually will be layered. And then you proceed on to... Wait. You have it. You don't want to dispute. Wait. You don't want to dispute this physical fact, but then you dispute it because reasons.
No. You're not understanding my point.
My point is completely understood.
No, you don't. You missed it. Nobody's in dispute that this phenomena happens. That more dense things tends to go down, and less dense things to go up.
No, it's really just you refusing to want to believe that it's gravity. That's all.
Sir, no, you're asserting your belief that it is this quote unquote magical phenomena called gravity. However, that's not actually been proven to be the case. We know it being a so-called force of nature is what's in contention. That has not been demonstrated to be the case. The phenomena exists. The phenomena exists. Okay, that dense things go down and less dense things go up. But why is what's in question?
We've answered that question. And you agree with me.
You made assertions as to why you think it is, but it has not been demonstrated to be actually so.
Okay, well, you've said it yourself. It's the weight and the density.
Okay.
And when you need to demonstrate if a gas is heavy, you can simply by, if you will, you can fill up this. Not even weighing it, it's visible. You can see a layer of carbon dioxide and a layer of hydrogen.
Right.
Or helium, if you will. It makes it here. Helium, the lightest gas.
Correct. And that's not in dispute. Again, I'll say for the third time, why is that happening? And your assertion is...
Well, if you refuse my explanation, what is your explanation?
Your assertion is gravity, right?
Right.
Now, what is gravity?
No, we're still talking about...
No.
We're not going to move
Don't run
into.
away,
I'm not going to
sir.
explain what gravity is. This is not.
Why not?
No, no.
If you're making the claim that this is the reason why, you ought to know, presumably, right? Or you'd be able to at least refer us to those who do know, supposedly. Correct?
But you can't just simply. You made an assertion too. No.
What did I assert?
No, that is not
What did
fair.
I assert, sir?
No, that's not
What
fair.
did
You
I
made an
assert?
assertion. You asserted that it is not gravity and it's something else. So please put that assertion
I did
forward.
not say. All I'm saying is the claim on the table, being that it is gravity, that's being scrutinized. What is this thing? Right?
Personally, I
That's not
can't
a claim.
explain it because
That's not a claim. That's digging into a claim that has been made. Go ahead.
Sure. I will not pretend to be well read on what gravity is or how it works or why it works or why it does this or that because I don't know myself. I just know gravity works. It's there. But
Okay,
what I would like you to, because we're talking something as simple as gas. No, you can't ask me to answer for you a very extremely difficult question that requires professors and universities and all that. No, you can't do
Why
that
not?
because we're talking about something
if you're the one
simple
coming
as
in here and saying
the
that it
weight
is
of gases.
acidic, if you're going to echo what they're saying, you must be privy to their knowledge, right?
Yeah, but you're dodging my question and and I asked you, what is your assertion? If it's not gravity, what is it then? I'm asking you.
What if I
put it forward?
Okay, check this out. Check this out. Watch this. Ready for it? What if I told I don't know? Then what?
So
then are you
if
going to say,
don't know,
I must be correct then? Because you don't know,
what it
my
is.
thing must be correct?
Okay, but if you don't know what it is, then how can you assert that the current claim, which is gravity, is wrong? If you don't know.
Because it can't be so, given other things that we've talked about already. That's like me coming up to you and watch this, right? If all your friends tell you, "Hey, so you have a girlfriend," and you're like, "What? No, I don't."
think you understood me.
And hang on, no, yes, follow my reasoning. If someone comes up to you and says, "Sir, you have a girlfriend," and you say, "No, I don't," and they say, "Yeah, you do," and you're like, "Okay," so you look around, you see the first pretty girl that you go to, and you go, "Oh, so, ma'am, you must be my girlfriend." She's like, "No." And you're like, yeah, you are. And she says, "No, I'm not." And you go, "Okay, well, if you don't tell me who," check this out. And then you would say to the girl, "Oh, well, if you don't tell me who my girlfriend is, you must be my girlfriend." This is analogous to what's going on right now.
That's a terrible analogy. That's a terrible analogy. I'll provide a different.
No, it's actually quite fantastic because what it does is it elucidates the phenomena what was it? I lost it. Something is independent of replacement. Okay, does you guys know what I'm talking about? What's that saying? Something is
look. You provide so you provide an analogy. No, allow me please to speak. Right. Here's the issue. I will not pretend to know what gravity is, how to explain it, or what it is, or how it works. Right. But what I do know is it does exist, and I'm being told by people who know study this stuff, that it's a force that works in a certain way, etc., etc. Therefore, it exists. We know it works. So this is their explanation.
How do we know?
Hold on. The explanation is on the table. The thing is, you are questioning this explanation, which is. But please allow me to speak.
I'm sorry, but you have. No, hang on. I'm going to interject because you're saying watch it. You're saying we know how to explain it. Yet you haven't even articulated one iota of it.
If you let me articulate, I would get to my point, but you're interrupting me and you're not letting me speak. So I'm just please. I would like to finish what I have to say.
Go ahead.
Right. So the issue we're having here is I didn't put the claim. The claim's on the table. It's already there. The explanations are there, and there's massive research on it. There's books on it. There's academics on it. Blah blah blah. Right? It's on the table. So the explanation is there. It depends really on you if you want to read it or not. But you questioning this body of research with I don't know, and I have nothing to, back up my assertion that it's wrong. You're asserting that this explanation is wrong, but you have nothing to back up your assertion. So that's not how you. It's not how you do. This is not how you question stuff. Just deny. This is basically denialism. You just deny because I don't know. I don't believe it, and therefore I deny it. Do you have anything to provide forward to explain what gravity is?
Check this out, right? So the term came to mind. It's something called falsification is independent of replacement, right? If someone says something, this is true, right? And a friend or a colleague or whatever, check this out. No. Watch this. If someone comes to you and says, "Oh, what you're saying is not true because X, Y, Z," that does not require a replacement of what is necessary to replace the thing being said is not true. So if you follow, so just because if you come in here and say, "Oh, it's gravity," and someone says, "No, it can't be gravity," i.e., mass attracting mass, i.e., bendy warpy space-time, and you start demanding, "Oh, well, what is it then?" You have no position to do that because the breakdown was sufficient to suggest that the initial claim was false. It does not require a replacement. In that instance I disagree. This is where you're incorrect, sir.
Well, I disagree, and here's why.
This is where my analogy goes back to what I was saying before about the hypothetical girlfriend thing.
Okay, well, I disagree because just to take this body of research, throw it away, and be like, "Oh, we don't know, so therefore we should just stay ignorant." That's not how things work.
Sir, I'm not advocating we stay ignorant. The reason why this room is open is because we're actually inquiring about it. There's an active process of asking questions, working through them, working through the answers, yada yada yada, to try and ascertain what is true and what is real. It's not enough to say, "Oh, we don't know, fuck it, let's go home." That's not what's going on, right? I think that's your misinterpretation of what's going on. Check this out. My saying I don't know is not, hand wave. "Oh, I'm done."
Okay, so I assume this is supposed to be constructive, where people join the room and discuss the issue and get to learn something new, right? Henceforth, I believe this is supposed to be constructive, so that they get something out of it, right? Something good out of it, right? Something like a plus, right? Not a negative, right? So
yes, sir.
When somebody comes in the room and brings and starts discussing a subject like what is gravity, and let's say a glober comes in here and says, "Okay, well, gravity is this yada yada." Perhaps they don't know much about it, but they say, "Okay, gravity exists. It works. It's there. We call it gravity. We define it as gravity." And it acts in a certain way because we know it acts in a certain way. There's weight, yada yada, right? But then you get to be the person who's like, no, it's not gravity. And then I ask you, so what is it then? And then you say, "Well, I don't know." Okay, so how's this constructive when you just say, "I don't know," and that's it?
I'll tell you what it is. False and wrong and doesn't exist. That's what it is. It doesn't exist.
You're missing.
Okay, why do you confidently say so? What's your assertion? Where's your body of research? How do you know? Why? How do you back up your confidence?
So let me reply. Okay, check this out. Before we get too much into the weeds, let's make one thing clear. Okay, in this room is often it often gets confusing because one individual will use the term gravity, okay, as the term to define the phenomena that we all witness, where dense things go down and less dense things go up, and more or less dense things swap and create gradients and shit like that accordingly. Okay, that's the observed phenomena that we witness. Now, there's another group of people that will come in and use the term gravity to define the cause as to why this phenomena outlined happens. So to be clear, the phenomena that we witness is quite evident. We can experience it. We can predict it, let's say, given the variables at play. We can set up an environment and we can determine ahead of time more or less what will happen, with gradients and shit like that. Or with 9.8 meters per second squared, throw up a ball, it weighs 100 grams, it'll fall down at this rate, blah, blah, blah. We can all witness that, measure that. The problem is the latter. Why is that happening? And the claim on the table is that is this mysterious phenomena called gravity, this force that we're calling gravity, right? Caused by bendy warpy space-time, mass attracting mass, whatever other explanations following Einstein to this day. You follow? And that's where the argument lies. Okay? That's what we need to focus on, I think.
Sure, and I don't disagree there. But that's the issue. Hold on. I'll just add something real quick. That's the thing. People who come in here bring something with them. They bring bendy, warpy space-time and an explanation to what gravity is, and then they discuss it with you. But the thing is, you take the position where you be like, oh, you first you argue it, you ask for, evidential proof for it, and then you go ahead and deny it anyway. And you say, well, and when someone asks you, well, what's your explanation? And your answer is, as you've stated yourself, I don't know. Let me give you an analogy, right? Well, hold on. It's like there's a brick wall. There's a brick wall. You take one brick out of the wall because that brick is the explanation, right?
Why is that a problem? No, check this out. Why?
Let me just finish this analogy, right?
No, you're bulldozing. Why is that a problem that somebody says we don't know? Because you're presupposing that this is, I guess, where you were going with your brick in the wall analogy. You're supposing there's a requirement for that brick in the wall to be replaced after being pulled out. It's a false analogy in this scenario because it's a false analogy. Falsification is independent of replacement, sir. Now we can talk about it.
I don't know where you got that from, but you don't need to know what something is in order to know what it isn't.
Take over, T-Dub. I'm done.
And you also need to know what it isn't to make an argument that it is not.
I'm not taking over. I'm just saying, like, you don't need to know. Like he's already said it to you. It's falsification is independent of replacement. You don't need to replace something in order to know that it's not something. You don't need to come up with an alternative explanation.
What body? Okay, but what body of evidence do you have to label it falsification?
It's not what body of evidence I have. It's what body of evidence you don't have for your claim. Don't provide any. I don't need to even entertain your.
Excuse me, sir.
I don't even need to entertain your notion, dude. You don't provide evidence for it. I don't need to entertain it. Just done there. It's just gone out the window. Throw it away. Ignore that. I don't have to even talk about that anymore. It's wrong. It's not true. You haven't provided. I don't care about it.
Right. Just emotional outbreak of just going la 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 la. I don't want to believe it. It's not good enough. It doesn't work. Academic stuff doesn't work that way.
Your claim of unicorns and
fairies. I
really
don't care about your emotional denialism. Thank you. I want to move on and talk.
You need someone to agree with you about unicorns and fairies, do you?
I can say the same exact thing to you.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can, because here's
you
why.
You just have a baseless claim, bro. No, here's
the world. The world is correct.
You just
You're not letting me speak.
Claim. You're right. I'm not. You just have a baseless claim, and it's time for you to accept it because it's just gone on long enough. That's all it is. It doesn't matter how many people agree with your unicorns and fairies. That's all they are. It's just a baseless claim. We don't give a shit.
Why are you being aggressive?
Because I'm tired of listening to you.
Well, you're welcome to deafen yourself.
I'm welcome to just shut you the fuck up.
But I thought you guys, you're here to have a discussion. I don't understand.
No, well, he's got a baseless claim, and I don't care to hear him rationalize it any further unless he's going to bring some evidence for it. What's the experimental evidence for gravity, bendy space-time, or mass attracting mass making anything fall down?
Well, I can tell you one thing. There's something called collective academic knowledge and study and research, whereas you guys have literally nothing to back up any of your assertions.
Bulldozing over you now. This is why I'm just bulldozing over you now.
Yeah, you stay mad. I'm sorry, man.
Sorry, it's not evidence. It's not evidence. Does any other glober
stay mad? I can see you're getting emotional.
Does any other glober in the chat think that what he just said is evidence for gravity?
Does in other words, everybody agreed to the consensus?
Yeah, I muted him. Does anybody think that what he said was for gravity?
I mean, if you're going to mute me, yes.
Well, he's got papers, documents, consensus, people saying so. That's not evidence. I asked him for experimental evidence. Do you even know what that is, Russian bot?
Jesus.
Well,
How
if
is
you
there not?
cannot
There's
identify, if
thousands
you
of
cannot
experiments
identify my
backing up.
accent,
Name one. Give me the hypothesis.
Yeah, we just talked about one recently about gases, weight of gases. Why
Give me the
do gases even have weight?
Give me the hypothesis for gravity.
I'm not. I'm not going to let you do this, man. I'm not even going to answer to you.
Oh, that's too bad. So he doesn't have a hypothesis for gravity. See, that's why I'm tired of listening to him waffle on, because he doesn't even have the most basic form of experimental evidence for this claim. And he just keeps going and going. Like, why listen to this?
Well, you have nothing to assert.
Right, yeah.
Your
No,
position.
you. Yeah, no, you.
No.
You're the one who just failed to give the hypothesis. You said there's thousands of experiments. You couldn't even give a single hypothesis, but I have nothing. Like, why do you keep trying to turn this around? It's not going to work.
I will not let you have this emotional breakout, whatever you're doing right now. That's not cool.
You're going to stop me from doing something in this channel, are you? That's cute. No, I just want a hypothesis. I'm not trying to have an emotional outburst. I just want the hypothesis. You said there's thousands of experiments for gravity. Why can't you just name a single hypothesis if that's the case?
I refuse to talk to you.
Okay. Bye. That's pretty much what I thought.
And just to be clear, and just to be clear, right? So the gentleman tried to invoke that last thought experiment, if you will, of density gradients, right? At best, what that would do is verify that when you have more dense things, they go up or down. Excuse me, more dense things, they tend to go up, and less dense things, they tend to go down. All that does is verify that phenomena is the case. It says nothing about why that's happening. I would take a whole other series of steps, which you don't have.
Oh, I'm unmuted. Okay. So I just had this one last topic before I head out. Mike, you said something about weight, right? You can weigh things, right? That got me thinking, how does the weighing scale even work, right? So let's say that you were to put a weighing scale, up against the wall, right? So that the weighing scale, the reading faces towards you, right? And it's on the wall and it's on top of a table, right? So that it's leaning, towards the wall, right? And you push on that weighing scale. Do you think the number will go up? I think the number will go up. And so then you have to be thinking to yourself, well, why does the number go up when I push on it, right? What is a push, right?
Yep.
The point is that the number goes up when I push on it, and the number goes up when I stand on it, right? And in one of the cases, I know that the increase in the number is because of a force acting in that direction.
Yep. What's your point?
The point is that when you stand on something, it implies that that's the quantity of the magnitude of the downward force.
Yeah. Now, what's causing it?
No, I'm just saying it is a downward force. Do you agree with that?
No one's disputing that downward force is exerted onto the ground for more dense things when they're in the medium of less dense things. Why is that happening, sir? Fuck, it goes in one ear and out the other. Let's see. Track, bro.
No, the only reason why I brought this example up was because you guys are maybe I don't want to maybe include you because you just joined. But you guys don't really want to seem to call it a force, right? So you're saying that you're fine with calling it a force?
No, sir. force is being exerted downwards from the more dense thing on the ground when it's in a medium of less dense things. You can measure that in joules or newtons or whatever the fuck unit. But why is that happening? The thing on the table now is not a dispute of whether or not force or pressure is being pushed downwards when I stand up. What's on the table is why. Now the claim is there's an independent magical phenomena called gravity that's pulling me down. That's your burden to carry. Why do you say that? Why do you think it's this independent magical phenomena that nobody can test for, nobody can account for? All we can do is account for the supposed results of its existence, assuming it does, right? Or we're just accounting for the results, the resulting phenomena of potentially other things causing that. You follow?
No, I'm following. So just to be clear,
so go ahead and provide some experimental evidence to suggest that it is indeed this initial thing. Go ahead.
The Parmesan already posted it a couple of times in the chat. You can go look at that.
Why don't you provide an experiment that it isn't? Why don't you for once do that?
Listen, this guy's not even going to be allowed to talk here if he's going to continue to say things that are so stupid. Like, you need to provide the experimental validation for your positive claim.
You need to provide something to deny it, bro.
It's not a burden reversal where we have to come out and do an experiment to show it's not fairies and unicorns. You've got the positive claim of fairies and unicorns. It's your burden to carry. You can't just flip it on us like a clown.
Yeah.
Well, this is why the whole world considers flat earthers clowns. Exactly.
Oh, yeah, everything with you is just no you. You're fucking bricked, bro. Shut up.
Can I ask a question?
Hold on. I'm getting to the good part here. So we agree that it's force, and we also agree that the force is proportional to the mass. We agree to both things, right?
No, sir. Now you're changing words. Nobody's agreeing that, quote, the initiation of this downward phenomena is in and of itself a force. What we do agree upon is the result is a measurable, quote unquote, force, i.e., I stand, I have weight, I am exerting force on the ground. You see the distinction?
No, I get what you're saying. All I'm asking is, for example, let's say that
can you articulate the distinction, sir? Can you articulate the distinction between the two positions? Because it didn't sound like you could a second ago when you changed the words around.
What, you didn't like it when I said mass? You didn't like that word?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
What is density?
You started with saying we agree it's a force.
Yes, I thought.
Do you see how that's not correct? Do you see how that's not correct?
But I thought I must have amnesia because 5 seconds ago when I brought up the example where I'm pushing on the weight and I'm standing on it, I thought we agreed that there's a downward force acting. I thought we agreed.
There is force exerted onto the ground, but what's in contention is the initiation of, or the initial thing that is causing that. Now, if you're saying that there is a causal mechanism like mass at the center of the Earth pulling me down, that's your burden to carry.
I'm getting
we measure in newtons and all that stuff. It is energy exerted, but why? Okay, go ahead.
Yep, we're getting there. First thing, a downward force is acting on us, right? We agree there. Perfect. Second thing, now, when you get up from the chair, right, you exert some force to get up. Now, imagine you've been eating Oreos for 6 months, right? You have to now exert more force to get up, right? When you now get on a weighing scale, you weigh a bit more, right? So from this, we can infer that the downward force is proportional to the mass of an object, right? Yes, no?
So what you're saying is if you're fat, you're heavier. If you're skinny, you're lighter. Great insight, dude. What the fuck's your point?
I'm trying to get an agreement on two things here, two assumptions. There's a downward force, number one. Number two, that downward force is proportional to your mass. I just need a yes or a no.
Yeah. Now why? That's all we're waiting for, man.
Great. Perfect. So it's a downward. So we're experiencing a downward force that's proportional to the mass. Wow, this is amazing.
That's all that Newton said, actually. He didn't make any.
Now we're there. Now you're a Jesuit priest with me. This is all that Newton said, bro.
Newton's laws. That's all they say. There's a downward force, and it's proportional to the mass.
Well, those are false in the Einsteinian Glober paradigm anyway, so I'm not sure why you'd be arguing for that.
No, Einstein provided an explanation why. Newton just described it like you guys just did. There's a force, it's proportionate to the mass. That's it. That's pretty much all that Newton's law.
Anyway, I have to go, guys. It was nice talking to you guys. Good night.
No, they both provided a different set of mechanics for how it works. That's why one supersedes the other.
Yeah, Newton suggested that there was the mass of the Earth that was initiating that. Right, that's what's in contention. Why? Right, you see the difference. We all know, we all witnessed the phenomena, but why is that happening?
So
right,
that's not exactly the case, because Newton didn't know why it was happening, and he didn't.
That's why the right F equals m1 m2 over r squared.
So all he did was describe the relationship. He said it's proportional to the mass of each of the objects.
Okay, so where did r m1 m2 over r squared come from?
Okay, go ahead.
That's his that's how he defined it. That's the formula.
There you go. So he supposes that the blow-up has something to do with it.
No, it's just a definition of how it works.
So you're saying Newton doesn't give a cause? That's your claim?
He basically doesn't. He doesn't know how.
Doesn't give a cause. Okay, so Cavendish isn't an experiment then.
It is an experiment.
No, it's not. Because experiments deal with cause and effect. I don't think Einstein was around yet by the time of Cavendish, was he?
It shows that mass comes together.
Oh, so it doesn't deal with the cause, though.
It shows the effect.
Oh, okay, so it's not an experiment. So stop posting that crap, please. Stop posting. No, it's not, because experiments deal with cause and effect. What's the independent variable?
You can't just claim it just because it's not dealing with claim and effect. It's something that happens.
That is what an experiment does. You got a dependent, independent variable. Dependent being the phenomenon, independent being the supposed cause for the phenomenon. You don't have those two things because you just said it's not dealing with a cause. Newton doesn't claim a cause, so you kind of screwed yourself.
I mean, you can call it whatever you like. It still happens.
Oh, I can just put whatever labels I want to on anything. You can just call anything you want to an experiment. That's how we do Glober science, right?
It does happen, though, doesn't it? You put weights, and
I don't care what. I don't really care what happens. You don't have an experiment with just something happening.
Is a summary.
You only have. I don't really care what happens. You only have an experiment when you're testing the cause of something happening.
Say it again, because that summarizes flat Earth quite eloquently.
What, you just cutting me off halfway through and taking a little soundbite out of what I said summarizes flat Earth? Nice try. But you don't have an experiment if you're not testing a cause. Just something happening without testing the cause for it isn't an experiment. Sorry.
What do you want to call it then?
What experiments do you have? Come on.
Come on what, dummy?
What experiments have you ever made your entire life?
Back to the bird reversal. So desperate. Just so desperate. He's going to try again.
I'm really trying to understand.
Because I haven't. Listen, I'm not the one who's made the cause and effect claim. That's been you, and then this other guy who said, no, I'm not even claiming cause, so then he just nullified his claimed experiment. Bunch of goofballs.
So
And you are very confident in your assertion because reasons.
Yes, because it's simple to argue with idiots, that's why. And that's what all of you are.
You're so intelligent because you can deny. Wow.
Guys,
that is great.
That's not constructive, really.
Exactly. You have nothing to back up your denial. Nothing.
If you'd listen to what I said, it's you who has nothing because you've given me nothing to deny. We're asking for it, and you don't even give it. I'm asking for a hypothesis, an experiment, something that we can use to test your claim, and you don't give it, so I don't have anything from you to deny.
No,
It's not my problem.
No. You're misunderstanding what's happening here. I don't want to waste my time because I know it's going to be a waste of time. That's the thing.
Then
I don't want to
stop
provide
talking.
anything because I'm going to go
then
in a
don't
rabbit
provide
hole with you for no reason.
Don't
With
provide
your
anything.
aggressive.
Just don't talk then. Why would you waste all this breath not providing any evidence to support your claims with? Like, why even utter them if you're not going to? If you're just going to ramble on about how you refuse to support them? Like, all that does is show the chat that you have nothing.
Can I ask
I
a
don't
question
want to do that.
without getting muted?
It depends.
Okay, I'm a disclaimer. I'm a Glober, so yeah, I'm not here to argue with anyone. I'm just curious about what's your understanding why there is this force, this attraction of why do we fall on the earth?
There's no attraction. Not according to Einstein. Who am I supposed to go with?
No, my question is how do you explain it? Which is what's the explanation from your point of view?
Like why things fall down?
Yeah, for instance, yeah.
Well, I know they do that when they're denser than the medium that they're in. I don't know much else about it.
So follow-up question: why did this
mind blowing?
Can I? No, but I would like to.
Sorry to cut you off. Please go on, Parmesan.
I saw. I'm not sure if you saw the experiment of Brian Cox when he let go the feather and the bowling ball in the vacuum here on Earth.
Yeah, so not an experiment. Well, I guess it could be. I guess you could claim that he varied and manipulated the medium. Sure. Okay.
No. Sorry, I try to understand because if I understand well, the experiment he dropped in the vacuum, so there was no air. There was no air friction for the feather to fall slowly.
Yeah. So the air is what was varied and manipulated there.
What do you mean by that?
Well, he took the air out, right? They made a vacuum, and then they just dropped two things and saw that they fell at the same rate, right?
Yes.
The lack of air density would have been the cause. It's got nothing to do with gravity.
Jesus Christ.
Well, that's what was varied and manipulated, isn't it?
Got a follow-up question. So then what causes these, in your understanding, this bar with weights at the end to move sideways?
What's the independent variable?
I'm just asking you what you think causes this thing to happen.
I think what causes it is whatever the independent variable for the test is.
They put masses. They put heavy weights on the spikes nearby.
So heavy weight spikes then.
Oh, great. Okay, so it gravitates towards the heavy weight.
No, you inserted that gravitate part.
Okay,
I mean, it depends.
It moves towards the heavy weight.
Okay, all right.
Is that fair? I changed it to moves. Is that? Okay.
Yeah, and what are you varying and manipulating to get that motion?
Moving the heavy weights.
So you move heavy weights. So move heavy weights is the cause of things moving.
So you move the heavy weight from one spike to another one, and it causes the bar, the free hanging bar, to move as well.
Great.
Okay, great.
So what?
We've just proven that mass gravitates or moves towards each other. You don't want to use that word.
Did we? Well, I mean, you've told me that that's what happens. Can you back it up?
Yeah. Just watch the video. That's what happens in the video.
Does it happen every time?
Yep.
Is it repeatable? Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Well, show me some statistical data for that then.
Statistical data?
Well, yeah. Is it repeatable?
Yeah, it's been repeated. Do you want me to show you other examples of it?
I want to see how often it's been repeated. Because I've seen it fail before as well. So I don't even know that actually happens.
Sure, I don't know how often it's been repeated. My guess is very millions of times is my guess, because it's very popular not experiment, very popular demonstration, let's call it.
Yeah, sometimes it oscillates the wrong way. Sometimes it doesn't do anything. Sometimes it does what you say it does. So I don't know.
But if it's set up properly, it almost always does what it's the same thing.
How do you set it up properly?
How do you set it up properly? By setting up properly. I don't know how to.
Right. Yeah, you don't know. I know.
I don't
Just
know
wanted to get that on record.
to answer that question for you. Would you want me to
Yeah,
run through the whole detail thing? That's not.
Yeah.
Not a discussion.
Yeah, I don't think you
what I'm
set
saying.
it up properly. Yeah, I know. You're just making claims.
What claim have I made?
Oh, it's just if you set it up properly, but you don't even know what that means.
I know what it means.
What does it mean?
It's too long of a discussion for this room. Do you want anything specific about setting it up properly, or?
Well, I thought you just said too long of a discussion to tell me how to do it. So I don't know which one is
the question. Can you be more specific?
No, it's clear that you don't know how to do it. That's fine. I'll just take that.
That's your opinion.
Well, no, it's just what's been demonstrated.
No, that's just your opinion.
Well, I mean, you're still demonstrating that you don't actually know to set it up, so I'm fine. Thanks. Got what I needed.
I guess you
It's not
know.
an experiment, is it? I don't know why you're back to... Well, I guess it's not an experiment for gravity. Now it's an experiment for moving the masses around or something.
If I can jump in, Heretic, you're talking about manipulating the medium and getting out of the getting rid of the air. Can you explain maybe a bit why does this manipulation changes everything for you?
What do you ask me to explain?
Why do you think that manipulating the medium and getting rid of the air changes everything in the experiment?
Because when you get rid of the air, you can show that things are going to fall down at roughly the same rate.
Because there is no air friction, no?
Yeah.
So that means that there is a sort of force which is pulling them down, no?
No.
Would you like to
No.
develop a bit? Why do you say no?
Well, Einstein would have to be wrong in that case. So that busts the Glober paradigm. Maybe there is a force. Maybe Einstein's wrong. I don't know, but nobody varied and manipulated one to show that that is what it is.
I have a different question. Have you ever seen what's happening with a candle if you light it up on the ISS, on the International Space Station?
Sorry, I ignored your question. It sounds like nobody else is biting. Can you go again?
So I was asking if you ever see what's happening with a candle if you light it up on the ISS, on the International Space Station.
Oh, I can't go to the ISS, so I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you what. I can manipulate gravity.
What is it?
How?
What is gravity?
Centrifugal force. Centrifugal force.
What's gravity?
I don't know what gravity is. Maybe you know.
You don't
Do you
know
know?
what it is. You don't know what it is, but you can manipulate it.
I
other
just
things do you
said.
not know what they are, but you can manipulate them.
Yeah,
It's not
by demonstration. Yeah, by demonstration, I can. Yeah, indeed.
Okay, you don't
Do you want me
even
to
know
demonstrate
what
it for you?
Yeah, I would like you to demonstrate you manipulating this thing that you don't even know what it is. Please.
Sure. Give me a second. Wait, let me grab some. Let me see.
Is
So good.
mathematical measurements of a supposed force. It's not non-existent. So you can use the math, but you're still not proving the existence of the said force, pulling of the force. You're just using math. So whatever you're going to look toward, it's to look at the datum origin of gravity as the concept we have today. That's just going to be mathematical. No point to try and prove that.
Well, what's he got? We haven't even heard what he's going to do.
Exactly. Allow him to finish his experiment, although if you're listening to what's happening, he literally just admitted to beginning the experiment. Again, if you're listening to what he's doing. Go ahead, carry out your experiment.
Yep, give me a second. So,
Go ahead.
Keyword centrifugal force, right? Centrifugal force, right?
No, we're talking
All right.
about gravity. You said you're going to manipulate that, but first of all, I would think that you would want to know what it is.
Yeah, I can demonstrate that. Yeah, I can demonstrate it. Let me see if I can get on cam without doxing myself.
Go ahead and grab something, right? Don't forget.
Is you gonna drop a pen? Are you gonna drop a pen to the floor?
Nope. I'm gonna show you something that's very interesting, actually.
You're going to pick it up and you're going to what? Drop it and say there's gravity? Oh.
Nope. Okay, so let's see. Oh, video isn't available? Oh, shit. Okay, I'll record it then.
Wow, this is mind-blowing. He doesn't know what gravity is, but he's going to manipulate it.
So, Heretic, just to be clear, he's videoing himself grabbing something and then allowing the object to drop. Is that correct?
I don't know what he's going to do.
This is a family show, right?
Something stupid, no doubt, knowing his track record. Should be fun.
This is a family show. This isn't.
Okay, rather than recording this because it doesn't look good with camera, I can't really catch this thing. I need to somehow connect it so it looks. So the camera is sideways to this bottle. If you take a bottle, you fill it up with water, right? And then you spin this bottle like in a horizontal fashion, right? You spin it like as if you're going to throw something, but with your arm straight forward. You take the bottle filled with water, and you start spinning it. What happens to the water? It gets stuck to the bottom of the bottle, right? And then as you spin, the faster you spin, hold on, the faster you spin this bottle with your arm, the water would lie on the bottom surface of the bottle. And the more faster you spin, the water gets heavier. That centrifugal force pushing the water away from your current.
So what you varied was the spin of the bottle, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so is spin of bottle gravity?
It's what I'm trying to explain is that it's a force, right? There's a force at work, right? You can demonstrate it works, right?
Trying to equate this to the Earth spinning, and a force in a bottle that pushes water to the base of the bottle. This is absurd beyond absurd because then all of us.
So this is absurd.
All right,
so this is absurd.
We should all be pushed to the bottom
if it's
as well.
absurd, explain to me why this centrifugal force works.
Or expressing the centrifugal force within a bottle to show the force of spinning, move the water to the base of the bottle. Now, everything is moving to the base of the bottle in this example. So if in the Earth example, then we should all be spiraling through centrifugal force to the surface as well. We should all be sucking down to the surface.
No, you're putting words in my mouth. Nope. You're putting words in my mouth.
That's what your example showcases. Because
that's what you're assuming. That's what you're assuming I'm going to say without letting me speak because you interrupted me like 3 times.
I'm just going to try to recap real quick. So you said you were going to manipulate gravity. Then we asked you what you manipulated, and that was spin of a bottle. So is gravity spin of a bottle, or?
Sure. So if you let me speak, right, I can elaborate. Right.
That's good. Yeah, we can just take that.
So,
that's stupid.
So you want to hear me out?
You've already buried your position. That's good enough. I guess we could let him go on for entertainment purposes, but it's already stupid as hell.
Okay, so to test G-forces, how G-forces act upon pilots, they use this centrifugal force in a facility that has like a ring type, room, and then a cockpit which gets spinned really, really fast. And this is how you test if a pilot can take on the G-forces. And the reason there's G-forces is because, magic, I don't know. But, of course, there's forces at play. But the point is, there is a force. there is something that works there, right?
Yeah.
And
so no gravity was harmed
and
in
what-
this demonstration. Thanks.
But you see, that's the thing. We're talking about the force of gravity, and you're denying that gravity is a force. You're denying that it exists.
No,
That's the issue here, right?
That
you just said that pilots get put into machines that test their
cockpit
test their ability to withstand the forces of gravity, the G's, right?
To withstand G forces, yes.
Machine, right? Does it require a power source?
Of course, to spin the machine, it requires a power source.
Right. So, in order for you to observe your other experiment that you were referring to earlier, this claim about gravity impacting on the bottle and so on and so forth, you had to
I didn't say it was gravity.
Whatever, but you had to effectively spin that bottle, an external force again, in order for you to start the experiment that you're claiming to, correct?
Right. I had to spend some energy to spin the bottle. Correct. Yes.
So, just like the commonplace observation of gravity being demonstrated locally, where someone has to pick up an object and then look at it falling to observe gravity, your machine has to be plugged into an external power source in order for it to observe the forces. You have to spin the bottle in order for you to observe this forces on the water in the bottle. The reason I'm drawing all this out to you is to say that you're disturbing things in their natural state in order to observe your fictitious force, right? And you're attributing the result of an existing power supply that you're supplying in order to observe your force. That's hypocritical. You can't begin to use an experiment halfway through the observation of the item in its natural state. Thanks.
Yeah, cool. Well, just to remind you here that the Earth's core. No, please let me speak. Right, I'd like to respond to the guy. The Earth's core is spinning. I don't know if you're aware or not.
Okay, well, do you have a measurement for the Earth being a ball, since you're now saying it has a spinning core?
Yes, I do. Actually, yes, I do.
Okay, because your gravity
the world map
was an utter ridiculous. So we'll just move on to your measurement for the Earth being a ball. World map. Okay, go ahead and post that measurement. I've never heard of a map being a measurement, but go ahead.
Yeah, let's talk about the numbers.
Give me a second.
You see with it. The numbers are important. And if I'm talking too much, I'll shut up, honestly. I'm very passionate right now. I want the numbers. Last night I was on for a little while, stomping my foot, kicking the chair, asking for the numbers. It took a while, about 10 minutes, but I finally drew it out. It was fun to walk it through. I'm up to a 5-mile observation now, by the way, gentlemen. I've actually been able to administer the numbers across the built form of New York City. So I'm looking forward to demonstrating, walking that one out once we get these numbers in this conversation. If I've said too much, let me know, but I'll shut up.
This guy says that he's going to provide a measurement in the form of a map.
Last time I checked, maps are flat, aren't they? They don't even show us topography. They show us elevations per datum.
You know what? You know what maps also. You know what maps also show the flat maps you're talking about.
Just the measurement.
They also show. Yeah, they also show that circumnavigation works.
I've had enough of this. We're going to get that measurement from you one way or the other. So you said it's a globe with a spinning core.
We want to have
navigation again.
Why are you constantly muting me, sir?
We want to keep you on track. That's why you won't keep yourself on track, so I got to do it.
Yeah,
well, maybe you just don't like what I say because I say factual stuff.
I don't like what you say.
One thing.
You asked me a question,
let the dog
and I want to answer it, and then you mute me for it.
No, you're not answering. I'm waiting for the measurement.
No, it sounds like you have issues, sir.
Yes or no?
I'm waiting for.
Nah, B. We want the numbers. Let's go. Bring it.
Just the globe measurement, please. Because you made this claim of a core, and now you're trying to run away from that and jump onto something else, so you can kind of like just ditch your claim without having to provide any evidence. And like, I want the evidence. So what's the measurement for the globe?
Yeah, give me a second. I'm working on it.
How many seconds do you need? And like, you're going to use that second probably to try to change the topic, because that's what you did at the other time.
Well, since I'm about to provide this evidence, do you have any evidence to deny what I'm going to provide soon?
Already attempting a burden reversal before he's even given us anything.
Just waiting for it. You can Google this. What is the radius of Earth? Enter.
Give me a second. I did that. Just give me a second. I'm working on it. Jesus.
Bro, how long does it take you to let your fingers do the walking?
Well, maybe if you didn't, constantly
while you
disrupt.
type at the same time, I'm telling you, type. The pressure is on.
It's a type chat.
Please don't tell me a coping tactic is to lily pad, because that's dishonest with indirect questioning.
Here it is, the measurement of the Earth. You can choose the equatorial measurement that goes from one point to another point, considering that circumnavigation is a fact, a matter of fact. It happens, it works, it exists. It's undeniable.
So how was that measurement done?
Non sequitur.
Simple matter of taking one point in a current position where you're standing, or on a ship or on a plane, and then from that point on, you plot or you track or you plot out your current direction, your location, your time, and you just keep tracking and tracking and tracking and tracking and tracking until you come back to the same point while going in one direction. You make a circle. This is how you get the diameter.
Distance was measured, not a globe, not curvature.
Did you not hear my answer?
Yeah, you said that they measured from point A to point B, the distance, right?
No, you measure the circumference or the radius of Earth by going in one direction and coming back to the same point because circumnavigation exists.
Oh, so now you're saying that
you
they went around in a circle.
Yes, when you complete a whole circle around Earth, you get your measurement of the Earth's diameter.
So what you did was you begged the question of it being a globe, and then you just had somebody go from
What's
A
wrong
all
with
the
my
way
answer?
around.
You don't understand my answer? What's wrong with my
That's
answer?
what you did. So I'm going to apply your method to now measuring the circumference of my yard, which should be a ball, I guess, in your, worldview.
Your yard?
So walk around the house. Yeah, I'm going to walk around the house, start at point A, going to go all the way around in a circle, come right back to A. I'm going to take the distance, and I'm going to get my circumference of this ball yard that I live on.
But then you're not going.
That's all.
Sure. Okay, and you got your measurement. Yes, and your point is.
No, well, and clearly the yard's not a ball. I just went in a circle. That's what.
I didn't. You asked me the diameter of Earth in a circular 2D plane.
Right.
You got your diameter. Diameters are not 3D spheres; they are a 2D circle.
So now you're.
I know what a diameter is, and it doesn't sound like you do. It's not a circle. It's a straight line from one end of a circle to the other, you dummy.
Yeah, you're gonna
attempt
insert a planar measure.
Yeah, holy shit!
Because
you think that diameter is a circle?
Circumnavigation, therefore ball. My question to you then becomes: where's your drop over distance to prove that you're in fact dealing with a 3-dimensional spheroid which matches your circumnavigational claim?
What? That doesn't mean that. It doesn't even make sense. What did you just ask me?
Are you familiar with what drop over distance is?
No, it's drop over distance.
Uh-huh.
What is that? How is that related to diameter measurements and tracking and geopositioning? What?
Because you're saying
what does it have to do?
Navigation exists, therefore ball. So I'm asking you.
No, that's not what I said. If that's what you perceived from what I said, you need to listen.
Okay, go ahead. Circumnavigation proves.
Circumnavigation proves that you can go from the same point in one direction and come back to the same point. So point A, if you go straight in one direction, perfect straight line, you will end up in the same point where you started.
So you agree?
Now, can you circumnavigate a flat surface?
Exactly.
It's not circumnavigation if you navigate a flat surface. That's not circumnavigation. That's just you going in a circle on a flat surface.
Wrong. A circle is a flat shape.
How's that wrong?
Because a circle is a flat shape, so clearly you can circumnavigate. You can navigate in a circle or navigate around something with that surface being flat. I can circumnavigate my house, dummy.
Okay. All right. Okay, let's go ahead with that. If that's the case, and circumnavigation is flat, right? Just bear with me. Then, if you switch to any degree, 45 degrees, 30 degrees, or whatever degree you want, whatever angle you want. If you go in that direction, in the physical real world, you would expect to be in a certain position on Earth, according to a flat map, and you would
I'm
be
not
there.
claiming a map, straw man. Not claiming any maps. We're just talking about the surface properties of Earth at
Well,
this
I'm
time.
claiming a
whether
map.
it's flat or curved. Okay, verify.
I really like how this guy said circumnavigation is not about going around on a flat surface when
I'll tell you what.
actual prefix of
On
the
a flat
word
surface.
circumnavigate is CIRC, which is a prefix for something that's circular. And circular
Okay.
a circle is a two-dimensional plane.
Yeah, and we agree, right? We agree. The thing is, if on a flat Earth,
no globe, just a
okay,
flat.
yeah, on a flat Earth, though, if you go at an angle and you try to circumnavigate, you are gonna end up out of your supposed. You're gonna hit the ice wall, supposedly.
Oh,
If
shut the fuck up.
that's what
We're
your
not
claims are.
claiming an ice wall, so that's a straw man again. Nice try.
No, but
So what are you
but he
claiming
has
then?
a good
Now
point. He has a good point.
Try to listen again.
He has
No,
a good
doesn't.
point.
Try
What are you claiming
He
then?
does.
No, he
No, he
doesn't.
doesn't. And you're gonna get muted, boy. So try to listen again. I'm talking just about the surface properties of the Earth, whether they're curved or flat. That's it. I'm not talking about a map or the layout of
Okay.
anything, the terrain,
Okay.
land masses relative to one another, ice walls.
Okay.
I'm not talking about any of that. We're just talking about flat or curve. That's it.
Okay, fair enough. When you go in one direction and you complete a circle on a spheroid, it would make sense. Because if you turn at any angle, you would complete that circle and you return to the same point. However, in 2D space, if you complete that circle and if you turn an angle, you're not gonna complete the same circle and come to the same point. You are gonna go to some God knows where on a flat Earth. You're gonna end up in probably hitting the ice wall or probably going to some place off the map somewhere.
You
Yeah,
are just
that's
like
a nice
They
thought
fucking did it
experiment.
again. My God.
circumnavigation is going around something. Okay, you don't have to do a circle. Okay, and maybe you can get citation of that centrifugal force is gravity.
I didn't
Because
say that.
what you done, you said that's gravity. What you done is
I
just
think
bullshit talk.
I think you misunderstood. I don't know if your English is that good, but I didn't say that.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah.
direction do you go to complete a circle when you circumnavigate? Do you go east? Do you go
Maybe if I made a 3D model for you guys, you would understand what I mean. Because
mean
it
east or
doesn't seem like you understand.
west? Do you mean east or west? When you're going around the Earth circumnavigating, you're going to want to navigate. You can do this several ways. I guarantee you it's going to be going around in a circle.
Right. Here, I'll go ahead and do the 3D model for you guys to understand, right? I'll spend some of my time trying to explain my point here because you don't seem to understand.
Now, let me ask you a question. If I was looking at a dartboard, could I circumnavigate bullseye?
Why do you guys always take examples in something that is small scale? It doesn't work in small scale.
Hold on. When we navigate,
A question you with your model. I'm asking you, if I'm looking at a dartboard, can I circumnavigate the bullseye?
Dartboard? What do you mean dartboard?
A
dartboard?
A
dartboard.
Yeah, D-A-R-T, darts. Have a beer.
No,
throw-
you don't circumnavigate a dartboard.
Brother,
no, you don't.
I asked you an honest question. You were talking about a model and taking your time and building things out of your own time to help us understand. I asked you a point blank question. Can you circumnavigate the bullseye on a dartboard?
Is there a wall behind this dartboard?
My God.
Out of bounds area where all the numbers are. The outer ring. If you throw the dart there, you don't get no points. But if you hit the bullseye, guess what? So even for us, let's you know what? Let's you and I enter into a
You can't. No, you can't because first of all, the analogy doesn't make sense. You're throwing a dart, and the dart will go through.
I'm actually
in one direction. I don't. Do you understand? Circumnavigation depends upon you returning to the same point. That's the point of circumnavigation.
You understand that circumnavigation is going to require two tools for navigation: celestial north, the pole star.
Oh, here we go again with this.
Well, or a magnetic compass, so you can go round in a circle, east or west. You seem to be
we know.
misunderstanding the point that if you have a point, you can circumnavigate a point. So Polaris or magnetic north, east or west is a circle around that point. Doesn't have to be a ball for you to travel around in a circle around a point now, does it?
Yeah, bro, man, just learned that about 5 minutes ago.
Dartboards are too complex for him. Maybe he could understand a fucking clock.
Oh, why are you so aggressive, bro? Why so aggressive?
Because it's frustrating when you don't get simple concepts.
Maybe you don't. Maybe you just can't handle, logic.
Whoa, why so aggressive, bro, man? No.
Sorry. By the way, when you navigate on your circumnavigation, you're going to be maintaining horizontal. You're going to be working from a horizontal sea level. You're going to be navigating using stars, using angles, and east, west, north, and south are horizontal bearings. So it's all going to be horizontal.
Exactly. We could even put harder on that example, and I appreciate Jedi for that observation. If I pushed in harder and said, hey, let's take the bullseye from a 2D planar observation, a bird's eye view, if you will, and say that the bullseye, in fact, is Polaris, right? And all the men that have been out at seas for years upon years using a sextant to navigate by looking at the bullseye being effectively Polaris while located on the face, in fact, of the dartboard, is actually a fair model to be drawn out in everybody's mental perspective. And again, I thank Jedi for that. Peace. Talking about models.
I'll make a 3D model for you guys to understand what I mean, because you seem to not understand. To make it simple.
How are you going to do a 3D model without the full measurements of Earth?
Oh, well, if all the... Here, I'll answer your question. If all these companies, shipping companies, air companies, etc., world map, geolocation, blah, blah, satellites and all that, if they all agree that the measurement is current, which is 7,000 and something, 7,900 7,900 kilometers, if that's their claim, I'll happily put your Earth...
Their claim is not the measurement.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Yes, sir. Okay, why don't you go measure it then? What is the measurement of Earth?
Yeah, why were you asking to me to do what you are going to do?
Because you're denying it.
You want to make a model. You want to make a model, a 3D model inside the computer, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Go get the distance, all the distance. Go get that.
What difference would it make? What difference does that make?
I did work with pieces, measured with a MITI-2U.
Oh, you're a mechanic?
No, I did work in the automobile industry. So I was working with 3D models. Shut the fuck up. I was working with 3D models, okay? But to do that, I had to have the entire piece to get the measurements, distance, okay? Maybe if you have those distance, go do that model, 3D model.
Okay. I just want to understand why you're so aggressive and why does this anger you so much?
Stop diverting to tone policing every single time you have an answer.
Well, I'm working on the models, sir. Let's see.
Yeah.
And work on that and don't worry about the guy's tone.
Well, he was talking to me.
Yeah, so just stick to your task.
Okay. Fair enough.
We need to know how the Earth was measured to be a sphere with a diameter that you claimed.
Well, it's really simple.
How?
Can I provide a suggestion?
No, you can just provide the measurement I just asked for.
I did.
Where?
In SciChat. Here, I'll post it again.
What is it?
So you have. All right, give me a second. I'll post.
That's just traveling in a circle. That's not measuring the dimensions of a sphere.
Here, yeah. So the the most simple way to measure Earth's current circumference is to follow the equator. I'm trying to finish what you asked me to answer.
You already did this, and you just begged the question of the circumference in the first place. So I need to ask you how you know there even is one to measure.
Okay, so if you allow me to fucking answer the question, I'd appreciate it, right? So your question was, how do you know the measurement? So the circumference of the Earth, which is the simplest equatorial line, can be measured simply.
Okay, so how do you know that equatorial line is a circle around a ball, a circumference of a ball? How do you know that?
Because you see, there's a cool app called Ship Radar, right? In shipping, you can follow shipping lanes, and you can follow things that you order from, let's say, China, right? You get to see ships moving in real time, you know?
Okay,
so
I get to see
ships moving. Excuse me. I'm still talking, right? Ships move from point A to point B, and then the same ships do, they can travel the whole world easily and circumnavigate it. I don't see what the problem here is.
So none of that told me but none of that told me, here's the problem. Absolutely none of that told me that the Earth is a sphere with a circumference that can be measured.
But you asked me a specific question, which is, how do you know the measurement?
I did. I'm getting tired of it. Last time you just said, well, we just traveled in a circle. You said we circumnavigated, we took the distance of that, and we got our circumference. I'm asking you how you know you went in a circle around a ball in the first place, because surely you're not too dense to realize that you can just travel in a circle on any surface.
Yeah, let me put it this way. If I may, I want to just highlight something.
Well, it's not like he's going to bring the measurement anyway, so you might as well go ahead.
Yeah, but try this, sir. Keep in mind that at best, okay, by providing evidence or providing the claim that such a surface has been circumnavigated, at best what you got is that the surface is of a shape or surface or whatever that can be circumnavigated. Now, when you look at the set of all possible shapes or surface types that can be circumnavigated, that set is virtually infinite. Okay, so your claim, you honing in on one particular shape, this one claim does not suffice to allow you to hone in on.
Not suffice what?
Not suffice what?
Circumnavigation doesn't prove that.
What are you denying?
Sir, did you hear anything that I just said?
I just heard the last part. Oh, this does not suffice. So I'm just asking, what does it not suffice? What?
Okay, I'll repeat myself.
Reality.
Okay. And now you're being dense. Okay, now check this out. By you demonstrating or showing that a surface can be circumnavigated via your evidence or your claim that boats do it and all this stuff, at best you've got on the table a valid claim that we're on a surface that can be circumnavigated. Now, when you look at all the set of possible shapes or surface types that can be circumnavigated, it's virtually infinite. So by you honing in on one particular shape out of the entire set of possibilities, which is extensive, okay, what you have does not suffice to allow you to hone in on one of them. Go on.
Okay. Well, that's I still didn't provide what I have to provide, so you're already assuming that
in other words,
it's not working.
There's no necessity for something to be a ball in order for it to be circumnavigated. So just telling us that the Earth was circumnavigated doesn't tell us that it's a ball.
No, that's false. No, that's false. That's the point.
Okay,
that is exactly the issue. That's exactly the issue, and I'll explain why. You'll see why. Wait.
No, sir. Because check this out. Okay, what I think you're assuming in your claim is that the surface has been circumnavigated by going in any direction. If you go east-west, you get back in the same spot. If you go north-south, you get back in the same spot. If you go starting at 0, and you go up 45 degrees, you'll go around in a ring and get back at the same spot, like going northeast and coming back from southwest or some shit. Okay, that is your proposition. Okay. And that, to my knowledge, has not actually been demonstrated. All that has been done is by going east to west. Now, given that, what I said still holds. You can go east-west, quote-unquote, around a central point on any surface. flat or not. You can go east-west around a cylinder, quote unquote. Okay, you don't your thing doesn't hold up just with one quote unquote data point of something so simple that applies to anything else. You know, you got to up your game, bro.
Yeah. Just give me a moment. I'll quickly finish this. Just bear. You know what? I'll go AFK for a bit. Let me finish this, and then I'll explain.
It's in the definition of circumnavigation. You don't have to do a circle. In the circumnavigation definition, it's going around something. You can go around Australia, and I don't have to make a circle. I can go around following the shoreline.
The key distinction here is that embedded in the claim is that when you go in a straight line, right, a perfectly, dead straight forward line, that you're going to come around. That's the key distinction here. Though that doesn't happen, right? And it can't happen because you're always you're always adjusting left and right at all times. So to make the claim that you are actually dead reckoning forward, it's just bold, it's just pulling out of your ass because there's no way to verify that. How does anybody know that you're not actually slightly curving left or right? Because like everyone always says, oh, it's just so big that it looks flat even though it's actually curved. I mean, that applies here just in the reverse. So, I mean, come on.
It's going to be nothing within the flight experience or navigation that's going to tell you you're flying around the sphere. Not your pitch angle data, nothing.
You have the drop over distance yet? Radius show up yet?
Apparently we're waiting for this guy to come back with a 3D model of sort. Maybe that'll have it, right?
But I don't even need the model. I just want the number.
Gotta tell him that.
420.
Yeah, 420 that's something that can go either way. I don't want to get into all that. That's a sidebar unto itself, but I want the number of the spheroid. What's the dimension claim administered to the model that we're trying to figure out if it exists or not? Let's unpack the numbers. Roll up the gloves. Put the gloves on, roll up our sleeves, and dig into it.
While we're waiting, just a quick curiosity. What is the length and width of the flat Earth?
Undetermined.
Yep, infinite plane. That's being honest. The only reason that we can say that there's an enclosure is because we observe pressure. 14.7, 1 bar, 14.7 psi, 1 bar at sea level. That way we know that containment exists, if P then Q. But from a standpoint of what we observe locally, level everywhere, therefore infinite plane.
Wow, you've actually measured infinity?
No, he doesn't know that it's an infinite plane. It's undetermined, as was said. How would you prove that? How would you measure it?
It's like saying I can measure infinity. Well, here's the thing, right? From every single built form that we go to, we observe level locally. Period. Once we then go beyond that, we're into a place that we can't prove anything beyond spitballing. But the observation is not a measurement. It's not a mathematical calculation. It is a thing that we see with our eyes. It's not even a definition, which is level. So by saying that we're being honest with the observation of observing level, then we can only state openly that it would be potentially an infinite plane. But we can't measure it.
No, you're confusing him by saying infinite plane. It's not. You can't claim it's an infinite plane, whether that's the logical deduction. Logically, nothing we know of is infinite, so although we don't know its size, I wouldn't say it's logical to say it's infinite.
Thank you for the correction.
It's an undetermined size to whoever asked that. If you measure it, let us know.
It's crazy how quiet it gets when it comes down to getting some measurements.
Yeah, we can look at the sky, but when we ask for the surface, examination seems to fall apart. Anybody looked into the square mileage of New York City?
Oh, you guys are gonna love this. I bet you'd feel so dumb after you see this.
Who cares about your bullshit?
Yeah.
Dogs?
Probably going to for you.
Okay, we'll see about that.
Oh,
I'm just basing that off your past track record. We'll see.
Can I poison your well before you even start?
Nah, you're gonna have to wait.
All right.
So you're trying to prove what? That circumnavigation is only possible on a ball?
Basically, yes.
Okay, I don't know why circumnavigation, according to Wikipedia and any other source, is possible with regards to any island, continent, landmass, basically anything. But nice try.
The guy's so dumb. I did explain. You can go around Australia, and you don't have to be do a perfect circle.
Yeah, you just go around the landmass, dummy.
Yeah,
And
the guy doesn't understand.
Possible the ball is so stupid.
Yeah, so the guy is the dumbest.
Mm-hmm.
Talking about circumnavigation, and the guy doesn't know the definition of circumnavigation. What's next? Celestial navigation is only possible on the globe.
So, if this Earth was in fact curved, New York would have a drop over distance of 5 miles based on its square mileage.
I think
Ask me out I can.
Yes. I'm just gonna get the Oxford Dictionary definition of circumnavigation just to shut this idiot down before he's even said anything. The action or process of sailing or otherwise traveling all the way around something. So, no ball required. You just need to go around something. Might need to try another coat. That one's dead on arrival.
I apologize if it's taking this long, but usually to make things it takes a while, yeah. So
It's taking you a really long time to refute the dictionary. What gives?
no, it's taking me a while to give you a understandable 3D model, so you can wrap your head around really basic concepts which you're having hard time with.
Oh yeah, he thinks that we need the crayons now.
Well, seems like it.
We already know your concept. You don't have to draw it out, but do that for yourself if you feel that helps.
I think you might want to see this.
Yeah, I do, because it's going to be hilariously stupid.
We'll see about that. See, I'm doing something constructive here. You know? Look, I'm making free content for you guys, right?
You're drawing.
You do that just by blabbing your mouth.
Yeah, you're drawing a cartoon, bro. You're not going to prove anything. But please.
A cartoon.
Carry on. Hey, just answer this. Can you go in a circle on a flat surface?
Yes, you can, but once you put it in 3D space, only on 2D space, though. Let me finish the model. You'll see what I mean.
Yeah, you already said it. You can travel in a circle on a flat surface. Simple.
On a flat surface. That's if the actual surface of Earth is flat. But there's one problem with your assumption. Just a tiny little logical problem with your assumption.
It's not an assumption.
Oh, it's fact. Is it assertive
The
fact,
assumption
right?
is the ball. The assumption would be the ball. Flat is what you observe. But carry on with your cartoon, it'll be funny.
Don't forget, you were the one claiming that circumnavigation somehow indicates to everyone that the Earth is a ball.
Yeah, and we can start. Yeah, and the very definition of circumnavigate
I'll
itself
explain why.
refutes that. So. Because all it means is to go around something. That's it. You obviously don't need a ball to go around something. But keep providing us free entertainment.
Isn't he like stuck on just the word circumnavigate? Like that is like somehow you need a curved rotating Earth.
Yeah. He said like if you're in a 2D world, then you can circumnavigate a flat plane. But in 3D, it's got to be a ball.
What? Has he never heard of a racetrack?
I don't know what yeah, maybe not. Doesn't sound like he gets out much.
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, like I wonder if like the word circumnavigate predates the globe. Like if the Vikings and stuff used it or whatever.
Yeah, I don't understand this one either, and I'm a Globie. I mean, Antarctica gets circumnavigated every year.
It's a tall tale.
He's putting the time in on this one too.
Oh, hell yeah. I wanted to be very specific and understandable for everyone.
Yes, you're
So you don't get
belaboring a very silly point. Thanks for the effort.
Yeah, well, it will blow your whole thing out of the water. For sure.
Well, no, not my thing.
Oh, yeah. Your thing, for sure. 100%.
What's my thing, by the way?
I don't know. You tell me.
So you don't know what you're going to be blowing out of the water exactly.
Well, I do, but I don't know if you have anything to argue against what I'm about to show you.
Oh yeah, loads of stuff. Loads.
Okay, so the model I've done designing this, we've spent way too much time on this already. Okay, so let's see if I can film this somehow.
Flat Earth.
Shut up.
Okay. I will go ahead and upload this somewhere.
You know where to put it? Do you see the text chat? Where to post it? There, I tagged you in case you have a hard time finding it.
I need to somehow download this now. But yeah, here is the URL of the video. It's in. I'm posting this right now in side chat. Okay. Here's the problem with what you guys say, and here's why circumnavigation works. So the issue here is that if it was on a flat surface, sure, you can make circles and you can go around in circles and all that. But on a large scale object like an Earth, on a flat surface, you'd be going out into space, even if you turn at any angle. And
Objection.
And of course, we know for a fact.
Man. Space is your claim, not ours.
Sure. But you see, that's the thing about reality is that when you go in one direction in a circle, just keep going in one direction, you will end up coming to the same direction again. To the point.
You are dumb. You are dumb. You don't know what is the definition of circumnavigation.
Good for you. That is your opinion.
Good.
But
Yeah.
then again,
No, it's not opinion. Go get the definition of circumnavigation.
Can you calm down?
It's not an opinion. Go get the definition of circumnavigation.
I know what circumnavigare means in Latin. Thank you. Okay, I know the definition.
You are dumb.
Okay, good for you.
Okay.
Inside chat, you can see the model. It works on a sphere. It does not work on a flat surface.
Okay.
So therefore, world is not flat. It's a spheroid.
You're going to shut up. Okay.
And not only that, when you
We're going to keep going.
Oh, dude, shut up for a minute.
Get it all out. If you have to get it all out, please get it all out. I just keep thinking you keep stopping. Carry on if you've got to get more out.
So I'll just finish off, right? The thing is, if you start in one point and you go in one direction, you're going to finish one circle, as in the example on the right side, in the spherical model, because if you continue going to that circle and then any angle you turn, whatever degree, if you turn left, right, whatever, and then you complete another circle, evidently so you would end up creating a spherical geometry. It will end up being a spheroid.
Okay. So we appreciate the time that you put into illustrating your claim. We did try to address this earlier. I'll try to put this into 2 points. We did try to address this earlier. Yes, we all understood that east to west is a circle around north. We tried to help you along the way by going south to north circumnavigation. So starting on the north, going south, and ending up back north again. This is, again, now something that you're going to have to verify can actually be done. Something that we've asked the questions about for over 9-10 years or so, and there doesn't appear to be any north to north circumnavigation passing through south. So again, we appreciate the model, but you'd have to point out that the model works in reality. Now, point 2. Everything that you're going to do on your journey in your aircraft is going to point to and require the Earth to be flat. Navigation, for example, northeast, south, and west, like I pointed out earlier, are horizontal bearings. Point number 2, when you're flying the aircraft, you're going to maintain horizontal, parallel to the horizontal below. You're going to maintain your altitude, and you're going to have the pitch of the aircraft just above the horizontal to maintain lift at a certain speed. Everything that you do, including the devices inside the aircraft like the gyros, which maintain horizontal, do not point to the Earth being a curve that you would have to adjust for every minute 2,700 feet. So there's no correction for curvature nosing down around the ball.
Okay, but still it doesn't account for the issue that if the world is flat, as you claim, when you flatten out your direction or angle, wherever your plane is going, wherever your ship is going, whatever is going, on a flat surface, you're going to end up in areas that are not intended.
Yes.
It just doesn't work. It doesn't work. It's a mess.
It's not that it doesn't work. Point number 1, when you give us the flat Earth model, that's a squashed out globe that pushes Antarctica to the rim of the circle, so we're surrounded by a wall of ice. That's not necessarily our claim. That's a claim that was given to us by the projection of a ball that's flattened out from the north. So these type
So what
of
are you trying to say now?
So these type of charts that I'm talking about, these type of projection maps are used for navigation. So they work. You just don't fly south. And it's restricted to fly south.
No, it's not.
It is.
Likely restricted because of the... Well, of course, it's likely restricted because of the hazardous weather that you have to go, fly through.
Below the 60th parallel south is the Antarctic Treaty. You have to gain permission to navigate below the 60th parallel south. The Antarctic Circle. It's an ecologically protected environment. Only a few certain amount of people are allowed to go there. You have to gain permission to do so.
What's the problem with that?
What do you mean, what's the problem with that?
What's the problem with that? There's many reasons that there's many logical reasons civilian aircraft shouldn't be flying there.
Okay, so
safety is one of them.
But they're not doing it then. So this isn't being done. Here's a plausible reason why aircraft are not completing this journey.
Have you noticed something? Excuse me, if I may. Have you noticed that my model does not include flying through north or south? It doesn't really matter. Your argument really doesn't hold here because
they're all going to be directions: northeast, south, or west. Southeast around. You're going to be going all over the place. But the main idea is if you go straight, then eventually you will end up back where you started. In your model, when you go straight around the equator, even though you're not correcting for the dip of the aircraft to navigate the curvature down and away from you with distance, you're using horizontal bearings to navigate this system, north, east, south, and west.
Okay, wonderful. You're getting really into the depth with which bearings you might or might not use. The point is still on the table. On a flat surface, the flat explanation simply doesn't work. On a spherical, it does. Even if you avoid flying through north or south, really irrelevant. The point is, even if you travel just by 2 degrees or 3 degrees or even 5-degree angle, you will still get a geometry that is a spheroid. That's the point. Whatever degree you want to, whatever angle you want to go to.
You just don't get it. Okay? You see,
no, you don't get it.
You don't get it. You see Australia there?
Yes.
No, you are being a child. You see Australia there? I can go around Australia. I don't have to do a circle.
Oh, tactical droid
following the shoreline of Australia. Following the shoreline of Australia, I don't have to do a circle. Okay.
Hold on.
Your model is just made by someone that doesn't understand what is circumnavigation. You never saw the definition of circumnavigation. Erratic did tell to you what is the definition of circumnavigation, but you don't get it. You are ignoring.
What you don't understand is that your argument involves the left model, the flat one, which doesn't make sense. I'm sorry.
It doesn't make sense. You're putting circles. It doesn't make sense. You're putting circles.
Here. Hold on. Calm down. Yeah, calm down.
What you fail to understand is you adjudicated 2 globes here. You got the AE projection, which is a globe using math, and then a transparent ball. These are both the globe. So which one here is right and which one's wrong, and why?
Well, the one on the right, which is a spheroid, is obviously right because
the left is a
whatever angle,
that's a spheroid using math.
If you allow me to speak, that red arrow.
One of these that you presented as flat Earth. That's both globe. That's globe versus globe.
The red arrow, which is a starting point, is your supposed point where you begin traveling. If you constantly go in any direction, in a straight direction, if you take an angle at 0 degrees or 40 degrees or whatever degree, you would end up, on the right model, you'll end up making a spherical structure or geometry. On the left model, if you do the same, you are going to end up with something that looks like, I can explain it as the sacred geometry, just like 8s. It doesn't work.
Wait. What is it that you think you're going around?
What do you mean?
At the center. It's at the center.
Why is he following around?
What do you mean?
Are you circumnavigating exactly? So there must be a central point, something that you are going around. So you've got a radius, right? Okay. So you've got a central point, you've got a circumference, right? You've got a radius. You're going to follow the circumference around something. What are you going around?
T-Dub, you've made an explanation earlier. You said, well, I can make on my running, in my playground, I can make a circle and I can circumnavigate whatever, right? My point is, we're talking about big scale objects like the Earth.
Okay, all right. So sailing, right? Sailing or aircraft, right? Whatever. What are they going around?
The Earth.
How would they?
No. I'm talking.
That includes obstacles. That includes the mountains. Includes whatever you will. Continents.
You know what I'm getting at, right, Jedi? You know what I'm getting at, Jedi.
Yeah, he doesn't understand that there's a central.
Why are you being disingenuous? You're being disingenuous here. I'm not talking about circumnavigating an island. I'm not talking about traveling around a ball or a basketball. I'm talking about the Earth, going from one point to the same point.
Okay.
Can I talk to him real quick?
Yeah.
Okay, Russ. Okay, FSB. So I believe in a spherical Earth, but let me explain to you where they're coming from and why you're not quite right. Right. So what T-Dub was trying to say, or whoever was trying to say, is what are you navigating around? And in your model, it's a great arc around the central point of the spherical globe, right? You're doing a circle around the central point of the globe, right? Imagine on your flat model, though. Imagine in your flat model, you took that central point of the circle, you got it like on Australia or something. If you move that on your AE map, and I'm not saying that everyone buys into the AE map, but on the AE map, if you just move that central point to the circle, the center point of the circle to the North Pole, or the center point of that AE map, you could do circumnavigation. In other words, you could navigate directly east, continue navigating what would be east, and end up back.
Okay, I'll do this for you right now. I can do this for you right now.
So that would be a way to circumnavigate on a flat plane that would not violate your map there.
Well, I'll do exactly that. I'll place the where do you want me to place the red marker? The where do you want to start? Which point do you want to start in? What, the North Pole?
I'm saying the center point of your navigation system would be the North Pole, and then you could pick any latitude and just navigate east or west from that latitude. Due east or due west.
Okay. Here, that's here. Red here. I placed the red arrow on the North Pole on the supposed flat model of the Earth, right? Which is the only thing I have, because that's the only thing that was provided by the Flat Earth movement. Okay, and I'll make another video and I'll send it again. All right.
Okay.
Here, I'm recording this right now.
Yeah, that's fine. Do you understand what I'm saying, though? I think.
Yeah, but it's, whatever you're arguing still doesn't make sense here, and I'll show you why. Even if I move the point to the North Pole.
Okay, hold on. This is perfect.
Say this doesn't make sense, but
Mark, you tried. Mark, you tried.
Yeah.
So, how many speakers have tried to get this guy to get it? Like 4, 5 different speakers at this point.
Well, I want to see what he posts and see whether it's an accurate representation of what I said.
What's most likely the problem at this point? Everyone else or him?
I always assume it's a failure of communication. I'm not explaining myself properly.
I'm sorry. Why would I be a problem here?
Yeah, because you don't get it. It doesn't matter who's talking to you, what feedback they're giving you. None of it's sinking in.
I'm sorry. I thought this room was to discuss, to discuss, not to just be
You've
told
chosen
what is true or
arbitrary
not.
points, right? You've chosen arbitrary points on some map that nobody claimed. Nobody here's so far said, "Well, this is the most accurate representation of flat Earth that we can give you." Nobody said that, but on that projection, you're choosing arbitrary points to draw circles around, and we're talking about circumnavigation, right? So circumnavigation in reality would be in relation to cardinal directions, right?
Okay.
Right. So we'd be following a circle around a central point, which would be north.
Yeah.
All right, you guys are missing the whole point. Guys, you're missing the whole point.
Here's another video. Here's another video.
Hey, listen, Holmes. What vessels actually circumnavigate the Earth? What vessels?
This is north. The north. Here's the north.
Okay.
All right. Hey, sucker. Sucker wants to show his video. You were asked a question. Do you have the answer? What vessels are circumnavigating the Earth right now?
Ships and airplanes.
Really? You think that an airplane is just going to travel around the whole entire Earth and come back where it started? That's what you think? Okay, show me an airplane that does that. Go ahead. Show me one airplane that does that. Go ahead.
Okay, give me a moment.
Yep, good luck. Dude, you're out of your mind, bro.
Okay, just a second.
Airplanes aren't just going about and saying, "Oh, I'm just going to travel around the entire circumference of the Earth and arrive back where I started for some reason." You think that's actually happening out there?
Here you go. So, just a simple matter of Googling it. Plane Voyager in 1986. Richard Rutan flew a canard wing plane Voyager and completed an entire circumnavigation around Earth.
Oh, so one plane. That's a cool story, bro.
Sure. Do you want another example?
What was his path? What was his path?
Well, it doesn't have to be a perfect straight circle, but he did eventually complete a circle around Earth. Because obviously, in real life, you still have to deal with, dude. Bad weather.
I've noticed, yes, that's fair. We got you, dude. Just calm down. You understand? So, chart his path out, and then go find all the other alleged circumnavigations and chart those paths out, and then compare them to the models that you made. All right, good luck.
I've already given some of my personal time to explain my point to you. Why don't you provide something that denies that circumnavigation works?
Your point. I don't care about your point because your point's a hypothetical.
It's not a hypothetical. It's just logic.
It's a hypothetical.
Logic. It's a matter of logic.
You're saying that if the Earth was a globe and you could circumnavigate it, that you could circumnavigate it from all points in various different directions that you couldn't do if the Earth was arranged flat. Okay, that's fine. That's still an if.
Hold up.
So go ahead and prove your point with circumnavigatory paths that match the model that you showed us. Go ahead.
The problem I don't think you understand. The issue here is that when you say,
I do understand. See, the problem is, Dooney,
but let me speak. Yeah.
Have to prove your. No, I'm not letting you speak because I'm sick and bored of your nonsense. You're going to validate your nonsense in reality, dude. Not just.
You sound emotional.
Really?
Yes, you do.
Well, you sound retarded. So, what's the difference?
That's nice of you.
Yeah. So, see, check this out, dude. Check this out.
I didn't insult you.
Check this out. Yeah, but I'm insulting you. You see the difference?
Why though? Why? Because I'm trying to have a normal discussion here, but you're just getting very emotional, very angry.
Because I'm asking you to validate your claim in reality, and it's like pulling teeth.
You see, what you realize you're not letting me even speak when I try to when I let you finish and I try to talk.
No, dude, unless you have validations of these paths in reality, dude, you have nothing. So where's your validations?
Well, look, I have. It's
let's make it simpler.
You're doing it again.
Let's make it simpler. Well, I want to make it easy. So I don't have to hem and haw. Do you have the validation? Yes or no?
What validation? What for? What are you on about? Why
wow, dude. See, this is why I mock you, dude. Because you don't seem to understand that you got to actually validate your claims, dude.
Of course, they're validated.
So do you have the Do you have the validation? Yes or no? Yes or no? Very simple.
Yes, I do.
Yes on one side. Okay, perfect. Go ahead and present it. Go ahead and present it. Where? Show it. Link it to me right now.
So yeah. The first.
Hold on.
One of the first successful circumnavigations. Well, not one of the first, but some of the first successful circumnavigations is the one I just mentioned.
Post it.
All right. Here you go.
Hey, just providing a single instance of circumnavigation doesn't prove your point. By the way.
Okay. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. It just works, bro. You know. That's one.
I don't think anyone's denying east to west circumnavigation, east to west. But you're showing predictions.
He is. He's asking me for validation because he denies circumnavigation, I guess.
No, he wants the proof of it. You're claiming it.
Well, I mean, does he not know how to Google? I just Google the question. Who was this? Why did it happen? Circumnavigation. Do you have flight radar with flights going from point A to point B all the time? And
you're comparing it
I don't see what the issue is. What?
You showed two globe models at AE, the projection of a globe model and a globe model.
I don't think the one on the left is not a globe. That is not a globe model. That's a flat.
It's a projection.
That's what it is. That's a projection, dude. It's called the north-centered azimuthal equidistant projection.
Okay, fair enough. Please provide me a flat Earth model then, so I can do this.
I can tell you that you have
why
a
not?
big problem with your circles of equal altitude that you have drawn that appear to be out in the middle of nowhere. When you're doing circumnavigation, you're going to be using known stars that have known land positions, ground positions, and those don't have ground positions on any known land that we're aware of. So I don't know what you're showing there. That's absolutely asinine.
Oh, you mean the one on the right? Sure, I'll give you a land position.
What he's showing is a debunk
I'll
of
do
the
it
globe.
for you.
He flattens the globe out using math, so he destroyed either one of two things. Inside his
What?
worldview, either math doesn't work or the globe doesn't work.
What? No.
Yeah, which one? Which one doesn't work?
I simply made a plane, a circular plane,
using
and
math.
I took
Don't care about it.
I
Don't
googled
care about
flat Earth map.
Hey, we
I
don't
googled
care about
flat
it, Holmes.
Earth map.
We don't care.
I took the
We don't care.
picture.
We don't care.
I took the pic.
Yeah,
Okay,
nobody
maybe you
cares.
don't care. If you could
No,
just
nobody
allow me to
cares.
speak.
Nobody cares because hypotheticals have to be validated. So, in the
Okay.
the alleged
So validate
thing
your
that you
flat Earth
posted.
map, please.
Hold on, friend. Just hold on. We're just critiquing the information that you posted so far, right?
Okay, fair enough.
So I pulled out here a path. Says the flight of the lucky lady, the first non-stop circumnavigation. Now, you notice something interesting about that flight path. Is it circumnavigation? Hold on. Okay, listen, dude. We're critiquing what you posted, okay? You either pay attention and follow along, or you can sit on mute till we're done, and then we'll let you speak when we're done. Which one?
I would like a flat Earth map, please.
Okay, cool story. So, once again, friend, for the
Please,
slow
thank
kids
you.
in the back,
I'm not doing
which
this to
includes
offend you.
you. Yeah, cool story, dude. We're critiquing the information you provided right now. Do you follow that or not? So you can participate in that, or you can sit on mute and chuckle in the background for all I care. So we have here the flight of the Lucky Lady 2 that I took from the thing that you posted, and it shows Fort Worth, Hawaii, goes around to the Philippines, goes around to Dhahran, it looks like, and then back to Azores, and then back to Fort Worth. Now that's circumscribing the North Pole, right?
Where is this?
I posted it in the open chat. So this is just a circumnavigation around north. Okay, so this wouldn't arbitrate between the two models that you presented earlier that you took your time and did your graphics on. So this doesn't validate your claim.
But what? Well, why are you talking about this specific flight, which is not really circumnavigation of the Earth?
Hey, friend. Yeah,
which we're
friend.
discussing.
Pay attention, dude. What it says right here is that this is the first, just listen. This says here in the title, maybe they're lying, the first non-stop circumnavigation of the globe. So you're telling me it's not?
That is not a complete and total circumnavigation of the Earth. No, that is not.
That's the
Okay, so why don't you go and find one that is, and then bring it back?
Okay, let me see.
He just posted evidence of our claim. Thanks.
Here got some maps you might want to use here too. There's one from Library of Congress. Here's from NASA. One more here from the Department of Defense.
It's like he missed the part where AI said that this is a critique of the information you provided. Now he's going back on it. No, that's not it.
So I mean, what he's looking for is like, hey, let me get a flat Earth map I can plot this on, and then say nah. And what he did was he took a globe map and said nah.
And then he said that wasn't the Earth.
Yeah, so what you did was, dude, you sunk your battleship.
That's not what I said. Excuse me, that's not what I said. No, you're misrepresenting what I said. No, this is not what I said. Excuse me. No, with respect to everyone here, that's not what I said, and you're putting words in my mouth, which I didn't say. I said that this is the supposed flat Earth.
What's it titled?
Excuse me.
What's it titled?
Excuse me.
What's your evidence titled?
Excuse me, please.
No. What's your evidence titled?
These two models I provided in side chat. The left one is what is supposedly the flat Earth model or map, which
You're
Flat Earth
incorrect.
Society and
You're
movement says that is the flat Earth. Okay, then please provide a flat Earth map for me, please, so I can know what the world looks like.
That says enough for us.
Yeah, dude, what you posted, you got trolled. That's what happened.
Okay,
you got
post
trolled
me a
because
map.
you debunked a globe map, not a flat Earth map. Someone just put a flat Earth sticker on it, and you argued against it. That's the
Okay,
part here
so-
that you're too dumb to realize. You're too dumb
Okay,
to
so
realize that
provide me
if you
a
just slap a
flat Earth
flat Earth
map.
No.
Yeah, I gave you 3 sources. Number 1, look at this. You've got Library of Congress. They have a full Earth flat map. You got NASA. Right here it says they made a flat map from satellite data. And then you got the MGRS, which is used by the Department of Defense. Those are 3 sources from 3 groups of people who have unlimited resources to map out the whole Earth. And they said they done so. They said they did it.
So which map should I use?
You pick.
Where's the map?
Pick which one. Which one do you want? Who do you find the most credible? Library of the Congress, the legislative branch. Do you find NASA credible?
Give me just one map. Give me one map which looks like a map.
Who do you find most credible here of these 3 sources?
Dude, where's Nathan Oakley? That guy's entertaining, man.
Yeah, that's Friday.
It's not about credibility. It's not about credibility. It's none of these 3.
Yeah,
none of these 3 things you posted look like a map. One of them looks like a map, but that's just a flat world map, like the world map we use normally, right?
Nathan Oakley better.
Yeah, Oakley's on Friday. Okay, chill out. Yeah, so you get to pick which one of these you want to use.
Okay, so you want me to use
you pick.
What, this one, I guess?
You pick the map that you want to use.
Yeah, can you give me an actual map and not like something you screenshotted?
3 sources who all claim they have
I'm asking
full
for a map,
Earth.
please.
Yeah, do you know? Okay, so am I listed there? Am I the Library of Congress? Am I NASA? Or am I the Department of Defense? How about this? Try this. Make your own map. Let's do that. Let's try this route. Just start making a map. Just write it out. Oh, no. Okay, okay, so then use one of the sources who said they have a map. Here's 3 people who said they have, right here, read the words, new correct map of the flat surface of a flat stationary Earth. Flat surface stationary Earth. Library of Congress, okay? Call them up, say, hey, I want that map. I'm interested in maps, whatever reason you want to give them, and they'll give it to you. Then you've got NASA right here who said they used satellites to make a flat map. So you got number 2 there. And the third one, Department of Defense, is they got the MGRS, which depicts the Earth around Earth as flat.
The MGRS.
Yeah, the MGRS that picked the original.
Okay, so let's use the MGRS.
Yeah, there you go. So then, so call up the Department of Defense. Said, hey, I need as many of these maps as you got. All the ones that are declassified. Say all the maps are declassified that people can use, because obviously the war areas where they're engaged within warfare, they're not going to give you that. I mean, clearly you understand that part, right?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
And
they're not going to give you any maps with sensitive areas like Area 51. They're not going to give you that map either. So what you're going to have to do is get enough maps from them to do your circumnavigation, and then connect the dots.
I simply asked you to provide me a flat Earth map.
Yeah, and I gave you 3 sources that have flat Earth maps.
Sources. I didn't ask for sources. I asked for a map.
Yeah, because someone to map out the whole world will require thousands of people, millions of man hours.
Well, I'm sure that all those thousands of people can put.
That's a tall order to ask somebody to do something that many people would spend their full life's work doing. So
I didn't ask you to make a map.
Yeah, these
I
are some
asked you to
groups.
provide me a completed
and
map.
Three groups of people have that. They have exactly what you're looking for, according to them. So you can test the claim. You can test the claim. Ask them to provide you the map they said they have.
Why should I be asking them? And I mean,
they're the ones
you
who said they have it.
Calm down. I'm trying to speak. Calm down. I'm trying to speak. So why should I ask the State Department or the military, blah blah blah?
Because they're the ones who said they have a map. They have a map.
But by now you guys should have a map, don't you? A flat
I told
world
you that
map.
mapping out the whole world would take thousands of people.
I didn't ask you to map the whole world. I didn't ask you to map one for me. I asked you for a map, an image of the flat Earth map. So,
yeah, and you've got three people who have a full Earth flat map.
Well, hold on a second. What do you, if you had such a map, what would you do with it?
I'll put it on my model, and then I'll test the whole circumnavigation argument.
No, bro.
What?
You need to validate your circumnavigation on your alleged claim of a globe, dude, in the first place.
I didn't claim anything. I'm talking about circumnavigation. We're talking about measurements. We're talking about going in a circle, and we're talking about
it doesn't
geometry.
matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
No, it does, because either you don't want to discuss the issue because you put words in my mouth. That's not what I said.
Pay attention, dude. The only way to truly know an object being circumnavigated in a particular manner, the only way to know is if it's circumnavigated in a particular manner is to have records of a circumnavigation. So the only thing in question is the records of the circumnavigation. So far, you've only shown us ones that are circumpolar to the north, which are completely explainable.
Before we go, how about
it have nothing to do with the model that you showed.
Okay, how about you just wait and you be patient and you let me discuss this other issue with circumnavigation first before we go to records, right?
What other issue?
How about we do this? The issue
no, dude,
that
what you need to provide is a circumnavigation path. You need to provide a circumnavigation path. That's what you need to provide.
All right, so what we need to clear out here is because people said that this is not a flat Earth map that I provided.
No, you can stick to your circumnavigation.
People said that this is not a flat Earth map.
Circumnavigation. That's it.
So I'm asking for a flat Earth map.
Yep, we heard you the first time. You're asking for a flat Earth map. Blah blah blah.
Okay, provide one then.
Get back to the circumnavigation. Validate
it.
You
provide me a flat Earth map, please. Thank you.
They're all flat Earth maps. Pick one.
I did.
Which one did you pick?
Here. And so I already posted this twice inside chat, and you guys said that this is not the map.
Go and use it. Do what you're going to use it for then.
Were you not paying attention to what we were talking about?
Now you've done it. Congratulations. You've said you've done it. Good. Let's get back to the circumnavigation. Now go and validate it for us. We don't want to hear cool story, bro. We want to hear the ins and outs of it.
Sure. So I already did that. I think you weren't listening or you weren't here. Here, inside chat again, posted this third time. You have two models, a flat one and a spherical one. And we're talking about circumnavigation, right? Going in a circle around, we're not talking about specifically a small object. We're talking about
I know
the
what circles
Earth.
are. I passed kindergarten.
Right. So here's the thing. On a flat surface, on a flat surface, if you turned at an angle...
We're not going over this again. We're not going over this again, dude. It doesn't matter if. It doesn't matter if.
So why don't you be respectful and let me explain it to the guy?
He does understand, dude. He does understand. He does understand. He's waiting for you to validate it. He's waiting for you to validate circumnavigatory paths that exclude one of the two models that you represented on the screen. That's what he's waiting for.
I can provide for you two links. Sure, I can provide for you flight radar. You're welcome to go to that website and see airplanes traveling from one point to another and circumnavigating the world almost daily. You can track a plane yourself and do it yourself, right? Why not?
Oh, dude,
Why is that
hey,
not good enough?
Awesome.
dummy, it's
Why is that not good
your
enough?
claim. You need to provide one
Sure.
to us,
Here's
not
evidence.
the other way
Right
around.
here. Okay. Here's the evidence here.
All right, hopefully it's actual evidence this time, not like the last time you failed.
Are all of these aircraft doing a circumference of 24,901 miles? Like you've tried to
Heck,
put
no,
on
they ain't, bro.
Here you go, inside chat. I don't know if you've heard of flight radar, but yeah, you're welcome to go to this app right here and track any plane you want and see it, circumnavigate.
Why are you talking?
Oh
This
my
is
goodness, sir.
your claim and your right-hand model. Circles ending up where you started from have all got a value of the circumference of the object that you're flying around. That's your claim at the moment.
Well, let me give some evidence for the guy who's having a hard time
Hey,
here.
Rod.
Right?
Hey, FSB bot. You posting a database isn't you
Yeah,
posting
you asked for
your
records.
validation of your claim. No,
Yeah.
dude. You need to
No?
find one
This is not
that
good
is
enough?
doing the thing you claim. Hey, listen, Holmes. Try to pay attention now, okay? If you've ever, like cited a source or done anything in any kind of academic setting, you know that just loosely citing a website isn't sufficient. You actually have to go into it and pull the data out,
Yes,
separate
it
it, and
is.
say, this is the data that represents my claim.
Yeah, this is the data that represents my claim. You have ship and flight radar
No, it
record.
isn't, dude.
Well,
No, it
it's
isn't.
not my
This
fault if
is
you
the
don't like the
source.
records.
This is the
Really?
source where the data may or may not exist. You need to
I'm
go
sorry.
in, find the data, and then bring us that data, dude.
I did. It's in these two websites, and you're welcome to go
Russ,
see
you're
it.
not
If you
getting
don't
the
like,
picture. Shut up for a second. What you've done
if you don't
is
like
you've
the
handed us a
records, I'm gonna have to put his.
Right. This is what you've done to us. You've thrown a fucking elephant at us. We don't want the elephant. We just want one little part of the droppings. Now, I've gone to your database. On my screen, I have about 2,000 fucking aeroplanes. Which one does the full circle?
Pick any plane you
No.
want to
That's
track.
your job. You tell me which one
That's
it is,
your job.
and then we go, holy fuck, he's correct.
Oh, wow, it's our job.
Holy fuck, he's
I
wrong.
provided records. I
No, you
provided
haven't.
records.
No, you didn't, dude. You didn't provide nothing, dude. Listen, dude, that would be akin to me saying, just Google it, bro.
You haven't provided anything because you
And what's
don't
wrong
know.
with that? Why do you want me to be your Google?
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. When I grade papers of my students, and they're supposed to be research papers, and for their citation page it says just Google it, bro. I flunk them.
Well, I'm not going to sit here and waste my, precious time going through records
it's
and
precious
research
now.
Yeah, you're
and all
not
that.
going to waste your time.
It really is. Yeah, it is. Really, it is. Because you've provided nothing so far to deny anything I've said.
Hold on.
You've just
provided nothing to
deny.
This is getting annoying.
Dude,
I want a flat Earth map, please, right now.
No, dude. See, here's the problem, dude. There's nothing to deny.
I want a flat Earth map.
There's
I want a
nothing
flat Earth
to
map.
deny. There's
I want
nothing
a
to
flat Earth
deny.
map.
All as you have provided is a hypothetical.
I want a flat Earth map,
What's
please.
there to deny? What's there to deny about hypotheticals?
I want a flat Earth map, please.
All right. So listen, if you're just going to keep chanting,
I'd like to have a flat Earth map, please.
I'm going to back out of this, dude. I want to address your claim when AI's done with you.
I would
I'm going to give him a second chance. Yeah, I'm going to give you a chance to say something different to Jedi. And if Jedi doesn't get something different out of you, then you can just go bye-bye.
Why? Well, I'm just asking for.
No,
I've been pretty fair.
We're not going to jump to you asking for a flat Earth map. What we're going to do is look at your claim and the evidence that you've provided to back your claim. You've made a claim in your right-hand model, circles around a ball. These circles all have an equal distance. We call that 24,000 miles. In this data that you have thrown us, you have to back your claim. Where's the aeroplane that's flying 24,000 miles and ended up where it started from?
And in the interim, if I may say, I love how this guy, he says, I'm not going to waste all my time, my precious time, digging through something. Yet he spent all afternoon here, most of which was taken up or occupied by him actually drawing out some fucking stuff on MS Paint.
He just keeps repeating himself, too, instead of actually getting to the goal line. He's given, I pointed him, everyone's pointing him the right direction, and he just spins around in a circle and says he's circumnavigating. Dude, you haven't moved. You're still standing in the same spot. Your feet are moving, but you're not going anywhere.
Are your feet moving anywhere?
Are you going to provide
No,
the
I'm
evidence?
right here, man.
Fine.
I can tell. Even if I provided the most logical, evidential, factual piece of information.
At the moment, you haven't backed it with the flight that goes in a circumference of 24,000 miles plus. That's your claim with your model. Right-hand side, circles around a ball, navigating the Earth, and they're all circles of 24,000 because they're all complete circles, north, south, east, or west, whichever direction you want to talk about, which you try to. And we know that. Now you have to provide the evidence that this is done. The evidence that you gave us was a circle around north, which we pointed out as circumnavigation. In the evidence that
I've already provided
that was titled circumnavigation of the Earth. So
I have already provided.
You said that wasn't good enough. You said no, that wasn't the Earth. That's why we're now looking at this. Which side of your mouth are you going to speak out of, man?
What I said was, what are you trying to what are you trying to twist here? Because I don't know what you're on about.
Going by what you said, and now you have to back the claim of what you said.
We've already discussed, and we've both talked about planes circumnavigating. I've already brought up an example. There's other planes that have. You're interrupting me again. I'm trying to get to the point, sir.
You said that wasn't good enough. You said that wasn't the Earth.
No, I didn't say that wasn't good enough. There was other people who were spurting out. I said that there was at least one example of a plane circumnavigating. There's many other examples of planes circumnavigating. So that's your answer right there. Planes have circumnavigated, and so did ships.
No, this is where you use double speak. Because the flight that left and landed at Fort Worth, you said that wasn't good enough. That wasn't the entire Earth, as you're claimed.
You mean the one provided by
where your circles are 24,000 miles plus?
You're talking about the model provided by that other gentleman. That is not a full circumnavigation around the Earth. A full circumnavigation around Earth would involve the entire surface of the Earth in a circular fashion.
24,900 miles. I'm glad we reached an accord. That's what I'm trying to point out to you. You're double speak. So now can
you are double speaking here.
So now can you provide the evidence of the aircraft going 24,901 miles, the entire circumference of the Earth, please?
Okay. Didn't I just do that earlier?
No, you gave us this data.
Yes, I did.
Google, the data that we could Google, flight trackers. Here's your evidence, you said. So now we want the airplane that's doing what you said.
Okay, give me a second.
Okay. You find that aircraft.
Yeah, you have the Rutan Voyager. You have there's an entire list of all kinds of planes that did circumnavigation, starting from the 16th century, with ships, with planes, with everything. Here, I'll even provide it for you so you can read it. I mean, I don't know why I have to do the Googling for you, but
because if you're going to be going back to the 16th century, in actual fact, all navigation and aviation and sailing ships, if you're navigating the Earth, you're going to require a flat Earth to navigate. You're going to be using elevations to stars. You're going to be using horizontal cardinal directions for bearings. It's all going to be a flat Earth if you're talking about going around a circle of a central point, using cardinal directions east and west, which you demonstrated earlier, but you said that wasn't good enough. If you want to go back that far, everything that you do will require an Earth to be flat.
False, and this is why I posted that those two models.
How did you navigate in the 16th century? What tools did you use?
You said to circumnavigate, you need the world to be flat. No, that is logically impossible and
No,
false.
that's not logically
Yes,
possible.
it is
Because
impossible.
excuse me, if you're to go around the circumference of a circle, you just need a midpoint. That midpoint is the ground position of Polaris. To circumnavigate, that would be the minimum elevation angle to Polaris to give you your equator. As you continue going north from the equator, you will measure an angle as Polaris lifts up above the horizon in the night sky. Due to
I
how
think you're
you
misunderstanding.
No, everything that you do, navigation, is going to require a horizontal Earth. This one that I'm trying to demonstrate is measuring an angle from mean sea level. To give you your latitude system, for God's sake, this requires angles to be measured.
Yeah, what you're holding onto here and trying to argue here is a small circle on a surface on the surface of the Earth, which is not which is not a full circumnavigation of the Earth. I'm talking about a full, complete circle around the Earth. You're sticking to a small circle. You're sticking to a small circle. Yes, you're sticking to a small circle.
24,901 miles. Is that a small circle? Because that's the one that you've drawn on your ball, on your right-hand model.
If it's not a full circle around the Earth, going from one point in one direction, then it's not a full circumnavigation.
Was a ball. What's the circumference of the Earth from the equator?
It was 7,000 something kilometers, if I'm not mistaken.
No, 24,901 miles.
According to?
Is the circumference of your sphere the equator?
Okay, you're reading this off of what?
No, this is the globe Earth model. What they tell you about the values of the Earth if it was a sphere.
Why are you using global Earth models for a measurement and then ask what the measurement is?
Because the circles that you've drawn around the entirety of the Earth require you to travel 24,901 miles to complete one large circumference. That's the equator. Right?
Okay.
That's what you've drawn on your models.
Idiot does not even know the circumference that he's been trying to prove this whole time with circumnavigation.
Yeah, it's on his right-hand model. The circles on the ball.
Yeah,
that he's
40,000 kilometers, correct?
Thank you. Awesome stuff. So that is an angle measurement to Polaris. 24,901 miles is a circle of equal altitude around the ground position of Polaris.
You're referring to the equatorial line, correct? Equatorial line, right?
Yes, I'm talking about navigation in the 16th century, like you pointed out. So specifically to that, you can use an angle measuring device called a sextant to measure your latitude by the angle that Polaris is above the horizon. 45 degrees.
We've been through this before. Yes, we've already talked about it. We know that you can measure and all that. We know we can take location and all that and elevation, right? Really not the point of the discussion here. We're talking about full circumnavigation.
It is when you want to circumnavigate, because you will circumnavigate around one, possibly 2 points. One, Polaris. Second point, magnetic north. You might have a chart, but ultimately, if you're looking at things or using a device like a sextant or a compass, you're going to be circumnavigating circle around those points.
Okay, and it's a circle. Great. And as I said, when you start again from the same point, here I'll post this video. I'll post the video again on the model, right? On the right side, you can see when you start.
Model. We don't need your model.
Yeah. When you start at the red point and you turn at any angle on a spheroid, it makes sense. You would go back to it, and then it creates a geometry that looks like a sphere.
We know. So this is why we're asking for the validation of this complete circle around the largest point when you change angles of 24,901 miles within the data that you've provided of fucking aircraft trackers. Which one does this? And now you've got multiple circles around this ball, so it should be able to be done in lots of vectors and lots of directions then, right? Can you show that now, please?
Give me a second.
And why did you draw your circles off of the Earth on the left-hand model of the flat Earth when we're navigating the Earth? So keep your circles on the Earth, if you please. The fuck?
Okay, so if there is a plane that just recently made a perfect, almost near perfect circle around Earth, a total circumnavigation. Okay. It is a project that was operated by Action Aviation in November 2020, which was a Bombardier Global 7500 business jet that flew in an almost perfect line in one direction, completing an entire circumnavigation around the surface of the Earth, right? In a assuming equatorial, the equatorial line. So I'll post the link inside chat if this is acceptable for you know, for you guys. So what I'm looking for right now is the flight path of this plane, so I can back up what I said, because I have to, back up what I have to say, right? Otherwise, people are just going to be like, "Oh, it's not true. It can't be true."
Yeah, you have
Fake
to do
news.
it on both. Being as you're navigating on the Earth, you have to plot out of this on both maps project the globe projections. One the globe, the other one the flat Earth projection. But that's still maps. So please make sure that you navigate on the map, not like you've drawn on your left-hand model of the flat Earth, where your circles go off the map. So not navigating the Earth. If you could keep your lines on the map this time, that'd be great as well.
You're still on the same thing.
Yeah, he keeps
Still
posting the same thing over and over again. No feedback. Nothing sinks in. Doesn't listen. Doesn't pay attention. Doesn't even get that he's adjudicated the AE projection of a globe versus like a ball. He thought he came in here with a gotcha, and he's just not going to move an inch. Doesn't matter who talks to him, flat earth, globalist. Nothing sinks in, can't pay attention, can't learn, can't listen. He's
you've got nothing to teach, to be frank with you.
Then why are you asking? Let's troubleshoot
here. Because I have something to provide. You don't.
No, why are you asking me for stuff if you think I've got no answer to give you? I know not to ask you anything.
You're the one asking me.
No, I didn't ask you shit, and I won't ask you shit.
Well, you asked me a couple of questions.
This is the AE projection, and you don't get it. You don't know what math is. You don't know what models are. You don't know what much of anything at all. So I
doubt you do. I doubt
to
you
ask
do.
You anything.
Honestly. Okay. Well, you've provided nothing to the conversation but complaints and whining. So
Yeah, and I told you that's an AE projection that you're using.
You also gave me 3 models.
Yeah, 3 maps, 3 sources.
By the way, I did ask you for a flat Earth map, and you constantly tell me that there's sources, but you didn't provide a map.
And you have a sphere map.
I do have a map. You want to see a world map?
You have a sphere map.
When it's unwrapped, so that it makes sense to you, right?
So it's a sphere map or is a flat map?
A nice try.
You did said unwrap. You did said unwrap.
It's a flattened map for you to understand how it looks like on a spherical object.
I did use military maps. They are all flat.
I tried.
So I never use a sphere map.
Are you still in the military?
He denied the MGRS.
I didn't deny the MGRS.
Why you did ask if I'm still in the military? What that has to do with the we are talking?
Because you said you were in the military.
Making bullshit talk. Okay?
You brought up the military.
I did use military maps.
Why are
and
you
they
yelling?
Are all
Why
flat.
are you yelling?
Because you are not getting it. You are not getting, I did use flat maps. They are military maps. So I never use a sphere map. If you want a sphere map, I don't get, how can you use a sphere map?
Okay.
Why you want to use a sphere map?
Why don't you provide a sphere map then? If both of my maps are wrong.
You are making bullshit talk, okay? No one uses a sphere map. Only you. Maybe you can use it,
Okay, maybe you can provide me something that's right, since you think you're right.
Who cares about your bullshit talk? All
the
maps
point
are flat.
You asked him for a flat map, and all maps are flat, aren't they?
Okay,
if you want,
all right. I've wasted enough time with this.
Let me answer. If you want a flat map, shut the fuck up.
No.
Shut the fuck up.
Hey, no, shut the fuck up.
If you want a flat Earth map, then join all the flat maps that are available.
Okay, thank you.
Because
I put your volume down permanently.
You can use your city maps. They are flat Earth maps,
Miguel,
and then you join.
Turn you down. Okay, Russ FSB bot. We don't do that in here. If you choose to turn people down, you will be moderated, maybe permanently. Do you comprehend this?
Yes, I do comprehend that, and I also understand that you allowed one of your users, your members, to insult me and throw insults.
Yeah, well, that's up
to
him if he wants to do that, but you don't.
You'll get over it.
Mute people.
Yeah.
Well, I'd appreciate that you told your member there not to yell and throw insults at me for just talking about stuff.
You did said we are
naughty boy. Don't do it again, okay?
Cool. Well, anyway, we're not going anywhere with this, so I'm just going to leave for now. Thank you for the discussion.
You want the flat Earth map, okay? Do yourself. Collect all the flat maps from cities and starting do your flat Earth map.
That sounds pretty fair.
The guy did the assumption, he did set the flat Earth map, and he did went to Google searching. We never claim a flat Earth map and neither a model.
Because you don't have a single map or model. You just have bullshit, that's what.
No, are you paying attention?
Are you?
Are you? I did use military maps. They are all flat. Okay? So we have flat Earth maps. Okay.
Well, I feel sorry for that military. They
No,
probably
you feel sorry.
dismissed
Yeah,
you.
you feel sorry for what? You are so ignorant.
For you.
You still don't get it. What is circumnavigation?
Don't know what kind of military you were in, but it's probably why you're on Discord right now.
Show me a sphere map. Show me a sphere map. A military sphere map. You have one?
My guy, the way the world,
No, I'm not your
maps
guy.
work.
I'm not your guy. I'm not your guy.
Never mind.
I'm not your guy. I'm not your guy. You are making just assumptions on top of assumptions.
So why should I talk to you when you're yelling over me? And you ask me a question and then you yell when I start speaking. I mean,
then get lost.
I mean,
get lost.
Sounds like your butt hurt if you don't.
No, you are. You are butt hurt. You are butt hurt.
Okay.
You did said I'm gonna do a model, and you guys are gonna feel dumb. You did start.
Well, maybe you can do a model for a change. How about that?
No, I don't have to do what you want. I don't have to do what you want. You know.
Yeah, because you can't. Not because you can't.
Where
because
is your
you cannot.
sphere map? Where is your sphere map?
Where's those plotted paths? Where's the pictorial data to show that they've navigated around the curve? Where's your evidence to back your fucking claims, dude?
It's been 2 hours. He mentioned the model 2 hours ago, and I threw in the idea about
Not my problem if you don't like my evidence. That's not my problem. It's your problem.
Your evidence, you haven't provided any yet. We require.
I don't care, honestly. I've provided everything you've asked for. I've been compliant. I gave you everything.
Still waiting for it.
You've requested records. I gave you records. You've requested evidential data. I did. It's in real time. It's your problem if you don't like it. Not mine.
Excuse me. I pulled your claim apart, shoved up your ass.
All right. Well, I appreciate it anyway. Thank you for your time and good evening or good morning, whatever. Bye bye.
No way.
Jedi, quick question, right quick. Did he ever present the actual number of the overall model?
No. I had to tell him.
Are you guys having a party or what?
Oh man, you've missed it. You would have not liked him.
It sounded like Miguel Sosa was trying to extract the pound out of him, but
well, we all had a pound of flesh, but that's because it took multiple people to try and explain the simplest concepts. And then when we tried to get down to the nitty-gritty about him providing evidence, the evidence that he provided wasn't good enough evidence, so we had to go find more evidence, and we still haven't got that. Wasn't good enough evidence by his standard after he gave it to us as well.
yeah, he got the old. But I gave you evidence. Really? Where? You didn't give any evidence. You just made a claim that you think that you know what's going on.
He did render circumcision as one of his pieces of evidence.
Can you imagine how much space it would take up using ball maps?
And his proof of said circumnavigation was flightradar24.com.
Huh. All right.
Mm-hmm. You can track all the aeroplanes. It's in there. Good to see you though, mate. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, pretty good. Just getting ready for work. The old work. But yeah, it's good to hear that, Miguel and all of them are getting in here now. Good to hear you guys. You gotta step up, man. Get in there, get you some of them arguments. And the more you do it, it'll get a little easier to kind of navigate these clones. They play mind games, that's what they do. Instead of answering questions, but I did give you the answer. You're like, dude, you didn't answer the question. You're making all these claims, assertions. You're not giving the evidence that would support your claim. They think that the claim is the support for the claim. They're making another claim.
Pretty much. That's what the guy did earlier anyway. About 2 hours of talking about circumnavigation.
Yeah, just ask I less than 3. Ask him. He does the same thing. He supports a claim with another claim. Isn't this true? Of course it is.
Haven't heard him speak recently.
Oh, we got Snake that's in here right now. We got Kamal that just joined us. Welcome. Welcome. You guys think the Earth's a globe in 2024? Got any evidence? Go ahead, Kamal.
Yeah. I
All
do.
right, man. Do you have any evidence for the Earth being a globe?
Yeah.
What evidence do you have, sir?
Jump, and when you're pulled back down, you'll see that, gravity would not work if it was flat. Like, I don't understand.
So the physics of the Earth being a globe work because you can jump up and jump down.
No, physics of gravity working only makes sense if the Earth was a globe. If it was
Well,
flat.
it sounds like you have a good understanding of what gravity is, sir. What
Yeah,
is
I do.
gravity?
If you want me, I can pull up the formula right now.
No, we don't need to hear formulas because you probably don't know what that means either. But I want to know if you understand the definition for gravity. What is the definition for gravity, sir?
The definition for gravity? Like,
you're about to shoot me a formula, which sounds very, kind of academic. So I want you to tell me what the definition for gravity is, since we're about to give me a formula.
Okay, wait. Before we get into that, I want to know why you think it's flat. Because
no. You're jumping. You're just putting the cart before the horse. Hold on, Casey. You're putting the cart before the horse, Kamal. So what you got to remember is.
I just want to know why you think it's flat, though.
No. We're not going to engage with those questions. That's too disingenuous of you. You're not answering what I asked you, which sounds like you're trying to get away from the question.
Flat Earth Discord. We don't.
You got your running shoes on, and you want to take off. I don't want that. I want to stick to the question that I asked you. So, what is the definition for gravity? Come on.
Okay, well, it's a force caused by the Earth's core that basically pulls everything down or to the core.
To the core.
Together.
I don't think that's the definition. Come on. You were about to give me an explanation of a equation for gravity, but yet you don't know the definition.
Right off the top of my head. Yeah,
that's quite embarrassing. Come on.
How is that embarrassing?
Because you were going to give me an equation. You were going to give me the equation for gravity, and now you're just going to not know the definition? That's not the definition.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a question now. Why do you think
No, you're not going to ask me a question.
Yes, I am.
That's not how this works.
Okay,
that's not how this works.
It's an AMA.
No.
It's an AMA.
Nope.
Ask me anything.
Nope.
Yes.
Nope. Yeah, I know. But see, here's the important step is that when I ask you the question and you're not answering, people are watching how you're not giving the answer.
Okay.
Which should be on your part to actually support that.
Okay. Anyways,
okay. So the question, please, to the answer that I'm asking right now would be what?
The answer?
Yes.
A force that attracts a body toward the center of the Earth. That's the first definition I'm getting. If you want, I could get a better one.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that would be better. Because see, we have to explain the cause and effect relationship, right? Within this definition. You know what that is, sir? Cause and effect?
Yeah.
Okay, what is the effect of gravity?
That's such a general question. Like,
no, it's not. You just finished telling me what it was earlier.
The pull towards the Earth's core.
Well, you said you jump up and you come back down, right? No, what you said?
You coming back down is the effect of gravity. Yeah.
Okay, so now what is the cause?
That I can't go into much detail about because I don't know.
Why?
That's the thing. Because
well, you just finished. You were about to tell me the equation.
Okay, but the thing is, so you're pointing things out.
We need to know the cause. Come on.
Your whole argument
cause and effect relationships are important for the explanation of gravity. So if you don't know the cause, perhaps you don't know what gravity is. Isn't that true?
Well, I haven't done enough research on it because I.
Well, then why did you presume to tell me the physics of the Earth is such that gravity is pulling people to the center if you don't know the cause for the effect?
Because no, I was just saying that because if you pull everything to the center, it would not be a mostly even sphere.
Oh yeah, but that's interesting because you think that's how the physics work on the Earth being a globe. But you don't know the cause for the effect. Therefore, you don't know if the physics are correct or not because you don't have an understanding to support the claim that the gravity that you think exists on the physics of the Earth as a globe are such that the cause is affecting objects the way you think they are. So you don't know that's true or not. That's the big problem. And you can't then give me an equation of something that physics of what we know to be true is something that's happening due to the fact that you're misunderstanding of what the cause and effect relationship for gravity is. That's a problem, Kamal. You can't have that understanding unless you understand what the cause for the effect is. Why I'm pointing this out for you.
Okay. Can I ask you a question? Or
but yeah, that's fine. But you do understand. You didn't support the claim.
yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
Okay. What's your question, Kamal?
Oh, wow. Why do you think the Earth is flat?
Well, I got 3 things for you, man.
Okay.
There's an observation that we can make in the physical and natural world. First off, observation. I got 3 parts, right? First off, observation. Second part, measurement. Third part, practical use. So 3 things. Observation. Let's cover that. When we look upon the Earth, do we notice the Earth looking globular or as a globe? When you walk outside or you go to the mountains or you do anything on this Earth, can you see the Earth as a globe?
No.
So locally, it looks pretty much like a flat Earth. Locally, just from your vantage point.
Yeah.
Not talking about you going anywhere else, but being on the Earth. So as an observation for anybody that's on the Earth, it appears as locally flat. Not saying that it's a globe or flat. I'm just saying what it appears as locally looks flat. When you go to the beach, look at the horizon, it looks pretty flat locally.
Yeah.
So, all right, observation, check mark. We're going to move off to measurement. So we're going to measure the Earth. Now, if the Earth is said to be with a radius of 3959 and a circumference of 24,901 miles, there's some metrics to how big the Earth is and how much it curves. Well, we can pit that against the, I guess you could say, long distance observations that people can make across the surface. Now, if the surface is curving, well, what we have is a deviation from a tangential line. So if you have, like, let's say you put a ruler on a basketball, so a tangential line would be an invisible line that you would make, that if you're saying that the Earth would be curving at a specific rate, well, then it would deviate from that tangential line. Would you agree or disagree with my assertion of to what drop over distance would be if you were going to measure it? Like a line of sight, let's say. Just a straight line of sight.
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Well, no, I understand it doesn't deviate, but I'm asking, with the tangential line that you're creating on the surface from where you're standing off into the far distance, you would get a deviation from that tangential line, which would create a drop over the distance.
Yeah.
Okay. So a drop over the distance would be akin to the Earth's surface, being it's an oblate spheroid. The consequent of a geometric shape would be such that the surface of the Earth would be conforming to a curved surface. Well, if you have a tangential line, any deviation from that would be a drop over the distance, which would be the case if you lived on a curved surface.
And it is the case.
Right. So has there been anybody that's measured this drop over the distance to any distance on the surface from point A to point B on any part of the surface of the Earth?
I don't know if they've pulled out a ruler to measure, but, if you... Okay, well, here's the thing. If you stand on a beach and you watch a boat sail away, there's going to be a point where it disappears. If you if you get a stool or something...
That's a good idea. That's a good idea. So you're saying...
you'll see it again.
Right. Yeah, I get it. So it's a good idea. Do you think by that metric we could measure what the curvature should be dropping away from, with the tangential line showing that away from that tangential line, there would be a specific drop over the distance? Because of boats, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what is the drop over the distance that we could measure if the surface is indeed curving, like as your boat disappearing from the bottom up would be showing you?
I don't know.
Well, see, this is important because if you're going to measure the surface to be curving, that needs to be what you substantiate in order for it to know that it actually is curving, like a geometric shape, right? So you need to know this information to support the claim. If you don't have that, it could be some optical phenomena that occurs in your vision, or maybe something to deal with perspective versus what you think could be a drop over the distance. What if it's not dropping over the distance and it has something to do with perspective as to why you can see the bottom of the ship disappear?
Okay, well, what do you think it is?
This is what I'm posing to you. Well, I'm posing this to you, Kamal. In order for you to solidify the point that it is drop over distance, you need to measure this day in and day out whenever you see a ship disappearing from the bottom up, you need to say, okay, from my observation point to that boat, I know the distance is X amount of miles. I'm using miles. X amount of miles between me and the boat. And then I know, because I'm using a tangential line from me to that boat, that it's dropping away from that tangential line at a specific rate, which would mean that at every single time I see it at, let's say, I'm going to give you an arbitrary distance. Let's say at 5 miles, that tangential line would be deviation from that tangential line would be X amount of drop. Maybe let's just say 8 inches per mile squared as a specific drop rate, right? Now, if that were true, we would be able to measure that day in and day out. The geometric shape of the Earth would not change; it would be the same, and the distance where we would see that ship disappearing from the bottom up would be exactly the same tomorrow and the day on and so forth. So we would never have anything that would be different than that. So what I'm asking you is that because we have the size of the Earth right now, do you think it's possible that we could measure this drop over distance by any means, any method?
I can't think of a method, but I would say
Okay.
that it's possible.
Right. If it was possible, do you think you could look for it?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is what we need, Kamal. In order for the Earth to be a geometric shape as you think it is, we need this information. Now, if you don't have it, I think it'd be wise to go search for it, because other than that, we could just say it's something to do with perspective. The reason why you see the ship disappearing from the bottom up.
Okay, well, what do you think it is then? What perspective change or
Yeah.
just
So
perspective?
it's an optical effect due to perspective and also the ambient temperature outside, which could also lead to other types of effects that can cause this bottom up disappearance. Now, also in conjunction with the angle of view that you see the object at a distance. So let's say you lower or increase your angle from the ground. As you increase your angle from the ground, you could see more of the ground, but as you lower your angle to the ground, you see less of the far distance. And this is a phenomena due to perspective in conjunction with the ambient temperature outside. There's a lot of factors involved in how you see the world around you. There's convergence within how far you can see, which converges everything to the eye line. And because of that, our vision and how we use our optics, like the eyes that we have or any other, type of optics, can cause a different way that we can see optically in the far distance. Because we have a non-understanding of that coming into this specific argument, we think it's just one simple thing like Earth curve. So because of that, we're misinformed and we don't have the correct information to support the claim, which is what I'm helping you with right now.
See, but I'm not denying that air just messes
Causes
with
distortion?
Air distorts your image of the
Sure.
world. But why would it make the Earth look curved down? Like
It doesn't look curved down. So basically what you're saying is, how is it possible that we have a bottom up disappearance on a boat, right? I think it was kind of malformed how you said it, but I'm trying to help you here.
Yeah.
But you're asking what causes the phenomena. And I'm telling you, it's multiple variables that cause it. Now,
Okay.
depending on the day and the temperature outside, you could see more or less of the thing in the far distance, whatever it is. Doesn't matter what it is. But also because of how where you're looking from the ground up. I don't know how tall you are, but you're maybe 6 foot at average, 6 foot person looking off into the
wish, but okay,
distance.
yeah.
Yeah, looking off into the distance, you could only see so much off into the distance because of convergence. Everything's converging to your eye line, and then of course the angle of view that you are from the ground up. This is all a factor. You could think about a checkerboard to kind of use this in your mind. I want you to think about something. Think of a checkerboard, a really long, infinite checkerboard. Now, if you were to bring your head down to the ground, you could see less of that checkerboard off into the distance, correct? It's
Depends
just
on the
simple
size.
checkerboard.
Okay.
Well, we're using in this kind of thought experiment, we're using just an infinite checkerboard, just for you to think about it.
Okay, yeah.
So yeah, you could see less of the like the black and white squares off in the distance. So when you lower your angle, like said, you put your head all the way down to the ground, you could see less of those squares. It seems to be like they disappeared, not because they went over any curve, but because you're lowering your angle of view.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Okay.
So the closer you get to the surface, the less you can see in the distance. This is true.
Yeah, I'm not denying that.
Right. So then we can say that things that are cut off in the far distance doesn't have to be, doesn't have to be Earth curve. It could be due to how we view things in the far distance. Now,
But that doesn't explain that, though.
Yeah, but we have multiple variables. Come on.
Okay.
This isn't the only answer. I'm giving you the reasons why things can be cut off due to this vantage of raising and lowering your angle of view.
Yeah.
Right. So that in conjunction with the convergence that we see in the far distance. So convergence is a natural way that our eyes focus off into the distance. So we see like down a long hallway. It seems like when you look down a hallway of any building, right? Looks like the walls are converging to a point off in the distance, and the ceiling and the floor look like they meet at a point. Like it's ramping up from the ground, and it looks like it's ramping down from the ceiling. Now, this is what happens when we look off into the distance with convergence. Was just how our eyes see the world. So where our eyes are converging everything off into the far distance. But when you pick up any type of optics, what happens is you have like this capability to zoom into a specific point. So your peripheral vision, right, everything you see off to the sides starts to disappear because you're focusing further into the distance at a specific point. You're zooming in, right, with the specific optics you're using. So what you could see when you were zoomed out, let's say, like if you were just looking, let's just use the ocean for a moment. You were seeing a lot of stuff on the sides of your peripheral vision. When you use those optics, you zoomed into a specific point off in the distance. The things on the side of your vision, your peripheral, would disappear. You couldn't see those things anymore because you zoomed into a specific point. So this is what convergence does. So as you back out, you take off your binoculars, everything that you could see on your peripheral vision comes back into view. So that's important. Everything that you see off into the distance is converging, and when you use binoculars or any type of zoom optics, you bring everything closer, as in something that you want to pinpoint off in the distance, but you lose your peripheral information. So this is important, right? A lot of things are happening with how you view the world around you. So convergence, you got the angle of view and also the ambient temperature outside. So if the temperature outside is something like, it varies, right? But if it's really hot, you can see air distortion. Now, the air distortion makes everything look really wavy. Of course, you've noticed what I'm talking about because you've probably seen a hot day. Looks really wavy and distorted and so on and so forth. There's a phenomenon called heat haze. Now, heat haze is more easier classified as an inferior mirage. Now, that inferior mirage causes air distortion to make it look like the water on the roads when it's really hot. Like off in the distance, if you're driving a car, you've seen the road looks like it's got water on it, but it doesn't. It's just a mirroring effect that occurs. It's called shimmering. Now, that shimmering, due to the fact that it's an inferior mirage, causes distortion, and that means that you can't see what's beyond that. It's obstructing the view of the thing that you're trying to see. So, in other words, that watering effect, that mirroring effect, it looks like you can't see beyond it. It's blocking the view of the road that's beyond that. So you can't see the road beyond the mirroring effect. Now you do understand what I'm saying, right? Because you've seen it, I've seen it. Everybody's been partial to this, right? So inferior mirage in conjunction with how you see convergence on top of the angle of view you have causes all of these distortions and things that you could perceive to be bottom-up obstruction. Now, it's important because now that you're seeing the world for what it really is versus what you've been told, you can make a great understanding as to how you can assess this topic. Now, if you don't have this and you're just saying Earth curve only, then you're not really understanding the fact that our vision, our optics are viewed with a specific manner, and you can't. It's difficult, right? Because you want to say Earth curve, but what I just said to you in the beginning of the conversation was that you need a drop over the distance, meaning that from a tangential line, you'd have to have a specific drop that's set on the surface of the Earth because it's curving, right? So from that tangential line, you'd have to have a specific drop over the distance away from the tangential line.
Okay.
Right. So if you can support that, then you can have the curved surface. But if you cannot support that, then you don't have the curved surface. So there's a lot of things that are required from those who claim that the Earth is curving at a specific rate, right? Because we already have the metrics, the radius, diameter, circumference. You can look them up, Kamal. You can look online. You have the radius value, the circumference, the diameter. So the Earth has already been known to be an oblate spheroid, but interestingly enough, they don't tell you how they achieved those metrics. We've heard of some people saying that they use calculations and ideas of Eratosthenes, what he done, but you never get to the point of like how they got that drop over the distance, which is important. It's the consequent of a geometric shape. Now, if you agree with everything I'm saying, I think to support the claim that the Earth is a globe, you need to have this information to substantiate the claim. This is called evidence. Evidence of the Earth being a globe would be that you'd have the method by which you can understand, and everybody here can, that the Earth is curving away at a specific rate. I laid it out for you, bro. So all you have to do is just bring the evidence now that it can support the claim.
Okay, but see, the problem with what you're saying is you're saying, a lot of things. You're explaining a lot of different concepts.
Sure, you asked for that, right?
Yeah, but they exist. Nobody here is denying that. But you're saying it might distort the curve. Like you bring
no, it's
all
not
this
about
up
distorting the
It doesn't
curve.
guarantee that the curve
it's not
doesn't
about this.
exist.
Yeah, it's not about distorting the curve. It's about whether it is a curve or not. So if it is a curve, like I told you, the consequent of a geometric shape is that from a tangential line there will be a drop over distance. Now that has to be measured. That's no ifs, ands, or buts. If you haven't measured this drop over the distance, then there's no way from a tangential line that the Earth is curving away. So if you don't have a drop over the distance, you do not have a curved surface. This is what I'm asking for. The simple, right? Because in 2024, there should be a very technological way that you can measure the Earth that way. You can't say that there isn't because we have many methods of measuring. So I'm asking you to search the interweb for this information. Come back and hit us up. Because in the years that I've been doing it, it can't be found. I'm telling you, this information is like a ghost. You can't find it, man.
Okay.
So, but I mean, if you think it is, it's not just. It's one thing for you to come for people, not you, for people to come in here and say that the Earth is a globe. It's a very different thing for them to support the claim, which is what I'm asking for. Yeah, you can come in here and say, dude, you're not looking at the evidence. No, it's not that we're not looking at it. It's that it cannot be found, which is the task that I'm asking you. It's like, it's great. I'm glad that you think the Earth's a globe. Now support it with some evidence that we can test, some methods we can test. It's just that simple. Come on. And listen, I just want you to think about it. So if you don't have an answer, you don't have to be quick to respond. Just say, you know what, let's just think about it. And maybe come back later on with the information. Okay. I'm only here to challenge you, man. Not
posted an experiment that I think you could run in your backyard, and I think it's already on like YouTube and stuff. Where, first off, this photo that I posted, talks about, if the width of the container of water is X long, how much curvature will you observe? And so that's at least that concept of if the Earth is a globe, water will curve around that said globe. And here's like some, actual numbers to test against.
Yeah, numbers.
So wouldn't it be, wouldn't it be realistic?
No, hold on, Hung. We're not testing numbers. We're actually going outside to verify that the numbers are actually solidifying the point that the Earth is from a tangential line dropping away. Now, it does this little.
You might have lost me with the tangential line dropping away.
Okay, think about it like this. Yeah, I'm going to tell you. Hold on, Hung. No, you got to give me 2 seconds. So what I'm talking about is a tangential line would be an invisible line on the surface of like a curved surface. So if you're thinking about it, I'm going to give you a simple way to think about it. It's like putting a ruler on a basketball. Real easy to think about, right? So a straight line on a curved surface, anything dropping away from that line would be a drop over the distance. Now, this is important because everybody says that this is what's going on with the curved surface. So all we're asking for is that you support the claim that the Earth is curving with a specific drop over the distance on a curved surface away from the tangential line that would be there if the Earth is curving.
Okay.
Now,
I can supply some YouTube videos people doing just
YouTube videos,
2 seconds. Dude, stop interrupting.
Supplying YouTube videos
Okay,
is
we're
not
done.
giving us the answer. It's
Okay.
just you saying I got videos, bro.
So
what?
Let me finish. So an experiment that you can run in your backyard is to go find a lake that, let's call it, somewhere in the measurable realm, 2 centimeters over a kilometer. Let's maybe math that out to a mile long lake. I think that, generally speaking, we can find that. We can have a laser pointer. We can have somebody on the other side of that body of water holding a sign. And if my laser pointer is, 2 feet off the water's, height.
Yeah, I get you.
Would it hit 2
I get you.
2 feet off the top of the cardboard?
But the problem
that
is
you have on the other side of the
the
lake?
problem is that laser test that you're speaking of that can be done has been done. We've already tested this. Flat Earth has been around. The conversation has been around for at least since 2014. That when it's been really prevalent on the internet, people have already done these tests. So there are laser tests that span over 25 miles that go from point of origin to the target and actually hit the target. So
No,
we've
they
already
don't.
done that. So the
Link
solidification.
it, because the videos I've
Yeah, that's
seen
fine.
have been
Yeah,
where
no,
flat
that's-
earthers are made
Yeah, that's
fun
fine.
of because it doesn't
I
jive
understand
with
that, but
their
you've only
worldview.
looked at propaganda because you have a
Okay.
bias towards the Earth being a globe. So you're
Then
looking
link
for
it.
you're looking for what can disprove flat Earth. You're
Earlier,
not
you
looking
were
for
all about how
actually the evidence.
YouTube isn't a valid source. I gave you
never
a
said
realistic
that.
experiment that
Hold
you
on
can
a
run in
second.
your
Wait a minute.
backyard.
Whoa, whoa,
It's
whoa,
already
whoa,
been
whoa.
done, so
Did
please
I ever
link
say
where.
YouTube's not a valid source, Hung?
I think I see a link.
Yeah. When did I say that?
You
just said- you called me
you
out.
were accosting me and interrupting me because I said I have a YouTube. I have a YouTube
no,
video.
I
and
didn't
then
ask for that
okay.
because I said I don't want you to tell me you have YouTube videos. I want you to tell us with your words on how you know that the surface of the Earth is curving. So use your words. Don't just say I have a video. Here you be.
You're the one that
tell us
interrupted me.
how. Tell us how the surface of the Earth is curving by way of
just
the
did.
video that you're supporting. So if the video demonstrated to you how the surface of the Earth is curving and a method to tell us, then tell us with your words and don't just tell us there's a video, go look at it. I'd rather you tell me that what you learned from the video is a method that can be reproduced. That's what's important. Huh?
Who are you talking to? Because that's exactly what I did.
You.
If you would stop interrupting for more than 5 seconds, you would have heard everything that I had to say, which included, hey, here's this diagram, hard numbers. Hey, there's this experiment that I've seen on YouTube.
No.
Take a laser pointer,
Diagram
backyard
and hard
lake.
numbers. Diagram and hard numbers are not telling us the method. You're just pointing to something. I want you to use your words.
These
to tell us the
are
method.
numbers that we can test against.
Okay, what
right?
method was done?
Drop
what
over
method,
distance.
Yeah. Okay, so tell me the method by which they solidified that outside in the field. What did they do?
Okay, I already explained that. Laser
you didn't.
pointer, 3
No,
feet
you
off
didn't.
the water's surface.
Yeah, and I told
What
you
are we missing?
that people have already done a laser test, and there's PDFs going back to. I guess you can look at the PDF for Lake Balaton where they shot a laser for miles over the surface of water, and it went from point of the origin to the target, and it hit its target, showing that the information that you might think that the Earth is curving at a specific rate is debunked.
Okay, great. We're at an impasse. You have
No, we're
video
not.
evidence.
You are.
Let me finish.
We're not in an impasse. You can't say that we are because I'm telling you there's evidence to solidify that the surface of the Earth with a laser has been stretched over 20 miles or more and
Can you show
shown
it
that
instead of telling
it's
us?
not curving.
Can you show it instead of telling us?
Yeah, there's some.
Posted.
Go
So
ahead,
I posted 3 videos. One is a compilation video. I think there's at least 9 tests. I'm still searching through the list. I'll dig more. Well, so this is what we're talking about. If this is a premise, laser test over a distance of water, yeah, we can do this and show that the water lays horizontally. So much so that this is military applicable technology, as in they use it to target shit. Long distance infrared lasers and visual sighting systems would only work if you had a direct line of sight. The direct line of sight measurement precludes, destroys, and supersedes any curvature that's ever measured.
Yep. So you're saying that there is no evidence to that, and yes, there is. That people are supporting that in the text channel, and it looks like Hung is only here to look for the debunks because you have a bias towards the Earth being a globe. So the only thing you're looking for, no, dude, you're not here for truth. You're here to act like as an agent against truth. You want to show all the debunks and say that this isn't true, but you haven't went out to test the information. So what we have is supportive information for the claim that over point of origin to the target is hit. I don't care how you spin it with your debunks. The clowns that actually are supporting those debunks, they don't know what was being done. They weren't there. So when you look at the information, the only thing you have is you don't have a drop over distance. And you have point of origin to the target being hit. So I don't care how many debunks you want to show. That's all you're here for, Hung.
No.
You're just here. You're just an agent,
let me
bro. You're not
finish
here
what
for
I was
truth.
saying before.
No,
Hear me out.
why? Look at the
Hear me out.
debunk you just posted. No.
Okay.
The
we're done.
debunk you just posted, yeah, you're done. The debunk you posted is not going to show evidence that the Earth is a globe. Is it, Hung? It's just you being an agent against truth because you don't want there to be the surface of the Earth to be flat. You can't be because you have a bias towards the Earth being a globe. That's your credulity. You think that it's a globe. So you're only going to support things that to you makes it sound like it's a globe, which are debunks, which are you just coming in here, nuh-uh, Earth isn't flat. Like that's all you have, but you don't
That's
have
not what I
evidence.
said. That's not how I acted.
Look at what you're look at what
Listen
you're
to
posting.
what I have to say.
I don't have to listen to you because you're posting debunks, sir. You're posting debunks in the text. I can see it. Everybody can too when they look at it.
I'm posting the laser video that I saw once, right? I'm not
debunk to it.
Okay, can you just stop for a second?
No.
I posted a laser video that caught my eye, that sparked my curiosity about this idea that I yearn for, which is an experiment that you can run in your backyard to kind of validate.
Have you done it?
You know, these
have you
claims.
done it? Have you done it?
No. I honestly have not.
Have you done it? Okay, so then if you have listen,
dude,
if you have not, if you haven't done it, how do you know that test is accurate? You haven't reproduced it. The whole thing about here is that if there's a method that can be done and you say that there is and you can't reproduce it or there's no way that you can tell in any way that that's going to be accurate, you haven't even told us the type of laser. You said pen laser, but if it's just a pen laser, do you think that's accurate for however long you're going to measure from the distance of the Earth should be curving from? How much accuracy are you going to get from a pen laser, bro? Like honestly, the beam divergence is going to be so crazy by the time you get to any distance, you won't be able to hit a target. Like let's get back to the real world here, where people are actually going to measure a distance and use actual lasers that are going to produce an effect that will hit from point of origin to target. Like they have to use special lasers, not the pen laser you buy at the store. It is so crazy, dude, that you're using this information to support the claim the Earth's a globe.
How can you make the claim that we need to buy expensive special lasers that I can't buy from the store when you yourself agreed that you haven't done this in your backyard? I dropped the numbers.
I don't need the information to support the claim. Your claim is that the Earth is a globe to you, so it needs to. The Earth is a globe.
You like
to
to listen to your own voice.
No, I like for you to at least produce the evidence that if the Earth is curving, that at a specific distance it would be dropping away. You have not solidified that point. I asked Kamal to do that. Now I'm asking you to do that. How much Earth is dropping away from the tangential line that should be there so that you can say, I know the Earth is dropping away at this specific measurement.
I posted it again.
No, that's not, dude. Well, then you tell me how much Earth is dropping away from the tangential line. How much? What's the curvature drop rate?
Well, every 1 kilometer, it drops 2 centimeters.
And how do you know that?
I don't empirically know that. I haven't ran this experiment in my backyard. But
that's the answer.
This is evidence.
See, he doesn't know that.
That we can test against my the bias that I have.
Who's done this? Who has done this?
God. We just posted 7 different videos on YouTube.
I don't care
what are you talking about?
Listen, you're pointing to some other method with a little diagram that you're posting. Who's done that method? Who's tested those numbers? Who? Not you. Who? Silence now? Really?
Are you telling me that if I start supplying you names,
I'm asking
suddenly that you're going to stop interrupting and listen?
No, I want you to tell me who's tested the information you posted in your diagram. Who's done that?
Discovery Channel.
Discovery Channel? Really? And they've came up with the exact numbers that you show right there in your diagram. Can we take that information you posted in your diagram and put it 1-for-1 against Discovery Channel?
Okay, I'm sorry, but
Answer
you were
the
saying
question.
that you've never had anybody
Can we take your
what
diagram?
the drop over distances that you can measure against.
Nope.
Can we
take your diagram? Listen, can we take your diagram and post it against Discovery Channel? I want to take your diagram and I want to watch Discovery Channel and I want to see everything that they're talking about. It lines up.
because they talk about the distance between and the drop that they expect versus what they got.
That diagram supports Discovery Channel. I'm asking you a question. Does it support Discovery Channel? That diagram,
yes.
It does.
Drop over distance.
Okay, so I want everybody here to take that diagram, because if you're speaking truth, then it can be tested. So they can take that diagram. Yeah, okay.
And that's
so
what I'm looking for from
they can take
you.
that diagram.
Listen,
another
idea.
Hold on. No, it's not an idea. It's not an idea. No, it's a testable method. It's not an idea. No, you don't know what an experiment is. First of all, colloquially, you're using that word, you're bastardizing it. You don't know what it means. So first of all, you're going to use that method that you showed in your diagram. Some people are going to look at the Discovery Channel video, and everything's going to line up. But guess what? You forgot one detail. It needs to line up with the surface of the Earth curving at the specific rate that it should be according to the size of the Earth. Now, does that line up with the radius value? Not only does it have to be curvature, but it needs to be curving according to the size of the Earth. Now, does that line up with the surface of the Earth should be curving with the radius value intact? So when they see that curvature that you're displaying on that diagram and go to Discovery Channel, they're going to have to verify that the numbers of the Earth were garnered that way. Can they do that? Is the Earth's surface going to be curving according to how big the Earth is with the radius value? You forgot that detail, didn't you? Oh, yeah, you forgot that detail. So it doesn't mean that just because you think it's curving at a rate that you think it's curving. No. It needs to be curving according to the size that the Earth is right now, with the geometric shape being the values of the radius of 3959. If that measurement that you're showing, or whatever calculation, doesn't line up with that, then the Earth isn't curving like you think it is with that radius value intact. You got a different size Earth, sir. Yeah, it needs to line up. See, you globers, you think that you're so smart, but you forget all the little details that the Earth's curvature needs to be. It needs to line up
do some self-reflection here.
No, self-reflection.
You're running a victory.
Answer the
you're running a
question.
victory lap.
I am.
Based on the idea that you've stumped me, because these drop over distance numbers you claim don't line up with the radius of the Earth.
Have you checked it?
So my question to you is,
have you checked it?
What is the radius of the Earth?
Have you checked it? I told you 3959. Yeah, you can look it up.
Have you checked that?
Do
you know that for sure?
It's not my claim, Hung. It's your claim. So yes, you say that the Earth is curving with your diagram and your Discovery Channel, and you didn't check whether or not it lines up with the radius value of the Earth being right now, 3959. You didn't check that. It's your claim. You need to support the evidence that that exact radius value is intact whenever you have your drop over distance, which is what I was telling Kamal. I was telling him it needs to line up with the size of the Earth. It can't just be any drop over distance. No. It needs to line up with the radius value. Otherwise, the Earth being an oblate spheroid, according to the size that they're saying it is, right? That's not coming from flat Earth. That's coming from globe Earth. It doesn't stand to reason that you have evidence. You have an Earth the size of whatever you make it sound like with your measurements, calculations, or whatever. It's just that easy. For us, all we need to do is wait till somebody verifies that the radius value is intact with the drop over distance conforming to the geometric shape of the Earth being what it should be, the globular Earth, oblate spheroid. It's not a perfect sphere according to what people say. That's fine. It needs to conform to the radius value either way. Now, if you haven't done that, you're not bringing any evidence.
Okay. So just time out for a second. I posted the drop over distance numbers. If I show you that, this drop over distance number lines up with the miles radius that the Earth is, then somehow I've convinced you that the Earth is round?
No. Somehow you need to now test that. So whatever test.
Okay. So back to the laser pointer thing.
You're saying that Discovery Channel already tested it. So there's three things you're going to have to combine. That diagram that you're showing, combined with the Discovery Channel, that they have to line up. What you said with that diagram, somebody's going to have to take that, go look at the Discovery Channel and see if everything on that diagram is exactly what they're showing in the Discovery Channel. And on top of that, they have to make sure that the radius value also lines up with all of that information. Those two things.
Oh, okay.
So if all of that
you're
lines
yelling
up,
this at me, this reality that we live in, that these things need to line up to be actual truth.
Yes.
But I don't know why you think that this is a victory lap
It
to
is,
point
'cause you
out
haven't produced it.
that the Earth is has a radius to it. We need to make sure that these drop over distance numbers line up, and you need to be able to verify this with an experiment that you can run in your backyard. I said, none of this is pulling me out of my bias.
I don't
So-
have to.
so where is
It's not up
the
to me,
evidence
Hung.
to the
It's not up
contrary
it's not up to
that
me to
when-
pull you out. It's up to you to actually find the information to solidify the point that the Earth is an actual globe with the method, the little diagram,
But I just
the
did.
Discovery Channel, and checking to see if it lines up with the radius. Now that is up to you. If you say, I'm not going to do that, then be a glober the rest of your life, Hung. I'm not here to convince you. I'm only here to challenge you. And if you say you're not going to do anything, well, the hell, you're never going to know.
I
It's just
don't
that
think
simple.
that you look at the diagram I posted.
Okay.
Because you started
I
out
can
by
just- I can
accosting me for the tangential line when you could have just said line number 1 in the diagram.
Yeah,
you
so-
accosted me because, you got me. I don't know the radius. Well, the radius is number 3 on the diagram.
Yeah,
It
there's
supplies
a lot-
drop over distance.
Yeah, that's great. That's
So-
great.
so
that
here's-
diagram
here's-
is showing
here's a
that
claim
diagram. Look, you
that I'm
got
putting
one thing.
forward.
Listen, I know you're bringing a point. You got a diagram. Now
You
I
can't
need you to
handle
take your 2 feet
listening.
and go outside and verify that all of the stuff you're saying lines up with the Earth being what it is. I don't care what you present, dude. Doesn't matter. You can present whatever you want. You have to take that information and go outside and say, hey guys, this little diagram and me walking outside lines up 1 for 1 to the Earth having the
I don't
radius
need to.
value intact. Yeah, you
I
don't need to.
I don't need to.
Yeah, you know what that
Because,
shows?
Listen,
You know
hear me
that
out.
just shows your
Oh my
credulity.
god! It shows that
your
you can't listen
credulity.
for more than 2
That's it.
seconds.
No,
Stop
I'm not going to
responding
listen to you.
respond.
You don't have a testable method. You don't have a testable method because you say I don't have to.
So
That's
hear
fine.
me out. I don't need to go do this laser experiment because I trust that when I've seen it done
Good.
online, that they're not pulling wool over my eyes.
Well, that's
but there's
good.
experiments that I have done that give credence to the idea.
No, we're not going to talk
that
about
maybe I
credence.
don't need to run every single
We're
experiment
not talking
out there
about
to
credence.
validate.
I'm sorry. I'm
the
sorry. We're
globe
not
Earth.
talking about credence. We're not talking about credence. We're talking about direct measurements that show that the Earth is curving at a specific drop rate. Your credence, I'm going to crumble it up and throw it in the garbage bin because I want direct evidence. For over 10 years, we've been asking for this question to be answered, and it hasn't been answered. You or the rest of the people like you have credulity that the Earth is a globe, and so you want everything to say that it is a globe, but you never test anything. Never, ever,
No,
ever.
I was just about to tell you how I've tested it.
No, credence is not going to help you. It needs to be direct. So something that lends credence to something else, and that thing, no, you have to go outside. Yeah,
Tell me what the
oh
distinction
my
between
God,
the two is.
he's
please.
asking me for evidence.
What's the distinction between,
You think that other
direct
things are
evidence
you're thinking
and
that
just
other things are going to lead you to a
credence?
preponderance of evidence that's going to
Well,
say,
that
okay,
makes him
this
feel
thing and
smarter
that
than
thing
he
and this
actually
thing and
is.
that thing are going to tell me that the Earth's surface is curving. No, if you wanted to find out that a geometric shape is what it is, we all agree upon what they are. We know what a cube is. We know how to measure it. We know what a sphere is. We know how to measure it. We know all these shapes, right? So you could measure these shapes. And if we're standing on a giant geometric shape, then we would be able to measure it directly. It's so simple. It doesn't need credence. You could just easily measure the damn thing. You make it sound like there needs to be credence. You don't need credence. You just need to go outside and test to see if the surface is curving like a geometric shape would. That's just that easy. But you don't have that because it's not one. Duh. That's what I've been trying to get you guys to realize. It's not one. So you can't test it directly. Therefore, you need your credence. Preponderance of evidence.
Okay. So is the argument then that since I can't give you direct evidence somehow, I think I can, but since
You haven't done
a
it.
globe earther
Where
can't
is it?
give you
No,
direct evidence.
No, wait, stop. Give me the direct evidence.
I
You
can't
think you
even
can.
finish the sentence.
You said you think I can. Where? Show me. Show me you can. Direct evidence. Let's go. I'm tired of the dance. I want you to show me how it's going to be directly measured.
Okay.
Stop giving
just
me the
running,
runaround.
running through a list in the top of my head. I think about 2 sunsets with my drone. I think about the curvature of Earth that you can see from an airplane window. I think about, Eratosthenes with his experiment. I can call my buddy across the country at the same exact time. We can see that the sun is casting
That's a
2 different
preponderance.
shadows.
Stop.
These
That's a
are all.
preponderance.
These all
That's a
give
preponderance. Stop. I don't want to hear your preponderance. I want to hear direct evidence. Direct evidence, not a preponderance. I already said that before. Everybody can hear me. I'm not talking about why you think the Earth can be a globe. I want you to tell me directly how has it been measured to be one. I gave you a shot and you're just giving me preponderance. I don't care about that.
That's not fair though, because you've been doing the exact same thing. No, you've been doing the exact same thing though.
No, I only said direct measurement, and with the laser test, that's direct, Kamal. That isn't a preponderance. He's telling me all the things he could think about the Earth being like a globe with all these other things. I don't care about the other things. Direct measurement is what is required for a geometric shape to be what it is. We understand what geometric shapes are. The only thing you guys have to do is measure the damn thing. That's it. Nothing else. But you're telling me other things that could make it sound like it's a globe. I don't care about other things. I care about the one thing that would make it be one. That's you measuring the surface.
I guess I don't want to straw man you, but would you say something to the effect of like, we can't measure Mars or the radius of Mars,
Would
for
you
example,
stop talking about
because
other
it's not
things?
directly.
Dude, you see, this is what and Kamal, is that a good way to think? I'm going to ask you, because you're a glober just like he is. You want to measure Mars, Kamal, or the surface of Earth, Kamal? Do you think what he's saying is good? I'm going to hear it from you, Kamal.
Well, I don't know what his point is yet, so.
Well, he wants to measure Mars. He just started telling you.
I don't know.
Really? Let's hear the rest of it. Go ahead. Huh?
Stop
Tell us how
cutting
you
me
can
off and
measure
stop
Mars.
muting me.
Tell us how
You're
you can
being
measure
silly.
Mars.
Listen for a second. I'm not suggesting that we go and measure Mars. I'm suggesting that using your logic, we can never measure.
Not using my logic.
Why do you keep muting him, bro?
Because he's using me as the example, and he needs to use himself as the example. How can I measure the Earth? Not how can Alpha measure the Earth? I'm not talking. Why is he going to me, Kamal? Why isn't he doing it? That's why I'm muting him. I'm getting you guys to realize that you guys do this little dance and you don't want to answer the question. You want to put it on me. You need to answer the question, not me. It's on you. Hung, how can you measure the Earth? Not me.
You threw a fit because I said that we can get evidence for the idea that the Earth is a.
Yeah, we're not looking for evidence. Once again, direct measurement. Direct measurement. Direct measurement. Direct measurement. Not preponderance of evidence. Well, I see a sunset, so I think it's a globe. Well, I see star trails, so I think it's a globe. No. Measure the damn surface.
How would a sunset
Go.
even work on a flat Earth?
I'm waiting for Hung to give me the answer.
Yeah, but I want to know, because...
we're not talking about what flat earthers think. We're talking about globe earthers' evidence for the Earth's surface to be curving directly. So Hung, go.
Isn't this a flat Earth Discord?
Yeah, but it's Hung trying to.
Flat.
He's trying. It's right. Why do you guys throw your body into the gears? Why don't you let him answer for himself? Stop throwing your body into the gears. Go ahead, Hung.
You drew issue with my evidence, not.
It's not evidence. It's what you could consider an assumption. It's you're assuming. Well, I see a sunset, therefore I assume that the Earth's a globe. No, I want direct measurement of the surface of the Earth curving. You're evading, and your buddies are jumping in to throw themselves in between me and you, so that you don't answer directly the question whether or not you can directly measure the surface of the Earth curving. Nice try, fellas. Let him answer. Go. I'm waiting, Hung. You either have the answer or you do not.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're asking.
No, you're not sorry. I want you to answer the question. Do you have the information to support the claim that the Earth is directly measured as a curved surface would be? Like a geometric shape. Go on.
Yes.
Okay. I want you to demonstrate how you know directly it's been measured that way. Go.
I'm sorry. What are you
No,
asking
you're not
for?
sorry. I'm asking for direct measurement of the surface of the Earth curving away as it would being a geometric shape. That's all I'm asking for. Do you have that? Yes or no?
Yes.
Provide, please.
I can measure the distance between this mountaintop and that landmark. Yes? Directly measure.
Okay.
Okay. So if I measure the distance between that landmark and that mountaintop, I can then measure the dip of the horizon from the top of said mountain versus the bottom. Yes?
Go on.
Directly measured, right?
That you're measuring distance, or are you measuring the surface of the Earth dropping away?
Drop over distance.
Okay, and go ahead. What information do you have to substantiate the claim? Post it, please. Because it sounds like you've did something, or you know someone who's done it. So post the information.
Okay.
Al-Biruni. Jesus, dude. All right, let's go through it.
Wait.
Let's
Is
go
this
through it.
direct evidence?
No, it's not direct evidence. All right, so let's go through it. In Al-Biruni's method, what did he do? I need you to answer the question of the method of what Al-Biruni has done. Tell it to me because you posted it. What did Al-Biruni do?
He successfully determined the radius of the Earth.
How did he do that?
He measured the dip of the horizon from the top of the mountain.
And what was the drop over the distance for that dip?
I already sourced it.
No, don't tell me that you sourced it. Use your words and
that was my
talk
last
to me.
diagram I posted.
Don't tell me you posted diagrams.
But you do it all the... No, stop being...
up, dude. If he knows the information, he could support it. He can use his own words to do this. Now, use your words and tell me how you supported it.
2
I don't
centimeters
care
over
about
1
you
kilometer.
saying that you posted
supported
a
by the laser experiment.
Laser? Al-Biruni did not use a laser, dude.
Okay, you just asked what's the drop over distance.
Al-Biruni, his method, how did he know the drop over distance? Al-Biruni. Go.
He measured the radius. You're not listening.
How did he know the radius? If there was no radius to be known at his equation, according to this diagram you posted, do you see that equation? Do you see the equation?
I'm not going to play the game of mute.
No, you don't have to be playing the game. This is not a game. This is you not being able to substantiate the claim, again, with the method you just brought up from the internet, Al-Biruni. We've already known about Al-Biruni for a while. So what is the equation that's being used here, Hung? You're waving the white flag? You surrender?
You're the one that's muting.
I need you to answer the question. What is
Bro,
the
you're
equation
muting
that's
him
being...
for no reason. You're just...
The reason is he's not answering my question. You moron, are you listening? I'm asking for what the equation stands for that Al-Biruni is using. Keep up. Now, what is that equation, sir? Mr. Hung.
Do you want me to walk you through it?
I need you to tell me the equation. What is that equation? I'm looking at it right now. What is the equation?
First, he measured the height of a mountain. He took 2 measurements. The angle to the top of the mountain from 2 different locations, right? So we're looking at the mountain from afar, standing in 2 different spots, and you can take the measurements of that angle to the top of the mountain from those 2 different angles.
A flat baseline.
Okay. Second, he climbed to the top of the mountain. He measured the dip of the horizon. From his measurements, he was able to calculate the radius of the Earth.
That's begging the question. You got your conclusion baked into your premise. You've assumed that horizon dip is a consequence of the globe. Test, check, 1, 2. Do you hear me? 1, 2.
Yeah, we do.
Yes, sir. You're coming through loud and clear.
Thanks. Yeah, you're just assuming that the horizon dips because it's a globe. You haven't confirmed that, you just assume it, and then you're like, let's go find out how big this globe is that I just assumed. Bullshit. Like Alpha said, crumple it up and throw it away.
I hear you. And if we're going to just say, like, you know, like, for example, in that laser experiment, we were just like, no, here's some videos that showed the exact opposite. It's kind of like an impasse. So I would ask,
why did Al-Biruni need to measure the Earth flat to turn it into a ball? I don't get it.
Well, the point is that if you're looking at this mountain from 2 different locations, you have a different angle. Once you have that different angle, you can
angles require straight lines, flat baselines.
Correct,
what was he referencing? What was he referencing?
That angle that he saw like for example, if I put like a something bright in the two spots that I stood when I was looking up at the mountain, I can measure that angle. But when I look from the top of the mountain down at those bright spots I was just standing at, those angles are different. And you in this diagram, that's basically trying to illustrate the fact that since those angles are different, you can measure the dip of the horizon.
Big deal.
He established the height of the mountain or not?
Yeah. You can measure that, and I assume that's what Beruni did.
How did he do that?
Well, like, how did they measure anything back in the day? Probably like various lengths of rope at predetermined knot levels, and
flat baseline, angle, flat
I'm
baseline.
sure there's like a huge margin of error back in his day, but nonetheless, you can be more specific today. Like in this diagram itself, it talks about how you can do it today with a smartphone.
So elevations are plotted with respect to a level horizontal baseline.
Huh?
Yeah, not with respect to the curve that he's assuming that he's measured with the horizon dip. So that's a problem right there. They already got the height of the mountain, assuming a flat Earth. And
okay, but hear me out.
Why do you think
hear me out for a second.
Horizon dip.
You say that 2 seconds.
Why do you think you can do that?
I missed what you said, but if we're gonna take what I said at truth value,
talked a whole bunch already. So why do you think that you can conflate the horizon dip with the curvature that you're supposed to be measuring?
I don't understand your question. But the reason why they didn't take into account that the measuring the height of the mountain was actually on a flat Earth versus a round Earth is because the margin of error didn't really matter much. Because if the mountain was 1 kilometer wide, the difference would be 2 centimeters. So it doesn't really matter.
Curvature is just inconsequential.
At that scale, yes.
So how's he measuring it at that scale?
You can see farther than a mountain is tall.
Says the first step in Beruni's method was to calculate the height of the mountain. This calculation utilizes 3 of the total 4 measurements required. First 2 being the angle of elevation of a mountaintop at 2 different points lying on a straight line.
Yep.
Not a curved line like it would be, the one that you think that he's measuring by assuming that horizon dip is caused by it.
Correct, but you didn't hear it out. It's
well, you never
error.
My
It's the
you
error.
never heard me out. You were just like, I don't know what you're talking about, and then you just kept babbling. Well, maybe you should try to get up to speed.
I think the only one babbling is you.
Yeah, so no.
It's the distinction between.
Right. Do I have to mute you? Do I have to mute you? Because I've already said this, and you haven't understood it, so maybe it's time for you to get with the program. So why is he assuming that horizon dip is caused by the Earth's curvature? Where did he get that from?
Because he measured the height of this mountain and the distance between those 2 observing points, assuming a flat Earth. But when he got to the top of the mountain and those angles were different, and he knew, and he double-checked his work, and he's like, wait a second, my margin of error, this is too big of a difference. So I must be seeing horizon dip. The Earth must not be flat.
Okay, you're just again saying that if the horizon appears to dip, then it must be because the Earth is curving. I'm asking you, how do you know that?
Okay, hear me out. He was asking for direct, measurable evidence. And so I gave him an example.
So what did you measure here?
The radius of the Earth.
No, you measured an angle to the horizon. And then you assumed that angle is what it is because the Earth is a globe. So that isn't the direct measurement that he asked for at all.
And then you extrapolate that small measurement.
Yeah, extrapolating makes it not direct.
Okay.
Is this the idea that there's a distance to the horizon, that it's the leading edge of a sphere?
Yeah. Geometric horizon. So the Black Swan debunks Al Beruni. Sorry for spoiling the ending there. He probably doesn't get it anyway, so you're still good.
I don't know if he's familiar with the Black Swan long distance horizon observations.
Tell me more.
Yeah, I mean, he's assumed that the horizon is geometric sphere edge in the Black Swan. Maybe you want somebody to post that so you can see what that is. That it debunks that notion. Maybe the horizon.
Giving the horizon.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just saying he's giving the horizon a fixed distance, right, due to geometry and observer height. So that must be the same in all cases, right? Instances that should comply.
Unless, I guess, Al-Biruni went out there on no Atmo day.
Right. So there's examples where the horizon is observably a lot distant than would be allowed for the geometry, the claimed geometry.
Yeah, the horizon's too far for it to be what Al-Biruni was assuming it is. So I think that he's falsely interpreting the dip of the horizon. Maybe it dips because the surface, which is what appears to meet the sky to form a horizon, is below you, especially if you're up on a mountain. Maybe that's why.
Can someone show me a flat Earth model that works?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go outside.
No, I want to see a model. A 3D model.
No. Well, guess what? We never claimed a model in the first place, so why are you asking us? Go ask NASA.
What do you mean? What?
What do I mean? Go ask NASA. We're not in here claiming.
I want to see one from you, though.
Whoa, what do you mean? Well, I want it from you. I want it from the guy who's not. I want it from the guy who's not claiming. No, listen. I'm not claiming any sort of model of the whole Earth. So why are you asking me? I want it from you, though. The one who's not claiming it.
So you don't have one.
Yeah, exactly. I don't have.
How can you believe in it if there's none that works?
We don't need a model. Okay. Well, I mean, I'm driving on the highway and there's a car next to me. Do I need a model of that car to believe in that car, or can I just?
Well,
see
if you're driving, you shouldn't really be on your phone.
I can talk on the phone.
And if you're using Google Maps, it's mapping you based on a globular Earth. So that distance between point A and point B.
Now you're shifting to something else. This guy's talking about models, and he's asking us, "Where's your model? Model? Where's your model?" And I'm just telling them that you don't have to have a model of something in order to point to it in reality. Just point to the thing directly.
Yeah, and the point is that you live your day-to-day life using a model based off of our, globular Earth theory.
No, I don't.
So
that's
you
right
think?
Latitude.
No, that's incorrect.
But if it's flat though, you should be able to show me a 3D model of it making sense.
No, I don't need to show you a model. I can just show you the Earth itself.
Okay, show me then. I don't know. Take a picture. Okay.
Driving next to a body of water.
No, I don't want to see.
Water is all flat level.
I don't want to see you like on ground level.
Yeah. So all right. Yeah. So the physics of water, right? That would debunk your idea that the Earth is a spinning ball, right? Because water seeks its level, comes to a horizontal surface level at rest. So it would have to be curving in order for that to be the surface of a ball. Since the Earth is covered mainly in water and that water is all seeking level. There you go. Unless you got some sort of measurement that shows that I'm mistaken. I'm driving past a lake right now and it looks pretty goddamn horizontal. I can't discern any sort of surface curvature over that lake whatsoever. Yeah, would you be able to present a measurement of some surface curvature that you can use to debunk what I just said?
But do you know how big the Earth
1 kilometer, 2 centimeters.
The area is 510.1 million kilometers squared. Do you know how big
okay, I got your numbers. Now, how were they measured?
Laser pointer.
No, I'm talking about the area of the surface of the Earth.
He said laser pointer again. Laser pointer. How far? What's the distance for the laser pointer? How accurate do you think it's going to be? Go ahead.
Well, the distance for the laser pointer is nearly infinite.
No, it's not. You freaking fool. Do you know about beam divergence? What's wrong with you? You have no knowledge about any laser information, do you? You haven't any knowledge to support the claim that a pen laser is infinite. What is wrong with you? Who is this guy? Fucking hell. A pen laser is infinite. No, I can't do this. This is insane. Who here among you Globers thinks that a pen laser is infinite?
Did I
Come
say
on.
infinite or did I say nearly infinite?
Yeah, you did. Nearly infinite. Well, that's
There you
even
go.
good. That's who cares? Nearly infinite. You think that's making it better for you? It's still as stupid as saying infinite.
What do
nearly
laser pointers?
infinite.
What do laser pointers shoot out? Photons.
I want you to.
What
I
do we
want you
see
to
in the
tell
night
me.
sky?
I want
when
you
you're
to
looking at
tell
a
me
distant
how far
star?
do you think? How far do you think the laser pointer can shoot? What's the distance? Maximum effective range for a laser
depends
pointer.
on the laser pointer, right? And it depends on the medium in which you're shooting it from, right?
Depends on you just said a pen laser.
Did I? I never uttered the words pen laser out of my mouth, but I did say that you can run this
Bullshit, dude! You
experiment
said
in your
pen laser
backyard.
earlier.
Hey, are you listening?
Yeah, with the pen
I did
laser.
say,
With the pen
you
laser.
can run this experiment in your
With a
backyard.
pen laser. With a pen laser, right?
Sure.
Hello. Yeah. You see, you just finished saying right now, sure, that you admitted to
that a pen
seeing
laser
laser.
can shoot 1
I'm gonna
kilometer?
mute you.
I know you can't handle the truth.
Yeah, you said pen laser. You said pen. Yeah, I did say pen
breaking up.
laser.
Is he lagging for anybody else? Or just me?
Yeah, he's lagging.
I'll just pick up where he left off then. How far can you shoot the pen laser?
At least a kilometer.
Okay, at least a kilometer. Is that near infinite or infinite?
I think that you can shoot photons nearly infinite distances. But my point is that you can measure the drop over distance, that 2 centimeters over a kilometer, using a backyard, Amazon special.
That sounds really, really stupid, but I'll give you a chance to prove it. Post your measurement.
Post my measurement?
Yeah, using your laser pointer over a kilometer, 2 kilometers, whatever it's going to be, show us the drop over distance of a body of water. Go ahead.
Okay. I posted it earlier. Let me grab the link real fast.
You gotta be kidding me.
It's
laser pointer now
it's a flat.
to measure the globe.
Yeah, dude, it's a flat Earth debunk. Can you hear me? It's a flat Earth debunk. He's gonna show you. He's
you're coming in.
He's an anti-flat earther.
Okay, but okay. So I don't want to just give you my biased sources of flat Earth debunk. I love this idea of like a Amazon special laser pointer, 1 kilometer, 2 centimeters. Anybody has a lake, you can run this yourself for very little cost, right? So I want more of that because obviously nobody's going to drop what they're doing and go
I don't
do
want to
this
go
right
do
now.
your legwork.
Okay, that's
job.
okay.
I don't want to do
That's
it.
okay. But there's a million other experiments that come to my mind.
I'm content. I'm content with the physics of water as they're already observed and known to be. I don't need to go out and measure this thing that you think that we live on because it's not my
Fair.
claim.
I'm not going to convince you then because you're
perfect.
asking for evidence. You're asking for,
Hey, well, then I'll
an experiment.
Take your
and then you're telling me that you're not going to do it.
I'll just take your concession. Well, no, I'm not. I'm not going to go do your work. It's your measurement, your claim, not mine.
There's some other easier ones that doesn't involve going out and buying a laser pointer. Actually, this one might be a little tough, but it's basically if you have a drone or your buddy has a drone, you can go and say, okay, the drone is 5 foot off the ground and I'm watching the sunset. Okay, I agree that through the view scope of my drone, there is no longer a sun on the horizon. You can only see, some light peering from it. Now, if I take that drone and I throw it 50 feet in the air, I can see a second sunset.
No. Stop talking about sunsets. We've already said your preponderance of evidence you think could be, as your assumption would claim, that the Earth is a globe because something's happening. It's not direct evidence that the Earth is a globe. So we're looking for direct evidence, not what you think is going to conform to your bias because you have an assumption of what you think the Earth is. That's not evidence that the Earth is a globe. That's your bias. You're assuming the Earth is a globe. Things have to work in this way. So we're not talking about that. We're only talking about direct measurements, which you can't do with a pen laser. You haven't proved that. You're just saying, well, it's been done. It's been done. Who's done it? You haven't answered that question. Who's ever done that? You're just saying be done. These are all hypotheticals.
Yeah.
We're not talking about your preponderance. You don't know what you're saying.
So I'm very easily able to bring up these experiments that give my preponderance of evidence. I would ask you,
haven't brought
because
up
I'm
anything.
willing to accept some, ancillary.
You never brought up anything. You told me to go do it. Why do I have to go do it if it's been done so many times? Why can't you just post someone who's already done it?
I did earlier, but I gave up finding the link. If you want the link, I can, but I don't think it's going to change your mind. I gave you another experiment that you can use.
Al-Biruni.
And so I guess I would just flip the table.
Al-Biruni? No, you're not flipping any tables. Sorry. That's not this. This server is for you producing the direct measurement that the Earth's surface is curving according to the geometry of the Earth. No tables are flipping until you produce that evidence. You have to first solidify that the direct measurement has been done by a method that everybody can reproduce. Now, you're not doing that because nobody's ever done that. Pen lasers are not helping you because who's done that? We're asking for the who. You're not giving anybody that's done it. You're saying, well, I think you could do this, but nobody's ever done it. So, and preponderance, that's not a good way either.
Yeah, it's just trying to overwhelm your opponent with bullshit. Just give us the direct measurement that we need. That's the only thing we need. That's all you need.
Okay, can somebody show me a model of the flat Earth that works?
Oh, this goofball again.
Can you show me?
I'm just gonna put you on permanent. Hey, no, look, I'm gonna show you the door if you're gonna ask that question again because I already answered it.
What's wrong with the question, though? But what's wrong with the question?
It's just what do you mean? What's wrong with the question? I already told you we're not positing a model, so at this point, it's just rude to keep spamming that question
Because
you know that
I
that's
want
not
an
a
answer,
claim.
though.
So you're just gonna leave if you're gonna keep that up.
Yeah, I just got back. And can I maybe did you guys explore this with him? What does he mean when he says model? Maybe that might be the problem.
Well, yeah, you can give him a shot if you want.
Okay, thank you. So was that Kamal at the bottom there? What exact you got a need? Okay, I heard what you said. You have a need, and I'm here to maybe help you. Okay, so what exactly do you need?
Okay, so a model of the flat Earth that applies to basic laws of physics and has a day and night cycle that makes sense, as well as seasons.
Okay, so can you give me this globe model that you think you got that matches that?
Just search up literally any picture of the Earth, and if you
I look at a picture of the Earth
and the solar system,
and you says that picture of the Earth will explain all the laws of physics. Will also explain seasons.
It won't explain all laws. Yes, it will explain seasons. It won't explain all laws.
Okay, how about I think what's going on here
to them. It
won't. You have a need that
it won't be contradicted by physics. That's what I'm saying. If physics can't contradict it, then it's possible.
Okay, what exactly are you looking for? That's what I think I'm looking. So
a model
looking for a model of a physics model.
Yeah, a model that. Yeah,
do you know any physics that you use that requires curve or rotation?
That's not my point. My point is.
Well, okay, I'm trying. No. It's not a point. I'm trying to figure out what exactly are you trying to model right now.
And I'm trying to explain it. I'm saying I want a model of the flat Earth that isn't contradicted by physics. Do you see what I'm saying?
A model of the flat Earth. Okay, so what physics do you know that uses a curve and rotation?
I already talked about this. Gravity. I'm not going to.
Okay, gravity. Let's go down this line. Okay.
But, I just want a model. I don't want to go deep into that.
Yeah, I know what you want. I get it. Okay. You have a need and a want. Okay, and we're going to go through it step by step. And one of the things you want explained is gravity. Do you understand the standard model does not explain gravity?
It doesn't have to explain gravity, but it has to apply.
Well, that was your thing that you said, that gravity has to be explained.
No, it has to apply to gravity.
No, it doesn't. It excludes it.
Yeah, the standard model excludes gravity.
How?
Okay, here, do you want me to get a citation for you?
Sure.
See, this is what I think the problem here is. You don't really know what you want. You're kind of giddy, like a kid who looked through like a book for Christmas and circled
analyzing everyone.
and circled all these toys that they want. They're not sure what exactly you're looking for.
Okay.
So here, let's try this one right here. So here's from the Globalist. I know you guys love Wikipedia, so I'm going to screenshot the standard model here and highlight a very key point when it explains what the standard model of particle physics is. Okay. So right there, can you see that? Can you read that out loud?
Busy typing right now, Crit. I don't know if he's listening.
I'm listening and typing. I could do the same thing.
No, you can't. You can barely listen on its own. So just try to track.
I'm tracking. Thank you.
So you see what he posted?
I'm reading it.
Standard model of particle physics.
Aren't you driving?
Yeah, I can talk on the phone while I drive.
Yeah, see, the thing is, we've had these conversations. We've had these conversations for years. Everyone knows which way to take it. But you're not unique, dude. You're not the Lone Ranger. You're not the first
I
person.
didn't think I was, but I'm just waiting for, like, the thing
right
is
there. So you're looking for a model that explains gravity, okay?
Yes. No.
And has all physics that don't contradict. You contradicted yourself. Unless maybe, do you have a hidden model in your pocket? May I see your Nobel Prize?
Yeah, he was asking for a model that supports all the claims that he said flat Earth criteria would have to meet. I want a model for flat Earth that supports all of these criteria, and yet for his own model, the idea of the Earth being a globe, he can't support any of those criteria. He's like, well, I didn't ask for that.
Okay,
really? But yet you asked that of flat Earth? No, wait. Did you ask that of flat Earth? All the criteria that you asked to Crit, now you're telling us, well, no, the globe doesn't have to have that. But yet the criteria for flat Earth is all of those things you mentioned? Really?
Okay, then.
What type of rigor are you applying to your globe?
Okay, at least show me one that works, and when it works with day and night cycles, and a flat Earth that works with day and night cycles. Because I can't.
Yeah, so
you should be able to
what
explain.
we observe, it's simple. It's simple. Okay. All you have to do is go outside and watch throughout the year where the sun rises. So I don't know where you live, but wherever you live, you watch the sun rise every single day, and you can see where it rises. Either according to the cardinal directions, you'd be saying it's moving from east to west, but either northeast or southeast, whatever east it's coming from, or directly east. Then you could say, well, it's rising northeast in the summertime, like for us in North America, and it's setting northwest. Northwest rises northeast, sets northwest. That's how it rises and sets. And throughout the year, when it's wintertime for the north, it'd be rising southeast, and it'd be setting southwest. So that's how it's setting and rising in the winter for people in North America. Now, if you're saying that you're watching this, you can actually go to a specific model that will detail this. It's called the celestial sphere. The celestial sphere has mapped all this out for everything that's in the sky.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so that's all you met. That met the criteria. You were just looking for one.
You're just explaining.
That's what you asked for.
Rising.
You said explain.
No, but then how would that work on a flat
That's
Earth?
what you said explain.
But there's time zones though.
Okay, now see, look what
how can you explain time zones? Because I know you can't deny time zones. But you
hold on.
No, this is still my same point.
Yeah, you shifted the goalpost.
It's the same.
This is a goalpost shift.
It's still day and night.
Yeah, so you shifted from explain day and night, which was done for you, and now time zone.
No, day and night on a flat Earth.
Yeah,
day and night because it's like the sun does not set and rise; it just moves, or the Earth moves.
Yeah, the sun moves. You got
the sun
it.
does not set and rise. It's just a saying, figurative language.
Okay, so here, this is what you're looking for, right?
Yeah, according to the celestial sphere. The celestial sphere explains all the movements in the heavens. So all you need is that, and you don't need a terrestrial sphere. Yes, the sky above. Everything in the sky above is according to the celestial sphere. Now you want to know how it works on a flat earth. Well, simply the sky above is what we vision that when we see everything in perspective, right? So we can just say the celestial sphere kind of models everything out for us. So we don't have to think about the earth as a globe, just the sky moving above us. That's it. Celestial sphere, look it up.
Okay, so just to make sure, do you see what I posted there? We were talking about time zones. There's like a ball with some stripes on it.
Yeah.
So that's what you're looking for, right? Like, so if I label it like this,
on a flat Earth, this
would be day, and the backside would be night.
Yeah.
And then the two green zones would be kind of like a mix, like a twilight.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah.
Okay. So let's take a gander at what you are looking at. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So here are time zones on the globe.
Yeah.
Does that match?
Match what?
What you just predicted?
Like what I see in real life, or
yeah,
it does.
That so you would have Saturday shoot or Sunday shoot out like 2 time zones over.
What do you mean? What? So
look at the international date line there. Does that make sense to you? Does that match?
Okay, I don't understand what I'm looking at right now.
You don't see that red line?
Yeah. The question.
Yeah.
The question is.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, the question is malformed. The question is malformed. It's not time zones that you're looking for. It's explaining day and night cycles. That question is always malformed when it's in this chat.
Time zones.
You're not looking to.
Night, that's the point.
Yeah, time zones. Time zones are was made for trade and commerce, for people to know what business hours, daylight hours they have to make the trades that they do anywhere on Earth. So that's why they were constructed. Time zones is a malformed question. You're asking how do day and night cycles work on a flat Earth. That's what you're trying to ask.
And
not time zones.
No, but time zones are
no time zones were a construct.
We're not in the center of the universe. Nothing goes around us. We're not in the center of the universe. Like
yes, to your perspective, you are. According to according to the celestial sphere that I told you to look up, but you're not doing right now, that's exactly how you see the world. You see the world as it's concentric to your vision. You are the center of the universe. How you see the world around you. That is exactly what the celestial sphere is dictating. That's the answer to that question. Yes, that's true. When you look at the world around you, everything appears to be concentric to your vision, meaning everything's radially moving away from you, your specific position. You don't see everything in an orthographic view. You see everything in a view concentric to you as an observer. So everything looks like it's arcing above your head. Like when you see the sun move across the sky, it looks like it's arcing above you, as if you're the center of the universe. That's the answer. Concentric to you.
You're not, though.
You can think of it that way.
But can we agree that you're not?
No, we're not going to agree that, because the only thing you can actually see is that the Earth is concentric to your vision. So yes, perspectively, it looks that way to you. It looks that way to me. It looks that way to Crit. When we make our observations, we say, look, the sun is this many degrees in the sky. When he says, I see the sun at this many degrees in the sky, our degrees are going to vary, because according to where he is geographically, the sun looks like at a specific different position in the sky than it does to me. So yes, concentric to my vision, it looks like I'm the center of the universe, and looks like he would say the same.
Yeah, perspectively, sure.
So that's how the celestial sphere works. It works in that way. It's concentric to the observer. It could be thought of as concentric to the Earth, but it's more often understood as concentric to the observer, because that's how we vision everything. When you ask somebody, it doesn't matter who it is, where you're at on the Earth, and then you can say, what degree does the moon look like it's in the sky? They're going to give you an answer, but it won't be the same as you unless you're standing right next to them in the same geographic location.
Yeah.
Then you can agree with them. Otherwise, you would disagree and say, no, it's a different. So yeah, radially from your position, it looks like that you're the center of the universe. It looks like that way.
Yeah. Okay. But what I'm trying to say is, what I'm trying to ask is
it a shift the goalpost
on the
again?
planet? Wait. This is still the same question. On the Earth as a globe, there's time zones. There's a part of the Earth that is day, and there's a part of the Earth that is night. How would that work on a flat Earth?
Okay, here, let's look at globe time zones again.
The sun is
okay.
The sun is moving across the sky, and then it moves to a different geographic location, and then it's daytime for that other location, and
So
it's
you're
nighttime
saying-
for the other one where the sun was.
So you're saying that the light is focused only on one area of the Earth?
Yes, there's attenuation of light through the medium of air. So
Okay,
it can
well, that
only
just doesn't work.
attenuate
That
so
simply
far.
does not work because
What?
the sun is a ball. It is shooting light in all directions.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Light attenuation. Listen,
How?
light attenuation. Light attenuation is an actual property of light. The property of light attenuating through a medium is an actual real thing. You can't say that it's not. Everybody notices light attenuates differently through different mediums. Through the
Yes, you
medium
might
of
not-
air, it attenuates to a certain extent.
Yes, you might not know this, because a lot of globalists think light shines forever. Do you think that light shines all the way to the bottom of the ocean?
No.
Okay, so you do know about attenuation.
I'm saying the sun is a ball. It does not have a focused path of light. It shoots light everywhere.
Okay, does it go all the way to the bottom of the ocean?
No.
Okay,
Of
so
course not.
it does stop through a medium.
Yeah, but
Okay,
that's
That's
the
water, right?
yeah.
Is that
Stop
water?
right there.
But if
No, there's
Okay,
no
wait.
but. It
No,
attenuates
wait.
through a medium. You just
Okay, I'm
agreed
not-
to it. No, yeah. The sunlight's not going to reach the bottom of the ocean, and it's not going to cover the full expanse of
Yeah,
the Earth.
because of
There's a
because of
medium.
where-
There's a medium called air that the light is going through.
Yes.
Eventually, it attenuates.
I know.
Loses all intensity.
Okay. So
And
are you saying
let's clarify something, right? When you ask the question, is there like a focus? Is the sun like a focused point of light that only shine? Like I assume you're asking, does it kind of like only shine down? Focus its
care
light
about
in
that.
one.
That
But
doesn't
that's
matter.
what, I know.
Why would we
Yeah,
not?
but that's what his question was, right? And that's why it seems like he's not grasping what you guys are answering.
Doesn't matter
Because
where the light goes, because eventually through a medium, it's gonna just fade out.
Yeah. Okay. So okay.
exactly. So what? Just so you know, their
We're talking
answer
about-
conforms to what you're supposing, wherein it is a ball. And let's say it is a ball, it still adheres to the laws that they're describing.
Yeah. Of course. Well, that's not something I'm trying to deny. But water distortion is way different than air distortion. Like
Same thing. It's just a less dense medium, so it's gonna take more of it to accomplish the same effect.
yeah, but okay. So okay.
Yeah, no
what's your
but.
point
That's
then?
just it,
What's your
dude.
point then? So are you saying that
The point
because
is
of air-
that you cannot have
Are
the
you saying
sun
because of
illuminate
air distortion,
entire Earth
the
at
light
once.
doesn't reach all around the?
Light attenuation.
Okay, how big do you think the sun is?
I don't know.
This is a goalpost shift again.
No, it's still the same point.
limited information.
I'm just trying to gather my information on your.
Okay,
opinion,
let's double
because
back
if you don't
around.
believe the
Okay,
same
number
things,
one,
then
you
if you don't
wanted
believe the same things,
gravity.
then my opinion doesn't matter. What
Okay,
I'm trying to say doesn't matter.
number one is you wanted gravity explained inside physics with a model. Do you
Okay.
have that in hand already?
No, not right now.
Okay, because right, I showed you, right? Here's the citation again. Gravity. Gravity is not described by the standard model. It's a big I don't know. When people, like a lot of these scientists, and say, oh, gravity, this is a big, long, it's a short answer to I don't know. They don't know what it is. It's just a placeholder. It seems like there's they think it's gravitons, it's some sort of emission, is some sort of property of mass. They have no clue what it is. Therefore, they don't add it to any model, and it works just fine because gravity's so weak that the other fundamental forces completely counteract it. It works just fine with zero gravity. So there we got that first hurdle. You said, do you have a model? No problem. You just do the same model that you got now.
Yeah, doesn't
No
require any
problem.
glow. We're fine. We're good to go.
Okay, then number two, I think where did I write this down? There is You wanted to explain seasons. Alpha did this expertly with you. Broke down exactly the sun moving across the sky, the celestial sphere, talked about where the sun's position is throughout the year.
The sun does not move.
Yeah, it moves. It's called the analemma.
Yeah, I love the analemma.
And then the last one, you wanted to know about time zones, day and night cycle. And this was fully explained to you about how light attenuates. This was also demonstrated to you how globe time zones are literally a hot mess, that they're political constructs. They're not physical. They're not matching what you would say a giant ball of light shining onto another smaller ball would look like.
That's right.
So you've got to check all three of your criteria are checked.
They're not, though, because you...
just a nuh-uh.
Yeah, I just want to know. I just want to understand. Do you think the Earth is bigger than the sun?
Yeah, it has nothing to do with the topic.
But yes or no?
If I want to speculate and just take a wild guess, I would compare the sun and the moon and say they're about equal.
Okay. Well, then
the Earth is way bigger than both.
You're wrong. Because...
Okay, how am I wrong? Instead of just lead into the mic like you're Donald Trump and just screeching wrong, how about provide some cowbell? How do you know how big the sun is? How do you know how big the moon is? How do you know these things?
I can't guarantee anything, but...
Well, I can look up a solar eclipse.
Nothing is pointing to it being smaller than...
Well, you look at a solar eclipse...
What's smaller?
If you look at a solar eclipse, and if that is the sun and the moon, or if it's a moon anyway, because you don't see the moon prior. It's like you see the sun, something blocks it, and then that something disappears. If it is the moon, you can tell they're about the same size. They're pretty damn close.
That's right.
Okay, so perspective again.
Oh, perspective now. So how would you know otherwise?
This whole argument
Did you go check it out? Did you go there? Did you go there and check it out? Did you?
No.
Yeah, who surveyed the sun and the moon?
I can't. I can't do
that. Okay, so you believe something.
You haven't even measured the Earth, but you think you've measured the sun and the moon.
But you do too. You also believe.
No,
something.
I know. I can look up at the sky.
You know.
Yeah, I can look up at the sky and see.
You know that the sun and the moon are the same size.
The moon are
really?
roughly about 5.5 degrees.
But you know that.
I know that. I can see it. I can measure it.
So, okay. Well, okay, wait. So you know that the sun and the moon are the same size. That's something you know. That's not a belief.
Yeah, you can look at it. You can look up in the sky and you can measure how much area both of them take up. And both of them take up about half a degree, depending on atmospheric conditions.
Yeah, and here's the issue, right? One claim is that they look the same size because one is actually further than the other, yet X times bigger. Right? X times further and X times bigger. Thus, they only appear to be the same size. Whereas the other claim is they appear to be the same size just by looking at them. One has one extra variable, which cannot actually be verified. The other one, well, it's just baked into the cake. So if you want to venture down the route of, I think it's actually still further, but it's actually not the same size. It's 40 times bigger, or 400 times bigger, and 400 times further. Then you actually have to provide the evidence to suggest that in the first place.
Okay, so
as opposed to
this whole argument is I can see it, so that's what it is.
Oh, is it not that? You look up and see they're roughly about the same size in the sky, and they're not the same size. They're actually. Is it not that?
Yeah, they're not the same size.
Hey, you're doing that. You're doing that to a lot of things.
See, that's quite incredible. If you look up at the sky and you see two things, one correlates with daytime, the other correlates with nighttime, and they're about half a degree of the sky, and you're going to come back on the flip side and say, guess what? It's none of those things. Like, wow. So you'd say, if it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, walks like a duck, acts like a duck, it's actually a rhinoceros.
It's a dog,
That's just wow. Okay.
Well, yeah, you're the one denying what you see and experience. You do this all the time. It looks flat, but it's really curved. It feels motionless. It's actually spinning around and orbiting and barreling around on multiple vectors. They look the same size. They're totally not. What's your evidence for all this experience that you have, which you deny?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, you just
They'll
seem to
accept
be
some things that they see.
You ain't got shit, bro.
So the appearance of certain things that they see, that like they will accept it as being that must be what it is. Then, right, to support the idea of something that they don't observe and experience, such as boats going over a curve or the moon being a sphere.
Yeah. Why does direct observation work when it seems to suit your bias and then not otherwise? I think I baked the answer into my question. Got it, thanks.
That went surprisingly well. I was expecting, this is like, you gotta give the globalist props. Like the way he came into the conversation, I thought for sure this guy was gonna fucking flip out. Like it was gonna be a thermonuclear meltdown.
Why would I do that?
Well, because you'd be surprised that it happens more often than you think. More often you think the globalist comes in here very upset about flat Earth. They're very angry. I call it the Karen.
I've seen it the other way around, but
you know.
So do you think the physics of water as it's understood is wrong, where water seeks an even flat level surface?
what? Wait, sorry, can you say that again?
You know that water seeks its own level, right?
Yeah,
According to the physics of it as we understand them.
yeah,
Is that wrong?
no.
All right, then there's
Are you
no
saying
globe.
that landmass
All right,
works the same?
no globe. No globe because the Earth is covered mostly in water seeking its level. It's a horizontal surface. No problem.
Yeah, it's
That's right.
okay.
And gravity is fake.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. Come on. Cheers.
I'm very happy to be here.
Cheers, Leo.
Yeah, there's no contention from you. You're fine with it. Yeah, it is what it is. It's a flat level horizontal plane.
Hot as fuck.
I mean, it has to be if that's the physics of water, and this place is covered mostly in water. That's what it has to be. There's
That's
no
right.
other logical. It's planar. That's why we don't really even need to bring up models. Just need to talk about the physics of water.
Well, if you're a flat earther, you should still have a model to showcase what you're saying.
Says you. All I'm saying is that the physics of water go against what the globers say we live on.
I don't think they do.
Oh, how so? How is a flat level surface compatible with a ball?
Oh my god.
Well, I mean, a ball doesn't have a flat level surface, does it?
No, but
that would be a contradiction, right?
Well, okay, well,
gravity doesn't exist, bro.
Okay, that's really helpful, but you're gonna give him some red herring bait there.
Fucking flat as fuck.
Yeah, I mean, that would be a contradiction to say, yeah, it's fine. It can have a flat level surface, but be a ball. The ball doesn't have a flat level surface. It has a curved surface. I mean, I don't know. Pre-kindergarten shapes, geometry.
Hello? Unless, of course, he comes in and says, "Oh, it looks flat, but it's not actually."
Deny reality again.
Well, but I mean, he already agreed that the
Denying
physics
reality?
of water as we understand them, that's what it is. It doesn't seem like he's even in contention with it. So how can he come back and say it's still a ball?
He's denying reality. Hard.
Yeah, denying reality. Yeah.
I mean, you had some questions, and what it turned out that the questions you had were all answered by your knowledge of the world. What didn't have the answers was this globe model that you propped up on the pedestal without cause.
No, see, the problem is you guys answered my questions based on other beliefs that apply to the flat Earth, like the size of the moon and the sun. Those, you believe those things based on the flat Earth, based around the flat Earth.
Let me
finish talking, because I'm just gonna take a guess.
Stop telling us what we've said and then think.
We're telling you straight out. We'll tell you straight out.
Dude, listen. We'll tell you straight out that the geometry of the surface is not reliant or dependent or contingent upon anything that the sky appears to be or is doing.
That's not my point. I'm not talking about geometry. I'm talking about everything else that applies.
We are. Stop telling us what we think about the sky.
Okay. What did you believe first? Did you believe that the Earth was flat first, or did you believe that the sun and the moon were the same size first? What did you believe first?
I've always as a child, I was taught to believe that the Earth is a spinning ball in outer space, and I was able to observe even then.
You're not even answering my question, though. You're just talking.
Yes, I am answering. I was able to, dude. I was able to even observe then, as a child, that the sun and the moon appeared to be the same angular size, roughly.
Okay, so that's what you started believing first?
Just an observation. You just look, and they appear to be the same angular size. I can't judge how actually big they are, their actual real size, but to me, looking at them, they appear roughly the same angular size.
Me too. I'm not denying that. They look that way, yeah.
Yeah, and I heard someone made the point earlier, Kamal. They explained it to you. Yes, we have perception. Yes, we have observations for ourselves. If no one told you otherwise, I'm sure you would believe the same thing you say we believe. Yes, we know it as fact. You know it as alternative beliefs to what everyone else believes. Yes, we've been over it. Not flat earth beliefs, facts. Observable facts applied to reality, i.e. the flat earth. Not flat earth came first, or sun and moon side came first. Yeah.
You can make an observation, but if there's evidence pointing otherwise, then it's not a fact.
Yes, that would be the absence of the evidence. Where's your evidence for contrary, for otherwise? Yes, we have things that we observe that we can relate to reality, and then you are told something different. Based on your observations, you will make the same conclusions that flat earthers, in quotes, would make. Yes.
Welcome to the preponderance of evidence. The onus is on you.
1000% Vaping Universe.
Yeah, how do you go from they look like they're the same size to they're totally not, one's 400 times bigger? It's a pretty specific claim that seems to defy observation, your own observation, so why make it?
Point out that it's simply apologetics for a model that isn't reality. Simply. You see what we're getting at? Come on, no one's trying to insult you. We just have the observations in reality, and then we have the concepts we can equate to a model, a specific model. Yes. Then we have these things that we can observe, like the example I heard earlier, the sun and moon being the same size. If you weren't told otherwise, you made the same conclusion that we do. They appear to be, they seem to be the same size. If you weren't told otherwise, you would believe that 100%.
Okay, this is definitely going off topic, but what would be the point of them making us believe otherwise? Like, what would they gain from that?
For one, there's a lot of money in it. I'm sure NASA makes at least $60 million a day, so there's a monetary incentive to lie about the nature of reality.
Money while also pushing that the Earth is flat?
Say again?
Couldn't they also make that money while also pushing that the Earth is flat?
You could.
But I mean, are you trying to use an appeal to motive to kind of like overturn our position here and argue that it's not flat, it's a globe, because like they would have no reason to lie? Is that what you're trying to do?
Sorry,
I can give you why they're able to
standpoint. That's where you're coming from. You shouldn't even humor it.
Like, they can control the economy in more ways than you can imagine just by convincing you that there's no helium up there. The helium's the only thing that gravity ignores.
Oh, come on. Wait, hold on. We're not going to go into... I mean, no, it's Speculation Sunday, but we're focused on one topic right now. This guy's got some questions about, more mainline concepts. Okay, so let's try... After we're done, or if he's still around, okay, you can go into your whole liquid dynamic stuff.
It's not surprising that people would come in and present, impose upon others a standard by which they feel is reasonable. And it is because the globe has these standards, right? It has these standards of determining the geometry of the surface of the Earth that we live on by looking at the sky and doing, right? And that would be like, so I have an explanation, right? I've been told this is why this thing in the sky appears to do what it does, or appears to be the way it is, right? So then you must now use that standard, right, to confirm your flat Earth. No, I don't. That's your standard. I don't have to accept that standard, especially if it's fallacious in reasoning.
It's just not reasonable to argue that it's a globe because they, whoever they are, would have no reason to lie about it being one.
I wasn't gonna base my whole argument off that. I was just wondering what you think.
Yeah, if it's just a question in and of itself, like just a curiosity, like why do you think they're doing all this? That's one thing, but I just wanted to make sure you weren't coming at it like, from a standpoint of arguing against the flat Earth with that.
What's interesting is like what the best question to ask is why would they tell the truth? You've caught government, especially the executive branch, in so many lies that harm so many people, and then when they're busted, they just lie again. There's never any accountability for anything they do. So why at that point, why would they ever even why would they ever tell you the truth? If they know they can lie without consequence, why tell the truth? Why would they be honest about anything?
Like I would take a question seriously if we were living in a society where all governments get along. They do not. And
they do get along. There's two spots. No, there's two locations. Apparently, they get along. Where? Antarctica in low orbit. Everywhere else, they fight like banshees.
Apparently,
yeah. So what a coincidence. The two places that don't exist are the two places that get along just fine. No problem.
Hey, Crit, how you doing?
Yeah, what's up, Brenda? How you doing?
I'm just saying hello.
Oh, okay.
Where's this guy from? What country are you in, dude?
Me?
Yes.
Canada.
Okay. Would you say that the relations between Canada and China are good?
No.
Okay. Are there Chinese products in your country for sale?
Yeah, but they're not associated with...
I love it, T-Dub. I love it.
What? They're not associated with the Chinese
Yeah,
government
just
for the
track
most part.
logically. We want to keep it simple. No one's trying to insult anyone. Just logically track what he's trying to say. Maybe he could put it to you again, and maybe you'll absorb it.
Those products are in the country because there was an agreement made between two representatives of China and Canada. There wouldn't be those products in your country if there wasn't an agreement between those two countries.
Yeah, they could still not like each other and also be importing and exporting products between the two.
Right, and they could still not like each other and show you a bunch of bullshit on TV about what the universe that you live in.
But that's not an insane idea, though. Like,
how can you do that?
I wonder why it doesn't seem to be an insane idea. It should be.
Why? Why would it? Why would
How
it be?
can you lie about the universe?
Not that. No, negative. No.
We're human, though. Like,
I just want to say that. Okay, yeah, you can say that. Okay, but then logically, you have to self-evaluate or do some discernment for yourself. Okay, they'll tell you on the news, yes, they're fighting each other, and then on a separate hand, they're in business with each other. And then you being the original person, like me, I would say, yeah, they can't be fighting each other. There's import export. Or on the other hand, of course they're mad at each other. The news said so, while throwing logic out the window and not connecting the dots.
so you're saying that major. Wait, sorry.
That's not illogical.
Yeah, Brenda, can you hold on? We're almost done with this conversation.
Yeah, you can stay out of this.
So, okay, so you're saying that these major, pivotal conflicts in history are just made up or didn't happen? Like, we saw what happened in Japan in 1945.
100%.
The world saw that.
100%. But once you do a little bit of extra digging, you find out that most of it is misinformation or an outright lie.
Okay, well, can we say that the bombing of Hiroshima was an outright lie?
100% an outright lie, misinformation.
100%.
No. I'm not saying maybe the event was real. Yeah, I'm not arguing that. But the specifics, the details, you can say, oh, America was mad at Japan because of Pearl Harbor and all of this, but that doesn't mean there's firm, solid conflict between the two because something happened on the news and people feel some type of way about it.
Well, you see a video of the bombing, though.
I have a question. How many people do you think is in on this whole, to keep us in the dark, right? How many people do you think is in on this?
Me personally, I would say a very select few, especially when you have things like people to fight for you. You don't have to talk. There are people who will defend you and not even understand.
If there are people on the outside, can't they discover the truth?
Negative, not when you have things like the Antarctic Treaty. We discussed it before you got here, Brenda.
Have you actually read it?
No, it's a real thing, and most countries agree on it, so you can look it up.
Have you read
We
it?
don't talk to freaking Brenda again. We got a new guy here.
At all. I don't talk to Brenda
You
anything.
can go to Antarctica.
Yeah,
you
but there's not a treaty.
now.
Yeah, you can buy. Yeah, you can pay thousands of dollars for a tour that might go bad. Yeah, I'm sure.
Brenda's gonna hijack this whole VC again, and then we'll not be talking to new people, which should be the goal. So,
100%. I agree.
I'm waiting for you to just shut the fuck up. Good, somebody took care of it. Bye bye.
Yeah, Brenda is one of those professional Agent Smiths. Nothing will get through. Nothing will get through.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, after all this talking, I'm still not convinced, and I don't think that was their goal. But I'm just telling you, I'm not convinced at all.
Well, you already convinced yourself. You agree with physics of water as we know them to be. I mean, what do you need convincing on? Sounds like we're already on the same page.
Yeah, there's no need. It's just it's up to you at this point. We're not here to convince you. We're just giving you the tools.
Okay.
You can either accept reality as it presents itself, or you can believe their story. Your choice.
I'm not saying the government doesn't lie. They do all the time, but
do they ever tell the truth?
Are they? But sometimes.
About
probably.
what? Do you have a good example? Where's something that government was honest about up front, right from the very beginning?
Housing is bad in Canada. I don't know. That's something they've been upfront about.
That housing is bad?
Yeah, that's something they haven't lied about. Anyways, back to what I was saying. Like, I just don't think that they could work together. Like, these are people with also completely different worldviews. Like, they're like, if we're saying that communists and capitalists got along, and they did before World War II for a little while, but like, really, do we really think that, Russians, especially right now, Russians and Americans are pushing the same thing because they want to?
No, how about maybe you may not know
they share the same worldview.
When you have division and distraction as your main priority, you have people that, we have you.
The last director of the Russian space program, like Dmitry something, he said when he was leaving the job, they asked him, "Hey, what's your biggest takeaway from being the Russian space boss?" What do you think he said?
No idea.
He said there is zero evidence America ever landed in the moon in the 1960s.
Has he been to the moon?
No.
Then what's he talking about?
This is you said like they don't.
Russian. He's a Russian.
This goes to what you're saying. The Russian space boss, the last one, not the current one, the one as he's leaving, they said, "Hey, what an amazing thing you did for Mother Russia. Is there anything you want the youngsters to know? What's the biggest thing they should take away from your time in the Russian space program?" There's zero evidence America ever went to the moon.
So
my take is
Russia.
What happened,
Russia is saying that.
Current day. In the past, I think what happened is they had a horse trading. What they did was they took Nixon said, "Hey, I'll trade you the moon for Vietnam. America will take a loss in Vietnam, and you take a loss in space." You see what I'm talking about? They're the two superpowers, and they can kind of like manipulate world events.
Yeah, but together, okay, where is the space boss? This guy you were talking about, where is he now? Is he still alive?
Yeah, he is still alive. Here, let me.
Why? Why would America like that? Why would they want him to be alive? Like, why would they even give him a chance to say something?
Because you don't give a shit. He could. You've got people say, "Well, who did not?" The Apollo program. You don't need flat earthers for that. The vast majority of people who call out the Apollo program, no government lied about it. No Nixon lied about it. Don't think the Earth is don't think the Earth is flat. They think the Earth is a globe. One of the biggest ones, Bart Sabel, who's done multiple documentaries on the topic, he believes that flat earthers are actually CIA agents. Like all of us, without exception. Every single flat earther he's ever come across is CIA. And
I used to believe that until I talked to one.
He said the reason why their CIA is doing this is it's trying to discredit truth movements. Because the flat earth is so ridiculous that no one's going to take anything else seriously. They'll only take what government says seriously.
I wonder if people go to Bart Sabel and say, "Why would they lie, Bart? Why?"
I'm not saying why would they lie. I'm not denying that the government lies. Of course they do. That's not.
Why? Okay, how about do they ever tell the truth?
I would say so sometimes. Yeah.
Like when? When has the government ever been upfront and honest?
Which government? Which government?
Which one do you want to talk about?
Okay, let's talk about America since it's the closest and biggest superpower in the world. I would say they told the truth about
Be
Like,
careful.
I
There's
think
some topics don't mention because we are live on YouTube, and it will
Oh, you are?
strike. Yeah. So there's
Okay.
a few topics. It is listed up on the rules for the channel.
Okay.
So don't bring those up, okay? Because
Okay, wait, let me check
YouTube
the rules.
algorithms will
Where's the
shut.
rules?
We'll just think about anything that would be. Just use your common sense. How about that?
Okay.
Don't bring up something with large amounts of victims that
Okay.
could be
COVID.
construed
Let's
as
talk
like
about that.
hate speech or whatever.
Let's talk about that then. COVID.
Oh, dude, come on.
Like I.
Okay, that's one of them. Okay, medical misinformation is
How is
one
that
of the,
misinformation?
because they are controlling the narrative. They're lying to you, and you can't talk about it.
I don't, because you're telling me that Russia. I mean, not Russia. The
Okay,
U.S.
don't
and
say
China.
it. Don't say it.
Don't. Why?
Yeah, don't say it because it's a TOS topic.
Okay. Whatever.
It's
Then,
called medical misinformation.
That's against you.
That's against the terms of service of YouTube. Yes. Just saying the word can get you in trouble, and
Was
that's
anybody?
why. So what the thing is, though, if you say anything after that, they could say that you got to say follow all CDC guidelines. This is not a medical channel.
Okay.
Freak out, man.
What's that? Did someone jump in? Something about a freak out?
Yeah, I'm freaking out.
What's going on, dude?
I'm just trying to distract myself.
Put on an Allman Brothers record.
Yeah, rambling, man.
So real quick, no one on this whole panel can come up with a legitimate example about the government telling the truth. I'm racking my brain.
Yeah.
I can't think of one.
My take is not only have they lied so often that when busted, they lie again. Like they're laughing at you.
I don't think the words that cannot be said are like they work together to lie about that. I don't think so.
Here's the screen cap. This is the guy right here, Dmitry Rogozin. No proof the U.S. landed on the moon. Took me a minute to find
Ex-Russian space boss, but he's Russian, and of
Yeah,
course, why
Russian.
would he not try to destroy the America's reputation? He's Russian. They're literally on the brink of all-out war. So like.
Yeah, here's another one too. Millions. This is from like VOA News. Millions believe 1969 moon landing was a hoax.
I know. I'm not saying they don't.
Yeah, it was fucking retarded.
Here's like 25% of Europeans believe the
I mean,
moon
they brought back
never happened. It never
They brought back rocks from the moon. They did
Yeah.
experiments on them. Like,
Yeah, that was petrified wood. I think you might have missed some of the lore there.
that did not look like wood. None of that looked like wood.
Okay, hold on. I'm sure someone's got a link for that story.
Like you can deny that it's not from the moon, but it's not wood.
Bro.
Here we go. Here's NBC. We've got APR, NPR, physics.org. Here's moon rock is petrified wood. Let me drop that in chat. There you go. Moon rock in museum is just petrified wood.
Bro. Got hoaxed.
Yeah, I'm sure NBC News would definitely speak out against the government. That's definitely something they would do.
They couldn't hide it. They tested it. They gave it away to another museum.
What museum is this?
It's right
How
there.
wild is that? He asks. He goes, "Why don't the governments call each other out? Government calls each other out," and he goes,
This is
"No, no, no, no,
NBC.
no, no, no."
NBC though.
You're denying reality again.
But this is NBC. Like, why would they speak out against the American government? They would not do that.
You keep denying reality so far. That's your problem.
It's so funny that you kind of view the mainstream news network as a propaganda arm of the government.
I'm not.
That's not what That's not what journalism was supposed to be, bro. I get.
Sure you guys do. Like, what news channels do you watch?
Oh, just everything Snopes says.
Okay.
The two cat people.
No idea who that is, but okay.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
The world has changed. You got dropped right into fact checking world where everything's been fact checked. It's funny. It's funny how swiftly this whole thing has gone sideways.
In a museum. I don't understand the problem. Like, it was in a museum.
Oh, brother. Yeah, and they played golf on TV, right? And dune buggies. Who
plays golf?
The freaking Apollo astronauts. Alan Shepard.
Why wouldn't they? What? How is that a problem?
Huh? Who?
How is that a problem? Them playing golf.
I get it. Dude. Well, he took apart. He dismantled the soil sampler for one. That wasn't very scientific.
Like we can't go back right now, but back then they were playing golf on it, bro.
Kamala, bro, you got my name wrong.
You know, back then they were playing golf on it. You know what I'm saying? Like right now, we can't really go because we destroyed the technology and it's a painful process to build back. But like, and we lost like all the shit, so we can't really go back. But back then, we're fucking.
And now they have shit coffee.
The fucking golf shit, like big game tournament. You know.
Yeah,
it was a good time. Everything was better back then.
Yeah, back when I believed in the whole outer space thing, I was thinking the F1 would have a race up there by now.
Yeah, that's the thing. Women had less rights, and we were playing at golf on the moon.
No,
it was a different time,
well,
right? And what say was better?
Yeah, all right, I'm gonna head out. I've been here for like 2 hours.
Yeah, thanks for coming by. I mean, I think we got there. It started off pretty weird, where you're like, you were stuck.
I was only getting upset because I wasn't getting answers to my questions. It was just going places. That's why.
Yeah, don't forget to go play golf on the moon, bro.
I will. Not forget. I will not forget.
Yeah, the Grays fees are astronomical.
Good stuff.
Funny of you to think I even know how to play golf on Earth.
I mean, we should just play everything on the moon at this point.
Why not? It would be so fun.
Yeah, we should have a league, like every sport, a lunar league.
They would, yeah.
And then just
away games on the moon. I mean, why not? Yeah. Who wouldn't tune in?
It'd be fucking awesome. If like that was the reality and shit, it'd kind of be a cool reality where you'd have like advertisement on the moon, right? Like, it'd be like, let's use it for advertisement.
Yeah, if they can grow potatoes on Mars, we can play a baseball game on the freaking moon.
Yeah. The moon brought to you by Pepsi.
I feel like that's something Pepsi would do.
I mean, look, Britney Spears on the moon with Pepsi. Let's fucking go. I'm down.
Me too.
All
right.
It'd be a great world. Yeah. Instead, it's just flat, you know. Can't go anywhere. Just trapped here. There's no escape. We're all gonna die. We can't go anywhere.
All right, relax.
Can't go on the moon. We can't go on Mars. Can't go anywhere. We can't go beyond. You know.
Yeah, we get to live on Earth.
Yeah.
Hey,
But
Chris.
Hey, Brenda, how are you? Welcome back.
You and I should debate sometime, like on modern day debates or something.
What topic?
Flat Earth.
What is that?
What is what? Modern day debates?
No,
Haven't you seen
what's
it?
flat Earth?
Yeah, we should debate that sometime.
What is it? You got to tell
I
me.
don't
what
understand.
it is.
Yeah, we should debate that topic sometime.
What is the topic?
Right?
What is it?
Flat Earth.
Is it the sky? Is it the sky?
Flat Earth.
Yeah. What is that?
Yeah, we should debate sometime about flat Earth.
I got it. Okay, we should debate flat Earth. What is it?
Yeah.
What is that?
Yeah.
What is flat Earth?
That would be the topic.
Okay, what is
What
it?
is flat
What is
Earth?
it?
But
If
you don't
flat
know?
Earth Is
You don't know?
well, I'm wondering what you're going to say. I'm
You don't
curious
know?
what- I know what flat Earth is. I'm curious what
So
you think.
well,
Flat
maybe
Earth
that would be the debate. Or are you
Just
chickening
wanna
out?
agree on the topic, bro. You
just
know?
to define it, define the word flat and define the word Earth.
Yeah, we need to agree on the topic, bro.
Yeah, give us a preview of your argument points, Brenda, or do you need the modern day debate?
Anybody in
mod
here?
to team, or do you need the mod from modern day to
Anybody in
team
here?
up with you?
Yeah. Anybody here not a chicken? Y'all
Well, how about
chickens.
this? I'll define it. Flat Earth is I do not believe in heliocentric model or models presented by state sponsors of religion.
That's
I
right.
lack a
Also,
belief
humans are just
in models.
Whatever you want, dude. Or maybe not. If you're too afraid, and I can understand why you would be. I mean, I'm pretty terrifying. I'm pretty frightening. I scare
right.
flat
You're a
earthers all the time.
You're a danger
You
to
are
yourself.
indeed pretty.
I do. I scare you.
No, you're a danger
But maybe
to yourself.
there's some brave people in here that would. Maybe there's somebody who's actually
I'm
brave.
way too scared. I'm way too scared of you. I couldn't take it.
A real man who could stand up.
I'm not a real man. I can't take you.
Yeah, a real man who could stand up to the transgender. Yeah.
Yeah, Brenda. Remember, we're not going to go into identity stuff. That's completely.
Oh, I'm
off
sorry.
topic.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I'm sorry about that. My bad.
So, this is the thing.
But you're just afraid
I think
to,
the best
right?
you could do, just go talk to Jaron. He seems to love to talk to you.
He doesn't do that anymore for anybody. He doesn't have those debates anymore.
Well, tell him to meet you on Modern Day Debate then.
He's probably busy getting ready to watch the 24-hour sun and kill flat Earth forever.
Well, how would that
That's
kill
right.
flat Earth?
Because if the Earth is flat, then you won't see a 24-hour sun.
Well, I've been
Right?
told over and over again that the sun would never set on the flat Earth. And then you're going to go to a place that actually demonstrates the sun doesn't set. In my take, it's in
right.
your worldview, you're proving the flat Earth.
No, it's a prediction of your model that the sun.
You said that,
would
hey,
set.
a flat Earth, on a flat Earth, you said the sun, it would be impossible for the sun to set.
Yeah.
Then
Does the
you
sun set?
go well, apparently, if you go to Antarctica and the sun doesn't set, that would be your definition of flat Earth.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
I don't
one
even
thing
have
I
to go to Antarctica. I don't have to go to Antarctica to watch the sunset. I mean, I already know that the Earth is
Okay,
flat.
but so you know that on the flat Earth the sun couldn't set, right?
Right.
Okay, so if you go someplace on Earth and the sun doesn't set, is that a flat Earth or a globe Earth?
That's a prediction of your model. Yes.
That got reversed on you really quick, didn't it, Brenda?
Yeah.
No, it didn't. It's
This
a
is what
prediction.
happens when you start talking about sky. When you start talking about sky magic, you end up with egg on your face.
No, I actually didn't. I actually didn't. The point is, Crit, is that if the Earth was flat, the sun would never set.
Okay, so then you go someplace where the sun doesn't set.
Yeah, but your model predicts that it would not be south of the observers in the South Pole.
No, my model makes no claim to sky magic.
Yeah, it does. It
no,
does.
not at all. It's 2 words: flat and Earth, not sky. No word.
Yeah,
no,
but that has implications.
No, neither one of those 2 words
Sky.
is sky. Neither one of those 2 words. You've got Earth, which is a noun, and I assign an adjective to that noun.
That's right.
And that adjective is flat.
Yeah, and the implication is no 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Brenda,
There's
these guys,
no implication
Brenda,
with
these guys
the
don't
sky, bro.
understand the
That's
implications. They literally don't understand it.
Yes, I know
That's no
that.
IQ.
I know that. I'm toying with my food.
Yeah, you're toying hard. Play with me, please.
I mean, it's not hard. It's not hard to figure out. If the Earth was actually flat, the sun would never set. The sun sets, so it can't be flat. We already
And
know
you
that.
said they were about to, and you
And
said
then you
someone
go to
was about to
another
go on a
place on Earth
cruise.
that never sets.
Yes,
Yeah,
but
you
the
can't keep up with
model,
your own yarn, Brenda.
No IQ, bro.
but
Get
the
a low
mo-
IQ.
but the model that most flat earthers believe
You
in
know,
predicts,
I got it.
makes
Yeah,
it
do you know
predictable.
No, you messed up. I told you from the beginning. I said, "What's flat Earth?" You told me you don't know, and I don't know.
I didn't
and I
say
said
that.
I lack beliefs in model or models. So then you said on the backswing, your flat Earth model. I told you my definition of flat Earth is a lack of belief in model or models.
Is the Earth flat, Crit?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a model. Crit?
No, it's not. I
Crit?
lack belief in models.
Crit? Saying the
But
Earth
I
is
like
flat.
belief in models.
Yeah, I do
Crit?
not believe in model or
Crit?
models.
Let me speak.
Need
If
a
you say
model,
the
bro.
Earth is flat, that's a model.
No, that's saying it's an adjective noun. It's saying
Yeah,
that
you're
this,
giving.
this surface is flat. That's what that's saying.
Yeah, that's your model.
No, that's
you have
a description of a surface.
Right, that's a model.
No, I don't have a belief in models.
A model is a description.
Yeah, it's not, and I don't believe.
It actually is. A model is a description, Crit.
Dude, what are you too stupid
Say
to
like
understand?
atheism.
He
a
doesn't
lack
believe
of
in
belief
models.
gods or a god or gods. Same logic.
A
I
model
lack
is a
belief
description.
in model or models.
But you do. You
No, I
just
don't.
claim not to.
Dude, you can't
No.
tell him what he does and doesn't believe.
Yes, I can.
No, you
Yes, I
can't.
can. Yes, I
Nuh-uh.
can.
Yeah, Brenda
No.
can do whatever she wants.
It's the
That's
logical.
Brenda.
It's the logical consequence of what he says.
Incorrect.
It's the logical
False.
consequence.
That's
You're
false.
incorrect. Yeah.
No, I am correct. It's a
You
logical.
can't even
consequence.
prove logic. What do you mean?
Well, I can see by your reaction you're just too afraid.
Okay, sure. If that's what you believe, it's true for you.
Yeah, they clearly don't believe in models.
No real
You
men
can't
in
tell
here.
them that they do.
No real men in here. Sadly,
Well,
I'm looking
I'm a
for
real
real
man.
men,
Only real men
and I
who don't
find no men here.
anything else. Yes.
That's
I'm
not
a
what
real man,
chickens
but you're
sound
not a
like
real
when they're
woman.
No,
scared.
shut up, dudes. Don't go there. There's no real. You can't even pretend to say, "Hey, Brenda, check it out. You're not X either," because she can take that out of the context to make it seem like you're attacking her identity instead of her gusto.
Clucking. Yeah, that's not what chickens sound like when they're scared, Brenda.
You know, and that's why we're here.
Yeah,
That's why we're
Brenda.
doing this. We're learning.
We
We're
got
all
to
here
make sure
together.
that everyone's identities are respected. Okay,
Yeah.
even if someone's being disagreeable, it's okay. Just let them be disagreeable because that's who they are and respect it.
Yeah.
Minus the insults, 100%.
See, that's
Yeah,
the thing. You cannot call them retarded, but you can say that what they believe is retarded.
Or just offer them, say, hey, whatever you believe, that's what you believe. It's true for you. It's not true for anyone else. Carl Sagan had a very amazing quote for this. He said, anybody can believe anything they want. No one's required to keep a straight face when hearing it. And Carl Sagan eventually has some really great quotes about atheism too, that if you look it up in the dictionary, atheism is the definition of stupid. Like you look up stupid, definition number 8 or whatever, atheism.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I think atheism logic is perfect to explain flat earth. Because maybe Carl Sagan would say stupid, okay, definition set 8, atheism, definition 9, flat earth. a lack of belief. I lack a belief in model or models, even more so when said model or models are presented by state sponsors of religion with a giant trust me, bro, at the end. No, thank you. I do not trust you, bro, and I do not believe in your model or models.
Exactly.
This is so crazy, man.
Dude, that's rude. You can't call that crazy.
It's like the Catholic Church rolls out the Big Bang model. No, Catholic Church, I do not believe in your model.
I can't believe people actually think like this.
Wild.
Copernicus
Well, you
rolls
better
out
believe it.
a heliocentric model. Helios, the Greek god of fire, or whatever. No, Copernicus, Catholic Church deacon or whatever he was, I do not believe in your model.
Where'd Brenda go?
I think Brenda, we call it I'm not sure if she started balking because of a past conversation, but a couple days ago I told her that she squawks. Like she joins the voice channel, she squawks, blurts.
Yeah, she squawks.
Yeah, and
She
then
got a big old head too.
Yeah.
She's part monkey too.
Yeah, that's one thing. What's interesting about globalists who think you say like, why are you acting like a monkey right now? Because some of them actually believe it. They actually believe they're a monkey, and monkey see, monkey do. You're like, no, you're not a monkey. Okay, you're not a monkey or whatever you think. Evolution told you that you evolved from like a primate. You are God's creation. You are created perfect. You are perfectly you. You're perfectly human, and you're made from the dust. And the dust you will return.
Crit, don't speak about things other than just flat Earth, man.
No, I'm talking about why they come in here and do this really animalistic, like clucking, throwing their poo and stuff like that, because they kind of see themselves as just another part of the animal kingdom. They don't see a line of separation that say you have behavioral methods and practices that separate you from the animal kingdom.
Yeah, have you ever taken an IQ test?
Yeah, I've taken an IQ test before.
What did you score?
Twonger, you're gonna spiral now?
100%. Like in the military, they give them, after 144.
I passed. I tested positive for the IQ test.
Oh, okay.
What's interesting about the IQ test is that they told you that their Western culture, people in the Western culture score higher.
Yeah. So what?
The test was poorly designed.
No, it wasn't.
And they've used it. There's people who have a Western bias. I was trying to remember the word. They said that traditional IQ tests have a Western bias to them. And there's people who believe in social Darwinism who used a bias test, known to be biased, known to have a cultural lens baked into the questioning, and then use that to say Western cultures have a higher IQ than Eastern cultures, therefore they must be less evolved. That's the type of damage evolution has done to humanity. The dehumanization of others.
I don't think so.
Go right from the very beginning and just look at Darwin, what Darwin had said.
So what?
Yeah, this stuff doesn't exist in a vacuum. You've heard about the Kamala coconut dance, where she says you didn't follow the coconut tree yesterday. You were born into this system. You didn't have a choice. Everything that came before, you had to deal with that one way or the other.
Yeah.
So had you just been born a couple hundred years ago, before the Catholic Church creation myth, you'd be a flat earther too. You just bought into the indoctrination.
Dude,
for
wait,
some reason, you don't
a couple hundred years ago?
A couple of 100 years ago.
Just so ignorant, man.
Okay, when do you think the first heliocentric model was produced? And by who? In what year?
Dude, Pythagoras knew the Earth was round 2,500.
Yeah, we're talking about heliocentric model or models. Who was the first person?
We knew the Earth was round thousands of years
Okay,
ago.
just say no we then. I'm not part of your club. Well, thank you. I do not believe in your model.
By saying we, I mean human beings were capable.
All humans, every single human. So 2,000 years ago.
No, obviously there's still idiots in this chat today who think it's flat because they're
okay. So no we. There you go. No, you have no we.
When I say we, I mean humans are capable, man.
You speak for all humanity?
Okay, you really are really dumb, man.
Yeah, you didn't even know the first heliocentric model is just a couple hundred years old.
All right, dude. I don't have the energy. You're just really dumb.
Yeah, just look it up. Copernicus and the Catholic Church rolled out the first heliocentric model. It had like 6 planets and a firmament. The sun was stationary.
I don't care, man.
Yeah, I get it. You don't care. You're Karen. You're a Karen. You're upset that somebody disagrees with you, and you're not even willing to take questions or explain what you believe and why.
I'm not really upset. I can't believe this.
Yeah, you're upset enough to start insulting people's intelligence, start using coded language against their identities.
What coded language did I use?
About that you speak for all humans, and you're not human.
That was your gaslight. That was your
man. You said if they don't think the Earth is a globe, they're subhuman. They're not.
Look at you got little acolytes. You got little acolytes in the chat start attacking me now.
Yeah, it's okay. You'll survive. This isn't fatal. Those aren't fatal wounds.
I know.
If you're a flat earther, you're subhuman.
No, flat earthers are just very dumb, man. That's all it is.
They're just naive. They're gullible.
Sounds like a bunch of fallacious reasoning.
Sounds like a freak out.
Spell fallacious. I'll send you $100 right now.
Sounds like a downward spiral right now. FALLACOUS. Yes. Sounds like you're downward spiraling right now.
Oh shit! Look at this guy. Beautiful. All right, what's your catch at?
I probably just need to shut you the fuck up right now. That's what I did.
Like, yeah, when I am feeling down, I come here to remind myself how stupid people are and make me feel better.
Well, there you go. So there's value in flat Earth that you can't get from a globetard. And the globetard is constantly beating you down. You can't even get up. You're constantly pushed into the mud. So the only way for you to feel back to somehow functionally normal is to recognize you live on a flat stationary Earth. Fuck, welcome to flat Earth.
Thanks, Crit. Really profound stuff.
That's the value that you got from this. See, inside a heliocentric model, you should be able to use this concept that you're stardust and everything's full of wonder and amazement.
I am.
Just imagine, and it's true. You can think about Star Lord, Star Captain, Star Future of Tomorrow, Star Trek, all these things going on all across the cosmos. Amazing and wonderful things that are beyond explanation. And yet somehow what you get from that is you're ground into the dirt, into the mud. They force your face into the mud. And the best thing you can do is take a device that the engineers and the scientists gave you. They said, hey, with this device, you can reach out to all of humanity and understand other people. And see, you're not that far apart.
I feel like you're spitting in my face right now.
And you just don't use it for that. What you do use it is for some kind of ego trip to put yourself back up on some pedestal because the heliocentric model has just ground you into the dirt.
Amen, brother.
Yep, brought low and driven into the mud.
I stopped my heliocentricity about 8 years ago.
Why?
I realized it was all a lie.
What made you realize that?
God.
God? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
God made you realize everything's a lie? How does that work?
Once you learn to differentiate the truth from the lies,
What's like? What are you talking about?
when you begin to see the light, you can't go back to the dark.
What are you, some type of preacher, dude? Shut up.
You can stay in arrogance and gluttony all you want. The truth is out there. It's for you.
Great choice of words there, brother.
You can only take a horse to the river. You can't make it drink.
You got that right. That's the smartest thing you said so far.
Why does sense passive aggressiveness?
That's just my character.
Oh, so you're a faggot. Oh, sorry, I can't say that.
Yeah, who said that? You're muted.
You can't say that word.
What the Sigma?
I think you're confusing that with intelligence, but whatever.
Did he just say a
Wait.
hacking slur?
Wonger, why are you so monotone, bro? Put some inflection into your voice when you speak.
I don't need to listen to you. You ain't got nothing for me, buddy.
No, I mean, it's just like a general tip when you're speaking to make
You
people
ain't got
not fall
nothing for
asleep.
me, buddy.
No, I'm just saying you're making people kind of sleepy when you speak.
You ain't got
Very,
nothing for me.
very monotone, monotonous. You kind of just drone on and on.
Sounds like Crit to me.
Make your voice a little interesting, buddy.
Sounds like Crit.
He can't. He's brainwashed.
That's good. So now we got that in common.
He worships Albert Einstein. He worships. He worships. He worships.
You gonna
the
tell me
gods of
who I
science
worship now?
that lie to you all the time.
You know what's funny about Albert Einstein is that he was so into relativity that even his marriage was relative.
Science is something you clearly don't understand.
Yeah, explain. What's the definition of science?
Science is a lot of things.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to laugh at you. I'm sorry.
Is it like a box of chocolates? Is that where you're going to go with this?
Kind of, yeah.
It's whatever you want it to be, bro.
How about would you say science is knowledge? Scientia.
Yeah, that's one way to put it.
So you can know things.
Science is a method of investigation
What's
involving
scientific method?
peer review controls. But we can see that the heliocentric model isn't capable of this, and that's why he's mistaken. He's led down the path of darkness.
Oh, it's so dark, brother. Preach.
I'm just telling you the truth.
No, you're not.
Do you think this is a test?
What?
What do you think this is a test or something?
I don't know what you're talking about, dude.
Well, you better fucking figure it out soon, or you're gonna be in trouble.
Any lunar centrists in here?
Who's the passive aggressive one?
What's going on here? Is this just one random troll talking to another random troll?
I'm not trolling, buddy.
Or one Glover talking to a random troll?
Yeah, maybe Dark Thought is trolling.
I'm not trolling, buddy.
Okay, so then either of you, what reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
The funny thing he says is like I've been driven to darkness, but his name is Dark Thought. Isn't that funny?
That's hilarious.
It's a metaphor.
You flurfers.
Are you voting?
Fix your mic, dude, please.
Hey, guy with the almost effeminate sounding voice. What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
Everything.
Everything. Good answer. Good one.
Source the TV told me.
So, like, I look out at the world and I observe it as flat, and that's a reason to not think it's flat.
I've been on a boat in the Caribbean, and I've measured the curvature myself. Have you ever done that?
You have measured the curvature.
He's not a serious person. He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to talk about
Method? Are you talking about squinting at it? What method are you talking about?
What do you mean? What method? You need two boats. You need a telescope, and you need communication between the two. What do you mean?
So let me get this straight. One person on one boat communicated with someone on another boat. Thus, the Earth is not flat.
No, you use the. No, I'm trying to explain to you why the Earth is flat. You need to accurately measure the distance between two boats, and you can clearly see the curvature is caused by the atmosphere and the way light.
You did measure that?
The way the light goes through the ether.
You did measure that. Now you're talking about the ether.
Do you want the video?
Bullshit talk. Bullshit
Do you
talk.
want do you want the video?
Who cares about you? You have that horizon curving?
They're gonna keep fucking lying to you guys, man.
Yeah, keep you are fucking lying to everybody.
This is like first grade. It really is.
What's first grade?
We have a Twanger as talk right there. You know, it
I
has
can't
nothing.
understand
Just
you.
bullshit talk. You cannot understand. That's your problem. We have a Twanger as talk saying that science can be anything. So maybe it's science. How about that?
You don't go practice your English. Miguel.
Yeah.
Go practice English.
Shut the fuck up. Eat more crayons, please. Because you are just bullshit talk.
You don't understand English
Yeah,
language.
blah blah blah. Who cares about your ass talk?
You're right.
Buddy, I got something to tell you. I don't think the truth is for you. And that's why I think you should leave. Like, I'll be honest, man. Like, I think you're just too dumb to figure out the Earth is flat. Like, you should
You're
just
not one
stop
of us.
that condescending voice or whatever the fuck's going on with your voice. You should just go somewhere else. Go talk about politics or fucking anything else somewhere else. Like, the truth just isn't for you.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here.
Cry for me.
Well, I mean, I wonder it'd be interesting, like Twanger. Are you like where are you? Like, where are you politically? Are you left wing, right wing? Where are you at?
Don't worry about it.
Well, I'm just curious because it'd be quite a shock for Orion if suddenly you said that you're some sort of, you know, like I don't know. I'm trying to blank on the.
He's a Kamala voter.
No,
I've talked to him before.
Yeah, I'm a Kamala supporter.
He fundraised for Kamala door to door.
Libertarian. I don't know why I drew a blank on the word.
We had a whole conversation about him going door to door fundraising.
I'm a communist, far left communist.
He's not a communist, but he is a Kamala Harrisist.
I've always wondered, like, how do you support that? Because Elon Musk said, if Kamala is elected, that is the end of manned spaceflight.
I was actually just kidding. I don't want to talk about politics.
Bro, I'm not a Kamala supporter, but you can't just base your political opinions off of Elon Musk.
Well, and people you were not too many years ago. This is why I think it's funny. They were talking about he was Benjamin Franklin. He was going to save all of humanity. He was going to put like boots on the ground, motherfucking Mars, like within the decade. And now he's saying, if you don't vote for Trump, it's ogre. Absolutely ogre. Like, Matt, this is a pivot. See, this is a fork in the road. This way leads to eternal salvation, a multi-planetary species.
If you read the Bible, they'll tell you about how the Earth really is and the way at the time it was formed.
It talks about the circle. It talks about the circle of Earth. Thank you.
No, all it does is.
I mean, can you prove to me right now the Earth is round? Since you're so smart.
Well, I mean, the political discussion I find is interesting because you got a lot of these sort of like liberal atheists, sort of like they value science, they place value in logic and reason, and then you have a lot of identity sort of politics on the right wing side. You know, people like Musk and whatnot. You're constantly virtual signaling. So, but at the same time, they think that Elon Musk is some kind of superhero.
Oh my!
They've never been able to show curvature.
So how do you? I'm just curious if there's a left winger.
Is that what you need? You need curvature, huh?
Is it just cognitive dissonance?
Show me where they ever showed curvature in the earth.
Are you so brain dead that that's all you need?
I'm waiting.
I know you're waiting. You're a sheep, bro. You just copy what other people say. That's all.
I'm a sheep.
That's you.
I'm a sheep.
That's you.
You're a sheep, bro.
No, you are the sheep.
I spent years investigating.
No, you are the sheep.
I spent years investigating the roundness of the earth.
No, you
and
haven't.
I tried to disprove it.
No, you haven't. No, you
for a
haven't.
decade. I tried to disprove it for a decade.
You're lying.
Because you clearly just don't understand.
And if you really did take 10 years out of your life to do that, you are incredibly stupid.
That's obvious.
Don't go stupid.
You can stay in denial. You can stay in the dark. I've chosen to come to the light. I can bring you with me.
No, I'm not going to follow you anywhere, buddy.
Okay, well, we can see that those who refuse to debate, they understand subconsciously that they don't have the answers and they're afraid.
Oh, I'm so scared. I'm real scared, you piece of shit.
And then the anger comes out because their ego is being dissolved.
My ego was dissolved long ago and it has nothing to do with you, pal. But I'm gonna go eat some food. I'll be back for the shenanigans later.
Go eat more crayons.
Nah, I'm just trolling, guys. The earth is round.
Yeah, prove it.
All right, so where are we at? Is that over then or not?
Yeah, it's over. That was funny.
Okay.
real laugh riot.
Yeah, I was laughing.
Steve Martin, everyone.
Friends, do I
Come
have
to
to
the
get in
light,
this?
my brothers. I investigated this for 10 years.
Friends, how are you, friends?
What's up, Vlad?
Why is everybody on mute? Like, are you guys gonna pay me for this entertainment? You motherfuckers.
You're not that entertaining, trust me.
I'm just gonna sit on mute and be entertained for free. Without any...
Your friends. The last, 15, 20 minutes I was listening, it was not that entertaining, I promise you. Mic check, mic check.
Yep.
Mic check. Checkity check check.
Roger, Vlad, got you loud and clear.
Oh, there you go. No, it's just nobody's answering. I'm talking and nobody's responding or even having fucking anyways. Where's the Globers at?
All over the globe.
Yeah. That's not funny, bro.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it is not. Huh. It's like, who the fuck's laughing? Hey, buddy, how can you find that funny when nobody's laughing?
Smoked them.
Fuck
You got
out of
him.
here. Fuck out of here. Who's next? Glober.
Yeah.
Oh, we got one. We got one. What's up, Glober?
I was going to say, sorry, my mic was off. I was going to say the reason we didn't respond right away is because we were just all stunned by the high intellect of that last person.
Yeah. Would they say the Earth is a cube?
Yes.
Oh, weirdo.
Hey, Sonny. Sonny, how are you, Sonny? It's been a minute.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, buddy, did you hear my tracks or what? Which one did you listen to?
No, I haven't been on in a while, man. I just haven't. I literally haven't been on Discord in a few days.
Man, you always say the same goddamn shit, man.
No, man, it's true.
What's up, man? Glow
I'm
power.
busy.
Glow power.
I've been giving guitar lessons. I've been practicing.
Oh, shit.
I have band practice, then I have meetings to go to. I'm busy. I've been really busy.
You got like no 5 minutes to listen to one fucking track. It's called That Stuff Is Flat. Are you serious? Come on.
I tell you what, though, man, I always catch up on it, though, but it's just
no, you don't, man. You break my heart, bro.
I do.
I'm now, bro.
You know what? I always catch up, but I have songs I'm learning and songs I have to play with other musicians. So I don't have a lot of time, but I always do catch up with your tracks. I do.
Yeah, I know. Hey, listen. What I'm trying to say. Go into your messages right now. What's the last track you listened to?
The last one I listened to was a C sharp minor track. There was also a B minor track you had in there. Hold on, let me go real quick.
Well, the funky one was I know everybody likes the B minor funky. That's because that's one of my newest ones, right? Like that's because I
Glow power.
I see it. I didn't listen to that one, but you have a C sharp minor. I heard that one, and then you also have a C sharp major. You're just becoming a musical genius, man.
Hey, listen. Did you listen to That Stuff Is Flat though? Like the That Stuff Is Flat. The song is called That Stuff Is Flat.
How is it flat? No, I heard that. I heard That Stuff Is Flat. I already heard that one.
But no. But I mean, like the new version of it, not the old version of it. Right?
I see it right here, so that's probably the new version. And I appreciate it.
That's a really good one.
Okay, well, I definitely will listen to it. I promise you that.
Bullshit! You told me this last time I talked to you. That's what. It's over. No more.
Globe is undefeated.
Whatever. Fuck off, Glober.
Wait a minute. What happened? What was that last Globe? That last Globe comment?
You said it was undefeated. It's like bullshit.
So let's think of
you guys are in here.
So let's think of a proper analogy for that statement. The Globe is undefeated in what? So we can fill in the blank for the appropriate blank. We'll fill it in with the appropriate word. So undefeated in
sucking ass. Sucking ass.
There's one.
Yeah.
It's undefeated in sucking ass. There we go.
Yeah, dude. Good one, dude.
Undefeated.
Good one, eh?
I got one. This might be a little bit better. Well, I don't know. Sucking ass was probably good, but the Globe is undefeated in marbles on the kindergarten playground.
Yeah, the Globe is a poo-poo doo-doo.
I don't know about that one, son. Yeah, it's all fucked up, that one.
Doo-doo bags.
Sucking ass was the best one, and leave it at that.
No, but seriously, why is this so oblate? I'm not joking. Why is this so oblate?
Oh, can you show me some oblateness?
Oblate spheroid.
Well, show me the oblateness, my guy. You just said it was so oblate. Now show it to me. Where is it? God damn it. Where's the oblateness, motherfucker?
You're blind, man.
That's what I thought.
24-hour sun.
Oh my god, shit starts happening in the sky. All of a sudden, we live on a ball. Crazy.
Oh wow,
That fucking
it's
logic,
totally
global logic
insane.
is amazing.
I know it's
Global
crazy.
logic is amazing. Let's determine what the ground looks like by looking up in the sky, like completely the opposite way. Let's look up there so we can determine what the ground is, guys.
Wow, you
Fucking
guys use the
global
sun and
logic.
you guys use the sun and the moon all the time, but now since it's gonna go against you, you don't want to use it no more. Whoa!
The fuck are you talking about, you guys? Who the
What the
fuck
fuck
is
are you
you
talking?
guys?
Who's you guys?
Who the fuck is you guys? Look at this guy spiraling, this
Flurs.
fucking idiot glober.
Flurs.
Idiot
Spiral.
glober
I live
spiraling
in
like
the
crazy right
spiral.
now.
I
Look at
don't
him
spiral.
spiral.
I am the spiral. I'm not
Hey,
spiraling.
Where's the curvature, friend?
All around you, buddy.
You
Look
said
around,
you
Bill.
just claimed there was curvature, bro. Friend, where's the curvature, bro? Let's go. It's been fucking 10 years.
I know.
Well over 10 for sure.
That's not a good thing for you, buddy.
No, not a good thing for y'all, motherfuckers.
It's been
Cause you
2,500
fucking
years since we knew. You got
no,
2,500 years on
that's
you. You've been right.
stupid.
We've been right for
Stupid. Your history's
2,500.
fucked. You think your history that you know is fucking stupid too? That's the fucking crazy part.
Let me
You
guess.
think
Let me
the
guess.
history
You
in
know
your
the
head
real
is
history, though,
right.
right? But you know the
Yeah,
real
well, better
history,
than you.
right?
I guarantee you, my
I
friend.
know.
Я русский. My friend, я русский, motherfucker. Я говорю по-русски. I'm 100% Russian, my friend. Yes, my history knowledge is way better than your fucking American idiot history knowledge. I guarantee you.
I know. You know all
Everything about global fucking politics is a million times fucking better than what you fucking know. I guarantee it, you stupid motherfucker.
Get angry now. Who's spiraling
I
now?
guarantee you.
Who's spiraling now?
No, nobody's spiraling. I'm telling you exactly what's up, dumb bitch. Who's spiraling? Dumb fucking globers. It's crazy. Come in here thinking they know some shit when they're the dumbest motherfuckers in here. And then they fucking try and act smart. It's crazy. Fucking globers. Let's go. Where's the curve? Smarty pants. I get Cat got his fucking tongue right. Mic check, mic check.
No.
Okay. Just global destruction. I know. It's ruthless sometimes. Oh, 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 guys.
I'm just here for the entertainment.
There you go, Rob. You want to talk? What do you got?
What's up, Mr. Crit? Long time no hear.
Yeah, not too much, dude. So what brings you by?
Yeah, just making some rounds, see what's going on around the neighborhood. I heard this guy calling out. He wanted smoke, but someone put the fire out.
Oh, dude wanted Globler smoke.
Yeah, he calling out Globers. I just happened to be at the right time, heard him. So I said, all right, let's fucking get some smoke going.
Oh yeah, yeah. There's a dude in here earlier. He's a globalist. He was pretending to be a flat earther. The guy who said I've been debunking the globe for 10 years, dude. Is that who you're talking about?
I don't remember. There was a guy. He did say 10 years or something, but
Yeah. I'm trying to blank. He's been here for a couple hours. I'm drawing a blank on his name right now, but yeah, he was just having fun.
yeah, it's all good. You guys get those people too, huh?
Yeah, it's part of the charm. It's like, a lot of people want to troll, and they know that just suggesting the Earth is flat will cause nerds to squirt milk out their nose.
Well, I'm always me, whether you like me or not. At least I'm always me.
Yeah, dude, you're the real deal.
I just like talking to you guys so much. I don't know what it is, man. It's like I was meant to do this shit. I just like to know what people think. You know. I'm sorry.
I think you found a topic that actually matters. Like in the days of yore, you were arguing about dumb shit that didn't really matter, and now you found a topic that it means something. How you view the world and how people interact with each other in the environment has desperately impacted the condition or the state of the world that we're in.
Yeah. Fuck yes. Correct. I agree.
watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.